got a lot of like horrible press for some reason. I don't think it deserves that, and I think it needed to be lauded either.
Well, we apply this to all the other sports, right? Particularly like basketball. What other sport do you think we do it? In basketball, probably. Like taking on a high school team or taking on, could she
basketball,
play
soccer
for 10 or 15 minutes? And I guess the question was, were you going to take this? How serious were you going to take it, or was it going to be a joke?
And the court looked goofy.
Well, her side of the court was they shrunk it. So like Kyrgios had a smaller, court to hit against. So that was in their mind. That's how they're going to even the playing field. It was a little goofy, a little gimmicky.
Who's the number one ranked female player right now?
Sabalenka.
What ranked male? How low would someone have to be that she could?
You can't compare it's guys, good college level players are going to beat Sabalenka, but it's just different, right? I mean, it's like there's just a different level of strength and physicality on there, but she is ridiculous. I mean, she's the hardest hitting player on the women's tour, and there's a reason why she's number one in the world.
All right, let's talk about the Dallas Open a little bit and what you guys have going on. I saw you looked like you were going to faint when McEnroe. Was that a surprise pop-in on the podcast?
That was cool.
John appeared in there?
Yeah.
And he'll be here as well.
Yeah, I'm actually playing an exhibition with him on Saturday night before the tournament up there at the Star.
What's he like?
At the Fort Center. He's great. He's still in great shape, too. I mean, he's like 6 years old or something.
Keep breaking rackets, yeah.
But does he have to know you? Like, is he... If you see McEnroe out in public, like he knows who you are, obviously, but is he approachable? It doesn't seem like he would be.
I don't really know. That's a good question. I haven't really hung out with him and gone to dinner with him too much. I've been in the ESPN studios with him, and he's great, super affable in my opinion. But yeah, he popped on our podcast because we were recording it from the green room, so to say, and he popped in. We didn't know anyone was going to be coming in at that time, and that was pretty impromptu. It was awesome. He is a really good guy. I like Mac a lot.
And who else have you met amongst like the legends, or who you looked up to and you're like, this met my expectation?
Yeah, I mean, everyone, right?
Yeah.
But
Agassi?
Agassi, yeah, absolutely. Pete Sampras was my guy, though.
What's up? These are the Shan and RJ morning snacks on 105.3 The Fan.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Hey, Cholos, RJ Choppa here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of the Metroplex between Highway 80 and I-20. And right now, take advantage of the New Year's savings at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep with the Start Something New sales event. Truly one of the best times to get your brand new ride from owner Steven Gilchrist and his fantastic team. Tell them you're a Tolo. Start the process online right now, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, the back-to-back #1 Chevrolet dealership in the world. More new Chevrolets to choose from than anyone. All priced to sell at ClassicChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M leasing.
OC.
There's chatter that it'll be McDaniel or Daboll.
Yeah, and that's a weird dynamic with Shane because, like you said, like he hired somebody who's basically hiring his replacement. Unless he just doesn't care about picking the players, like he might just be cool with like president of operations.
May just want to stay employed.
Sure, which that's totally normal. People are like that. Then he can just like find his next job. He can go somewhere else.
Is this the job that makes the most sense if you're John?
No, I don't think so. Okay, so he's 64, or about to be 64, so he's clearly not, when we talk about Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh being a 30-year job, okay, well, that's probably not his, even if maybe, like, character-wise it seems like a fit. Atlanta made a lot of sense. Like, Atlanta being a team that, like, needs somebody to just kind of push that group of really talented players over the top, that seems to make sense to me. But maybe he just views the NFC as vulnerable enough, or the NFC East specifically is like, hey, I can win here because there's so much turnover every year.
Atlanta's really the only other option. He was never going to go to Pittsburgh. That would be against the laws of sports, and Mike Tomlin can't coach the Ravens.
I get it.
Yeah, you can't switch. Right. You can't swap. That's against the laws of sports rivalry. The status of the New York Giants, I think, came into play here. It's kind of Cowboy-esque of why would you come here with this roster and dealing with the Joneses and all that comes with it? Well, the status of defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Giants, I think, still have some of that cachet.
Oh, it's one of the most prestigious.
Especially for a guy like John, older, old school. If you are Cliff Kingsbury, any younger candidate.
Yeah, Harbaugh fits. He definitely
it's a distinguished job.
It's stable. It's professional. There's talent there. They give you room to work. It's thought of as a little blue collar and that's it. That's all Harbaugh. That all makes sense.
And it's not like and they've won. It's not like they haven't had any recent success. Yeah, they've won a couple Super Bowls in 20 years.
So it looks like John Harbaugh is the next head coach of the New York Football Giants. We have developments last night in the association.
If it's a reset, they only got 5 seconds. Gordon's going to have to launch. He does. And he nails it. Wow. Aaron Gordon with the clock winding down.
Nuggets radio with the call. Denver wins at the AAC, 118-109. No joker, of course. Jamal Murray ends up scoring 33. The story here is Cooper Flagg spraining his ankle in the first half after 6 points. Does not return for the second half. Crank up the tank.
Yeah, crank up big time. Usually you sprained ankle, you're jumping for a rebound, you fall, right? You step on somebody's shoe. This was just like in a normal.
You step on a basketball in warm-ups of your PJ.
Right. This is a normal defensive. You're just moving your feet, and it just rolls over. And that's like, is that a byproduct of being super tall?
And he rolled it the night before too.
And this is he also rolled his ankle going right into the NCAA tournament a couple years ago. So does he have an ankle flexibility problem? I'm just asking the question. There's a history there. There's a history there of turning an ankle, and so he's this is
give him some rest.
Yeah, let him heal up. Give him the rest that AD's refusing. Just go ahead and give him that. That'd be nice.
Give him that rest. Brian Windhorst with the very latest on Yahoo Sports. And Chris Mannix, friend of the show, will join us at 9, always electric, as Mannix will join us in the final hour of the program. Windy with the AD latest.
The reason that I think that they're motivated to leave it vague is that they want to trade him. And so that is playing a role in how they're handling this injury. So I would say that any team that has interest, before you even begin to talk about, what you might do in a trade offer, what you might think about contractually, because the contract is a big part of this talk. This is not the ideal time to trade a player. His value is not strong. And so the question is, does Dallas have a threshold that they want for value? If they just want to trade him to get off of that money, to get off the $120 million and then rebuild around Cooper Flagg, that's a reasonable thing to do. But it's hard to do that when 11 months ago, you traded Luka Doncic for him, and you have a public relations problem. If you just salary dumped him now, I think you'd be dealing with quite a fallout with your fan base, even if that kind of is the type of deal you might have to do.
Why do they seem to so frequently misunderstand how Dallas fans will react to things nationally and locally? It feels like, yeah, I don't want to lose the value on it. But no, there is a point. I think there's a large chunk of Mavericks fans that go, yeah, it's going to get worse, his value. There is no opportunity for it to get better because he will always get hurt.
There's a lot of Mavs fans. I don't think they missed the sentiment when Luka was dealt.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. I'm just talking about, like,
they didn't misjudge that.
No, they missed it locally, how it was going to be reacted to. The Mavericks did themselves.
Okay, you're talking about the Mavs organization's judgment?
Them there, right. And then, like, similarly how they're kind of waiting on this, and then nationally right here, like Windhorst or others who, this has been a common thing they keep saying on AD. Like, they're like, well, you're not going to get the value. No, I'm concerned this is as high as the value gets, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse every single time.
You know, so the way it's been for me is, like, every time I see him, I just am reminded by the trade.
Yeah.
So, like,
No, I think there's a lot of Mavs fans. Choppy was starting to give this sentiment yesterday. I just want it done and over with.
Yeah.
That you're willing to go ahead and just accept the 30 cents on the dollar, the 40 cents to move forward and be done with it and definitely get that contract off the book.
And it's not anything that he did. It's not Anthony Davis's fault.
Well, it is kind of. He's soft.
Well,
he's fragile.
Like,
he's broken. If he played,
he could be here at an MVP level. And every dribble insults me. Every dribble is insulting. It really is, and it's just not his fault. But the softness and the injuries, yeah. I just want this over with.
I'm laughing because he's right. Choppy's right, but he's right the same way of, like, when you watch one of these movies and it's like some character who's like, I can't even look at you. You look too much like your daddy who hurt me. And it's just like, just get away. It's like not even the kid's fault.
Tim McMahon says that it's very clear Rich Paul wants Anthony Davis traded before the deadline. And Tim McMahon reported the Mavs will not allow Rich Paul to bully them into trading Anthony Davis. The Raptors are being mentioned again from Mark Stein with a trade package possibly of Emmanuel Quickley or Jakob Poeltl along with RJ Barrett. Maybe a pick thrown in. I don't know. But Tim also said the Mavs are not scrambling right now. And let me play devil's advocate. All right. Let me come at this from another side.
Tell us, Nico.
Okay, here we go. We're going to go ahead and sit Cooper Flag for a little bit with this ankle. AD, we're basically shutting down for the season. All right? AD's under contract next year. That's done. Let's start off the year. If we get 30 cents on the dollar offered to us right now, which it appears is kind of accurate.
That's kind of what it is.
Let's start off next year with Kyrie Irving, Cooper Flag, Anthony Davis, and the number 5 pick in the draft.
Go, Pete.
Now, you could talk me into being excited for the start of that season. The problem comes
in the second quarter when Anthony Davis goes down.
Though I think he hasn't played more than 5 games, and like he and Kyrie's minutes have been like 5 minutes.
I think it's 13 minutes.
13 minutes.
I think him and Kyrie have played 13 minutes together, and they got 29 games with Anthony Davis.
13 minutes together. The problem with going into that next year, and I would be excited, number 5 pick, added to all these guys, healthy Kyrie and AD, hopefully not getting hurt during the offseason. What are you going to do with Anthony Davis next year during the season when you have to get off that contract? Like, you got to get out of that. That's where I think a lot of Mavs fans are like, just get it done now so we don't risk getting close to being tied into $60 million and then the extension that Rich Paul wants.
Right, because he's going to want one. He probably wants it this offseason. He may not even get to the...
He wants one now.
Yeah.
He wants him traded now.
So he can get one.
And
he's not going to go...
He knows he's got Rich Paul knows he's got a depreciating asset for his commission.
He's not going to go into next year on an expiring deal, I wouldn't think. So, like, you're going to have to give him... it just...
What a mess.
It's a mess.
Could you draw up... I mean, it's movie stuff. It's a 30 for 30, as we've said 40,000 times. You can't draw up, like, 5 games played, 13 minutes, and everything that's come along with it. Nico's firing. It dominoed just like everyone thought it would when the freak out happened.
They traded who? That's the 30 for 30.
for Jakob
They
Poeltl.
traded
Luka Doncic for Jakob Poeltl.
and RJ Barrett. Look, RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quickley, like those are not like terrible players, but it's also like, what did we do? Like, but I don't know. This is. You're starting to see it. I'm sure you've heard it. There's an increasing amount of, again, people just, they start getting a little too spoiled and they start just going like, Luka doesn't run enough on defense. There's some real whining out of LA about him lately.
John Harbaugh is coming to the NFC East. Are the Cowboys looking inside the division for their next defensive coordinator? The very latest update on those names. Bobby's done the homework for you next on Shan and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But we have also done the legal homework for that accident where you need legal representation. Whether it's the 18-wheeler drifting into your lane this morning.
With a 25-year transferable warranty. Visit RhinoShieldTX.com to schedule a free estimate.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Bobby, I'm starting to lose track of the names. The wide net is being thrown now towards the NFC East. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being part of the program. The payload is coming up at 6:40 here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. In case you missed it late last night, and at 6 a.m., John Harbaugh is about to be the new head coach of the New York Giants. But the Cowboys are looking in the division as well.
They are. They have looked at two names that are related to the NFC East. One of the ones they've requested, I don't think it's been cleared yet that they actually got permission, but they have requested to interview Giants interim defensive coordinator Charlie Bullen, who has been in the NFL for a little bit now. He has been an outside linebackers coach for most of the time, and then he became the interim defensive coordinator when Shane Bowen got fired with the Giants, and got a lot of praise from Giants players for stabilizing things, and a lot of players really, really liked him. So that's one interview that they had there. He also was on staff with Jim Leonard at Illinois in 2023. They coached together there. They also interviewed Christian Parker, 34 years old, the defensive passing game coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles, and he is a Vic Fangio disciple. The only other NFL head coach the only other NFL coach that he's worked under as a defensive coordinator was Mike Pettin, who was the defensive coordinator in New York when Shoddy was there as the offensive coordinator. So a couple different connections there. Shoddy spoke very highly of Vic Fangio and those concepts. It was obvious they were going to pick some people in this process to talk to who come from Fangio-like thought processes. So he makes a lot of sense, but he is a really highly touted, revered coach around the NFL, and somebody thought of as being really, really bright and having a really bright future. And then late last night, we got the report from Josina Anderson that the Cowboys had requested defensive line coach of the Packers, DeMarcus Covington, to interview, who's also 36 years old. And if you hired any one of these guys, DeMarcus Covington, Charlie Bullen, Christian Parker, that would be the youngest defensive coordinator the Cowboys have hired since Dave Wannstedt in 1989.
Wow. Is all this just dragging out till the Broncos are eliminated? Did you get any feedback on the Gannon interview?
I have not heard about how the Gannon interview went. And look, there are going to be some people. This may work in Gannon's favor, actually. A, he's got the Zimmer connection, but B, some people are going to get mad when they realize Gannon worked for a few years under Matt Eberflus. That was his superior in the defensive line, in the defensive chain of command. So there's going to be some Zimmer and some Eberflus concepts or things there that I'm sure people would be upset about just knowing that connection. But there is some value in probably saying, all right, well, there's some things that he's going to be able to carry over naturally with guys and then still bring his own twist to it. But I think Leonard is the favorite for a couple of different people within the organization. And I think I guess I'd lean towards him being the favorite right now. It's Leonard, Gannon at the moment. Those two are the ones that seem to stand out.
And still no Flores scheduled.
Not yet, which I think he was only available starting yesterday or something, or 2 days ago. But what I think it says is this clearly, if you look at this list of names, there are no Jones friends in here. This is Shoddy is just kind of, hey, I've heard about some different people and I want to talk to them. And so I think he's open to, and I think everybody's open to their minds being changed. If they like Jim Leonard as the leading candidate, they may be open to, well, we talked to Zach Orr and we like him. And now all of a sudden this has shifted. So I don't think they're just like necessarily going through the motions. I think they definitely would like to get a chance to talk to Jim Leonard in person.
Did you mention Raheem in there?
No, Raheem's not
in there.
No, they've interviewed.
Did you tweet last night that Raheem was your number one choice? I thought I saw you say that.
I think you did. You say that last?
I said that. I would like Raheem because he would fit the bill of the former head coach that really doesn't have a desire, or not. I always say a desire, but probably knows he's not getting another head coaching job. Because I don't want Jim Leonard to be here for 1 year, have a good year, then leave. And we're doing this again.
Yeah.
But if you've got Jim Leonard here developing assistants under him, the idea would be you could potentially.
Yeah.
But you're not developing a clone necessarily.
Right.
I mean, we talk about the connection with everybody else, though.
No, I think but. So Steve Bisciotti sent me down a rabbit hole yesterday. This is what a dork I am. I was like, I want to hear Steve Bisciotti, who was the internet star of the week in talking about firing John Harbaugh. And I was like, this guy's smooth. He's charismatic. I'd like to hear him just talk about his businesses and how he came up. And he was talking about continuity. And he said, look, all these people give us praise for continuity. Well, what's the alternative? It's disruption. Even if you bring up a disciple, yes, that's more continuity. He said, I think it's actually more important to be consistent than great. He said, I don't need my coach to be great. I need them to be consistent. And that consistency, when someone comes into our organization and they're like, oh my gosh, like Ozzy's been there for 30 years and John Harbaugh's been here for 18 years. And he was just talking about how magical that is. So the change and the turnover, it was just enlightening to see, the AFC North and the way they go about it.
Everyone scours the earth for Sean McVay when they could just be scouring the earth for a good coach.
Yeah.
That is going to be there for a while, that is stable, that doesn't make mistakes.
That's a good example, though, using McVay, because McVay's staff has been the highlight of no one stays more than 2 years because they get jobs. And, but I don't think anybody would trade what they've had on staff over the last 7 years or so. They've had the strongest coaching staff in football.
Yeah, but they have the leader staying. You can't.
And he's kind of a unicorn. It's not. You can't recreate him.
Well, that's what the Steelers try to do. So I was listening to someone talk about the Steelers philosophy, and it may have been Dungy. He said, "Look, when they hired Tomlin, the owner was telling people, I want a Pittsburgh type guy. I want someone who's going to be here for a long time, right? So I want a 35-year-old Pittsburghy defensive mind. That's what we want. When you go and get John Harbaugh, yes, that's good, but that's not going to be there for 10 years. Right. When you go and get your finishing piece, that's not going to be there for 10 years, and that creates a trickle-down effect that all these quarterbacks go through with new offensive coordinators, and you see it with Baker Mayfield, and you see it with a lot of these young QBs who get screwed. So I do think there's a point, like, we don't want to go through all these changes because you're not going to nail it every time. Right. If Jim Leonard, I'm down for hiring Jim Leonard because it sounds exciting, and you got and I've been sold on it by Bobby right now, but I don't want to do this again in 2 years.
Yeah,
either.
no one.
It's not good for you.
No one wants to do it, right? Like, no one is like, I'd really like to change out the coordinator every 1 to 2 years. But the reasons why it happened matter. So if people are coming and plucking your staff because they're good, I generally am going to have trust that, okay, Schottenheimer as a leader and what he's shown, and you've got Clayton Adams here, who I think does a good job, and if you bring Leonard in here and he does a good job and people want to come and pluck them, they generally do filter down philosophy. And so filter down philosophy, just like in LA, guys keep elevating and keep getting jobs, and they keep passing up to the top. I think that, like, we were all talking about how silly it was that none of the Pittsburgh coordinators get hired yesterday. Like that was not a good thing. Like, we're like, well, that seems kind of troubling that nobody wanted to hire their coordinators for the last 15 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Leonard, I don't think he would leave immediately anyway. I think if you hired Leonard or any of these guys, I think they'd be here for a couple years.
Yeah, a couple years.
Yeah.
I wonder with decision makers in sports, let's stay with the NFL. If I told you that a coordinator in your mind was a 9, but he's gone in 3 years, and the other coordinator is a 7, but you don't have to worry about him ever leaving, which one would you take?
The 9.
Okay.
10 times out of 10. I just want to maximize everything. And I want to trust that 9 is going to turn other guys
You're not maximizing continuity, though.
If you're feeding and
Bobby,
helping to bring up the coaches under you, they are like, it is continuity.
There is a level of it. But back to RJ's clone point, like, you guys can know how I structure and put together a show. If I'm dead and gone tomorrow, there are going to be changes. Like, there's going to be personality changes. There's going to be things that you think that should be done differently and altered. There's going to be some inconsistencies. There's going to be some differences.
It's never the same.
Even though you have the same general principle and philosophy.
Well, I think that if you look over the history of, like, let's just take, in fact, this will be a good chance to do some research stuff. I would rather have Dave Wannstedt and have Wannstedt loved by the whole league, and then hire Butch Davis to be my coordinator who was on staff, and then have the whole league want Butch Davis, and then I'd rather hire Dave Campo, who also ascended up and did that, or like the Rams way, than I've got Greg Roman as my coordinator for 10 years. Like, that's nice that I have continuity, but that's not a good enough coach.
Right.
And I think consistently the NFL has shown that's generally reaped the most benefit. Dan Quinn reaped more benefit for us than if somebody would have stayed, then Rod Marinelli staying here for 6 years and no threat to go anywhere.
Let's look at the early lines real quick on the divisional round. 3:30, CBS. Hopefully Romo's not sick for that one. We'll get into that later. On Saturday, Bills-Broncos. Denver's favored by 1.5 with an over-under of 45.5. And I think Kevin Hagelin was talking about how much this line was moving. At 7 o'clock on Fox Saturday night, San Fran at Seattle. The Seahawks are favored by 7. I think RJ was blown away by that line, over under 44.5. Sunday at 2 on ESPN and ABC, Texans at Patriots. New England is favored by 3. That over under is 40.5 with the defensive battle anticipated. And then at 5:30 Sunday, Rams at Bears. LA favored by 3.5.
That's come down quite a bit. That was a Rams 5.5 to open, and it has come down a lot of money on the Bears, as I think it should have been.
Well, they're the number 1 team in your power rankings.
Yeah, and I was pretty surprised giving up 7 to San Fran. Although the substation next to them, that all the injuries are going to have.
Seattle has not beaten San Francisco at Lumen Field in the last 5 games they've played them there.
San Fran's not going to be able to score.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that game at the end of the season was troubling to see just how suffocating they were.
Yeah. And they lost Kittle.
Yeah.
Sure. The New England and the Texans won. That is intriguing because that game against neither team looked great. I know the Texans, the score looked good. but neither offense looked like they knew what the hell they were doing in their first-round games.
Who is invited to the 105.3 The Fan cookout? Rick Carlisle tried recruiting players with selfies. And if you're RJ Choppy and afraid of dying alone, you need to listen to The Payload. Next on Shan and RJ.
Well, let's get you over to the greatness of Underdog.
Stars, Monday evening, January 19th, with The Fan and the Rangers at Hurtado's Dallas.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursdays at 6:40. It's time for another Payload edition here every single Thursday at this time. Guys, do you believe you're cool enough to be invited to the cookout? We all know the saying, oh, they're cool enough to be invited to the cookout. They're invited here, that they fit in with our group, so they're invited to the cookout. Do you believe you should be invited to the cookout?
Billy Hayes. Do you believe?
Yeah.
You need to really give the clear definition of what this means for people who don't know what it means.
Well, I hope people know it.
I think you should do it over Peyton.
I will go ahead and do it because he's being very vague about anybody who doesn't know what this phrase means. It is a phrase commonly used in the black community of like, do they fit with our culture? Could they come hang out, or are they going to be a drag on the party? Like,
it's the card.
It's more just like a generally said in the black community is like all right, you're valid. You can hang with us. You're cool. And so that's what that phrase means.
I knew if I said it, Bobby, I'd get in trouble. You guys would flip out.
Well,
so
you would come up with 7 different ways to describe people. So,
well, our night show here on The Fan, 7 to 11, Monday through Friday. The Fan After Dark with Fred Davis, Blake Elliott. They were trying to start fights, basically, as they went through each employee here at the station and was wondering if they would be invited to the cookout or not. They mentioned us a couple nights ago and debated if we were invited, and this is what they had to say about us.
Invited to the cookout here at the station.
I mean, is that kind of tired?
Yeah,
the whole invited to the cookout?
No, for sure. But the meaning's still the same. I could see Choppy would get invited. See, I don't know with Bobby. Not because he wouldn't be.
Oh, no, Bobby's getting invited.
No,
he might get kicked out.
No, that's my point. That's my point.
Bobby get kicked out.
Bobby could talk himself into a situation.
Invited, but he's either going to get kicked, punched, or kicked out. One of the two.
This will be funny. And then
because Bobby will say one too many jokes. Mm-hmm. Someone said Bobby's getting invited until he gets drunk. Probably right.
Oh, he's going to say something crazy.
He will.
He's going to offend somebody.
I think we can all agree.
He's going to offend somebody.
What do we? No, I think the elephant in the room is Sean Sharif and anybody on K&C.
I can see Court Majors getting invited. So you guys, now when it comes to producers, I don't know.
What about Pay?
See, I don't know. I don't know.
What do you even want to be there?
Yeah. Stay home. I think Lawrence and Allen might invite him to his cookout.
Yes.
Man, shots fired. Do I want to even be there?
I think it's a valid
I think
question.
Fred's still upset about the whole creep comment. He's taking that and run. When Bobby blew that up, when I called Fred a creep because of his possible search history on the hub.
I don't know why that was. I didn't blow it up. It literally is what you said. So
well, he wouldn't have heard it, I guess, if you didn't bring it up in crosstalk and in the first 9 segments of K&C.
This is a direct indictment of our shows being so far away from each other, for them not to have a better knowledge and understanding of all the individuals. I probably have more black friends than Blake does. So you know what I'm saying? I may have more street cred than Blake does. But being thrown into the K&C mix.
Oh, yeah.
Just something about the night shows. I've always had some type of unexplained beef and issues with these night shows, except for Wolchuk and Eric. So
no.
I don't know what it is. I invited them to my house. It's going to be awkward for the next company party when they're not there.
Maybe that's what they meant. Maybe you're going to throw the cookout. So
I am the cookout.
Yeah, exactly.
I am the cookout.
You are the cookout.
Fred and Blake. But next time Fred's in here, we'll go over it.
I'm sure. Hey, I didn't say anything. I more was talking about Peyton.
It's probably my friendship with Reetma that has me blackballed from Fred.
Yep, I can see that.
That's probably his explanation. Blake, I'm always getting these comments that Blake is making here and there, maybe over. Blake would probably miss the cookout for being late. So I don't even know what time it would be scheduled. So that's my response to that.
Blake said the elephant in the room would be Sean Sharif, and then I listened to the whole segment. They didn't go back to why you're the elephant in the room or anything.
I think he was saying it was the elephant in the room because it's just the three nobody had addressed yet. It was like they hadn't said it yet. They had talked about everything else. So I think he was saying, when I listened to the whole segment, because that's a longer clip where he talks about all the other shows. I think he was saying because they had now
I knew and liked Blake's mom way before Blake was even a thought around here.
Yeah.
Me and Kim were there from the jump.
Maybe that's it. Maybe he doesn't like the energy you thrown over there. Maybe he's like, oh my gosh.
Now look at our DMs. He would like the energy.
No.
So Tolos texts in 877-881-1053. Which fan employee would or wouldn't be invited to your cookout?
Now, what I want to know about that, because we didn't play it in the clip, but Fred had said at one point, he's like, well, yeah, I'm guessing everybody on GBAG is invited. And Blake went, I don't know about everybody. And they didn't say who, but there was one person he had invited, and they were all cackling about it. And I was like, who was he talking about?
It's not Broadus, because I heard the clip.
They said Broadus.
They said Broadus would be there.
They got to be talking about Eric, I would guess.
Do they not like Eric?
No, it's just politically.
They're trying to refer to political affiliations and alignments. I think that's why they were questioning maybe Kevin. I don't know.
I don't know.
But
Maybe
you're
we'll ask
definitely
him about
invited.
it. Huh?
But you're definitely invited.
I don't know.
All right, it is the payload every single Thursday at this time, guys.
I made it.
Are you big fans?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, see, here's the thing. I'm a perfect invite because if it's east of DFW Airport, I'm not going. Unless it's Sean's once a year. He gets one. We get one.
Yeah.
We get one. We get one a year.
Well, then, and who's bringing side dishes or whatever to the cookout? that factors in too. If you show up empty-handed,
they're not referring to any of that.
I know.
They're not referring to the spread.
You can bring potatoes au gratin. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting potatoes au gratin at the cookout. Potatoes au gratin.
Those are great.
Showing up
great.
there.
I could eat those all day.
Guys, are you big fans of the
Sounds
selfie?
about white.
That's right.
Are you big fans of the selfie and send them to friends or even your wife?
No.
There's got to be a better word for guys to use selfie, because selfie just...
This is something you would do since you FaceTime all your friends. I could see.
No, that's FaceTime. I'm not sending them selfies, though.
It's literally a selfie of you talking.
The only time...
It's a video.
True. The only time I'm sending a selfie to my wife is if I'm trying to get the angle right.
Yeah.
Which then doesn't turn into a selfie. Former Mavericks head coach Rick Carlisle had quite a unique way to attempt to recruit Boogie Cousins to the Mavericks. Cousins was on the Run It Back show with Michelle Beadle and Lou Williams, and he explains the weird strategy from Rick here.
It was a period in time where Carlisle was really trying to push to get me to the Mavericks and, to speak on those quirky ways, Rick Carlisle would send me weird selfies and stuff and just say, I'm thinking about you and I really want to, coach you and things of that nature. So it was a little weird. I don't know Carlisle.
No. We don't just go through that one. Go ahead, Lou.
Rewind that. What happened now?
Hey, man, hear what I'm saying. I don't know Carlisle that well. But
what kind of selfies? What was the background? What was the vibe? What's going on?
It was basically, I don't know what his vibe was.
Because I be sending people selfies. There's a message.
Hey, like I said, I'm speaking on what Lou said when it came to
I ain't never sent my kids a selfie. Anybody got a selfie out of me, I like them.
I didn't know Rick was like that. The selfie.
Okay, so here's what I'm guessing happened. This is like, hey, out at dinner with the front office, we'd love for you to be a Mav, or I bet it's something like that. But I'm going to side with Rick regardless of whatever it was, because Rick is, for all of his jerk tendencies, is one of the best coaches in the NBA, consistently maximizes everybody's ability. Boogie is one of the biggest wastes of talent over the last 20 years. And also, he's on a show with big wastes of talent. He was being interviewed there by Chandler Parsons and Michelle Beadle. So
be careful talking about Michelle publicly. She'll come at you.
Yes, she will.
I was really hoping that Twitter would have the Grok AI memes up for what Rick Carlisle selfies would look like. I'm very disappointed. I just went and did a search. But
it's got to be like the low angle, kind of off centered. It's he kind of looking
Smith.
at he's not smiling, he's just staring at the camera. It's got to be something like that.
Can you imagine those two on the same team? That sounds like an absolute disaster that neither would want. Carlisle, a nightmare for him would be Boogie Cousins, and vice versa.
yeah, I would think he would. I'm guessing Rick would probably think I'll break him. Like I'll give him like he probably thought it worked with several players. Rondo obviously being one of them who it didn't.
Yeah.
Guys, are you afraid of dying alone?
Yes.
Last story here. You are, RJ.
Biggest fear.
The number one paid app in China right now, and it's available in the U.S. App Store as well. It's called Are You Dead? Very simple. Are You Dead?
What a great name.
What a great name. People who live alone and fear no one will know if something bad happens to them at the moment have to check into this app once within a 48-hour period, or else the app will call your emergency contact to tell them you might be in trouble and you need to check on this person. And the app is very simple. You open up the app and tap a button labeled I'm Not Dead right in the center of the screen. That's all you got to do. And then you're good to go for the rest of the day. So are we getting this app if you're living alone, or is this? And this app, I think it costs like $140 for people to make it, and it's worth six figures already.
Oh, okay. To make it, I thought you meant to sign up. You had to pay $140.
It's a dollar on the App Store. It's a dollar on the App Store.
This is something I would get my mom, my aunt's direction. They need
we
this.
make my dad wear a life alert.
You should do that. Yeah. Because this is if you're older and you live alone, I think it's a big fear. I know it's a fear of mine to die alone with my kids not talking to me, or my parents being dead. That's a fear, right?
Who are they alerting? They don't have any siblings there.
What do you mean?
I'm saying in China they don't have siblings, so who are they alerting?
Right, they don't.
I don't understand who they're telling.
That's
is this
a fair point.
I guess this
what
is
do you
just
mean they don't have
friends?
siblings?
The one child
They
rule.
got the one child rule in China.
It would be to the parents, because when your child is older.
If you're that old, how old are your parents still alive?
Yeah, there's a rule, and it's a great. You want to go down a rabbit hole? Go down the China population theory rabbit hole. That the population of China is not close to what they claim it is. It's like 400 million, not 1.5, because of the one child rule.
So how often do I have to respond to this and let them know I'm still living?
Every 48 hours.
Every 48 hours.
So you just have to open the app, click it, because if you don't, and it's not for older people, it's for people like in their 20s that are moving away, that are living alone. That's what it's for. So like your parents would still be alive for the most part, but they would just get an alert saying, "Hey, your son, daughter checked in. They're good to go."
If you, it's son in China. If you could,
right.
If you
Or
could,
daughter.
if you could operate an app, why not just text them every 48 hours and save your $1?
Exactly. You would think the parent could just text or call them or whatever. That's my biggest question.
maybe Verizon went down for them as well. Did that screw anyone yesterday?
I was on
this morning.
I was on SOS for a good 3 hours yesterday. Now I was connected to the Wi-Fi, so I was fine. But yeah,
I tried to call Peyton this morning. I needed a clip and I couldn't get. And I was like, "Call me." It's not going through, and it's because he has Verizon. So.
And did it affect T-Mobile as well?
So I got some note from T-Mobile last night about some T-Mobile texted me. It was like, "Hey, there's an outage and we're working on it. It may be affecting you." But I think they were talking about it was Verizon's outage that may be affecting your calls to people. So don't blow us up.
One of the phone companies did a nice troll of Verizon, and they're like, our network is keeping our customers connected, and we've confirmed that our network is operating normally and as expected. Right after Verizon tweeted the outage is being worked on.
Yeah, Peyton called me this morning. He's like, "Hey, my phone work? Does it work?"
Yeah, because I was worried it was my phone and not Bobby's phone, but now I think it's Bobby's phone.
I didn't even get the phone call to the cookout. I got left out of it.
Let's see if I can call y'all.
Just like the night show. 877-881-1053. It's the Payload every Thursday at this time here.
Rip to your radio.
On Shan and RJ.
Hey, Bobby, you're calling me. It's working.
Okay, cool. That works there.
There you go. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Is Matt LaFleur, Bobby's calling me as well.
That works.
There it is.
Screw you, Peyton.
Matt LaFleur could get traded. The Jets get laughed at again. And who are you believing more? Johnny Manziel or Tony Romo? Next on Shan and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But you got to believe me when I'm talking about GimmeTheVin.com. They want to buy your car, whether it is your daily driver, the pickup truck, the SUV, the minivan, the supercar, or the exotic. You don't have to deal with dealerships and sketchy car people on the internet marketplace anymore. You get a true buy offer for your car. GimmeTheVin.com. Put your vehicle right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell it for more. It's as simple as going to GimmeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate. You'll get an offer on that car in minutes that is well above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they will come to you. It's easy and it's fast. You can look at all the different reviews. You make the deal, free pickup or drop off, get paid, and you're done. Trust earned from every car sold at GimmeTheVin.com. It's easy and it's fast. Tell them Sean from the Fans sent you to GimmeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car.
station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Crap! John Harbaugh is coming to the NFC East to take over the New York Giants. That news developing late last night. Another opportunity missed for the Dallas Cowboys to take advantage of the crappy NFC East for years. Washington being down, Philly being susceptible, and now you just hope that the New York Giants do not have a stabilizer to go along with their young core of players. Shan RJ Choppy and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Of all the different names out there, was Harbaugh the one that you were fearing the most to take over the Giants job from a Cowboy fan perspective?
Yeah, probably.
Who else would it be?
Stefanski. I didn't love the idea of Stefanski being there because I don't think Kevin Stefanski's a bad coach. I think Cleveland is awful. But yeah, no, Harbaugh's up there. I mean, there's a part of me that wonders if they're okay with walking away. Like, there is a part of me that always wonders in those sort of situations, like, okay, are you looking at a Pete Carroll situation? Like, do they feel like, this has passed you by and other people just don't understand it yet, and then you're going to get in there and it doesn't work? And you get used to things a certain way for 20 years, and when you have to go somewhere else and it's not completely the same, does it throw you off enough to where you struggle? That is a factor that could exist for them. But yeah, he's a great coach, and it's concerning. Tomlin would have been concerning, I guess, if Tomlin wanted to go there, but that was never tied to that one.
Speaking of Pittsburgh, they have put in their first request.
And it is the most Pittsburgh request of all time. Nate Scheelhaus, old Illinois quarterback from 15 years ago. This is definitely the top one. He has coached for 2 years in the NFL. That's it. Not really a high profile. Nobody knows who he is hardly in the coaching circles. He coaches for the Rams. He's one of these guys who was at Iowa. I think he was at Iowa State for.
He got dusted by McVay.
He did, yes.
He got chop dusted.
You get crop dusted by Sean McVay.
He got. He was at Iowa State for several years. Joined McVay's staff last year as an assistant. Was passing game coordinator this year, not calling plays, obviously. And he's their first interview. 35 years old, barely been around the NFL. Somewhat anonymous, feels just like Chuck Noll, 37 when he got the job. Bill Cowher, 35 when he got the job. Mike Tomlin, 37. And they were all coordinators for like a couple of years. I think Tomlin had been a coordinator for 1 year. Cowher had been a coordinator for 2. And
Cowher's like a linebackers coach forever.
Noll had been like a defensive coordinator, I think, for like 4 years. But it was, I mean, they generally have gone with relatively inexperienced young coaches.
I'm gonna surname profile. You can't
surname.
You can't hire somebody as your head coach. Last name Scheelhaus. That's too long. It's not a Cowher. That's a football name. Tomlin. That's a football name.
The only thing that's not Pittsburghy about this is being an offensive guy.
Yeah.
Versus defensive.
Yeah. So that is the thing, because those are all obviously defensive coordinators going back decades. But I mean, it's in terms of everything else of like, yeah, that guy, you would hope he'd be here for 20 years. That would seem to kind of check the box a little bit.
Did the owner there basically spell the end of Aaron Rodgers without Tomlin?
It seems like it. Art Rooney II was asked about like, well, okay, well, what about the future Aaron Rodgers? What's going on there? And Rooney said, Aaron came here to play for Mike, so I think it will most likely affect his decision. And so Rooney seemed yesterday very pessimistic that Aaron Rodgers wanted to play. It sounded like if he wanted to come back, they'd be happy to have him there. But he did not sound like he thought that Aaron Rodgers was going to want to play now that Mike Tomlin steps out. So Mike Tomlin may have made the decision for him.
Will they interview your boy?
Pittsburgh or who? Interview who?
Big Mike. Will they interview him? Because he doesn't fit the mold.
I could see them interviewing him. Yeah, I guess. He
doesn't fit.
He's too old.
He's too old. No, he's too old.
He's too old too. But yeah, he doesn't fit either. But no, I think that when he's 60. What's Mike? 64 now?
Something like that. 3.
Yeah, I don't think they want to do this again in 3 years or however long it's going to be.
Nick.
But yeah, when McCarthy was hired by Green Bay years ago, that's a very Pittsburgh-like hire. Like if McCarthy would have been available, or if Pittsburgh was making the hire when Green Bay was, that very well may have made sense for them. Of like, yeah, that's the direction we want to go here.
Why hasn't Matt LaFleur gotten the deal done yet, and when is that coming?
So over at Pro Football Talk, they were talking about this. Flory was mentioning the fact that like these extension talks are really dragging on. It sounds like the Packers are going to move forward with him and that he'll be back. They haven't made a move yet, but the extension talk has dragged on a little bit. And so Florio brought up the question. He's like, what if you traded Matt LaFleur? What if you got all these openings? It's been considered somewhat of a weak group of coaching candidates until Harbaugh hit the market, but considered generally a weak group of candidates. What if somebody were to trade for Matt LaFleur? And so it got me thinking about it, and I was wondering, A, would anybody trade for Matt LaFleur?
Right.
And B, we always ask this like every couple of years, I feel like, are there any coaches out there right now that you would trade for if you were a team? Is there a single coach that they said, hey, they're all made available?
You'd have to trade for Tomlin if you're going to trade for one.
Right. Sean brought that up yesterday. You have to trade for Tomlin if you want to sign him.
Give me the round pick. I would probably
a second.
What did Sean Payton get? Was it a fourth?
No, I think Sean Payton got more than that. Let me look.
I would trade a second for. I'm not saying if I'm the Cowboys right now. I would trade a second round pick for Kyle Shanahan. I would probably trade a second round pick for Sean McVay.
It was a first and a second, and Denver received Sean Payton and a third.
I might think about trading one for my guy in Minnesota.
Ooh, O'Connell, yeah.
So I'm trading it. But I'm definitely trading a second for Shanahan and McVay.
So
what if it's a first? Would you go Shanahan and McVay for a first?
I don't know.
You're the Cowboys. You're the Cowboys right now. You got 2 firsts this year.
No. I'm too desperate. I need too much help.
So based off what you said, those 3 guys, it has to be a position specific coach. You wouldn't trade for a Harbaugh, Tomlin, Dan Campbell.
I would if I thought
walk-around guy.
I would if I thought they were great enough. Like what Kyle Shanahan did with this team is amazing. The fact that the Rams have been in play these past couple of years is a testament to Sean McVay. But look, I don't like Kyle Shanahan's personality. Yeah, they haven't won the big one. This is a super freaking impressive. The Dallas Cowboys would crumble and disintegrate if they went through what the San Francisco 49ers have been going through injury-wise, and they were sitting there playing for the 1 seed, and they just took out the Eagles on the road. That's amazing. The Vrabel thing, I really wish I would not have changed my mind, and Sean Payton is going to bring this back up again today. I really wish I would not have kind of waffled on my Mike Vrabel love. I would probably trade a third for Vrabel, but when he was being a jackass to the media and the way he was talking and dealing with stuff behind the scenes, I was like, this guy. But, incredible job by Vrabel, who I've always liked.
Let's say it's exactly what the Payton deal was. I'm just going to name coaches. You tell me if you make the Payton deal, which would be you get the coach and a third. You're giving up a first and a second.
If Sean Payton was also 10 years younger, I'm trading for him.
Mike McDonald in Seattle.
What was your stipulation? I'm sorry?
It's the same thing that Payton went for, which is you get the coach and a third round pick. You're giving up a first and a second.
Okay.
So Mike McDonald.
No.
Probably not right now.
Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
Sean McVay.
Yes.
Ben Johnson.
Got a first and a second.
And I'm doing this if I'm the Cowboys?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Let's say you have all your draft picks. First 1 through 7.
Yeah, I'm not. First and a second is too much.
Dan Campbell.
No. I don't think I'm doing it for anyone.
Yeah, the first and second.
I wouldn't do first and second. I might trade a first-round pick for DeMeco Ryans. I think he's really, really good, and he'll be around for a long time.
Look, the teams that would intrigue, if I'm Tennessee, I'd think about trading for Matt LaFleur. Now, if I'm Cleveland and I don't have the quarterback, sorry, Mel Kiper. If I'm Arizona and I don't have my quarterback, if I'm Vegas and I don't have him now, unless you find out that Matt LaFleur loves Fernando, but if I'm like the Giants, maybe I would have thought about that before Harbaugh. You get LaFleur to develop Cam Ward like he did Jordan Love.
What about Cohen if you're the Titans? Liam Cohen, who got a lot of credit for boosting Baker Mayfield. They thought he got Trevor Lawrence to play better. He had worked with Stafford.
What about him?
Would you do Cohen for, in that same situation? You said you would do it for LaFleur if you're the Titans. Would Cohen fit that bill too?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Early on him, but there it is. Mike Flory with the speculation about Matt LaFleur. The New York Jets will not be getting their quarterback.
No, they will not. They might get him next year, because they're going to stink next year, too. Joke's on you, Dante Moore. Dante Moore Was the Oregon
Jokes
quarterback.
on him or
jokes
Raiola?
on him. No, jokes on Dante Moore, because Dante Moore, there's no doubt about it in my mind that he is returning to Oregon to avoid playing for the Jets. The joke's on you. Jets are going to have the first, second, or third pick next year too. So you'll be available for them, and and you got no more options to go back to school.
But it's going to be a better quarterback crop.
Yeah.
So you fall to like 10, and you get a team that's not nearly as bad.
Maybe, but the Jets should take offense to this because Dante Moore is returning to Oregon. They should sue Todd McShay because Todd McShay put this in everybody's mind. Now they won't win, but they should still do it to get it on the record.
Put what in the mind?
He said, "I would never. I was a quarterback, and the Jets had the pick. I would never leave. I would stay back at school if I could. Basically, nobody wants to play for them. Nobody should. But then again, I think great quarterbacks should thrive anywhere, regardless if you're that good. But he is returning to Oregon in an era where, as Bobby mentioned yesterday, like Ty Simpson not going to Miami for $6.5 million, he wants to start his clock. He wants to start his NFL clock to get to free agency. Travis Hunter was the second pick last year. I think he got $46.5 million guaranteed. So he's walking away from all this guaranteed money over the next 5 years and his clock to start a year early to return to Oregon. And after Oregon had just signed Dylan Raiola.
Now, Raiola's probably going to sit.
Or transfer out now.
I don't
Probably
think he would.
going to sit at Oregon?
Yeah.
Why would you go there and sit?
Oregon is so he didn't get his number one option anyway. He wanted to go to Tech. That's what Raiola wanted. Tech wasn't interested in him.
Patrick Mahomes.
No, honestly, that's what it is. Yeah. Money and Mahomes. The Tech made a lot of sense, and they needed a quarterback. Oregon, he'll probably, the likeliest scenario right now that everybody seems to be talking about is that he will sit for a year. And he could use it, honestly. Raiola does not need to just keep,
How old is he? What year?
He's a junior.
He's a junior, yeah. So he'll have a year to sit, and then he'll play.
That makes no sense.
He could redshirt, right? I think.
I don't know.
I thought On 3 said he was going back into the transfer portal.
I mean, that would make the most sense if you're Raiola. Like, you want to play.
If you want to play immediately, yeah. But, I mean, if you're committed to being at Oregon and developing with Lanning.
Well, and look, I mean, who was in Ty Simpson? You had $14.5 million being offered at Simpson from Ole Miss, Tennessee, and Miami. Each, if you add up the three, you have places you could go that have been shut out in the portal at the quarterback position that need to fill that role.
The Minnesota Vikings have a conundrum with Jordan Addison, who was a problem last year. He was arrested early Monday morning, RJ, and charged with misdemeanor trespassing in Tampa. Was he trying to break into a casino? He was hanging out at a casino when he wasn't supposed to or wouldn't leave a hotel bar. These are all the different accusations. The Vikings are getting set to hold their end-of-year presser, and this news comes out right before. And they're like, we're going to gather more information, but Jordan is unique because 99% of the days that Jordan Addison is a Viking, he's a joy to be around. He was arrested at 3:46 in the morning at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, charged with trespass in an occupied structure. First-degree misdemeanor. He also, in July of 23, cited for driving 140 on a Minnesota freeway, paid a fine there, and then almost exactly 1 year later, arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence. And the Vikings are like, yeah, we got to take all this into account before we give him any type of extension or let Jalen Naylor leave, who Bobby previewed when the Cowboys took on Minnesota.
That's a strange situation. Like, casinos are generally 24 hours. So, like, you can't try to – how are you breaking into a casino? The doors are always open.
I don't know whether he didn't leave a bar. Yeah. Did he have issues coming out?
Nothing like this, no. Like, I think some people thought, like, all right, he's got to mature a little bit, but there was no legal stuff like this. This is his court date for the last offense was in the middle of July. So that's his problem. He usually gets his arrests out in the middle of July, like he did in 23 and 24. It was just a little delayed. But, man, they've had a better – Randy Moss, Stephon Diggs, Jordan Addison. They love their problem child receivers there in Minnesota.
Yeah, a lot of other things happen in Minnesota, too. Jordan Addison repeatedly refused to leave restaurant before arrest, according to the New York post. So refuse to leave a casino restaurant multiple times. So there you go. Around the National Football League here on Shan and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. Let's complete Bobby's research project from yesterday. Yesterday, he tried to figure out what positions to get and when to get them to win now for the Cowboys. We have the positions. Now let's attach the names. Commercial free in the Expressway after this.
Shan and RJ here with the greatness of Own Well. If you have not protested your property taxes ever, you're not alone. Plenty have done that. Plenty have not done that. Come to our side. 2025, both of us protested our property taxes, got the value assessed on our home to drop by the tens of thousands. 70,000 for me. I saved over $975 in actual cash that I did not have to pay the county. That's a Christmas worth of savings right there by protesting your taxes with Ownwell.
Have you been to a property tax hearing, hired expensive lawyers? Hearings are a grind, long waits, confusing rules, and inconsistent appraisers. Ownwell experts will handle everything, saving you time and money. Cannot recommend them enough. Stop overpaying on property taxes and get your free savings estimate right now at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com to see how much you can save in 3 minutes or less. Ownwell.com. OWNWELL.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, and all year we've been asking customers what the it means, and Huffines has it. And right now, it is the most attractive deals of the year on all of the special vehicles you have.
Barbecue in North Texas and meet some Rangers Monday evening, January 19th with The Fan and the Rangers at Hurtado's Dallas.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are commercial-free to the end of the hour. Choppy's NFL overreactions or not at 8 o'clock. The Neighborhood Watch at 7:40, where we get local. But let's complete part 2 of Bobby's Dallas Cowboys project right here as we go inside the Star.
So we had taken a look at yesterday. The Cowboys need 7 minimum. The most conservative estimates, depending on who they keep, is that they need 7 starting caliber players. Now, some of that includes their own unrestricted free agents. So if you re-sign Jadeveon Clowney, okay, well, now you need 6. So it doesn't necessarily mean, assume they keep everyone and you need 7. But at least 7 starting caliber free agents. And one of the things that we had looked at was how quickly safeties as rookies can contribute at the NFL level. So obviously a lot of people are very excited about Caleb Downs at Ohio State, the safety, and what he's able to do. The way you heard Schottenheimer talk about Derwin James when the Chargers came to town and what Derwin James can do, I think if they got Caleb Downs, they would want him to be that. Like, all right, be a nickel, play run support, be able to go back and cover deep, play linebacker if we need you to. And Caleb Downs is capable of doing all that. He's really, really, really good. So are we no longer afraid positional value-wise? What have we changed our minds on the most in the first round? Because in no particular order, you got laughed at if you drafted running back, you got laughed at if you drafted linebacker, and the same went for safety as well. I think safety has shown pretty consistently those hit. Like, everybody let Kyle Hamilton slide. People let Minkah Fitzpatrick slide. Marlon Humphrey.
Xavier McKinney now is playing well.
Brian Burns was considered positionless a little bit. Like, well, he could play corner, he could play safety, he could kind of do some different things for you. So I don't know if he was thought of as like a pure safety, but he slid in the draft a little. And Brian Branch, not Brian Burns. Brian Branch has become like a really good player doing both of those things for you. So I think safety people have chilled on. You still don't take linebackers or running backs generally in the top 10. Not because of, if they're really special and unique, sure. Bijan Robinson, I don't think anybody's mad that Atlanta took him at 8 at this point. Like, everybody's like, yeah, that makes sense. He's a good player.
Jameer.
But, yeah, Jameer Gibbs, another one who I think he went 12. That, like, you get in that range.
Genty
and
now.
You got to be.
Like, the Raiders are looking foolish now on Genty because now you can turn it around in a year in some instances, but now you have, the wrong type of longevity position for a rebuild.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at that, Genty's a good example of, like, if you don't have the other things around, he can't just create. Now, there were some people who thought him coming out of Boise, they were so poor at blocking that, well, look, he showed he could do it there at that level. So if you give him any semblance of blocking, then he'll be able to be good because he's just that talented. And it didn't work out the first year, but, there's still time for him to turn that around. But one of the things we had looked at was that it might be better to address edge rusher in free agency or a trade. That might be a better angle because generally edge rushers, when they're signed away as free agents, hit at an over 50% rate. It's not a bad hit rate in terms of success and getting that. One of the things I found, though, was that the sweet spot, it seems like, for guys is when you are in your early 30s, so like 30 to 32, when you're in that area and you've had an established career as a pass rusher. Once you hit that stage, you start alternating years where you're healthy and then you're not, or you have production and then you don't. It's the intermittence before you hit decline. So I think one of the things that might make sense from a value standpoint, go look at who might be coming off of a down year in their early 30s that's been a productive edge rusher before and try to sign them to a 1-year value deal. and see if it pops. Dante Fowler just hit this. Dante Fowler had a really productive year, and then he came here to Dallas, and it was down. Dante Fowler may pop again next year, but if you look at DeMarcus Lawrence, J.J. Watt, who else is it? Zadarius Smith, Matt Judon, all these guys, when they hit their 30s, they start every other year. So there's 3 names that I think stand out in the edge rusher group, and I think we're all familiar with all of them here. The first one is Hassan Reddick. Hassan Reddick has been historically in the last couple of years a pain in the ass as well, is the problem. But that's a guy who consistently been a good edge rusher, been a productive guy getting to the quarterback. The last 2 years, I think he's had 4 and 2 sacks, and that's it. But he's 31 years old. If you look at him and go, 1-year deal, let me go $7-8 million with some incentives in there or something like that, that might be somebody that you could tap into and get that sort of production. The other one, and this one I think would have to be trade. I don't believe he's a free agent this year. Bradley Chubb, who was on the block last year. Chubb, again, early 30s. We're getting there. He's like 29, 30. Has started to have some on and off alternating years. Has started to deal with some injuries. But coming off of a down year, do you tap into something there? And then the other one, which would be really interesting to see them go this direction, Andrew Van Ginkel. Van Ginkel had 11.5 sacks for the Vikings last year.
And he's always around the ball, too.
Ridiculous cover guy, too, at linebacker. Like, as somebody who can play the edge but can cover like a son of a gun. Who coached him his last 2 years in college? Any guesses?
Where'd he go?
What was the college? I don't know.
Oh,
yes.
Jim Leonard.
Jim Leonard was his coach. And so you've got, if you've already looked at, because I was looking at these edge rushers, that was one of the 3 that hit. I was not looking for Van Ginkel. I was just trying to see who's similar in this regard. If that's already what Van Ginkel does, that's already kind of the trend that you see with edge rushers. And if you do bring Jim Leonard in here, that would seem to make sense to me to say, yeah, go get Van Ginkel. Like, just add him and bank on that happening.
He seems like he's tailor-made for the NFC North, though.
Some of the other edge rushers that you can look at that are available, and then we'll go through the other positions really quickly. Just your options in terms of free agency, maybe some trades, some draft.
You missed Trey Hendrickson, my guy.
Well, no, I've got Trey Hendrickson on the next list. Okay. This is the broader list. Jalen Phillips is a free agent out of Philadelphia. He had a really productive end of the season with the Eagles. Maybe they don't let him go, but Dallas was interested in him at the trade deadline before he went to Philadelphia. So very injury prone, already medically retired at UCLA in college, and then came back out and went to Miami. And so
medically retired.
He was like the number 1 recruit in the country. He had a ton of like injury issues at UCLA, retired, and then came back to football and ended up going to Miami. Odafe Owe, who got traded to the Chargers and blew up in the second half of the year once he got away from the Ravens. Only problem there, of course, is his agent is David Mulugeta, and so you'd have to deal with that. Boye Mafe in Seattle is somebody the Cowboys liked as a draft prospect a couple years ago. He's a little bit questionable as a run defender. Trey Hendrickson, who, even if you feel comfortable with what he is, he's going to be expensive. That's going to be a lot of money. Joey Bosa, who had a decent year in Buffalo and has stayed healthy 2 years in a row now, but he is aging, he is injury prone. He's 30, 31, something like that. And then Kwity Paye is another one. The trade one that I think would be interesting is Josh Sweat from Arizona.
Keith's brother.
Yeah, Keith's brother. Josh had 12.5 sacks last year for the Cardinals, had a really productive close to his time with the Eagles, but he went to Arizona in part because he was going to be able to rush for Jonathan Gannon again. And
and he rode the bus there.
He did, yes.
He did.
He had to ride the bus.
Got to ride the bus. He had the fire in his gut.
Who rode it?
He had all that. But he's somebody who I wonder if, now that Gannon's out, if they change things up, do they view him as like being the perfect fit? Because Josh Sweat has not always been productive for everybody else. So if you end up hiring Jonathan Gannon, do you just pick up the phone and call the Cardinals and say, hey, what would you give up for Josh Sweat? Are you guys still attached to him? I also think you can
better be a 4th or later.
There is that. Or something next year. Draft,
trade down, baby. Trade down.
Draft is tough because there's some really good edge rushers. They might all get snatched up before you pick at 12 because they're really good. David Bailey at Texas Tech is ridiculous.
Let's talk about the strength of the first round, or no, the draft overall. I haven't heard. We haven't done that yet. This draft, is strong where? And I know Brian Broaddus is listening right now, so BB, feel free to chime in on the text as well.
Yeah, no, I think edge rusher is where it really stands out in terms of like just being like, if you want really strong quality players, you want edge rusher. I'm trying to see right now how many. So depending on if you call Arvell Reese at Ohio State, who's a freak, do you call him an edge rusher or a linebacker? I think there's going to be a lot of split opinion on that.
Because a lot of this can be determined by this as well. How deep are you going on your board at the positions of need, and then how thin is it in free agency or vice versa? If you're loaded up at defensive end, which Bobby's saying they could be gone before you, then you would kind of flip this for the exercise and draft the edge, even though they may develop slower, versus sign them in free agency.
The really strong, like, top-tier edge rushers.
Well, by the way, would you never advise that for a board? Do you think they probably don't take that into account, how strong the free agent class is in this spot versus how we rank the board? You should just do what you think with the players.
They rank it, but I would guess, like, so they'll have already gone through free agency leading up to it. So at that point, they just may go. They wouldn't then change their board rankings. They just may go like, we've already addressed that, so we don't need that anymore. But I mean, then again, they also drafted CD when they had a bunch of receivers here. Yeah. So, but if you count Arvell Reese as an edge rusher from Ohio State, just as an example, Dane Brugler's last top 50 update, which he did in like October, I think, 10 of the top 50 were edge rushers. I mean, that's a ton. 20% of the draft is one position, and it's edge.
Yeah.
There's some really talented guys now. And the problem is there's like a top 15 group that's really good, I think. And then behind that, there's guys more that I think like, okay, I might take him if I was in the back end of the first. So if you pick in 12 and 20, if those guys get snatched up ahead of you, then if you're taking some of the next drop down who might still be first round capable players, you still feel like you're reaching a little.
Yeah. Where else is it super strong besides edge?
I think there's some really good linebackers in this draft. I think linebacker, and so I mean they need linebackers. If they wanted to get a fourth round linebacker or something like that, they probably could. The only problem is just if you're talking about you need them now, are you going to be able to get that?
No first round linebacker.
No, there's a couple first round linebackers. So if Arvell Reese is a linebacker, that's one. Sonny Styles, who also plays with Arvell Reese.
Are you willing to take one there?
Yes. Yeah, I would take one probably at 20.
Sonny's massive, though, right? He's like 6'4", 6'5",
yeah, he's huge.
For a linebacker.
He's big. He's like Van Der Esch's size when he was coming out.
How is he that tall?
Yeah, Van Der Esch was like 6'5", 245, something like that. But C.J. Allen at Georgia, for instance, is really, really intriguing to me at linebacker if you can get him at 20. The problem at 12 and 20 is you're going to be early on some guys with your picks at some positions, or you're going to be there too late to get the top tier.
Let me ask you this about Styles and Reese and Downs, because you're all in the same defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chances are, like, are all three super, super elite, or is one kind of boosted by the other two being so good at what they do that they can, you know what I'm saying?
Maybe some of that you could. I think they're all three going to be really good. Maybe some of that you could exist when you're talking about in the same position group. So, like, Reese and Styles. Maybe you just go like, all right, does one of them, let me like take a closer look. Does one of them cover deficiencies of the other? Or is there anything that they do differently? Downs is, I think Downs is a great player.
Great.
And he makes some big time plays for them. But I don't know that he like covers deficiencies necessarily of Arvell Reese or anything like that. But as we take a look at the Cowboys offseason and how they can structure some things, the edge rushers that you're looking at, Ruben Bain at Miami, who's gotten a lot of chatter. He's probably going somewhere around, I would guess, 9, 10, 11. You're picking 12. You've got David Bailey at Texas Tech. He's a big one that people are really high on. Keldrick Falk at Auburn. He's a really high upside player that people in the NFL really like. The problem is that there is no production there. None. I mean, he was fourth on Dane's board in November. He had 2 sacks this year, I think. But the problem is that he doesn't get asked to do it. He's asked to like 2 gap, or he's not asked to just purely rush. So you're kind of projecting out a little bit and going, well, can he do this? Now, that can work out great for you sometimes. Other times it can't. It worked out great with Danielle Hunter, for instance. Danielle Hunter had, I think, 3 sacks his entire career at LSU or something. But he went in the second round because of the traits and what you thought you could project there.
Micah.
Yeah, but I think
traded Mike in a rush.
Edge rusher, I think so you're not reaching on stuff. It would make sense to go ahead and just address it through free agency, because I think you're probably going to miss out on the guys being value for you where they're going to fall. So that's edge rusher. Do you want to look at some of the other positions, or you want to save some?
Let's go ahead.
Okay, which position you want to go to next on defense?
Linebacker.
Okay, so linebacker we just mentioned, Arvell Reese. It's a top 5 player, probably not going to get him. Question about whether he's edge or not. Sonny Styles, his teammate, raw player, but really does some impressive stuff I've seen when he's in coverage. Really good athlete. He's a captain at Ohio State, really, really young. The target to me, though, is C.J. Allen at Georgia. That, to me, is the most complete, plug-and-play, ready NFL linebacker that exists in the draft. And they talk about him being super competitive, big-time leader, like all the culture stuff they like. If Tyler Booker was a linebacker, he'd be C.J. Allen. And so if you're telling me you might be crossing your fingers for Caleb Downs, the safety, to get to you at 12, you might be crossing your fingers for Allen to fall to you at 20. But if you got Downs and Allen, I don't know that there's a better combination of players to make your defense instantly better available in the draft than those two, because of just how instantly ready they are. Sonny Styles may be a better NFL linebacker at one point than C.J. Allen. But if you're talking about in 2026, C.J. Allen and Caleb Downs may be two of the most pro-ready, disruptive defensive players, period, in the draft, and they're at positions you really, really need. So that's kind of draft angle. If you were to look at some of the free agency options that they've got, it's a lot of, as this can be the case with linebackers sometimes, a lot of gambling on what are they. So Jacksonville's Devin Lloyd, good player. He's going to be really, really expensive. Quay Walker from the Packers, he's been a little up and down. So he's been a disappointment from where he was drafted in the first round, but he's had some moments where it's like, oh, there it is. It's dropping back down. So can you tap into something new with him? If you get a Jim Leonard or you get Christian Parker from the Eagles and you think you've got a real good motivator, maybe you're willing to gamble on him. Devin Bush had been kind of a bust in Pittsburgh. Late bloomer, has done great for the Browns the last 2 years. Teams are probably going to look at it and go, are you great, though? Or are you're in front of Myles Garrett and Malik Collins having a ridiculous year? Are those trenches just protecting you? So that's going to be a question. The guy I love, and I don't know what his value is going to be because he's sort of underrated, I think, and he's coming off a season-ending injury, is Leo Chenal from the Chiefs, who has been one of the stars of their defense. Played at Wisconsin with Jim Leonard. Wow. Jim Leonard helped get him to where he was. But that's a super athlete. That's somebody who can cover. He can come down. He can play the run. He can pass rush a little bit. Like I said, coming off that injury, I think there were questions about his medicals when he was coming out of school too. So you've got things that you're kind of concerned with there. The guy I would stay away from, and I already saw people on Twitter yesterday and the last 2 days. Nakobe Dean. I would not touch Nakobe Dean. Nakobe Dean is small. Nakobe Dean is slow. Nakobe Dean has
too many highways here too.
He's played okay. You would know after last night.
I worry about the number of that factor you asked me about with the Ohio State players. I worry about a defense that's as strong as Philly's is. And Fangio just being able to go, all right, well, I can find a fit for him. I can make him do this. I can limit him. I don't need him to do a whole bunch of stuff here. He fell in the draft in large part because people had questioned about his knees. He's small, and he ran like 4.8. So to me, that's a very particular fit that I would not want to mess with.
How old are you willing to go? Can I interest you in the nursing home of Bobby Wagner again and Demario Davis, 35 and 36?
I'll take Demario Davis at Radio Row.
Oh.
But not on the football field.
I need Eric Chiafalo to actually focus on his show.
And he's too fast on those replies.
I need some segments for Eric, please. Gavin Dawson, because Tim will send out, who do you want at Radio Row? And Chiafalo is on it. He's just staring at that computer screen.
I beat him to the punch.
You did?
Yeah, I didn't reply all, though.
No, don't do the reply.
I don't do the reply.
Demario Davis, Bobby Wagner, 35 and 36.
Both really, really good players. The question just is, and this is the only thing you never know with them, when does the decline start? It's coming.
Yeah.
You don't know when they've managed to avoid it at this point. All right, could they go 3 more years? I don't know.
PFF graded Bobby as the 7th best linebacker with a 79.3 grade, 92.4 pass rush grade, ranked as the 2nd best among linebackers as Dan Quinn used him to blitz. And then Demario was graded as one of the 10 best inside linebackers this season. His PFF defensive grade was an 80, and his run defense, 88.9. Are you freaking kidding me?
Demario Davis has maintained
very good.
all pro level play at linebacker well into his 30s every single year.
Like
and if you want an edge rusher name that's similar to that thing, because we avoided because he was so old, he will be 35 next year.
Don't say Von Miller.
No. Khalil Mack will be a free agent. Now, do you trust that he'll stay healthy and that his decline does not start on your watch is the question.
Well done, Bobby. Maybe we can do some cornerbacks tomorrow as the Research Cowboy Project continues. Choppies around the NFL, overreactions or not, at 8 o'clock. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Congratulations, RJ Choppy.
All right, let's hear it. I don't know what
on your move to Hood County. When are you going?
Didn't know I was moving there, but
you're moving.
Let's go.
You're moving. Hood County had recently passed. It was on January 13th. Hood County Commissioners Court voted, I believe unanimously, to rename a portion of Williamson Road to what is now Charlie Kirk Memorial Parkway, honoring the late founder of Turning Point USA. The proclamation highlights Kirk's unwavering commitment to American ideals, conservative activism, and faith-based leadership following his death in late 2025. Located south of Granbury, about 44 miles southwest of Fort Worth, the newly named roadway will be officially dedicated during a formal ceremony scheduled for February 21st. So you can now drive on Charlie Kirk Parkway starting in February.
And they're going to get Stephen A. Smith to present it.
Right.
Oh, my gosh.
So what road are they changing to this?
It's the road that they're switching is Williamson Road. It's a stretch of Williamson Road that they're now turning into Charlie Kirk Memorial Parkway. But this is something that the formal dedication, like I said, February 21st. And so once it starts there, you can go ahead and drive on Charlie Kirk Road.
Yeah, Stephen A. had a little mishap.
Yeah.
Here it is. Pepe's got it.
Saw Charlie Kirk catch 8 receptions for 144 yards.
Yeah.
We saw
Christian Kirk.
Christian Kirk.
Christian
I'm sorry. I apologize. Oh my God, Christian Kirk.
Oh my God. That's my favorite part of it is I've always thought this is the thing to me. I've always felt like within a state, and I understand it doesn't apply even here in Texas. They've done it with several roads on several different sides of the political aisle or several other different things. I've always felt like just if you're going to name the road after a politician or some other person, it's like they make them from here. Like they're from Texas.
Right, like LBJ.
Yeah.
George Bush.
Like, I understand all those. And that's two different sides of the aisle. I get that. But, like, if somebody were to name it...
I wonder also if you're, like, inviting graffiti and...
Sure.
Vandalism.
Not Hood County.
Oh, not Hood County. Okay.
No. But
they'll have a guard next to the road, next to the sign.
I've always felt like that's the one where it's like just reserved for like I would think name a road like in your state after one of your state legends or somebody that you felt like did something.
He's from Arizona, right?
No, Illinois, Chicago.
Illinois.
He came up through Chicago. But anyway, we also have a new note. We now know the punishment. It turns out you get 1 year of prison time for every 2.7 miles that you drive with a dead body in the front seat of your car. That's what the legal precedent was set as a drunk driver was sentenced to 15 years in prison for driving 40 miles with his victim's body sitting in the front seat. So this man's name was Nestor Flores, and this story was from 2 years ago. He was drunk driving. Somebody's trying to was trying to cross a street at night. 2023. He runs over this 45-year-old. They fly through his windshield and land in the front seat. And he drove another 40 miles out of town with it just sitting there with the and when you see the car, that passenger side of the car is destroyed, just absolutely eaten up. And just I don't know how you can, drunk or not, I don't know how you can drive knowing like, oh yeah, somebody's just right there. What's the big deal?
And he got 15 years?
Mm-hmm. 15-year prison sentence. It was handed down.
That seems light.
Seems very light.
Killed him.
He pleaded guilty to intoxicated manslaughter and collision involving death. The judge then sentenced him. It was not a jury. When a judge sentenced him to 15 years in prison for both charges, the maximum sentence he faced was 20 years. Investigators determined Flores hit 45-year-old Terry Ivory in a crosswalk on the westbound I-30 service road near Cockrell Hill Road in West Dallas. He was intoxicated at the time, didn't stop, even though the impact sent the victim through the windshield. Officers later discovered Flores' car car parked at a Jack in the Box in White Settlement, 40 miles away from the scene of the crash. Ivory's body still in the front row passenger. Record show Flores still had a blood alcohol level still below the legal limit the next morning. So the next morning, he's still registering alcohol.
God.
He had a significant amount. But yeah, 15 years. If it seems 20, light. It feels like it should be 20.
That seems very, very light.
Unless maybe the only thing I can think of is the pedestrian was in the wrong in terms of when they were crossing. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of, is that they ran out in front of the car versus being totally innocent and the car being 1,000% at fault.
So a lot of people were kind of worked up by it only being 15 years.
Yeah.
And so some of the feedback yesterday, Dallas County DA and then the White Settlement Police Department all spoke on it. The Dallas County DA said, this case is a stark reminder of the devastation caused by impaired driving. Victim lost his life and family was forever changed. The sentence reflects the seriousness of the defendant's actions and holds him accountable for the harm he caused. White Settlement said, while the punishment range for a second-degree felony is 2 to 20 years, investigators worked diligently on this case to hold the suspect accountable for his actions that claimed the life of an innocent pedestrian in Dallas County. So they're just trying to say, we're working within the limitations of what it is, and we're trying to max it out as best we can.
You also may have stopped. I'm not trusting this drunk to determine whether you're totally dead. His medical evaluation.
He very well could have been alive in the vehicle.
Maybe you could have gotten medical attention. Maybe the ambulance could have come. Maybe you could have dropped him off at a hospital. Maybe you robbed any chance of being saved. Now, I imagine dead on sight, but I don't know.
And he must serve at least 7.5 years. So in 7.5 years, he's eligible for parole.
Right, move on. This is making me angry.
Next story here. Silicon Valley no more. We got to start coming up with a nickname for the Metroplex, specifically Arlington, I guess. The DFW Arlington hub. DFW and Arlington, kind of as like a tag team region here, has jumped to #1 tech hub ranking. The DFW Arlington Metro earned the #1 tech hub ranking in the Site Selection magazine's second annual North American Tech Hubs Index. It overtook Washington, D.C. It is no longer Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley resides right here in DFW. It says Arlington is the home to innovative tech companies like Sportech Solutions, developing next-gen solutions in soccer match data and officiating technology. They've got the electric vehicle charging manufacturer Wallbox, Salcomp, which is an electronics manufacturing company. So they got all these different things there. We know there's tech jobs up in Frisco and different things like that. So what do we call this then, if that's
App
Silicon
Town.
Valley? It's what?
App Town.
App Town?
Is it Arlington Ag Town?
Oh, Ag Town?
Now you call it App Town.
Oh, I think
that's pretty good.
Is it called Ag Town?
Used to be.
I had no idea what it was called that.
When I was younger, people called it the Ag. They said, I'm going to the Ag.
I've never heard of this in my life.
And why was
you're not coming to the cookout?
Why was it the Ag?
I think it has something to do with hip hop.
Okay.
I think it has something to do with hip hop. I don't really remember why I should do. That's what it was.
Well, now you're not invited.
Yeah, whenever I hear tech, I get, I get quiet. I have no idea what it is, how it is.
We are the Silicon Prairie. That's what this fan text saying. So the Silicon Valley.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
I like that. All right, so over at WFAA, they report on a news story about RJ Choppy's mortal enemies here in Neighborhood Watch. It is the University of North Texas.
They're not my. Hey, listen, I pay Denton County taxes, baby. Okay,
Fred's enemies.
You guys have gotten pretty sideways. You and the old University of North Texas. Like Reetma's still getting texts from people over there about you tell Choppy to watch his mouth. But according to a press release, they're doing some good things. Even you wouldn't criticize this. Okay, RJ Choppy. The University of North Texas is now offering a new initiative to make higher education more accessible to families across Texas. Under the program North Texas Promise, UNT will cover tuition and mandatory fees for qualifying first-time freshmen for up to 4 years. According to the press release, the program will begin for the fall semester of 2026. The program is available to all Texas students whose family make less than $100,000 per year and meet the academic and other criteria. So they're really starting to expand free tuition for, I wouldn't even say under $100,000 is lower income, but below a certain threshold, you are now eligible for some free tuition starting in the fall from the University of North Texas. So how would you like to dump on that,
You thought this was something I would like? Free stuff?
You starting to look at or think about a college for Luka?
Yeah. No, well, see, it's all baseball with him right now. Like whether he goes, he's probably going to go JUCO, right? So now,
you think he can play JUCO?
That's where he's tracking. Like that's kind of where he's tracking. But He did say that he is doing that, which I had no idea. Maybe you knew this because this is you're the young one. You can do dual school in high school and get college credit.
Oh, yeah. That's something I did in high school. I think we were only allowed like 6 hours max, which is 2 classes. But yeah.
So he would get 12. He's starting for 12.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, 12? Like, I went in
That's
with
a semester.
0.
That's a semester.
That's a semester.
Yeah. Basically.
What? So it'd be a semester that I would have to pay for. So, like, knock on Corey in here, baby.
You wouldn't have to pay for it.
Yeah, like, that's all I care about.
Well, you just said you hated free.
Well, no, this is not free. This is not free. This is like
You'd be getting not having to pay for a semester.
Yeah,
right?
but you're
the classes cost like $50. Like mine, when I took it was TCC level classes.
You're exempted out of it. Yeah, you're exempting.
Yeah. And it's just a pass fail. It doesn't go over to your GPA in college.
Oh, yeah.
Just make it 70, Luca. That's all you got to do.
Final note, after 30 years, Taste Addison, which is one of the bigger events when it comes to food and music and different things like that. Taste Addison, RIP. City officials announced that it is going away. They are no longer doing it. Deputy Mayor Chris DeFrancisco said that, hey, they put on a successful stat. That's great, but it no longer became about food. It became about other stuff on the periphery. And according to a city presentation, Addison lost about $760,000 last year by hosting Taste Addison. So they're like, we're done with that. No longer efficient. So 30 years, really popular event here in the area. Come every April. Taste Addison is going away.
Oh no, that was always fun. That was always a fun event. A lot of good food, a lot of good drink.
The commercial-free expressway every day at this time here on Shan and RJ. Bobby Belt leading the way this hour. It'll be RJ's NFL overreactions or not, and it looks like the John Harbaugh contract is in, and Brian Flores has a brand new interview. Is it finally here? That's next on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to the greatness of...
Leasing Studios. This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. We want to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Chopping for 15 years. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The numbers appear to be coming in from Jordan Schultz, NFL insider, on John Harbaugh's new contract with the New York Giants. Have you seen it?
I have not, but I imagine it's $13 million more than the Cowboys would be willing to spend.
I think it's even bigger gap than that. 5 years.
5 years. Total value of the contract is, let's say it's 70. I was
going to say 90.
Nope.
100?
100.
What?
This is what Tony Grossi in Cleveland reported, that he wanted 20. Again, I'll read it exactly from Jordan Schultz.
I think Tony took a shot in the dark there, or maybe he was onto something.
The deal for John Harbaugh is expected to be for 5 years with a total value that nears $100 million. He'll be one of the NFL's highest paid coaches, like he was in Baltimore.
If they're saying... what's the exact language he used about approaching $100 million?
Total value that nears.
Total value that nears. So,
like
total
playoff
value. If you win the Super Bowl this year, you get $5 million. Like if it's something like that,
so it could be $90 million.
I don't know. Maybe, but
it's
still,
an agent giving him the number 100 without all the clauses.
That if he has it just a flat $20 million. Andy Reid is apparently around 20. Which is a lot for him not being very good anymore. But my gosh, 20 million. Yeah, the highest paid coaches right now, 20 for Reed. These are estimates. Sean Payton, 18. Jim Harbaugh, 16, tied with Tomlin, who's gone now.
It looks like Brian Flores is going to get another interview. Not here yet.
Coordinator or head coach?
Head coach interview for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Makes sense. Tomlin was one of the guys who said, I'll put you back in the NFL when everybody else is turning their back. So, yeah, that's a fit.
All right, let's get to RJ's around the NFL, overreactions or not.
All right, let's get right to it. Christian McCaffrey, overreaction or not?
It's an overreaction.
Is the best overall player of this generation.
At what?
At what he does. At what he does.
Oh, at what he does?
At what he does.
You said best overall player.
Yeah, like he's the best player.
Like he's better than
he's better at what he does than anybody else is at what they do.
God, no. No, absolutely not. I think Christian McCaffrey is fairly overrated. So that's an overreaction.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I only asked this because I had a buddy text me during the game.
He had 3.9 yards per carry this year.
I had a buddy text me during the game saying, is this guy the player of the generation? Is he the best player of the generation?
Your buddy should not watch.
And I was like, no, it's not.
Yeah. Which one is this? Which buddy? Is this dead dog, dead cat?
No. This
Soccer
is
fan?
No, this is actually my handicapper. My Vegas guy. He's like, because he would know how Vegas views McCaffrey in terms of the betting lines.
Wow.
I was surprised by that because I didn't agree with it. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't crazy.
Yeah.
That's why I asked.
No, I think I would name.
That's insanity.
I'm dead serious. I think if you let me name players of the generation contenders, I would come up with 25 names before I come up with Christian McCaffrey.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, and what generation? How are we defining the generation? Like Miles,
see, that's tough
last
because
10 years.
Yeah, because
like Miles Garrett is definitely easily over him.
Yep, I think so. Because is Aaron Donald part of this generation anymore, or is he too far removed?
Right.
I mean, he's been retired 2 years. Aaron Donald. Yeah. So no, Aaron Donald
means in the NFL you're forgotten about. We don't go back in time in the NFL.
Yeah.
All right, next one.
Stay away from his picks. Is that Bo?
Yeah, but he's nails this year. Oh, he had a year.
He has he has 4,000 yard rushing years in his career.
The Patriots are still without a really good win other than Buffalo. And maybe with Buffalo.
Raiders, Dolphins, Steelers, Panthers, Buffalo, Saints, Titans, Browns, Falcons, Buccaneers, Jets, Bengals, Giants, lost to Buffalo, Ravens, Jets, Dolphins. Not an overreaction.
And now the Chargers.
Not an overreaction.
And what was the question?
They're still without a really good win.
And you're saying excluding Buffalo?
I mean, you could keep it on there because Buffalo is what,
Buffalo's a good win.
He said excluding, yeah.
Yeah, so no, excluding Buffalo, they don't have a good win. I mean, the Chargers, they beat the Chargers last week.
And I don't consider that to be a really good
I think
one.
beating the Chargers and handling them the way they did was a good win.
I mean, you're beating the 18th best quarterback in the league, so that ought to do it.
Sounds like somebody who would think Christian McCaffrey's the player of the generation.
Overreaction or not, the Jags missed their chance and will return to being the Jags next year. By the way, they play the NFC East and the AFC North, along with New England, Denver, and Chicago.
Oh, this is a good one. You know, one of the things that's totally forgotten until yesterday when Jacksonville said Travis Hunter would play both sides still is they did all this without him. He did nothing.
Yeah.
He got hurt. He was disappointing before that, and they still did this.
Now, they don't have a first-round pick this year, right? That went to Cleveland for Travis Hunter.
You know, I'm going to say it's an overreaction.
They did not miss their chance.
No, they did not miss their chance because I'm a Liam Cohen believer right now. I still don't love Trevor, but he's still young enough to where there is a window. He's 26 years old.
He feels like he's been in the league longer than 5 years, does he not?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, because it's just when he was a freshman at Clemson, people were talking about he should go in the NFL right now. So it just feels like he's been around forever.
I don't know their defensive names as well and how young they are. I'm sure there's going to be a Bill Barnwell stat that their defense will not generate as many turnovers. They'll return to the average next year. But no, I'll say it's an overreaction because of Cohen.
Yeah, overreaction. I mean, they were good this year. They beat Houston. They beat the 49ers on the road. They thumped the Chargers. They
Buffalo.
were good. Yeah,
they were right there.
Yeah, they're a good team.
Yeah, overreaction.
Who would you pick to win the South next year?
Houston.
I'd pick Jacksonville, just because of CJ.
Yeah, look, I don't think they're going to win 13 games again next year. That's a lot. That's asking a lot back-to-back years. I would probably pick Jacksonville.
Houston is the number 2 team. I don't know which division they have.
They have the AFC North and the NFC East.
Okay, so they get the AFC North, which means they get Buffalo and the Chargers as their number 2 seed opponents next year. Houston does, to mirror them in the divisions.
Oh, gosh. All right, overreaction or not, Justin Herbert gets an undeserved pass.
Not an overreaction, true.
No, it's an overreaction. It's the other way around. People destroy him for, not understanding how good he is. So, yeah, it's an overreaction. Because he's really, really great. He was awful in the playoff game, and he has to own it.
And they scored 20 points a game this year.
I mean, they can't block.
And I'm willing to go to war about it.
That's fine. They cannot block. They can't.
Okay. Well, what about the other years?
Their offensive line has been terrible. It's been one of the worst in the NFL.
They've had Slater. They didn't all get hurt every single year, and he's not getting killed as much as I would expect. Now I don't turn into the first fake shows as much, but I mean, only Bobby could sit in here and still. Here's what after they scored 3 points.
Here's what I would say. No, that was awful. I'm not saying it's awful, but I also would never just make any declaration off of one playoff game. But if you're looking at,
and I'm doing it off way more than that.
I know, but if you look at across league, whenever it's universally, there exists no Justin Herbert critics among coaches or the film analysts or anything else. Nobody ever criticizes Justin Herbert. There's a reason for that because he does play at such a high level that I don't think people perceive most of the time. It's such a complex position. It's so difficult, I think, to just judge it based on stuff like that. Okay, they scored 3 points in a playoff game against New England, which was not good. He's really, really, really good. He's easily a top 5 player.
He's talented, but at the end, I go back to this all the time. The most underappreciated skill a quarterback has is decision-making, timing.
Which he's fantastic at.
Is he?
Yeah. This is what I'm doing. I'm making a whole cut up. I'm going to make you sit and watch an hour cut up of stuff that'll show you. He is ridiculously good.
Okay. All right.
He's not ridiculously good. He's not better than Allen, May.
He's not better than Allen.
He's not better than Dak.
I think he is. I think he's better. And May end up being better. May's comp was Herbert. That's who everybody kept comparing him
to. Well, whoop-de-doo. I know you talked
you
all
get so mad. Why do you get so mad about it?
Because you say everything was such. You're coming off a little bit of a tone of Well, it's so complex for you guys to understand, and everyone in the NFL, all the people in the know, they never say anything about him. So that is what I should just blindly subscribe to.
You should not blindly subscribe to it. What you should not do is just dismiss based on results of like a playoff game like that.
And stop minimizing my opinion based off that, because I've been saying
I'm not minimizing your opinion.
You've said it multiple times now.
What?
I've said it throughout the year.
What?
I didn't say after Sunday.
Right.
Oh
But
my God, that's my judgment.
But you said, you could stand there after you scored 3 points. Like that had anything to do with it.
And I've been saying all year
but
too, you're wrong.
You just said
and
to
you
me
are wrong.
that was the point. You said that.
What?
You said only you could come in here after you scored 3 points, and I said that has nothing to do with it. That's why I addressed that, because you said
and you've
only
ignored the
after
season
that.
too.
Like that.
And you've ignored the season too.
That was the thing.
And you also ignored the whole year.
I have not. He's played well this season.
You haven't backed off of
He's
it
played
at all.
well because he's played well. I'm not going to sit here and go, y'all are right.
Okay,
because
and
the
I'm not going to
stats
say
don't
you're
reflect
right because
Great.
the NFL
and guess
buddies.
what? I love it. I love that you have the opinion. You can have it. I don't care. That's why
I don't give a ass about yours.
Why are you getting worked up about it? You
And
get
I don't
worked
care
up
about
about
yours
this.
because I know you would never. I don't care if Justin Herbert.
You want me to admit that you want me to admit that like he's bad.
That
you
he's
will
not
not
great.
be happy until
That he's not great.
But he's great.
He's not great.
And I think he's great. And you don't think he's great, and that's fine. It doesn't work me up. What works you up, you get worked up about. I don't get worked up about it until you start getting worked up like this.
I get worked up knowing coming into an argument that if he went scoreless next year, you still wouldn't back off of it and change your mind off of it.
I said he played bad against New England. He played bad.
Okay, that's not enough.
When he plays bad.
So what, you acknowledge because they scored 3 points, you have to say it.
No, there have been games where they've scored 3 points where he's probably played well. But just like there have been games where Dak scores 6 and he plays well. It's not as simple as just like, to me, is did he do XYZ or was it this and that? It was like, no, does he play well? He is one of the everything that everybody says about Lamar and the help he didn't have is Justin Herbert. Those players have let him down for years.
QBR living in the low 60s.
He is the only quarterback in the NFL to have 6 consecutive seasons of 60-plus QBR.
An offense that, like, you just know, like, they just fired their coordinator. You know that they aren't going to be explosive, and they're going to have to win, grind it out, low-scoring games. That, to me, is an indictment of a quarterback. Obviously, we agree to disagree.
All right, it is overreactions or not. Boy, the fan text coming in hot. Loving this. Loving this GBAG of the day.
Which they'll probably get to in November.
They said Bobby thinks Herbert is great and Elway sucks. That's your Herbert. That's your Herbert is Elway.
Oh my God!
That's the Herbert. That's the you wanted.
Wow.
That Choppy and I lean on the counting stats on Elway, and then you're like, nope, you don't understand. It's the same argument.
That's John Elway, man.
I know that's bad. Herbert's better. Go ahead.
Overreaction or not? The Eagles will be better off keeping A.J. Brown and Nick Sirianni and eating the Jalen Hurts contract. Which is like $170 million or whatever, $117 million cap hit or something.
Overreaction because you put A.J. Brown in it, and I think A.J. Brown is just too toxic to have around consistently.
So you would keep Sirianni and eat the contract?
If you pitched me on an idea of keeping Sirianni, sure, but I would want to get rid of Hurts and Brown at this point.
Overreaction. I think, Jalen is safe enough, and Howie will give him someone opposite of Devontae to go along with Saquon that just kind of live at 9 wins.
Yeah, I think you need a new quarterback. I think it's time.
Oh.
You got to get better. He hasn't gotten better.
No, he has regressed.
Maybe I'll give him one more year and see, and then eat the contract. But you got to get better. You get five coordinators in 5 years is tough. Overreaction or not? Caleb and Ben Johnson will be the best coach-quarterback combo in the NFL after next season. So Stafford will be retired, I'm sure. Reed might be retired at that point.
Mm-hmm. I don't.
Who knows what's going to happen with LaFleur and Love?
Right, you got
like
Shanahan, Purdy, but that doesn't have the same ceiling. Goff will be older.
Harbaugh, Herbert.
Love LaFleur.
Yeah, love LaFleur.
We're gonna make a Charger bet.
469 said went into QT to pee, left the car running, could hear Bobby and Sean screaming on the radio on my way out. No, it's not
an overreaction.
It's not an overreaction. I don't think it'll be because I don't think they
I don't
will
think it'll
because I
be,
don't know about. I trust, and I was out on Ben Johnson. I think there's a Ben Johnson take up there. I was out on Ben Johnson. I would trust Ben Johnson right now more than I would trust Caleb.
I agree.
Because Caleb's skill is up there, but like Caleb just too frequently does still like really dumb stuff that I can't explain.
It would not surprise me if Caleb Williams, 3 years from now, is still completing like 50% of his passes. Now those 50% are awesome.
He had somebody threw out the stats, something like he was not near the top of the league in touchdown passes this year, but fourth quarter touchdown passes, he like tied for the most.
He's crazy. He does nothing for 2.5 quarters, and all of a sudden it's like, all right, let's play football.
All right, NFL overreactions or not here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll have Below the Belt coming up at 8:40. What's the bigger poison in your house? Is it the social media or is it the gaming? We have a brand new battle next on 105.3 The Fan.
Frankel. First 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Gordon's got 17 now. Murray on the run. Put it up and in. Jamal Murray, 29 points in his 31 minutes.
He was the highest scorer on Denver radio. The Mavs lose at home to the jokerless Nuggets, and Cooper Flagg with the sprained ankle that has him missing the second half. Good morning, Metroplex. Shan RJ and Bobby. We got Peyton and Aiden on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. So Anthony Davis gone, no Kyrie, and now hopefully they've let Cooper Flagg rest for a really long time.
Let's say April, ish, tax day. Let him get his taxes in order. Maybe he could go to the accounting department.
Just rest till the draft.
He's a Duke guy, smart. To go to the accounting department, help with the taxes, and then and then we can get the number one pick. Let's sim it. How was the last time you simmed it?
I simmed it this morning, and on the first click, I got second.
Ooh. Okay, here we go. I simmed it. First one, 8th still. Dang.
So give me
second one, 8.
Give me some college studs, Choppy, that you'd be thrilled if they ended up here. As right now, what, they're picking at 7?
They're 8th in the lottery odds right now.
All right, so 8, you might be looking at Pete, Pete, I think he's at Arizona. AJ's the guy at BYU. Cam Boozer is probably the best player. He's at Duke. There's plenty of guys in this draft. The kid at Houston, Kingston Flemings, I really like, but I don't know that they do. They do need a ball handling point guard. So they have that. Nate Ament, I'm out. He plays at Tennessee. He's too slow. So they've got a lot. There's a lot of guys in this draft, though. You're picking at 8, you can get somebody.
11 times. It took 11 times in the lottery before I got number 1.
That's nothing compared to last year.
Yeah, that's true.
With the chances.
The cold envelope.
Bobby made me detest LeBron the other day with the story of her wearing his patch over number of years played. That is unbelievable, although it shouldn't be for LeBron. I am now growing to detest Rich Paul.
Yes.
Not just for this whole Anthony Davis involvement or whatever. Rich Paul is doing a podcast with Max Kellerman, and to me, this is a massive conflict of interest. Mm-hmm. So he's giving NBA opinions. And one of those opinions was that the Lakers should trade Austin Reeves. Well, Austin Reeves' agent confronted Rich Paul at a Laker game recently. Reggie Berry of AMR Agency caught up with Rich Paul at halftime of Lakers-Hawks Tuesday night. They spoke for more than 5 minutes, and it had to do with Rich Paul's public trade scenario regarding Austin Reeves. Well, what does everyone then go to? LeBron thinks they should trade Austin Reeves. And then LeBron gets all butthurt in the postgame by saying, hey, if you don't know we're two separate people by now, and he has his own opinions, I don't know what to tell you. And I just blame Rich Paul here for even introducing this as a possibility. What other agents? I know Boris does his State of the Union thing with his stupid rhymes that have gotten worse over years. But Rich Paul is going to make LeBron's life harder unless he's conveying LeBron's opinion.
Which is, and obviously, like you said, that's the thought.
He's like, trade Austin Reeves to Memphis, Jaren Jackson, get Luka a big.
Yeah, that's...
he also said, I don't think the Lakers, a couple weeks ago, I don't think they can even make it to the Western Conference Finals. They're not good enough. That's okay, but when you start talking about personnel, that's conflict of interest to me.
He's obviously been really successful and good at what he does.
Yeah, he did a good job latching on.
But I was thinking about this yesterday. The more he talks, the more it feels a little like, oh God, Nico, we thought you knew what you were doing until you started talking. And lately, Rich Paul, it's like, why, when you talk, because he had this instance, the Anthony Davis thing, which I swear, I agree, I think he fed that to Shams wrong about Anthony Davis. I think whether it was calculated or a misunderstanding, again, it felt like this is 2 instances recently of him kind of talking out of turn. He was one of the ones, I think it was years ago, where the first move to Miami, people were really giving him hell as being part of the circle that pushed things to, too close to the edge. I think it's better if you're just seen and not heard necessarily. Like, the more you start talking, just like, hold your position, be your power. You do not need to publicly speak on stuff like this.
Giannis is being heard because the Bucks got their butt whipped the other night, and they were getting booed at home. Giannis comes out of halftime, has an M1 on the ground, boos the crowd back. This is in Milwaukee. And Giannis recently said, I will never ask for a trade. I will never ask for a trade, trying to go ahead and calm some of that storm that I thought was inevitable. I was like, yes, Giannis is going to get out of Milwaukee. Reporters asked him about it after.
When I get booed, I boo back. I've been doing all season. You guys haven't been with me on the road. Whenever I get booed, I boo back.
No, but this is home. I mean, do you have a message?
It doesn't matter. I don't. It doesn't matter. No, it does not matter. It doesn't matter. I play basketball for my teammates. I play basketball for myself and my family. When people don't believe in me, I don't tend to be with them. I tend to be against them. I tend to do what I'm here to do, what I'm good at, right? I think I'm like a maverick. I've always been that way. So it won't change now. It doesn't matter if I'm at home or away. But yeah, I've never been a part of something like that before, and I don't think it's fair. I don't. But everyone has the opinion to do what they want to do.
Yeah, look, I mean, he could have said, instead of Maverick, I've always felt like I've been a Cavalier, right? But he didn't say that, did he?
I've been Cavalier.
I think I'm like a Maverick.
Yeah, see, he didn't say that. He could have said, I feel like I'm a supersonic, but he didn't say that because there's no supersonics, right? He could have said, I feel like I'm a trailblazer of sorts. I'm a trailblazer of sorts, but he didn't say that, did he? No. He said Maverick.
This is like when Joel Embiid, after Jalen Rose took shots at him, they asked him like a week later, they're like, how are you feeling? And he's like, I'm 81%. Because the Kobe scoring 81 on Jalen Rose. And so this is, I think this is Giannis being clever and trying to make them sweat.
And then Ja Morant was asked about trade chatter, and he's like, got to live with it. There was also a report, and I think the video's legit, of a teammate confronting him.
Yeah, him and Vince Williams.
Yeah. And and Vince is like, let's go to the back. And he's like, I'm right here. Like, what are you going to do? I'm not with you all. And then the trade odds for Ja. The Miami Heat, there's reports he bought a $3 million home in Miami. Sacramento, Toronto, Milwaukee, Minnesota, Pelicans. This guy is such a waste. What an absolute waste.
It is a waste.
Ja on South Beach just seems like that would be a lot of trouble. Yes. I mean, it'd be amazing.
It'd be amazing.
Yes.
But my gosh.
All right, let's talk about the battle that every parent probably has to face in their home.
Yeah, we've always, I don't know, going back just forever now, it feels like parents have always wanted to downplay video games or they've wanted to minimize how much you're on them. You know, you've been worried about their attention spans or whatever else that's going to turn them into mindless zombies. The mom always calls every single unit a Nintendo because she doesn't know what it's called. That whole thing. They're always worried about them. New research says gaming is not what you should be concerned about with your kids and turning into mindless zombies. It is social media. Over at SciPost.org, they had a research study over there where they studied more than 8,000 children from when they were around 10 until they were 14 years old, and they asked them about their digital habits, and they grouped them into 3 categories: gaming, TV video, and they would include YouTube in that, and social media. They said the latter apps included TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, Messenger, and Facebook. They analyzed whether usage was associated with long-term change in 2 core symptoms of ADHD: inattentiveness and hyperactivity. Their main finding was that social media use was associated with a gradual increase in inattentiveness. Gaming or watching videos had no effect. These patterns remained the same even after accounting for children's genetic risk for ADHD and their family's income. So they checked on other, environmental factors that may be at play here, and it's still, with that accounted for, social media was the one that actually affected their attention span compared to other things, which makes sense because I get TikTok and other things. It's really tough for me to stay locked in on anything for an extended period of time.
I mean, also if you're especially a teenager, the mental health wear and tear from social media, to me, is far greater than what it is from video games. Because, you just see all these people living their best life, and it's what they want to show you they're living. And you see that, you're like, well, I'm not living that. And now you go into depression. Now you go into, a sad state, and then because you think that you're falling behind.
What's your kid's video game, social media divvy up?
Man, Luca is all about video games. All
and
about it.
What age?
He's 16. He's on his phone a lot, and that's probably why he slept till 3:30 the other day. Well, I had to talk to him about that. He ain't sleeping till 3:30. Okay, that your whole day is gone. My younger one is far more into social media. Far more. And that's.
I would think it'd be opposite.
You would think. Now it's not like I'm not saying Luca's never on it.
Yeah.
I mean he's got his stupid snap streaks.
What is that? Snapchat.
It's 1,000 straight days.
You got to Snapchat the same person, consecutive days.
What?
So when he loses his phone, when he gets his phone taken away,
he snaps someone off yours.
So when he gets his phone taken away, like my ex-wife will let him do his snap streaks like all 5 in the morning.
And
what do you wake up?
What do you get for the streak?
Nothing.
You get a number next to it. Like me and Mackenzie, we do it because we had a streak going and we were like, let's just keep it going. We Snapchat just once a day, just like it won't even be a selfie. It'll just be a picture of the board or something, just to keep the streak going. Because we're at 765 days in a row, Sean.
But you don't get anything.
No, but you get the number.
It does not count chats either. So you just chatting with them, and what you have to send a photo. So like in order for that, it has to be photo or video every single day. So he's done for 760 days, send a photo or a video.
I'll be in the car and I'll just hear, and I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, I'm just taking pictures of my feet for snap streaks. And I'm like, are you insane?
So does it have to be a different photo? Are you guys taking a different photo every day?
Yeah, because Snapchat, I mean, you can send pictures from like your camera roll, but yeah, it has to be like a actual picture at that time.
And didn't one of your girls just get a phone? How's that been going?
Well, that did not go well. One of them got a phone during Christmas last year.
How old?
She was 12, and she got the phone taken away. So she doesn't have the phone anymore. Jacob has it because Jacob didn't get his phone in order before he left for the Army. So he ended up, Kristen just ended up cleaning off the phone and was like, here, take that one with you.
And is she having breakdowns over not having it?
No, she understood. She was in trouble. She knew, like, she didn't fight it. She hasn't asked for it back since then. She knew she was in trouble, and so she wasn't getting it back.
This is the thing we talked about?
Yeah. Yeah, and so she knew she wasn't getting that back.
Yeah.
And so she hasn't even bothered asking for it because she knew.
Real quick for the 9-4, my wife did research at Stanford for more than an hour. More than an hour of screen time creates a chemical imbalance in the brain, terrible for kids, leads to much of the depression. It's terrible.
So everyone would kind of vote social media worse.
It seems that way.
TikTok is worse for me. There's another study. I won't spend too much.
But TikTok's not as toxic, is it? As like Twitter.
TikTok is bad for just like in terms of like the cycling. I mean, you have no idea what's getting put in front of you. So
who are the leeches that the Cowboys should be guarding against in the George Pickens sweepstakes? That's next. And B-Lo.
B-Belt.
Right here on The Fan.
Speaking of leeches, though, one day there was a time that's how they used to heal.
your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Who do we need to be concerned about when it comes to the George Pickens sweepstakes? Let's talk about it in the Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Before we do,
#1 free agent on all these lists, many of these lists.
He was, which, I mean, I still I want him back. I think he's really, really great. I'm just surprised that it does feel like he's the top guy out there with everything that was such a concern about him last year. Like the teams were just like, 1 year, that's good. We're cool. We believe in all of it now. Which maybe they won't. Maybe we get out there and we see that the market's not nearly as hot as some of the analysts are predicting it will be.
But if Trey Hendrickson is #2 and Daniel Jones is 3 and Jalen Phillips and Linderbaum, those aren't good enough names to... Who?
Daniel Jones at 3.
Yeah, those aren't good enough names to go ahead and top you. CBS Sports has Aaron Rodgers at 8, then Breece Hall. This looks like a pretty
bad class.
Terrible free agent class.
Yeah, that may just be about being terrible then. You're right. That may just be Pickens is the best out of all.
Second time he said I was right this hour.
I said Choppy was right too early this hour. I'm just giving out all of it. Yeah. I did not say it at 8 o'clock.
And you did not. I'm getting asked about Justin Herbert at the coffee machine by the news guys.
That's how much waves it's making. They have 9 defensive coordinator candidates at the moment. The Dallas Cowboys do. Requests that they've made, interviews that they've had. The only one I believe that has not been granted so far, because apparently he could be retained in New York as part of this John Harbaugh transition, is Charlie Bullen, the interim defensive coordinator who took over after Shane Bowen was fired. They requested an interview with him yesterday. Mike Garafolo said it's not clear if the Giants have granted permission yet, but he is somebody who apparently could be brought back with John Harbaugh as they're looking at things, because he has some fans there in their building. But Dallas did request an interview with him. He had been on staff previously with Jim Leonard at Illinois. Jim Leonard, obviously, is a candidate. They've interviewed Jonathan Gannon, Ephraim Banda, Aaron Whitecotton, Durante Jones, Christian Parker, who they requested yesterday from the Eagles, the passing game coordinator, Zach Orr, the defensive coordinator coming off of the Ravens. And then the last one that they requested late last night, apparently, according to Josine Anderson, is defensive line coach for the Packers, DeMarcus Covington. But you look at the ages of these guys... 33, 34, 36, 41, 43, 43, 44, 44, 47. They are definitely looking for a younger mentality and younger mindset at the defensive coordinator spot. All right, so Bleacher Report had this up recently. They were taking a look at, all right, if the Cowboys were to say, you know what, we're not going to franchise tag Pickens. We're just going to expose him to the market, spend our resources elsewhere, or we give them the non-exclusive tag and allow teams to maybe consider if they want to be involved in him. They decided to take a look at Bleacher Report at the teams that could most be a threat to the Cowboys for George Pickens. And I feel like whenever we do one of these lists, there's one team for every free agent basically that always is included in it. And the first team listed on this is the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens are thrown in for every single wide receiver, and it feels like they are thrown in for every single position but quarterback. And sometimes I think they've even been thrown in on quarterback when there's been uncertainty about Lamar Jackson. But I don't feel like they've ever been like aggressive free agent spenders, like that they snatch it. They got Odell Beckham during the end of that, and they got Henry. But Henry was like kind of a value buy when they got him.
Yep.
So I don't know. But
never true, like in the prime, big time peak of their money making powers.
If Pickens was an angel in Baltimore, how much better does that make Lamar? Because I don't know. Like Lamar is such a good freelance player.
Yeah.
That I don't know. Like Pickens just saying, "Hey, I'm doing my thing. I'm running my route. I'm possession guy. Throw me up the contested ball." I don't know that that's Lamar.
I'm still a little bit afraid if I'm a receiver going to Baltimore.
Yeah. I mean, look. Honestly, I think CD with Lamar would be better than Pickens with Lamar from the standpoint. Like,
I totally disagree.
Because I think CD after a while, like the way he's running his routes, when Lamar is scrambling, he could find ways to get up. Whereas Pickens is 50 yards downfield already.
No. CD's routes, I think, are much more precise. George is the better freelance guy. George is the one, just throw it up. It doesn't have to be exact timing and precision. I think it's CD more.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. I'm just talking about as the play breaks down and everything is off schedule.
So the only thing that would work in CD's favor on that front, and I don't remember how often this happened. It's been years now. The fact that he played with Kyler at Oklahoma, I don't remember how much they were doing off-schedule stuff because they were just whooping people generally. It wasn't a lot of Kyler having to run around for forever and make a throw. But, yeah, CD is usually, I'm running my route, I'm precise, I'm doing this. There's less precision with George, but I still don't know how much George is let's work back to the ball. I don't know that either of them fit great with the style of let's extend the play and let's, deliver the ball. A.J. Brown might. If you worked A.J. Brown to Baltimore, if Philadelphia were to swap him, I think A.J. Brown could fit really well there.
There's going to be, where are we with Lamar as a passer? I'm factoring frustration as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trusting Dak Prescott finding me when I'm open more than Lamar. I'm not saying Lamar's, he's not a bad, terrible passer. We used to have Lamar, Jalen Hurts discussions. And what is Lamar going to become? How much of Lamar not being electric video game guy running around was injury or him being 29, wear and tear? How much is he going to have to try to evolve as more of a pocket passer? That's my number one worry if I'm taking that job what is Lamar as a runner?
Yeah, am I getting in on the decline
of
his body?
Am I getting in on the decline of the body? Do I want to trust his right arm 20% more than years past? There are people who are he's just totally fine and more than fine throwing the football. Brian Flores had said that.
He's missed 4 or more games in 3 of the last 5 years. And it's not been, aggressively more than that. Sometimes it's been 5, but he's been generally just kind of banged up. Now, I honestly think he should have won the MVP last year over Josh Allen. They just weren't going to give it to him because of where he was at in his career. But, yeah, the attempts just, plummeted. His career attempts, his lowest before this season was 112, which was his rushing attempts, which was when he played 12 games in 2022. He ran the ball 67 times this year. It was half as much as his fewest career total before that, and this was not the fewest career games he had ever played.
Where do you put him 1 to 10 as a passer? 7.5? Higher?
The arm strength is good. In terms of precision, though, and everything, 7 probably, somewhere around there. 7.5.
That's fair. It's because, also, is he precision in the pocket versus precision on the run? Because he doesn't throw much in the pocket, necessarily.
He scares defenses, or had. I don't know how much running-wise he'll continue to do that in the future, but he scared defenses to the point where defenses just they played kind of on their heels and timid. It gave him some softer windows.
If you're a receiver, would you rather go play with, as a receiver, in order?
I want the most timing quarterback possible.
Purdy, Love, Lamar.
As a receiver. Purdy, Love, Lamar.
Love, Purdy, Lamar, probably. Okay. And that's not stacking them as players, obviously. That's just me getting mine. Some of the other names here, Bleacher Report going over the top candidates to swipe George Pickens from the Cowboys, the Kansas City Chiefs. Boy, Rashee Rice, who knows what his availability will be like into the future.
He'll be supporting him.
I bet that would be a nice rejuvenation for Pat if he could throw to Pickens consistently. Number 3, the Las Vegas Raiders.
Now, can they make it? He's not a restricted free agent, though.
He's unrestricted. He's unrestricted.
If he was restricted, would you like that play of letting him go out and see who paid? Or you're absolutely convinced someone would give him 30 plus?
Somebody would get, so yeah, you would basically, with restricted free agency, you can give 3 tags. It's first round, second round, and original round. So a first round tender is what he would probably get. So it would be, he gets to go out there, negotiate his money, and then Dallas can either match or they can get the first pick and save it. I'd be in favor of that. It's just I'd be in favor of the unexclusive tag if they gave him that. Because the non-exclusive, I'd like to see if somebody may negotiate with him. Number 3 on this list is the Raiders. Boy, he does feel so much like a Raider to me. Like my
loser?
my old classic view of like what a Raider was like growing up. Like that just feels like Pickens in that outfit.
Fernando and George.
Oh, God.
He's too sweet. He's too nice. George would eat him alive.
What do you think their conversations would be like? It would just be some of the most. And he just, yeah, I don't know about that. Next one on the list, the Tennessee Titans. Get Cam Ward a weapon. 31-year-old Calvin Ridley recovers from a broken fibula.
Calvin Ridley's 31?
Calvin Ridley was 23 or 24 when he got drafted.
Wow.
So he was older.
Oh, man.
And then he obviously missed his time. Now here's the one that's
just a
scary.
sophomore nowadays.
Yeah. Here's the one that's scarier. Yeah, Georgia's starting quarterback. The terrifying one, number 5 on this list, the Washington Commanders, who I don't believe had a single 100-yard receiver this year. They were the only 100-yard catcher they had was Zach Ertz in one game that went into overtime. But the Commanders, as the next team listed here, that would be enough to force Jerry to, even if he didn't want to sign him, which he does, even if he didn't want to sign, he would sign him then. There was a player we've mentioned before in the past that he was a free agent. They were ready to move on, veteran player. They found out Washington was interested in signing him, and Jerry went and signed him for one more year because he's like, oh, no, I don't want him to go to Washington.
They
That's
have
ridiculous.
cap space?
They do, I believe. Let me look at what the current NFL's cap space is.
Because they just paid McLaurin.
Mm-hmm.
I know they're probably not paying Debo much. And they need help on that defense.
They are right now $66 million in space. That is the sixth most in the NFL right now.
All right.
Okay.
So, I mean, if they wanted to go play in those waters, that was also when Amari Cooper became a free agent and they didn't tag him and he was exposed to the market, Washington offered him more money than Dallas did. But he was like, I do not want to go play in Washington. But still, would be that would be something that I think would make things terrifying for everybody if they got Flores and George Pickens in the same offseason.
All right, the possible Pickens leeches in Below the Belt here. Thursday edition on your home of the Cowboys with Shan and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Are you believing Tony Romo or Johnny Manziel more? Sean Payton with the jackass audio of the day at 9:20. But what is really going on with Anthony Davis and the Mavericks? Our buddy Chris Mannix, NBA insider, joins us next. And what is going on with your different bank accounts?
Racing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time. The Mavs lose. Cooper flag, ankle, gone for the second half. Hopefully out for a while to rest that thing up, and the draft pick becomes even better while this AD mess gets straightened out. In order to help us sort it out here on Shan and RJ, we bring in NBA insider from Sports Illustrated, NBC, our buddy Chris Mannix on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Chris. How are you?
I'm good, guys. That's a tough way to approach it with half the season left to go.
Yeah. It sucks. What is going on with AD from your perspective and around the league?
I honestly don't think anything is going on at this point. I do believe that before their injury, this recent injury, there was a 50% chance that a deal could have gotten done. There was some league-wide interest. You guys know the teams. I think Atlanta was the most interested, given the moves that they made to clear the books of Trae Young. But in the aftermath of this injury, I get that they're still talking to some teams, but none of these teams that I've talked to have expressed any interest in, offering the kind of draft capital that will make it worth it to Dallas. I mean, I just think when you get to February 4th, there's going to be a pretty wide gulf between what the Mavericks want for Anthony Davis and what any team is looking to give up. It's really going to be either a combination of bad contracts or expiring contracts and no draft capital. It's just not – I'd be stunned if there was any kind of substantive offer over the next few weeks.
If I asked you right before the start of the season what Anthony Davis could bring back in trade, and now I'm asking you today, what do those packages look like?
I think some combination, what he could bring back before the season, assuming he went in healthy, played like a few weeks even, and showed he was the guy that we've seen. Look, when he's healthy, I know it's a great caveat, but you've seen when he's healthy, he can still do it. Before the season, I would have guessed a couple of first-round picks and some expiring contracts. I don't think there would have been a young player in that mix because regardless, the contract of Anthony Davis is still an obstacle for teams. I mean, he wants to get an extension that would take him into his mid-30s. Even before this latest run of injuries, that was viewed as a high-risk proposition. But a couple of first-round picks, some expiring contracts, maybe something Dallas could have hung his hat on. Now, if you want kind of this Toronto Raptors poo-poo platter of contracts that are extended multiple years, and you can get a guy like RJ Barrett who can certainly play, another Duke guy into the mix. I don't know. That's just not, from what I understand, that's not what Dallas is looking for. So it just seems inevitable that the trade deadline comes and goes and AD's still on the roster.
Did the Atlanta offer seem enticing or by far the best one? Or the thought of what their offer could be?
So I don't think, from what I understand, I don't believe they got close to what either side wanted. Look, in these negotiations, one side asks for the moon, the other side offers the stars, and you have to meet somewhere in the middle. Early on, Dallas was after that unprotected New Orleans pick. That was what they wanted.
Yeah,
I think Atlanta would trade Magic City before they traded that.
Let's not go there. Come on now.
They're not dealing that one. That is their future right there because the Pelicans keep losing and it seems inevitable that's a top 5 pick. So they had discussed different forms of the deal. We know what it is. It's the Porzingis or now the McCollum expiring contract, $30+ million. You could find some guys to make the money work. And then is it one first-round pick? Is it 2 first-round picks? Are there protections on the first-round pick? This is what I understand they were going back and forth on over the last few weeks to a month. But now, look, all those negotiations are worthless at this point. AD's out for 6 weeks, and I thought the wording of the Maverick statement was hilarious. We'll be healed in 6 weeks. I've never even heard that. Usually it's reevaluated. We'll check on him. Hopefully he'll return. They're saying he will be healed in 6 weeks. I don't know too many teams that really believe that right now. I mean, it's a prove-it situation with Anthony Davis, and there's just not enough time before the deadline for him to do that.
Chris Mannix with us here on 105 through the Fan. Chris, it seems like there's this general thought from people analyzing the situation that, all right, Dallas may be forced to kind of have him rebuild his brand or rebuild his value a little bit, and then they're going to have to wait to deal him again into the future. Is there a thought, though, that says, you know what, cut your losses, figure out what you can get now, and move him, because there is no guarantee that the value won't continue to go down if he continues to get hurt?
I don't think so, because I don't know how the value can get worse, right? if these are the deals that we're talking about, just some expiring stuff or contracts that other teams don't want, maybe you can get a first-round pick into the future that you can save face. I don't see how they can get worse in the summer or into next season. And look, it is pie in the sky. I get it, but there's something kind of intriguing about going into next season with, like, let's just say AJ DeBansa and with Kyrie Irving and with Anthony Davis and with Cooper Flagg in year 2. Like, you can't tell me that, again, the if healthy is the caveat here, but you can't tell me that if healthy, that team can't compete for like a top 4 seed in the Western Conference. I mean, if Cooper Flagg, look, you guys know this, the jump that players take is in year 2. Like, they get into the weight room, all of a sudden they come back 20 pounds heavier, stronger, smarter. Like, Cooper Flagg is going to take a huge jump next season. You have Cooper Flagg and 80% of the AD that we've seen, 85% of the Kyrie Irving that we've seen, plus one of these young players that everybody's, I mean, the tank job that's already happening is just to get one of these young guys from around the league. With one of those young players, you've got something good there. And then you can revisit potentially a AD trade when he's got a player option for the next year. You can even revisit a Kyrie trade. I just think there's a lot of that's undiscussed value in just, punting on this season, saying whatever, we'll fail the rest of the year, and then let's have some optimism going into 26-27.
I laid that out earlier in the show today, Chris, because that would excite me for the start of the Mavs next season, but I don't want to get locked into an extension. So I guess maybe I'd be hoping for like a fun first month, because I do want to get away from Anthony Davis long term, but I don't think I want to accept 30 cents on the dollar right now or maybe the off season.
Yeah, and I don't think an extension's on the table in Dallas. And I think AD's side knows that. I mean, they're out there talking to the team. They're looking at the teams that might be willing to do it, even though I don't think those teams really exist, at least not right now. And I think you have to look at it too, like, look, if this team is playing great, if AD looks like AD, you can play the whole season out and say to him, all right, if you have a great year, we'll discuss an extension at the end of the season. We'll tear up that final year of your contract, and we'll give you 3 years, $100 million, or whatever it may be that gets a deal done. I mean, AD, look, that $62 million player option, that's going to be hard to walk away from.
Yeah.
Like, if he doesn't have an ironclad deal in place, I don't think you can just assume that AD's in his walk year next year. So I think Dallas has some leverage going into next season with Anthony Davis.
Chris Mannix joined us here at 105 through the fan. All right, so what about some other guys? Like, maybe how different would the deals be compared from AD versus a Gafford, a Najee, Clay deal? Like, how different would the return be?
It's funny, like the era that we're in now, where Desmond Bain brings back 4 first-round picks and John Morant couldn't bring back 1. Like, it's really all about the teams that you're dealing with and the value they place on those players. And I think Daniel Gafford, a healthy version, is a valuable commodity around the league. A guy that could bring back a first-round pick in a deal because there are teams that would want him. I mean, look at the teams that need front court help. A team like the Lakers needs front court help. Boston, I think they're one of the most intriguing teams to look at before the trade deadline. They're the number 2 team in the Eastern Conference, and they might be a miracle Jason Tatum return and another big man to supplement their front court away from being a real contender to win the Eastern Conference. So I think someone like Gafford has appeal. I think Marshall has great appeal because he's overplayed his contract, and he's been really good, I think, for them in Dallas. I don't know about Klay Thompson. He's certainly an experienced guy, but there are limitations to what he can do defensively, all the other things. So, but the answer to your question is all these other guys do have value. So if they decide to just pull the chute on the rest of this season and shop these guys, I think there is draft capital that can be had for a couple of them.
Chris, if we're going to go down this path and not give it a shot next year and just blow it up right now, why hold on to Kyrie?
Well, I mean, the argument is that Cooper Flagg needs a great point guard. And Kyrie last year, before the injury, looked like a great point guard. And if this was the Kyrie from Boston, the Kyrie from Cleveland, the Kyrie that was, just having some issues with those organizations, it might be a different discussion. But he seemed like before the injury that he loved it there. And he's got a relationship with Cooper Flagg. And look, this is another conversation you can have in the offseason where if you're in a position to draft an elite point guard, maybe you say, all right, well, now's the time to deal Kyrie Irving, because he's still going to have, I think, some value next season, next summer, when his contract is a little bit shorter and he's fully healed after a year off from that injury. I just think, again, if you have a chance just to bring him back rather than selling him for a nickel on the dollar, I think bringing him back and exploring your options in the summer, early next season is just a far more smarter way to go.
Chris Mannix, SINBC, joining us here on Shan and RJ on the D&M Leasing Hotline, 105.3 The Fan. So what has surprised you about Cooper Flagg in his rookie season? How thrilled do you think Mavs fans should be? And is he reminding you of anyone's past or current game?
Yeah, I don't know about reminding. I'm not surprised that he's played like he's played. I mean, I wrote the cover story on him back in June before the draft and, spent a lot of time around him, his family, his personal coaches, people that have, known him up the ranks. I mean, he was and is the closest thing to a can't-miss guy in the NBA. And I think, look, the Mavericks certainly did a lot of experimenting with him early on. I think point guard is officially out for Cooper Flagg. But I think as a wing player, he's going to prove to be – he already is an elite, weak side defender. He already is a very good on-ball defender. He already is an excellent transition, go-to-the-basket player, and an improving, I think, perimeter shooter. And this is what I'm talking about with year two. Year two, he's going to get in the lab this summer. He's going to work on that jump shot. He's going to improve all the things that the Mavericks are going to point out to him at the end of the year. His body is going to change enormously this summer. This guy, he's just a junkie. I remember our conversations, I would try to talk movies with him sometimes. He didn't know anything about any movies. I would just try to have some non-basketball conversations, and they really didn't go anywhere. He lives the life. He absolutely lives the life. And I've got to tell you, I'm just beyond excited to see what this kid looks like, at 19, 20 years old in the second year. I think he really, I think, has a great shot at being an all-star next year. I think I'd go as far as say he will be an all-star next year.
Chris, would he be the top pick in this much ballyhooed upcoming draft? And is this draft, do you think, that legit with studs like everyone's talking about?
So I can't speak to would he be number one because there's only so much RAM in the brain, guys. There's only so many AJ Devanza and Darren Peterson games I can watch and understand what they're saying. But when I talk to the college scouts that I check in with, this draft is legit, and not just legit at number one. Legit, where when I've asked people who's the consensus number one, I will get 4 answers back sometimes. Cam Boozer's in that mix as well. There are 3 or 4 guys that could go number one overall. Now, I guess you could say last year, there was only one with Cooper going number one. But I think this year, even if you wind up with a 3rd or 4th pick in the draft, you could wind up with a franchise player, and you could wind up with perhaps the best player out of this draft class.
Chris, if it was in DFW, it definitely would have had people attacking you. But I respected the ballsy conversation with Rachel over Luka's LA defense, and we played part of that podcast on our show. How is Luka going over there? And do we still have some of the same issues as a Laker in terms of defense, complaining to officials? How's Luka working out in LA after the MVP start to the year?
I mean, he's working out great, right? They love him there. He's the star, right? He's the future. He's the guy that, as you guys saw for years, can strap a team on his back, get you to 50 wins, and if you put enough talent around him, he'll get you to the finals. But the issues that the Mavericks had are the issues that the Lakers are having. Like the defensive issues are real. I think he's never going to be a great defender, but when he puts his mind to it, he has the size and he's got enough skill to be a serviceable defender. Too often, he just doesn't do it. He just gives up on plays, and the arguing with the officiating just won't stop. And look, J.J. Redick has tried to dance around it a little bit. He's been frustrated publicly about it, but these are the kind of things that have not changed. And these are real concerns for the Lakers. They've got other concerns right now. I mean, namely, what's the future of LeBron James with that franchise? How do we get DeAndre Ayton in line? But for this team to win a championship, to do what Dallas wanted to do with Luka, to get as far as they got with Luka, he's going to have to be a committed defender, and he's going to have to leave the referees alone, because you guys saw it. How many times does Luka engage with a referee and get totally distracted for multiple possessions immediately afterwards? That is a killer for the Lakers. That's something they have talked internally about, and that's something that's going to have to change if they hope to beat the Oklahoma Cities, the Denvers, the San Antonios, the Lions that are out there in this Western Conference.
You're a beast, Chris. Thanks so much for joining us, man. We appreciate you.
Anytime, guys.
Chris Mannix, NBC, Rachel Nichols Pod, and Sports Illustrated on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Tony Romo said he was sick, and the John Harbaugh details continue to sprinkle in on joining the NFC East. The Red Zone, your football fix, after this.
included in a car or truck right, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. Every day at this time, it's the Red Zone, your football fix here on Shan and RJ. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden running things on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Choppy, would you like Tony Romo and a possible explanation for how bad he was on Sunday, or Sean Payton being an absolute jackass?
Ooh, let's do Sean Payton.
Sean Payton being asked about the return. I believe it was DJ Williams.
It was Dre Greenlaw.
Dre Greenlaw, I'm sorry. I was watching DJ Williams talked about being trucked by Lorenzo Neal yesterday on Instagram. That's why I think that was in my mind. But the return of Dre Greenlaw at linebacker.
Sean, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game. Yeah.
What a jerk.
Just to reset, this kid was not trying to throw out some fancy X's and O's suggestion, right? What responsibility, what third of the field should the Mike linebacker carry over to when you're cover one set against a 3-by-1?
He's like motor, basically. How great is it to have his motor back?
Yeah.
What do you know about motor, moron?
Yeah.
Play it one more time, Peyton.
Sean, having Greenlaw back for this game, his ability to attack downhill in the run game, just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. Have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game. Yeah.
I said to myself, there has to be more to this. The reporter, Luca Evans, in one of the replies, did kind of downplay it. And I think he was like, hey, funny moment between us, all good.
Yeah,
and I was
he's just joking with me, guys. He's just joking with me. We're friends.
I hate that people like this. If there's nothing else to it, I hate
pretty
that.
Dramatic there, Nick.
I hate that people like this are this successful. That bothers me.
I mean, look, if you hit your wagon to Drew Brees, you'd be successful too.
They played it yesterday on GBAG, and Brian, who worked with Sean Payton a number of years, so he knows. As soon as the clip was done, he goes, he just hates that guy. He's like, that's when Sean hates.
Okay.
Sean just when he hates
like
somebody,
a personal dislike.
Yeah. He's like, he hates him.
Maybe they've had beef. Maybe the reporter's done some sketchy, irresponsible things. I could give a little bit of a pass on that.
Broadus is like, he hates that reporter. That's what that is.
He's guessing.
Yeah.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know, but he's saying, listening to Sean, hearing him snap like that, he's like, that's when he doesn't like somebody.
This is a place, though, that all athletes and coaches know they can go. Right? They all know they can go here with a lot of the media, with 99% of the media.
Yeah.
And they just don't, because they know that first of all, it's pointless.
You mean like truly breaking it down?
All athletes know they can go here with a media member.
Yeah.
Right? And
I think Cuban tried to do that to Bayless one time. He's like, you don't really know about basketball.
Right.
You can't truly talk X's and O's.
Yeah, but the difference is
none of us could draw up a play in a motion offense in basketball.
Yeah, Cuban's not Bobby Knight here.
Right.
Cuban's like...
no, he thought he was.
Right, and Skip would go back to Cuban. Well, neither can you. Neither can you. Like, yeah, we all right, yeah, like, cool, you got us, man. Like, it's just boorish, and it's... I don't know, I liken it to, like, if you're... This kid's trying to speak your language. He's just trying to speak your language.
And not even trying to be that sophisticated with it.
No, it's like, you don't need to go here.
If he goes, you excited to have Dre Greenlaw back this week? Yeah, Dre Greenlaw, why wouldn't we? Like, he's just trying to give some, meat to the broader question of something you would probably reject if he said it as simply as you're saying he has to. There's that aspect of it. I do hate this from people. I love it in very narrow instances, which is the person who never does anything like it, randomly just snapping and doing it. Garrett did this at the end of his end of season press conference one year to Clarence Hill, and it is still the funniest thing I've ever seen Garrett do, where he's just Clarence, first question out of the gate, he's like, can your style still win in the NFL? And Garrett paused and he went, if you could describe the style for me.
Oh.
And then Clarence looked and he goes, huh? And he goes, describe the style for me. And then Clarence was like, well, but that was the one time Garrett, you could tell he's like, all right, you know what? Let's check it. What is it? Tell me. You tell me what it is.
Oh, and I would have been boring, non-aggressive, and predictable.
A lot of attacking downhill with the linebackers.
Yeah, that's right.
Routes.
All right, Bobby, you were out for this. You would have loved this segment where I absolutely destroyed Tony Romo and his broadcast of Bills, Jags, along with the rest of the world, seemingly. And, man, you talk about a world-class kiss-ass. That's Adam Shine, who somehow
Shot on Sports
has weaseled his way into all these roles and jobs. I think he's who they throw it back to during halftime.
Nance loves him. Loves him.
Oh, my gosh. I'm not saying I don't know this. I assume and presume that Jim Gray is a weasel who I can't stand. I don't know about Adam Shine.
I know for a fact Jim Gray is a weasel. He confronted me.
Yeah.
Shine was cool. We saw Shine at Radio Row. He was very cool.
I guess it just bothers me that Shine's getting all these. I don't like his voice.
I don't like his hair.
I don't like his glasses.
You don't like his glasses?
Yeah, I think we just collectively don't like him.
Yeah, or maybe jealousy. I'd factor that into myself.
I am jealous of the hair for sure.
But Adam Shine was slurping Tony during this interview. Well, first off, Tony gave a possible explanation why the performance was off on Sirius.
By the way, you referenced it earlier. Were you fighting an illness in the game on Sunday?
Oh, yeah. We had a bunch of guys sick, but, yeah, we were just grinding through. But you're not going to miss a playoff game. It's too much fun.
I know. You almost missed one in Cabo.
I got it. And Nance didn't reference this. I didn't hear it all during the broadcast. You're fighting through it, partner. Do you know what we're talking about? Agree or disagree, or notice Romo's call during the game?
Yeah, I heard him a little bit during the game. He wasn't good. There was that thing before the game where he was talking about a major upset if Buffalo wins, Carolina could. It's what?
Yeah.
No,
but it's an overset. What did he say? Underdog, overdog. It could be an
underdog and an overdog.
It's just this is like a
Dalton Miller backstaff.
What I think of when I see this stuff is I think of that report that came out where they're like, he doesn't really prep, he doesn't really do the work, and they've kind of leaned into can we get you to do some of this? You need some coaching.
And I think we talked about this. That was the criticism of Sims at the end. He just stopped working. He thought he could go out there and just watch the game and react.
What I said on Monday was I don't know if he's not working. I don't have evidence that he is working hard at it. I think Tony just thinks he can get away with starting. He doesn't. They need to work on finishing sentences and thoughts with him. He thinks he can get away with not giving analysis. Everything is a soft, open-ended opinion. When they go to a measure, we'll see here. No.
Tony.
Grow a pair and say what you think it is. And then if you get proven wrong, you get proven wrong. Troy Aikman is always giving an opinion. Greg Olsen is breaking things down. So I still think he can break things down, but in the minutia of just filling time, he doesn't complete the sentences and makes these weird noises and gyrations with a ...
Is there? So you said Sims did that at the end. Now they're talking about maybe Romo's gotten stuck there. Is there an area of the sports talk that we do that you feel like I could wing that argument without having to look up too much? I can just talk about that pretty extensively without having to Google or reference or even research it very much because I feel like I know it well enough. Is there a topic we do that's
Peyton Manning's playoff numbers?
Mine's Justin Herbert, but
and then after the first question, Shine's like, you know how much I love you and think you guys are great. You got the best crew, and he names all his 9 coworkers at CBS, and then he used all that buttering up, which sometimes we do with Jerry, to ask Tony, did you hear the criticism?
I think anytime you're in a position like we are, we're on the air for 3.5 hours, there's always, you're always trying to do the best you can and everything, and then there's always going to be moments where there's always great stuff and then other stuff. It's just part of being in your position. You just go back to work and you do a great job. I mean, that's the fun part about this is it's sports and it makes it fun. We're just trying to make everyone enjoy the show and learn a little bit and have a great time. So to me, it's what makes sports amazing. It's fun.
I also think Tony's kind of fake. Everything is, it just makes it awesome when people criticize you and they say you need to this and that. Like, I never feel like I'm getting like a real, true Tony Romo.
He sounded very.
Who likes criticism?
Just that's.
I love it. Oh man, I love when the fan text comes at me.
Right.
Oh, it's a great feeling.
It's awesome.
It's a great feeling to get ratioed on Twitter. Just give it to me, baby.
Whenever I've heard him reference stuff before or talk about this kind of stuff before, he's never sounded that exhausted. Maybe he's sick. Maybe he's sick. Maybe it is. But that sounded worn down and just, yeah, sure.
John Harbaugh is going to coach the New York Giants. Has he taken former Ravens OC Todd Monken with him? Have the Ravens gotten rid of Monken, or did the contract expire? Do we know that?
Monken was not. I mean, I don't know if it's any official word in it, but like that's the whole thing. Apparently, they got Harbaugh canned. So yeah, Monken was supposed to be. He's done.
So John Harbaugh maybe near $20 million a year to take over the Giants. Alec Medford has struck again because an NBA player has just demanded out. Could that play in to an AD deal? We'll talk about it with the K&C Masterpiece next.
After we.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Did you almost get caught, Corey?
No. Headphones really loud.
Oh.
Yeah, sometimes. I have sensitive ears.
You're giving the stance. The Kevin stance.
I just wanted to know, how are things, guys?
You know what? Things are good.
Okay.
There are.
Sometimes you got to squabble it out.
Yeah, sometimes there's good, positive, productive fights that I think are needed sometimes, which happened at 8 o'clock over Justin Herbert. Then there are those fights that linger, and you're going to have a discussion later on. This wasn't one of those.
Bobby was laughing in your face, though, and I just couldn't believe that you let that happen.
Well, you obviously have been talking to Mike Bassick, because Bassick texted me the same thing. My phone lit up, the fan text lit up, and I'm actually going to give Bobby maturity credit points here, because never Mike.
No.
I tried. I took 2 or 3 kind of, maybe 2 inaccurate shots to try to win the battle.
Yeah.
And Bobby didn't really escalate it further and further. He yelled and screamed too, but he didn't slam down the headphones. I was happy with that. He didn't walk out, and he didn't get outright disgusted, because I was like, you'll never, ever give on an argument. That was bait that I threw out. Because he's
a master at it.
He's been master aiders.
You're better than that.
I don't think I am.
He's been better at, he's admitted some wrongs recently.
Sure.
That was a big show thing that we needed to correct. Matt Stafford, whether, I can't think of anything else that he's admitted. Maybe that just means he's right.
They told me, they said, put the lie in likability. They said lie that you don't know what you're talking about in some instances to improve your likability. And so I said, fine, I will accept that.
The fact that he didn't throw the headphones, storm off from the hallway when I tried to escalate, it was a good, positive fight. I needed to get some rage out. My daughter's been torturing us at home all week long.
Oh, no.
RSV after hand, foot, and mouth.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I'm trying to think of the real comparison of the differences between the two, because I knew in the middle of arguing that wasn't linger into the break fight.
How did you know?
Because I just could tell. It wasn't anything other than it was just getting worked up. I could tell it was but I'm trying to think. When I didn't ask McCarthy a question, I asked McCarthy 2 questions in that interview that one time. I was like, all right, he's not answering. He's being a little baby today.
Yeah.
And then that lingered into the break, and that's where we got the play the highlight drop from Peyton.
Yeah. So, no, and then RJ dancing has taken over kind of as the #1 video highlight from that. I know it'll be played on GBAG of the day. But no, that one, in all honesty, it didn't take fine commercial break. Others are not.
Can I ask a different, totally unrelated sports question?
Oh, sports. I thought you were going to ask about that thing you're talking about right before you came in.
That was you, not me. Is there any part of you that thinks that the college football playoff championship game should be tonight? Because they've been rolling out Thursday and Friday games, and I get you want the cycle to yourself, but I still think it's going to linger over more NFL playoff into Monday.
I think that the college football playoffs should be finished by January 1st.
I'm with you on that.
The moment the NFL playoffs get started, it gets completely swallowed up.
Okay, yeah, I can see. And I know Dan Lanning feels that way as well. The gap between the conference championships and when you start the games that matter again is really long.
It is. I think the college playoff is hoping that if they have the game on Monday, that you get more than one day to talk about it. You'll talk about it on Tuesday. Because, look, obviously,
you're right.
Monday morning, everyone's talking NFL playoffs. Tuesday morning, you get a lot of the college game stuff. And they're hoping that will bleed into Wednesday and maybe even Thursday. It's not going to, but that's the hope.
Especially not this year with the deadline for the playoff change being Friday.
But this year, if it's Thursday, you only get Friday. Now, you'll get a higher percentage on Friday because there's nothing going on. Right, you don't have any NFL games to react to, but there's going to be NFL bleed over on Tuesday.
Did you read Jay Busby's article about this at Yahoo?
Oh no,
he did.
Steve's.
He did this whole thing. Nope, not Steve Busby.
I love Steve Busby.
And like, goodbye, baseball. It says it was titled "Ready for Indiana versus Miami." We'll hurry up and wait. And it's basically a criticism of like this 10-day layoff. They're failing to maximize on the excitement of everything that's going on.
I do agree with that.
I don't. If you want to do it earlier and make the timeline earlier, I'm fine with that.
Yes,
that's fine. If you want to like make it so that it's not dragging into the middle of January, that's fine. But the idea of you lose its momentum, to me, football never loses its momentum. Football is football. People will want to watch it. People will react to it. I don't think 3 days earlier makes the college football title any more interesting to people like it does when we talk about, oh, great, the two teams swept each other in the NBA conference finals, and now we wait around for 10 days for the finals. That hurts the NBA.
Can football lose momentum, though, I guess, is my question against other football? Because I'm with you.
Yes.
By itself,
Yes.
Nothing compares with football. But that's my question.
I've never known it to lose momentum in past years.
Okay.
I mean, to me, it's just we all wait around for it and then we watch it the same anyway. I don't think they lose people who are interested in
we
it.
We watch it, but the talking, the dialogue about it, I think is lost.
RJ, did you see the date for next year's national championship?
We're all here, not just RJ. Page.
January 25th.
January 25th?
Monday, the 25th.
Well, they're
in Vegas.
They're expanding, right? We don't know. We think.
Are you going to get rid of the conference championship games then? If you eventually expand, I know short-term 16, long-term 24. Some of these teams might play 5 games. Your schedule is going to be longer than an NFL schedule.
They're not going to get rid of the bowl games.
You get more people.
That's your options really if you want to speed up the timeline, because I'm sure a lot of this is they don't want it. They've got all their little piddly bowl games they're playing the whole way that they don't want to swallow up.
How is it going to be January 25th? It's 10 days from now.
Well, if they expand the tournament,
what if they don't? But what if they don't expand it?
Don't you think there's like kind of a working agreement in place?
But that's the bye week between the Super Bowl and the conference title games, isn't it?
No, wouldn't that be the conference title game?
I mean, after conference title games, and then you get the college football game to then talk about, because there's no Super Bowl coming up that week. It's a bye week.
No, you're right, but like, wouldn't that be the day after the Super Bowl got set?
Yeah, the idea would be do it.
I don't know if that's going to work the way they think it is.
So Monday would be reaction, then Tuesday you'd get reaction, then have the whole week, because people would be saving Super Bowl preview stuff for the following week.
Alec Medford sending this over from Shams. Jonathan Kuminga has demanded a trade away from the Warriors as he becomes eligible to be moved tomorrow.
And then Jonathan Kuminga tweeted and said that never happened. Sean's got my report wrong.
I mean, I just feel like Jonathan Kuminga has been on the verge of being traded 4 times in the last 18 months?
Yes.
I'll believe it when I see it.
12-6. Would you throw that into an AD possibility?
I mean, look, at this point, pretty much I'll just take whatever.
Don't let it beat you down.
I realize they've got us.
Don't let it beat you down. I'm going to advocate to start next year with AD and Kyrie and Flag and top 5 pick.
Were you surprised that Mannix said at 9 that Gafford would get a first-round pick?
I don't want to, again, bring up Mike Bassick, because Bassick said Gafford. I don't want to give Mike any type of public credit after he said that could be the case. No, I wasn't surprised.
Because he seemed very definitive that, teams would give up first-round pick for he thought that could be on the table if they wanted it right now.
I think that's the case as well. Don't you think that would be more of a scenario to be the end of the first-round pick, because those would be competitive teams that would be in that mix?
Or it'd be a team that may be in the middle right now that is thinking he could be part of them ascending.
I mean, look.
But if he doesn't, then they...
I know, and wouldn't you take a shot on that, hoping that it didn't work out for them, and then maybe you could slide double lottery?
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, at 10:20 today, as we get you ready for the Dallas Card Show tomorrow, where we're going to be tomorrow during the day, we will have guest Kate Wardlow on. Kevin,
love him. Her.
My understanding is that you tried to get her to give her number for cards the last time you were around.
At the last card show, I pitched an idea where she would go to different vendors and see what's the best card she could get from them if she gave her phone number.
Who is this?
She's from the Dallas Card Show. We're going to be there tomorrow.
What's her name?
Kate Wardlow.
And I can look her up?
Oh, no.
Oh, so you're saying she's a really hot card collector?
Kate Applebee's.
I did not say that.
Blonde Applebee's.
I did not say that at all.
Blonde.
I will have her on at 11 o'clock.
Her?
We discuss. I don't know. I've never met her.
Then how do you know?
Kevin knows her.
Then why did you say that she could get a great card for her
Who does
phone
she
number?
work with?
I wanted to see if she could.
Dallas card show.
Based upon her looks.
It was just a fun thing to do.
She's a chick. Chicks,
Yeah,
it's easy for
have
them,
you ever
dude.
had a woman on this
a
show?
lady.
What does everybody
Wow.
say? They're
Chick,
like,
Corey.
"Oh, she sounds hot." Like that's what happens every
dude.
time.
Every time. Adrian gets on, and it's just immediately, oh my God, Adrian sounds so hot. And I'm like, guys. And then immediately it's like, she sounds like Corey outkicked his coverage. I'm like, I got a lot to offer. Yeah. Also, we discuss Cooper Flagg being a top 25 guy or whether he'll even be back this year after the last night's ankle injury.
Fine.
And then at 12:20, is there a player you still dislike to this day? This perk, I could see Sean's eyebrows raised because he was like, dislike? All right.
You mean like that's done
because
playing?
you made an early decision on them. You made a decision.
You're like, that guy's
nope.
no good, and then things change. You're like, screw it.
No matter
This guy
how,
sucks.
no matter how
You're gonna be
good
dug in?
Justin Herbert was, you're like, you know what? I'm still gonna fight against it.
Yeah, I didn't make an initial. Choppy actually had the first anti-Herbert sentiment, and then I picked up on it.
It took me this long to get there. Like it was this year where I was just like, eh.
Yeah. So you're asking who have you been the most dug in on, no matter
like
what?
you still dislike
To
and
this
maybe
day.
discount
Even though
to
they're
this
good?
day, even though like maybe the tide has changed on you.
So you just hate them as a almost a personality or a play, not necessarily like you hate that people think they're good and you think they're not.
I mean, that could be part of it, but I think it's more of like
you being wrong.
Exactly, and you don't want to admit it because you're still like, no, they're still not good.
Oh, that's a great question.
Thank you.
Who are you refusing to bend on?
It took a while to bend on Lamar.
That's true. It did.
Yeah.
Didn't it?
What about Stafford?
Stafford, I think Stafford was that guy when I was saying he was that guy. He's played better recently, I think is what it is with Stafford.
Dang, I can't think of anyone I've been really wrong about.
Jaden Daniels made me sick last year.
That tracks for this.
So it's okay. 12:20. You have time. So
No, I won't admit it then either. What about you?
I mean, infinite amount of players. Joe Montana, still a system guy.
Joe Montana, the most clutch playoff quarterback of all time.
Yeah, because he had 5-yard passes and then Jerry Rice.
how do you do his Kansas
He
City?
won as many Super Bowls without Jerry Rice as he did with Jerry Rice. How many Super Bowls did Jerry Rice win with John?
factually
No, that
correct.
is factually
I thought it was
accurate.
one without Jerry
No,
and
it's
then
2
3
and
with.
2. Jerry Rice won
be
2
back
with Joe
in 2
Montana
and 2.
and 1 with Steve Young.
Joe Montana was a chump in Kansas City. All right.
He made it to the AFC Championship game at a
Oh,
time.
really?
that
Not
they
the Super
couldn't
Bowl.
get
That's-
Jack
We only
Ness.
count Super Bowls here on this station.
Who is someone that you think I've been
That is an out.
going back
That
to
you dug in against and didn't like.
Fighting for a Niners so hard.
I don't know that you dig in against anybody, really.
Like Eli, I don't like that I disliked Eli's career because I think he's such a sweetheart. But I always hated
I'll
either.
say you've said some out of pocket stuff about Dak as a player over the years at times, but I don't know that you dug in. I just think you've been overly critical
But that's
at
been
times.
no different
Yeah, move
from
on.
your Stafford take of I was right in the moment.
But I think you were overly
Inconsist-
critical at times.
Did you know he finished second for MVP a couple years ago?
You two fight.
Had you
Battle
heard
the brains.
that?
Get some brains in here fighting with
He's
each
really
other.
good. I like him. Just like I like Justin Herbert.
Yeah, yours might be Dak. You might need to say Dak that you won't admit.
Yeah, you talk all sorts of trash about Dak.
I do not. We're the most supportive of Dak to start his career.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Where was that interview?
RJ made a diss track every week with
Yeah.
Dak.
I didn't book that interview.
Before you guys got us canceled.
I didn't book that interview.
The show that got Dak canceled.
I know what happened.
I wasn't even here.
The show that got him canceled.
Okay,
you love him
am
the
I
most.
aware that he says F our station? Yeah, I know. I didn't book that interview.
The guy
Are you
that made
embarrassed?
all that happen isn't even on the show anymore.
Spittle?
Oh,
I was joking about
and
Mike, but he didn't.
And people, yeah, Mike was no parts involved. What a
I hope people reflect on that and think I made that attorney look foolish.
Yes.
That's what I always hope would.
Yeah, I know you and
I listened to it.
No,
You
what?
heard the interview?
He sounded like a
He
chump.
looked foolish in that interview.
Listen, what should be remembered and what is remembered are two different things, my friend. The K&C Masterpiece is next. We're back with all the football picks tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan.
105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You're too loud in my ears.
That's
not on you, though, bro.
Okay, thanks. So the question that just came up among the group, and then we'll dive right into football. Is there ever a thing you really want or really want to do, but then there's too many steps involved, and you're like, never mind, I'm out? Because Shan, RJ, Bobby, Peyton, Aiden, they had these like breakfast burritos that I was like, oh man, yeah, that looks good. But I just thought they were here because we have a fancy new office and sometimes there's food here. But then it was like, oh yeah, you just got to go downstairs and order them. And I was like, all right, so if they're just there, I'm in. But you got to order them, go downstairs, wait. Even though I realized that's not a lot of steps, I was like, you know what? Never mind. I'm out. I'm done. Is that a relatable thing?
Yeah, no, this happens constantly. And a lot of times it's whether or not I want to actually log into something. Hold on. So I have to go back to my email now to get your code, and I'm done. Like, that happens to me. Oh, yeah, dude.
Okay.
And yesterday, I'll tell you this, was applying for a new zero balance transfer credit card so I could move something over and do some work.
To say job.
No,
nervous.
I needed to do some work on a little bit of debt. All right, so we're working through that a little bit, and so I needed one more year of this zero balance transfer. And they said, hey, we need the account number from the account that you're moving the money. And Kevin, I looked at every statement I could possibly find, and there was nothing that said it. Nowhere on anything. And I'm freaking out. And I almost quit. I almost said, screw it, I'll pay the interest. Whatever it is, I will pay the interest in order to not have to deal with your crap. And then I looked and I went, oh, hold on, that's the same number. Okay, never mind. It was like one of those moments that just happened just like that.
So then does the question become, how many poor decisions in life have we made because we just didn't want to put out the effort?
Didn't want to put the effort. Yes, dude, most of our decisions in life, most of them are, did we want to put the effort in or not?
From the 682, yeah, I would love to do scuba diving, but then to get certified and spend hours and hours in training, I'm just like, nah. Mm-hmm. And I think that's different than the other 682s. Like, I'd love to have abs, but see, that's a decision that you could make for your life to be better. I'm talking more about like irrelevant, low-level decisions. Like, Alec, your example of you want to get something or do something, but then it's on the other side of 20, and you're like, ooh. U-turn, pass.
Even if it's right off the access road. Like our friends at Taco Bueno, the I-20 location in Grand Prairie. It is on the other side of I-20 relative to my house, but it is right on the access road. Even though it is one more right turn away from the highway, I'm like, I have to cross under 20. I'm not going to go after a certain time because of traffic. So, yeah, stuff like that will deter me, and I'm like, I'll just be responsible and cook at home.
How many times do you say, I'll just get gas in the morning because the gas station's on the left side of the road?
Oh, my gosh, yes.
You're just like, I don't want to have to turn across traffic or go make a U-turn.
Yeah.
And in order to do this, I just want to turn in and then be on my way.
You rationalize, I want to turn in and turn out and keep going the same way. And once it's like turn around, you're like, oh, my gosh. Yep. And then I either got to turn around again or I got to go back down to a new light and make a left. You're like, the hell with that. And so it's ridiculous. But I'm with you. And then I think about that sometimes with like the place I want to go, and I'm like, why didn't you build your place on the other side, stupid?
Don't you realize people are driving north?
But then I'm like, well, like half the other people would be mad then. They're like, oh yeah, you jerk. Why aren't you on this side?
What about the south drivers?
The road. From the 469, I will ride it out if the gas station is not on my side of the road.
They just built a brand new gas station at the corner of Park and 75, okay? The frontage road. Kevin, this is on my drive to work. It's on the right-hand side. It's perfect for me. Do you know how many cars are in that thing? And do you know how, because also it's at that U-turn intersection part of 75, so if you go under the highway, there's so much traffic there that I'll have to sit for 10 minutes just to get out of the parking lot after I've gotten my gas. So I will refuse to go to that one. Unfortunately, it's a great spot, great location. People need gas. I am, as this person from the 903 says, selectively lazy.
Oh, for sure.
We need to use that as a show term more often.
Selectively lazy.
That is a selectively lazy bit right there. I get it.
From the 972, and this is what we're here for. I feel so vindicated by this segment. Thank you. And from the 817, if I have to call you on the phone, I'm so done with your ass. If I can't do it via email, text, or website, and I know I've been victim of that with both of you guys. I have been victim of that with Jared Sandler, where I'm in the car and I have a complex thing to express to him that I can't, or it's not that complex, but I can't text it all while on the road, but I need to be efficient. And I'm like, sorry, man. This is just going to be a phone call, and I get it.
You know you can voice to text, right?
Yeah, I've just
or
seen.
You can voice memo.
I've just seen so many people text in when they want to be like, "I think Dak is the best," and it's like Dak booby flobbing, and you're like, "What?" And it's like stupid voice to text, and so I feel like I see that. I don't know. I just made that up that second, as you can tell.
No, that's happened. That exact thing that you just said has actually happened.
And so that happens all of the time. So I think I have a negative perception of voice to text without even using it, because I've also seen my wife try it. And it's ridiculous because you have to talk differently too. She's usually like, I will be there this afternoon, period. Please be ready by 3 p.m. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. So a couple things. I know we got a lot going on here in this segment, but Lucy, because my mom voice to text all the time, and then constantly I get the 3 extra texts that are stupid voice to text.
Yeah.
Here's the rest of it. Lucy uses voice to text a lot because she hasn't quite figured out typing letters. Like, we're still working on that, spelling words. And she even says, this is funny, she's always like, I try to type to my friends, but it just comes out gibbish. And I'm like, that's not the word. We got to work on that one too, just a little bit. But she uses, so we did set up voice memos for her. So she sends lots of voice memos to people. So it just comes across that way. That's a good way to do it. So there you go. Oh, and somebody says that station's 15th and 75. Yes, my apologies. I forget sometimes 15th and Parker. It confuses me.
Yeah, from the 682, man, there's so many texts coming in. If I can't order food online and I have to call the restaurant, I won't do it.
Fact.
We actually picked a different place to eat the other day because it was like, I'm sorry, our online system is encountering problems. And I was like, what am I going to do? Pick up the phone like a crazy person?
Nope.
No deal. That's the whole reason I'm ordering online, to limit human contact. That's the reason they do curbside delivery, so you can deal with one person who might say 3 words to you instead of going in and being like, oh, are you here for a pickup? I picked this to avoid all of that.
I even tell them,
nobody wants to see each other.
Please leave it at my door. I don't even.
Yeah.
I will come out and get it after you've driven off. I appreciate your time, but just please leave it at the door because I got stuff going on inside this house. We got a lot of things, a lot of balls up in the air. You know, got a dog that's kind of trying to run around. Yeah, I might be doing something at the time, and I just wanted food for after. Nobody really knows. I did see, the comedian Josh Johnson. I think he's hilarious, dude. He's from The Daily Show.
I'll have to. Oh yeah, I know who that is.
I think he's really funny. He said he ordered. This was early on in the food delivery system thing. He ordered food, and they have to take a picture of the food. And so they have to take a picture of the food to confirm to everybody that, hey, the food has been picked up. And so he said, okay. So he said he got he heard the order was there. He opened his door up, and the guy said, can I take a picture? And he was like, look, I don't think I'm that famous, but I was like, sure. And so I stepped into in with him and was like, all right, put my arm around him. And he goes, can you hold the bag up so I can get it in the picture too? And that's when he realized, oh, crap, I just overdid the I'm famous thing.
And then have you ever had the thing where they sent the picture and you're like, oh no, that is not my house. Like that is, you're like, oh, I see that you've delivered it. Unfortunately, that is not my house. All right, we could continue this conversation, but I got a couple of Cowboys notes for you to start this off. Josina Anderson reported yesterday evening that the Cowboys had requested to interview Packers defensive line coach, run game coordinator DeMarcus Covington for their defensive coordinator vacancy. And I want to get back to that in just one second, but also the Cowboys, Jake Ferguson has been announced as one of the 3 finalists for the NFL Salute to Service Award. And I think that is really, really cool. We can talk more about that as well. But going back to DeMarcus Covington, this continues a conversation that I feel like we've had the last couple of days is, man, we all hope they pick the right person, or at least who most people think is the right person, or who Shoddy is determined is the right person. But the scope of this search has been really impressive, and also makes me a little sad and embarrassed about previous searches, because you see how ridiculously small they were. Where you're like, hey, I'm going to meet the minimum of the Rooney Rule, and then take who Jay Glazer told me to.
Yeah. I was thinking this last night. This needs to be a segment, and I didn't put this on my list. But you are happy? I'm happy. You just asked. You already said it. I'm happy with the people they've gone to talk to, the ideas that they've gone to talk to. And doesn't it sound like Schottenheimer has a lot to do with this? And
yes.
It seems like he's the one pushing this, which is, as you said, sad. Because that should be the GM. The GM should be the one pushing forward with this. But the coach is like, hey, I don't care. Our coach just watched a regime that would sit around and wait for the Joneses.
Yes.
And then in his first year, he was like, hey, are we waiting on Michael Parsons too? I don't want that crap to happen to me again. I'm going to have to do this stuff. So he's coming up with ideas. He's throwing names out there, and he's saying, based on the fact that he had a really good run with his offensive line coach and his offensive coordinator, I think he has the Joneses' ear now. Look, if I want somebody, I'm actually going to do a real search to find somebody that's good. Somebody that has good, young, fresh ideas, a good communicator, good teachers. By the way, Christian Parker, just listening to Gang of Seven yesterday talk about him, like, I was already excited.
Oh, are you ready to shift to him?
Even more excited. But yes, Kevin, no. I love the fact that this team is doing a real search for somebody and not just saying, put this guy's name in there, we've heard of him, thumbs up, we're good to go. Because this team needs a lot more than what they were given last year.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right about that.
I can't let the Joneses off the hook for what they've done in the past, though. So I think 30 years was screwed over because they just were like, guys, we got a schedule.
And I think this search just crystallizes that even further, like how
I will give them credit for going forward with it this way.
Agreed.
I will give them. I can't let them off the hook in the past. I will give them credit for this, but man, Schottenheimer's getting a ton of love for this because he has a certain way he wants it done, and he wants real coaches in that room.
And then for Jake Ferguson, he's alongside Aaron Jones and Christian McCaffrey as one of the finalists. Ferguson is being recognized for his exceptional efforts to honor and support members of the military community. I think that's just really cool, especially since he was the weekly regular guest with the GBAG Nation. So congratulations to him. He will be judged by, or the winner will be determined by a panel that includes Chad Hennings. We know him very well, former guest of the K&C Masterpiece, as well as George Kittle, who won the Salute to Service Award last year, and a couple of other military and NFL alums. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we might need to fire up a little bit of baseball talk, but also we'll get you ready for the Dallas Card Show with in-studio guest Kate Wardlow. All of it coming up next right here on The Fan.
By the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Kate Wardlow from the Dallas Card Show is going to be jumping up in studio with us in just a second. So you guys be nice to her. We are going to be doing our show live at the Dallas Card Show tomorrow, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen at the Marriott. And I saw somebody suggest that, well, they actually suggested I take the show off and just set up a table and start selling.
Sweet.
Mike has done that before at the Dallas Card Show after the show was over. He didn't skip the show.
Oh, okay.
So he could do that. But in other sports news, I think we talked about it 2 days ago. Maybe it was yesterday, an overreaction or reality. But it looks as though it is coming to pass because you continue to see the same report. Barring a setback or complication, John Harbaugh will be the next head coach of the New York Giants. First of all, I love that qualifier because it feels like it protects you as a reporter. And you're like, well, I told you, unless there was a setback, there was a setback. Mm-hmm. But it looks like John Harbaugh will be the next head coach of the New York Football Giants. And we discussed it, but for people that missed it, does that concern you from a Cowboys fan perspective?
It's kind of like using the word allegedly, right? If
right.
I can use
it
allegedly, it protects me in a lot of different forms. We discussed this yesterday, yes. At that time, I didn't think it was as much of a reality because we're still in coaching search mode.
Right.
But the fact is that I think he lost that room in Baltimore for a couple reasons. One, Lamar Jackson became too powerful with the organization.
Did you see what the owner said about that? He said Lamar did not have an outsized role in this decision.
I understand that. That makes sense. I can understand that. I don't think he did either. I think Lamar Jackson likes the coach. But when your star player has more influence than you, and again, this doesn't have to do with whether or not he wants him fired, they start looking at other people to blame. And this happened with Luka and Rick Carlisle. Luka was the star, and Rick Carlisle was the problem. And so that if you're the head coach and all the problems are on the team, then you're fine. For the most part, unless you're the one that can't fix those problems. But the star became too big. So I don't think he lost the room for like being a bad coach. I think he's a good coach that knows how a program's supposed to look, and he has lots of pieces already in place with the Giants. They just need the discipline to go along with it. So they're going to need somebody to come in there and say 5 minutes is late.
Right.
5 minutes is late.
Well, look, hey.
5 minutes early. You were late.
Personally, I hate that philosophy, but that's just me.
Sometimes you need to whip some people into shape, though.
Okay,
you know?
I agree. The people who are late, I'm with you on that. But it looks like it could be quite the change for Baltimore because the thought is that the early favorite, while we're waiting for everything to get finalized, that Todd Monken will join him as the offensive coordinator with the Giants. So when you were talking about Lamar Jackson, that would be his offensive coordinator for the last few years and his head coach for the entirety of his career, both gone.
You mean the offensive coordinator that built the offense that turned him into an MVP again?
Yep.
And also didn't just make him a runner. Like that,
for sure.
That was the key thing there was he became a passer. If anybody, again, go look at the stats, go watch him that season. He was more of a passer than he was a runner during his second MVP season, and it was because of the way that Monken called that offense and built that offense for him. He knew what he was good at. He knew what the rest of his team was good at, too, and he knew what he needed. So if he goes there, and you got Jackson Dart who can do both, he can run. And Kevin, there's...
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about Jackson Dart's evolution
absolutely.
now.
Go back. I remember talking to a pitcher once about certain pitches, and he said, look, there are times whenever you're throwing that you have outs. You have out of bounds areas that you know you can go to that are going to be safe for you. So if you're a pitcher, I know if I don't want to hit him in the face, so I'm going to go a little lower, and I'm going to aim for this, but if I do pull it just a little bit, it's going to be still here. Same goes for quarterbacks. I want to throw to an area where only my receiver can get it, But if he doesn't get to it, it doesn't damage us that much because it's not there for a cornerback to get either. Well, the other option you have is run. And Jackson Dart has that, and I think Monken has an offense built in where if I do need you to run, you can take off at any point, and he's good at that too.
Does having John Harbaugh there, aside from every other move they could potentially make, do you feel like that automatically bumps them up 2 wins? Putting aside the other things they need to do to fix the team, do you think just having a coach like that can just bump up their record?
I think they can.
I think I do too.
I might even give them more than 2.
Oh.
What was their record this year again?
Their record this past year was 4-13.
Yeah, I think they can be an 8-win team with just the coach.
Okay.
Second-year quarterback, Malik Neighbors healthy. I think they can do a lot of good things.
Okay. Right now, we welcome in from the Dallas Card Show. It is, in fact, Kate Wardlow. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Sorry I'm late.
That's okay. I wasn't even going to call attention to it, but
happy to be here.
What's up with that? Why were you late this morning?
I need some keys. I need higher level security clearance,
Okay. All right. I got you. Now, we are going to be out at the Dallas Card Show tomorrow. Corey's very familiar with it. We've broadcast from there.
Nice to meet you, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for introducing me, Kevin.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're doing the show, all right?
That's Alec in there, by the way.
Nice
Sorry,
to meet you,
Kate, that's Alec, that's Corey. And, if you'd have been here in time, we could have done all these introductions
Aiden's outside.
Yeah, that was Aiden
doing his thing. Yeah,
brought you up. And see, I did tell Aiden that I thought you would be dressed similar to him with, like, the black
All
sweats
black.
and everything.
You knew how it goes.
I said pretty much every time I've ever seen her, it's been exactly the same. So we're familiar with the Dallas Card Show, but for people who aren't,
right.
Why would you encourage them to go check out the show?
The Dallas Card Show is a staple in the hobby world. I mean, you hear it from people just standing around at the shows. They're like, we come every time. It's 6 times a year. It's the biggest. It's 700 tables, and you have such a wide variety of everything you could possibly want. So any kind of collector. You've got modern. You've got case hits. You've got vintage. You've got every TCG you could possibly want.
Yes.
Like things you didn't even know existed.
Pokemon, One Piece. Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh, Marvel, Digimon, all the things. It's
Is
insane.
Digimon still going strong?
Yeah, I mean, you never know. There's people into everything.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is it going to outgrow that place at some point? Because I feel like we've moved into the hallways and we're
every
moving.
part of that place has tables there.
Yeah, this just shows how good it is.
Yes. No,
I
that's
mean,
exactly
we've got
right.
a wait list that's ridiculous, but I mean, stays a staple.
Yeah,
People love it. People keep coming back.
Start renting out rooms and just start,
Yeah. We're moving it to room 203, guys.
See, and that feels like too far because if it's somebody you've known for a while, but otherwise, if it's somebody you meet and you're like, if you want that Pokemon card, come up to 203. That's a hostage situation that's about to take place.
It could turn ugly really quick.
But that's a great question when you're talking about outgrowing it because now y'all are even advertising, hey, if you want to stay at the hotel next to the Marriott or park there because every inch of this place is taken
packed
up by
We've
Dallas
had people
Card
up
Show.
in the parking garage, setting up tables in the parking garage.
That was me.
And running.
Yeah. I was out of my trunk. No, I'm just joking. A
tailgate on a whole different level.
Tomorrow.
I do need to tell you something. Though,
Okay,
Kevin.
tell me.
It has to happen right now.
Okay.
It's pronounced Marriott.
Oh, cultured
Instead
moment.
of Marriott.
The reason I know this,
Marriott.
my
Learn
wife was
something new every
recently.
day.
Yeah, my wife was recently at a place where
the Marriott,
the guy who's like the grandson Marriott was speaking. And he said Marriott, and then said, "Yeah, there's a common mispronunciation."
You got to be in the know. You got to be in the know.
We've said it all these years.
Man,
I'm sorry to do this live on air in front of everybody.
I thought I knew everything about the Dallas Card Show, but it comes down to I don't even know how to say the place that it's held at right.
Yeah, I learned this year or last year, just at the end of the year.
You got to spread the word, you guys.
I'm just trying to
Marriott.
help out. Yeah, Marriott.
Not Marriott.
Marriott.
Thank you.
Marriott.
Not Marriott. Okay. Now, we talked about this. Unfortunately, there's a thing that happens on our show, and I bet a lot of other places. I'm guessing you probably get it on social media. When a lady shows up for the show, people will be like, oh, she sounds hot. And I was going to make fun of those people, but I have to admit, last time at the Dallas Card Show, we did a video where we walked around together and I tried to see the best card we could get for handing out your phone number. How did that go?
First of all, the experience was a touch mortifying. I mean, shout out to Kevin for the video idea, I guess. But you know what?
filmed the video.
Meanwhile, I was beat red. I think the best card I got was like an $800 card, and this guy looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. So. Yeah.
$800, Corey.
Nice card, though.
I think we were asking the wrong people. Well, he was asking me, I mean, now I'm off the market, but he was asking me my type, and I was like, there's very few people in here.
Exactly. Well, I don't know.
I said under 30. That knocks out like about 50%.
Okay, I was going to say, I don't know if you should have said that on air.
And then there's the other, like, there's a ton of kids, right? Like, there's a ton of kids that are out there hustling. Like, I've watched these, like, 12-year-old kids hustle.
They got $50K worth of cards in their Zion case. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yes. See, I feel like she hamstrung me going into this process because she gave me, like, the longest list in the world of things to look for.
A girl's got to have standards, excuse me.
Yeah. Okay, but for a video, we could have played it up a little bit.
All right. Well, I didn't want Jerry, who's 60 years old, so.
Dang, sorry, Jerry.
In your face, Jerry. All right,
I'm sure you'll find love somewhere.
Man, poor Jerry. He's just trying to enjoy the best card show in the nation and find love. And Kate's here like, well, you can do one of those things. All right, so in addition to all the stuff you listed, y'all always, and it changes, have like a powerhouse guest lineup.
We do.
And this is just, I'll let you go ahead and throw out some if you want, but Barry Switzer, Bob Stoops, Billy Sims. And it
James
feels like,
Wood.
yes. And it feels like usually there's a theme. I know last card show, it was the 99ers, the Stars players. This year definitely feels like it kind of has an Oklahoma vibe to it.
It has some OU vibes. We have an OU on the marketing team, so she's so excited. Yeah, we got a lot of retired OU guys.
Okay.
A few baseball, a few football.
Yeah, Dean Palmer is going to be there.
Love me some Dean Palmer.
Josh Young, Evan Carter.
Yeah.
And then is there a favorite autograph guest over the years? Because like I always loved Bob Lilly because he would be there like
he's
every
a
show,
staple.
and he's so nice. Has there been a favorite like experience you've had with one of the autograph guests?
So this is a funny story. So Dennis Rodman was at our December show, and Dennis Rodman is a terrifying looking dude. He's tall and he kind of looks a little freaky. I knew he was coming. I knew he was in the building. I walked in. I was just like going upstairs to grab something, and I walked into the elevator, and it's just me and Dennis Rodman. And this man is a freaky man to be in the elevator alone with. And he looks at me. He looks at me and he's like, "What's going on, Kate?" And I was like, oh, hey.
Hi, Dennis Rodman.
I had no idea what to say, but I was just like a little starstruck, a little terrified at all things at the one time. And he was like, "Good to see you. I'll see you around." And I was like, all right.
Now, Dennis Rodman is 64, so
out of the range.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jerry.
He didn't get run down just like Jerry did.
No, I know. I didn't do him dirty like Jerry. Sorry, Jerry. But we've had some good guests. Bo Jackson's been around a few times. He's pretty cool. We've had Rocket Ismail shows up to every show.
He is awesome.
He has the best energy, man. He's so fun to talk to.
I'm excited about James Wood.
Yeah. He'll be cool.
Baseball super.
Yeah.
Not prospect. I don't want to say prospect because he's been there in baseball.
Right.
He's been doing it.
Yeah, he's at that point now where it's getting ready to launch with him, and people are starting to get to really know him. That's an exciting young player to have.
Yeah, he's still young too, so he's got a lot ahead of him.
Yeah, I like that. Do you have a white whale card that you seek all the time, or have you collected everything you
also,
want?
do you understand the white whale reference?
Is that like your holy grail, like your PC, like the one that you're always looking for, you're chasing after?
Okay.
Are you talking not Moby Dick?
Yeah, it's from Moby Dick.
Yeah, Moby Dick, right? Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
Sorry, my
I
apologies. I've never read it. That's ridiculous.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what is your holy grail?
I saw a cartoon on it or something.
Well, I got recruited into the card industry about a year and a half ago now, so I'm trying to decide what I really want to PC. So I'm open for input. I'm kind of an Aggies fan, so I've thrown around.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, gig 'em. I've thrown around PCing Johnny Manziel, but that's not exactly the hottest commodity. I don't know, just a niche PC card, you know.
But don't you think people should collect more niche people so they don't have to pay $68 million to build their
collect
PC?
what you like.
Collect what you like.
Exactly.
All the advice I've ever heard, collect what you like.
Yeah, that's always been I've said that for years, and I was the first person to ever say it, I think, was collect what you like.
Could be. Now, a question comes in from the fan text. I'll skip some of the other ones. But a question comes in from the fan text, and I think we're going to crush Corey's hopes and dreams tomorrow because he's going to... Do you know at the last card show, she did a spot with the ticket?
This man just walked up to me. Kevin and I were walking around doing a video, and this guy with a mic and some headphones on just walked up to me, and so I just started talking because I had no idea. Well, I don't listen to the radio. You guys, I listened to the fan because I knew Kevin.
There you go.
I knew
Good
Kevin.
night.
I knew Kevin, and I like the fan. I'm a fan of the fan.
You're Tolo.
I was like, they were like, oh, it's a ticket, and I didn't think he was with a ticket. I just thought he was, some press guy. I was like, whatever. And so I came in, and Kevin is giving me a smolder while I'm talking to this man because I'm talking to his arch nemesis, and so I felt so bad.
But I didn't interrupt your interview.
No, he didn't. He didn't. He was very graceful about it.
But I like what she said. She goes, I didn't know who that guy was. But Corey's going to bring some of his cards up tomorrow. What is your experience, or everybody at Sports Collectors Hubs experience in Allen, about people who bring up their cards and think they're about to strike it rich and it's 91 Donruss?
Yeah, we get a lot of calls on the daily. We got this 80s, 90s set, like my parents collected, my dad collected. It's been in my attic collecting dust for years. I'm sorry. It's not going to be worth it.
I've experienced this.
Yeah.
All right, listen.
It is unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
I went to Beckett once, and I had my binder full of cards.
Will Clark, 1987, 86 tops.
This box.
I think.
This is now more about like getting rid of things. I need to know, Kevin, should I go ahead and move on from this? And then so that's where this is going to be tomorrow. And also, when you're at the card show, it's kind of fun just to have some cards to look through. So we'll do that too.
Yeah.
All right. So, how can people get tickets? Will you tell everybody where it is again? And then the other question that comes up is, how do I find the value to my cards? I feel like going to the Dallas Card Show can take care of that as well.
Yeah. So it's important that you kind of look it up beforehand because, sometimes there's some spotty reception in the convention center. And they're just...
That's fair.
The vibes are a little chaotic sometimes, which is amazing. We love it. There's just so many people, so much stuff to look at. Well, you can first get tickets. Go to DallasCardShow.com. We have VIP All Access, VIP, and General Admission, but they'll all be available at the show that you can purchase when you walk up to the door.
And General Admission tomorrow opens right when our show ends.
It opens at 2
o'clock.
Yeah,
Yep.
2 o'clock. And then we'll be open all day Saturday and Sunday. And then trade night's going to be from 6 to 2. You guys, trade night is where it's at because it's just way more unfiltered.
And that's on Saturday.
Unfiltered. That's on Saturday, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. We're going to be at 777 Waters Creek Drive, Allen, Texas, you guys. We do it every year, 6 times a year. So
She didn't want to say it the Marriott.
And what radio station will you be loving while we're there?
I'll be loving the fan.
There you go.
I'll be a fan of the fan.
Good
Through and
answer. Would you like to maybe come along and be on the show again before the next card show?
I'd love to.
Okay, would you consider not chewing gum when you're on here the next time?
Oh, my dad's going to be mortified. My dad always tells me, don't chew gum. I got to have good breath for all the listeners.
Okay,
That's true.
That you were maybe running down just a tiny bit. No, I'm just kidding.
Smell radio.
All right,
I like it.
DallasCardShow.com. The show actually starts today if you have that VIP and those all access passes, which you can get on DallasCardShow.com, or you can stop by Sports Collectors Hub in Allen, and we'll be there tomorrow doing the show.
I'm excited.
Free.
I'll see you guys.
Good.
Yeah, I'll be
there you
running
go.
around.
I'll set my table up in the parking lot.
Okay.
He's going to be tailgating
Are you
guys.
going to run back and forth between the parking lot and the show?
Oh, no, I think they're setting up Mike at my table for me specifically.
I hope that is not the case. All right, Dallas Card Show. We will see everybody there tomorrow. Kate, thank you very much for your time.
Great talking to y'all.
And gum chewing.
Yeah.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets. Is there only going to be one Hall of Famer this year? Next on The Fan.
Get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
1-2 from Lindstrom. And Beltran hits it deep to right field. Back goes Smith to the track, looking up. It's out of here! Carlos Beltran with his third two-run homer of the game.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, we just talked about it. We will be doing our show live from the Dallas Car Show tomorrow, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen. But right now, I want to fire up some baseball nuggets.
Kevin, I'd like to promote something during baseball nuggets. The Fan is teaming up with the Rangers and Hurtado Barbecue in Dallas. This upcoming Monday evening, a winter warm-up event. The first 100 people through the doors will meet and get an autograph from Josh Young.
Wow.
And Tyler Alexander. The guys will then get joined by Jared Sandler. We all know him from
Jared.
7 to 8. Rangers Hot Stove. You want to get there early to be one of the first 100. Enjoy the best barbecue in North Texas and meet some Rangers. This Monday evening, January 19th, The Fan at Hurtado, Dallas.
You love to hear it. Man,
I really want some of their barbecue right now.
And that is the only reason it was right and great for you to promote it. But now
I'm hungry.
Exactly. I want Hurtado Barbecue. All right. I'm going to start with the Hall of Fame. So I'm going to give you just like some of the names that are up for Hall of Fame, okay? Chase Utley, Jimmy Rollins, Manny Ramirez, Andy Pettitte, Dustin Pedroia, Andruw Jones, Cole Hamels, Mark Burley, Carlos Beltran. Those are just some of the names that are up for the Hall of Fame this year. The reason why we played that highlight is it's possible only one Hall of Famer makes the cut this year.
Really?
And that would be Carlos Beltran. Here's the reason. If you follow the Hall of Fame tracker with Not Mr. Tibbs, he puts together a compilation of the ballots. And right now, he has procured 45% of the ballots for the Hall of Fame. You need 75% to make the cut. Right now, Carlos Beltran is on 90.1% of the ballots.
Really?
So it feels pretty reasonable to think that he is going to make the cut. The only other person who is above 75% right now is Andrew Jones. And the reason why you have to be above 75% right now is because we have seen this play out year after year after year. That number of the public ballots always dips with the final. And that's one of the reasons people are like, well, that's why they didn't put their ballot public, because people are going to be mad. And so Andrew Jones, I think, is getting into safe territory, but that's still a little bit on the fence. And so that's why Chase Utley is at 70%, 69.6%. You're like, oh, yeah, he might make it. I bet he doesn't this time, because when the rest of the ballots come in, I feel like he's going to drop. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. What do you think about the prospect of only Beltran or only Beltran and Jones making the Hall of Fame? Are there anybody else on the list? Is there? Or are there any other people that I listed that you're like, that person should be in the Hall of Fame? That's a Hall of Famer.
Well, I'm kind of fighting with myself on Beltran.
Ooh, okay.
He got Rookie of the Year the second year that he played baseball.
Right.
Because that's how they do it. It's weird. MVP, fourth in MVP voting in 2007. Other than that, he was multi-time All-Star.
Right.
He made some exceptional plays. Wasn't he involved in cheating the game? Wasn't he involved with the Astros and the whole trash can gate?
Was he, or was he part of a different scandal? But
Boston. I think it was Boston. No, I think he was involved with that too. And I'm looking at numbers here. So I'm looking at home runs, 435. Is the number 500 or is it 400?
No, it's still 500 with the exception of Palmeiro.
29th overall in doubles. Batting average, 279. Now, obviously, later in his career, he was a bit of a different player.
Right.
Because he played until he was 40, which is really awesome. You get a chance to play till you're 40. You had a good run there. When he got to Texas, when he was traded here, he said he loved it here because there wasn't as much pressure. He was like, it's just about baseball. So he's not my favorite candidate for the Hall of Fame.
Okay, you know what? I'm glad that you brought that up, because he's not going to make it this year, but you got to think he has a great chance to make it next year, is Chase Utley. And this is where how people define a Hall of Famer makes the difference, right? Mm-hmm. Because you can look at Chase Utley's career OPS of 823 and his career WAR of almost 65, and you're like, wow, that's nice. That's very nice. I look at the fact that, do you know how many times he won the MVP? Obviously none. But more importantly than that, do you know how many times he was top 5 for MVP? Never.
Okay.
There was not one time that Chase Utley was considered one of the top 5 players in his league. Now, I realize that there was a run of 5 seasons where he was 13th, 7th, 8th, 14th, and 8th. And to me, that puts you in the Hall of Very Good. And I remember Chase Utley was always a good player. I do not ever recall a consistent run of baseball where people were like, man, Chase Utley is one of the absolute best players in the game. He was
played in the
always
right markets.
Yeah, he did. And he was really good. He was absolutely really good. I just think, especially for the toughest Hall of Fame in all of sports to get into, I don't view him as a Hall of Famer.
A couple of names that I might consider more than those guys, and I'm not sure exactly where the Andy Pettitte case is.
And because that's somebody who cheated the game as well.
Yeah, Andy Pettitte, I would put him above most of the people on the list.
Right.
Because if there was a pitcher that I wanted in a big game, it was Andy Pettitte. If there was a pitcher that I was afraid of, it was Andy Pettitte. I know that team was stacked and everything. It just seemed like Andy Pettitte had moments that really shone during my era of just acknowledging baseball. I have a soft spot in my heart for Felix Hernandez. So that's probably always going to be that way.
Yeah, and Felix Hernandez is...
There were times where we were like, he might be the best pitcher in baseball right now.
And see, and his is tough because if you look at the overall stats, I understand he had 169 wins and a 3.42 ERA. That doesn't feel like a Hall of Famer. And I get that, and that's where I understand different people have different definitions, because I think you could look at the run from probably 2009 to 2014 screen and think, I felt like Felix Hernandez was far more consistently the best or one of the best pitchers of his era. But I get it. That's different people will have different ideas for the Hall of Fame.
And there was like a 3-year stretch where I thought Matt Kemp was one of the best baseball players on the planet too.
Sure. And so, by the way, a lot of people were asking about Cole Hamels, and I get that. So Cole Hamels right now is at 32%. So that's not terrible for your first go-round. Like, that's not great, but that's not terrible. And by the way, Shin-Soo Choo, he is at 0.5%. So Shin-Soo Choo is going to drop off the Hall of Fame ballot after this year because if you don't get at least 5%, you're out. But Cole Hamels, what you see over the years, and this is ridiculous. A Hall of Famer is a Hall of Famer. But if you think there's a difference between a first ballot Hall of Famer and a second ballot Hall of Famer, all right, I will listen to that. But what usually happens is Cole Hamels will end up at like 30%. And then next year, he'll be at 36%. And then next year, and then we'll get to like year 10. And the question will be, will he be able to eke up to 75.2% or whatever? And I'm like, what changed from year 6 to year 10 that you're like, all right, now he's a Hall of Famer? But that's something that we've seen forever and probably is not apt to change.
Here's my feeling on Cole Hamels. Damn, was he a good pitcher?
He was. He should be in the Hall of Very Good.
That's my feeling on Cole Hamels. Damn, he was a really good pitcher.
Yeah. And from the 580, those names are solidly in the Hall of Very Good. Yeah. I don't think any of them were ever Hall of Famers. And that does become the debate, but it looks like you'll get at least one. And then you got to think Andruw Jones has a really good shot. And for Andruw Jones, at least, I can think about just the captivating defense that felt like everyone was like, he's the best.
Yeah, you couldn't find a better center fielder for defense in my mind, and he was a good hitter too.
Absolutely.
I can make that case too, but somebody said it a minute ago, man, Hall of Fame's down bad. That is not a good thing for baseball.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Mavs Nuggets and how long before Cooper Flagg is a top 25 player in the NBA. Could he already be there, or are you worried about his ankle? Next on The Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, from the mind of Corey Majors.
Oh, crap. What is it?
It always makes me nervous when you say that. How long before Cooper Flagg is a top 25 player in the NBA? Is he already there? Now, there are a couple of different things to factor in on that, but before we get to that, I do want to go ahead and give me cut number 7, will you please? And we can at least reference the game from last night.
Gordon's got 17 now. Murray on the run. Put it up and in. Jamal Murray, 29 points in his 31 minutes.
So Jamal Murray would go on to score 33 points. The Nuggets defeat the Dallas Mavericks 118-109. And I know one of the lingering concerns coming out of that game is Cooper Flagg left with an ankle sprain. And so Jason Kidd said after the game, yeah, he stepped on somebody's foot. Last game, he twisted his ankle too. We decided to hold him out for the second half. And that's one of the interesting things, because I know Bobby had asked about it, and I think that's certainly a fair question. He's a game time decision for the next one. Is, are you worried at all about Cooper Flagg's ankle? The reason why I'm not thus far is he's missed one game. Mm-hmm. So we're halfway through the season, 41 games, and he has played in 40 of them. And that was one of the things I remember Cooper said in a game early in the season. He was like, yeah, I twisted my ankle a little bit, but like obviously I wasn't going to come off the court. So I think it was probably smart that Kidd was like, hey, you need to not be in the game right now, and you need to not come back into the game. But I'm not particularly worried until we hear more information that makes it seem like maybe we should be worried.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm worried. I'll worry for you then.
Can I tell you why you shouldn't worry?
What?
Consider this. Anthony Davis is going to be reevaluated in 6 weeks. Kyrie Irving is still a minute away. Mm-hmm. So who is your best player right now? It's Cooper Flagg. I want him to be healthy. Mm-hmm. If for some terrible reason
he hasn't missed time,
he had to miss time,
and this team has to lose 6 games. I got you. I see where you're going with this. I understand.
I felt like that might speak to your sensibilities on this.
I mean, I understand what a lot of people's goals are, and if he's injured, he can't gain anything on the court from that anyway. Everything about this season is for Cooper Flagg to get his rookie year out of the way.
Sure,
and do everything he possibly can. I am looking at the Ringers rankings right now.
For sure. 5
tools prospect, pushing the limits of what a rookie can do. Perfect explanation of like what he actually is right now. He is. Everybody's like, hold on, you can play defense at a rookie level also? You can be exceptional on defense at a rookie level? And you can score a bunch of 22 points a night or something like that? Like, this is an exceptional season for him. But more than anything, Jason Kidd, Rowe told us the other day, Rolando Blackman, the great Rolando Blackman, told us the other day, that whole him playing the point guard was for him to learn.
Sure.
Everything that Jason Kidd's putting him through right now is for him to learn. So, yes, this season, however it goes, the benefit is whatever the front office can do correctly.
Yes.
Because they screwed this thing up magnificently. I went and looked at the offer sheet, Kevin. It was updated on the 13th. The offer sheet that said, hey, what are our thoughts on Anthony Davis's value? And it said, but the last GM who traded for him out of pure optimism doesn't have a job anymore.
Okay.
And that's where, like, you just go, yeah, there were a lot of screw-ups in that situation. But this Cooper Flagg kid, lots of upside here to look forward to.
Now, and I saw this. We can certainly ask them. They said there was a hater on GBAG saying Flagg isn't an all-star. He's absolutely an all-star. Do they mean this year? Because I think that's a conversation ever. If somebody on the show will ask, said ever, then that, yes, is definitely a hater, and that is an uninformed opinion.
I think that there was a lot of a lot of notes that were going around about him potentially being the first rookie All-Star since Blake Griffin, the funny man.
See, and now
I think that's what they were kind of involved in.
And I think that is 100% a reasonable conversation because it's been 15 years since there was a rookie All-Star. And I think part of the conversation picked up when you saw the last set of fan ballots, and he was 16th in the Western Conference. And so I think that's the part that kind of started the discussion. Right now, I would agree with that. I don't think he is an all-star, but that also goes to your question of, is he a top 25 player? Not yet. My response was, and I did go around and ask a few other people about this. My response is he will be next year, and I think there's an outside shot.
He'll be a starter?
That he could be top 25 in the league by the end of this year. But I talked to somebody who knows all of the things about basketball, and he said top 40 to 50 for Cooper Flagg is probably on the conservative side by the end of the year. But he said you have to factor in the rookie wall, which, again, I went and looked at the entire quote.
You got to touch that wall and feel it. And really get in there and understand it.
He said, taste it.
Taste the wall.
Yeah, but he added,
Rip it.
I think you'll be hard-pressed by the end of the season to find 30 to 35 players who are better than Cooper Flagg by the end of the year. And look, man,
all right,
if by the end of season 1, for the kid who just turned 19, he's the 35th best player in the NBA,
holy crap.
Rock on.
Do you remember where Luka was by the end of his rookie season?
See, Luka was high, man. He was...
Were we already kind of talking potentially top 20?
Well, and the thing, because the thing about Luka and the thing that has just shattered part of my expectations is I thought straight away he would be awesome. But then my question was,
how much further up can he go?
Will he grow in 2, 3? And guess what? He grew in year 2, 3, 4, and et cetera, et cetera. And so that's one of the big things. But take a look at some of the people in that group of, let's just start at 35.
The Ringer right now has him at 58.
Okay.
In there, and that was last updated December 22nd. So there's even some work he's done since then.
And he's been on a tear since then. But let's just take a look at 35. And you tell me if you could see him in this group. Jimmy Butler, Amen Thompson, Julius Randle, Franz Wagner, Aaron Gordon, OG Anunoby, Domantas Sabonis, Derek White, Trae Young, Norm Powell, and Jaren Jackson. That's kind of the group. I could definitely see Cooper Flagg getting to that place. And in the last month, I think he's played at that level. But I don't think you're going to elevate somebody that quickly because you're like, man, last month he looked like a top 35 player.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's going to take a minute.
A lot of these guys that you've named have done it consistently over time.
Right.
Thompson did it consistently. Now he's on his second year for that, right? Or third year for that. So that's another thing. But yes, rookie doing it. Your expectation, and I think most of our fans now expectation because they've seen it, is we saw what he did at Duke. And he's just carrying over and flourishing in the NBA now.
Right.
And he already was just mostly because of what we saw at the Olympic practice facility.
Yes.
We were already he looks like he just fits in with these guys.
He does.
You know how you can see a dude, you're like, oh, he's out of place. Cooper Flagg doesn't look out of place amongst grown men.
You know what I loved about that is hearing those people's quotes.
Yes.
Even if you didn't get to watch, because
who the F is this guy?
Yeah, we only got to see bits and pieces of it. But even LeBron was like, "Good Lord, who is this kid?" I'm paraphrasing, of course. But yeah, that's why I'm excited. Now the question:
why'd y'all bring somebody in so tough to compete with us? That's what LeBron was saying.
Now the question that I've seen multiple people come up with from the 214. There's a real chance the Mavericks get a top pick if they continue to suck. Absolutely. Because right now, they have the 8th worst record in basketball already. Okay? And so it's going to be a second for Kyrie. I guess it's sped up because I said a minute before. But Kyrie's not ready to come back. It's going to be another 6 weeks until they reevaluate Anthony Davis. That's not even to say that he'll be back in 6 weeks. And if you're worried that Cooper misses any time with his ankle, or if he hits the rookie wall, you absolutely have an opportunity to move up in this draft. And then if you get any sort of NBA lottery luck like you did before, that could move you up. And I don't even think you need as much as before if you already have the 8th worst record. And this is a draft that I still think is defined by the 3 players. It's Darren Peterson out of Kansas, combo guard. It's DeBonsa out of BYU. He's a wing. And then Boozer out of Duke, who's also a wing. They are different players, but I know there are folks who think Caleb Wilson from North Carolina should maybe move into that and make it a big 4 for this draft. But my point being, if you get a top 3 or maybe top 4 pick in this draft, not to say that you would want to trade it, but that is going to be a hot commodity.
Yeah, and you're going to need to figure out who works with Cooper. Those are important things too. But Kevin, I want to run through this with you real quick. Would you agree that this is kind of the group that he needs to get to? Jokic, and this doesn't have to be in order, but I'm going to go in the Ringers order. Jokic, Shea, Luka, are you kind of in that group?
Sure.
Giannis.
Yeah.
Victor Wembanyama.
Wow, that is remarkable. Think about that. He's already up to 5.
Yeah. Steph, Anthony Edwards, Donovan Mitchell, who I still think, I don't love him. Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham, KD, Sengun.
Man, Sengun is so good.
Jaylen Brown, Devin Booker, Tyrese Maxey. He's still not there yet.
Well, Jaylen Brown's
Jalen Williams, Jalen Johnson, Kawhi, that's a coin flip. Evan Mobley, Cat, Chet, Anthony Davis is 22.
I think the idea is, and I'll give you a couple of different ones. If Cooper in 2 years is not as good as Chet Holmgren is now, I feel like that would be a big disappointment.
Okay, yeah.
And Chet is the 21st player in the league. Somebody up there too is Jalen Johnson. Jalen Johnson is a great example of somebody who is still younger, but has outperformed what a lot of people thought he could be. But I think if in
He's 5 years into this.
Yeah. And he was a guy who I remember, he went to Duke and he quit the program because they weren't doing particularly well. And also he's like, I'm going to gear up for the draft.
Yeah, he didn't like Coach K too much.
I mean, he's the one. But your hope would be by year 4 that you're in that group of, I'm going to say Mitchell, Brunson, and Cunningham, because that's who the Ringer had at 8, 9, and 10.
Okay.
Now, if you can break through to Anthony, right where they are right now, Anthony Edwards, Steph Curry, Wemby, well, then hell the F yeah. That means you've got your dude who you can be, because there's some question about the other ones I listed, right? Mm-hmm. There's question about whether Mitchell can lead a team to the promised land, and it feels like people have kind of soured on that. There's a question about Brunson. There's a question about Cade. But on the flip side, I feel like most people think or have seen Wemby, Giannis, Luka, Shea, and Jokic can lead their team to where you want to be. So if you get even close to that point, you're going to be like, well, hell the F yeah. Dude, let's freaking go.
Luka's at 34, 9 and 9, 9 and 8, 9 and 9.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. One of the things I do like about Cooper that I think is a little bit different,
true team guy,
is, well, I wasn't even going to say that. I was going to say you don't have as much usage of him as Luka. And that's one of the things that historically has not worked in the NBA. If you have a guy whose usage rate is so high, but obviously Luka's already been to the finals and is looking to redefine that idea. And it feels stupid.
Man, that's a really good way to say it, is redefine.
Yes.
Because we know
absolutely.
what has been traditionally, and it's never been done this way before. You got this one guy that's like, I'm trying to do it this way, though.
Well, and think about it. Isn't that what irritates Mavericks fans till the end of just all of these discussions? How great would it be if Cooper Flag got to be as good as Luka? That's the part that pisses everybody off. Among other things, you're like, we had that guy.
There's your audio for tomorrow there.
Let's go.
Oh, well,
I definitely adopted that from Mike. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day. Probably not more weird noises, but also a heartwarming college football story. Next on The Fan. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A reminder, tomorrow we'll be doing the show live from the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard at the Marriott, as I have learned earlier in this show. Right now, one thing I always know to be true, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. I like it. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. And I've got a heartwarming college football story that we will get to
that's nice.
in just a moment. Before any of that, before we even get to the National Day calendar, a couple things to unpack first. 1, TNA Impact's debut on AMC at the Curtis Colwell Center in Garland tonight. I will be there. And guess what? None of my friends wanted to go with me. So if you want to sit with me, come find me. It's GA seating anyways. So we can find a couple open seats. We can have a couple beers together. We can talk wrestling. We can talk sports, whatever you want. If you're going to be at the show, hit me up at Alec on the radio. I'd love to hang out.
What if you're a lady?
Ladies are welcome too.
Hey, Alec, once this segment's over, could we have a conversation about maybe somebody who was going to be on the show when we were booked in studio, and now that we're not?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
What we're going to do about that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. We're gonna have to talk about that. But one thing I can talk to you about is tomorrow's a day off for me. Took a day off, but you guys are going to be at the Dallas Card Show.
So you're going to show up to work?
So I think I'm going to show up and come hang out with you guys for at least a couple of hours.
Choppy because it's so mad at him.
It's the Dallas Card Show, man. I was probably going to go anyways, and y'all are going to be there. I'm going Saturday as well, so if you're going to be there on Saturday, hit me up. I'd love to say hi.
Can I tell you something about that I think people should change their perspective on when they come and see us? Don't say that you live or work in the area. Make it sound like it was really difficult for you to get there.
I came from Oklahoma.
Yes, exactly. And if you're like, hey, I work right down the street and I wanted to come see you guys, you should be like, hey, I work in Flower Mound, but I just had to see you guys today. Or if we're in Flower Mound, be like, you know what? I live in the heart of downtown Dallas, but I just had to see you guys. Make it sound like it was really tough, and we should really, really be kissing your ass to appreciate what you have gone through.
Because
y'all keep us in business. Thank you, everybody, for keeping us in business.
Yes, make us feel special. Make us feel special. 406, hit me up on socials. I will meet you and your son at the show. I would love to. I'm serious. Alec on the radio. I will come find you. I will hang out. Because it's a solo mission. So I will fellowship with any and everybody that wants to hang out tonight. It's going to be a great show, too. Might know a thing or two. But
including one of the guests we were going to
Yes. Again, we will address that.
What are y'all talking about?
We'll talk
Inside
about it. We'll talk about it off air is probably for the best.
Yes. But one other thing before we get to the question of the day, because I feel like I don't hit my sports quota enough sometimes in these segments. Something that I was thinking about this morning, obviously we all woke up to the John Harbaugh news.
Right.
He is going to be the head coach of the New York Football Giants, and obviously that's in division, so we care about that. But another reason I think you guys and Cowboys fans should probably care, I think your sweetheart defensive coordinator candidate is going to get scooped up by John Harbaugh.
Son of a
Christian Parker?
I think Jim Leonard is going to be the next defensive coordinator of the New York Giants.
He's moved on. He's found a new hot thing.
Yeah,
I really did.
I know that he has been. I know Bobby Belt has spoken the praises of Jim Leonard. He's my favorite candidate in this process. Yeah. So I wanted him to get the job. I think he ends up being the Giants' defensive coordinator, and I hate everything about that because
that's a good pickup.
He played under John Harbaugh with the Ravens in 2008. They have maintained a good friendship from what I understand. I think that ends up being his defensive coordinator. So don't be shocked if that ends up happening. Now, to the National Day calendar. There's some great holidays today. It's National Bagel Day. So I feel kind of dumb for eating a waffle this morning.
Know what? Can I tell you something about bagels?
I don't get them.
Please.
See, I think bagels are delicious, especially with cream cheese, but I never go out of my way to have a bagel, but I feel like every time I have a bagel, or most times, I'm like, that was a good decision.
You know what? I wholeheartedly agree because I never go out of my way unless I'm making a sandwich out of it. You know, I'll get the bag of bagels at the grocery store, make some breakfast sandwiches or something, or even for lunch, a little club sandwich on a bagel. Why not? But yeah, I'm I don't seek them out.
If I see a bagel, I will slide it into the trash can.
Oh, what?
Yeah, that's how I feel about bagels.
Oh, I didn't know you had such
bagel
opinions.
I worked at I worked at one of those .com companies for a while.
Pets.com.
We had a game. Some people may know it. Old heads might know it. It was called Elf Bowling. And you could bowl with elves. That's what the game was.
Oh.
We also did other stuff.
I remember him.
Nope. And every Friday, they would bring in fresh bagels. And everybody would walk around going, go get yourself a bagel. Go get yourself a bagel. And I went and got one. And I put the everything seasoning on it or something. And was I ate it and was this is the worst and threw it away. And then I've never liked bagels since then.
Oh.
I've tried. Don't like them. Too dense. I gotta actually chew into this thing. But I will say this: if you had lox,
I don't really
smoked
understand
salmon and
what
cream
that is.
cheese.
Okay,
I've always heard about it, and I heard it was great. I tried it on toast, and it was wonderful. People say it's better on a bagel.
Lox on bagel.
So I'm going to try that one day, but not right now.
But be careful about just going and taking a bagel or whatever at your workplace. I know these people who at their workplace, somebody licked all of the donuts.
What?
And they all got kind of co-opted by this alien sort of
That is
kind
the
of
plot
thing.
from Pluribus.
Oh!
You just gave away a big key part to the first episode.
Well, it was the first episode. It came out 4 months ago.
Oh, did it really?
Or
I thought it was
3 months
I thought
ago.
it came out yesterday.
You didn't. You're way ahead on
I started
that.
watching it last week. It's really good, though, Alec, if you get a chance.
Well, I already know what happens, so I don't think I'm going to get the chance.
There's going to be more.
Something that we
That
can all...
was the first episode.
Well,
came out November 7th.
I'm a big first impression guy, Kevin.
It is a good episode.
Something that we can all wholeheartedly hate together. National Pothole Day, because why?
Man, let me ask you a question.
Oh, God.
No, this is a legitimate question.
Okay.
If you're going on a road trip with somebody, are all car expenses shared? Let's say it's you and one other person. Or if somebody is driving and you don't know how they don't see it, but they drive into the biggest effing pothole in the world and end up getting a flat tire, is that still a shared expense? Or are you come on, bro, that's on you. How did you drive into that pothole?
Buddy got a flat tire when we were in Oklahoma once, and he replaced his own tire.
Okay.
He was like, this is my car. Now, he had worked at Discount Tire. We went to Discount Tire and got an even more discounted discount, so that was a benefit. But I feel like if you're on a road trip with friends, you could offer to help out. You absolutely can offer to help out if you feel like you should.
Okay.
But I think it's that person's car. They offered to drive unless they were forced to drive. Now that's a different story.
Okay.
But if they were like, I'll drive, I got this, that's on their car, man.
Got it.
Insider discounting. I like it. But we're going to focus in on National Hat Day. It is National Hat Day. So, your favorite sports hat of all time. 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube.
I don't know why this is the case, but when the Florida Marlins came out, I loved that hat and logo. The teal with the kind of outlined Marlin in the F, in 93 or whenever that was.
Stripe? Was it those ones with the little pin?
No,
okay,
no
right.
stripes on that one. I thought that hat was badass, and I had one of them, used to wear it all the time.
I like it.
I do too.
Corey looked like he had some sort of stark
Do you want me to tell you
opinion.
the question again?
I would absolutely love the question again.
Oh, that's why he was
I was
looking at me.
texting back Carter Freeman, who I said I'd never say his name on
gotta dump
radio
it again.
but
Thanks,
yeah.
man.
It's National Hat Day.
I'm wearing a hat.
But what's your all-time favorite hat?
White Sox.
Ooh.
Everybody, it was the White Sox hat, the black hat with the Sox logo on it, and that
That's
was
a good one.
Like that was because black goes with everything, right? A black hat fits everything you wear.
It's thinning to your hair. Your head.
What?
Probably to your hair, too. Have you ever heard that?
What?
That if you wear hats all the time, you'll lose your hair quicker?
I've heard that too, but I've heard conflicting things
You and I
about
have
it.
worn hats about the same. I think
Well.
I probably have worn more hats than you in
Looks
my
like
life.
I lost that battle.
Yeah,
But
so I don't agree.
I don't actually know if the science backs that up whatsoever.
But that hat, I had a really cool Penn State hat that I thought was cool.
Okay.
And then there came a time where you just couldn't wear a Penn State hat.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to
a
go
lot
with the
Paterno.
The White Sox hat was just the one that I really loved the most.
What do you think about this from the 817? I know it's not sports, but shout out to my wife for letting us wear hats at our wedding reception. I got the okay because I monogrammed it with our wedding date on it. Oh,
fancy.
Oh, that's smart.
Fancy.
I like
From
it.
the 817, you guys can't just rock a random team's logo just because the logo is cool. Absolutely, you can.
And
you can't make a rule like
I
that.
have free will.
Yeah.
And I especially disagree if you're a kid. Like when I wore that, I was like 12, 13. I'm not going to oppress those values on a kid. Unless it's about wearing a Texas hat. Then
Kevin, the police are here. Did you steal anything out of a convenience store?
Okay.
Do we need to have a talk with them about your...
And I get it because Kate had lots of valuable cards, and that is what I got in trouble for when I was wearing that Marlins hat. Here's the thing, though. I'm pretty sure
You were wearing that Marlins hat during that moment?
it was maybe not in that moment, but it was like that time
I want to
frame.
believe it.
So I don't think that the police who are going to arrest you walk by and wave to you, and then just
Start yelling Tolo.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe if you're a white-collar criminal, maybe that's what they do. I don't know.
They got to really get you.
The 915 makes reference to a certain Texas Rangers hat that came out last year that was up for sale for about 24 hours because it spelt out an unfortunate word.
Yes.
Wholeheartedly agree. Let's see. From the 972, some of the minor league baseball team hats are amazing, like the Palm Beach Frozen Iguanas and the Pensacola Sky Jockeys.
Oh, and now the Moon Mammoths.
Yes, the minor
Aiden's
league
got that hat.
Some of the minor league baseball just logos in general are my favorite. I want a
Yes.
Montgomery Biscuits hat so bad. I don't know why. I just want a biscuit hat.
Would you risk it for that hat?
I would risk it for the biscuit every single time. I love it. Just like I do at the card show whenever I buy boxes that I probably should not be buying because I know I'm not going to get anything of value from them.
That's the tough thing when people ask what boxes you should buy, and you can give them the suggestions and be like, but be aware, this could end up as a catastrophic financial failure for you.
Oh, can I also add something here?
Please.
I one time did, a friend left an Indiana Jones type hat in my car. And I did sport that for about 2 months until he came and got it back.
After 2 months?
Yeah, dude.
Did he leave the country?
I pretty much ruined that thing too. Like it was in the river with me.
What'd you
Like
do to it?
I took that thing everywhere.
First
dude.
time you put it on, be honest. Did you go dun 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 dun?
Yes.
Dun
1000%. I tried to slide underneath a door frame and be like, oh man, look at this, and reach back and grab it. I had all sorts of stuff with that hat, dude. Wore it to concerts. Everybody was like, that's a ridiculous hat. And I was like, do not care. I feel like Indiana Jones today.
Oh, well, I'm going to fly through this real quick. We are up against it. But you guys know that the college football playoff championship is coming up, and a big name that has garnered a lot of attention so far for the Hurricanes, Mark Fletcher Jr. He is one of the impact players for the Hurricanes, the star running back. He opened up about his relationship with his mom on a podcast with Kirk Herbstreit and Galloway, I believe. Yes, on their podcast. And when he was talking about how she has to be at every single game, but she hates flying. So she drives to every single one of his games, including through this college football playoff. In total, for the away games this season, she drove around 7,500 miles total.
Wow!
For his away games. And then, if you add the postseason, Miami has played football games in Texas twice and in Arizona. Those 3 drives have totaled just under 10,000 miles round trip. So his mom has driven around 17,000 miles this football season to watch her son play for the Miami Hurricanes. And he said, look, I've offered her plane tickets. The team has offered her plane tickets. She has politely declined every single time. And he said the great thing is she road trips like the best of us. She will take selfies at landmarks and text them to me after practice and say, hey, I'm halfway there. I'm at this cool spot. So she doesn't care. She is so against flying that she will drive to every single Hurricanes game.
Wow. That is a nice story. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we power rank the remaining NFL playoff teams. Next, right here on The Fan.
In the next GBAG Nation.
One Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Drake is under center with Munford on the right wing, the extra tight end out there with a play fake. Drake on a deep drop, slides left, throws into the end zone. Hunter Henry makes the catch. He's into the near pylon. Touchdown, Patriots. That's what I'm talking about.
K&C Masterpiece. Love that enthusiasm right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and sip it.
Now, let's start with this. I believe it was yesterday said, hey, things are looking potentially positive for Jordan Poyer when it comes to the Bills-Broncos game. Well, scratch that. Both him and Maxwell Hairston have been ruled out for the Bills and Broncos game. So much for that. All right, let's go from that to DJ Williams has been hired as the new head coach try that again. The new quarterbacks coach for the Commanders. Feels
Good for him.
Feels like that'd be a shocking story.
All of a sudden, very bad demotion, though.
Yes.
You know,
he is the son of franchise great Doug Williams, who, of course, in addition to winning a Super Bowl, at that Super Bowl was asked the most captivating question in the history of Super Bowl Radio Row: how long have you been a black quarterback?
It happened, Alec. That absolutely happened. In the world.
Well,
so there's that. All right. Now let's go from that to something I've actually wanted to talk with you guys for a couple days, and we just haven't gotten around to it. Do you have any issue with the Seahawks being really vigilant and really tough on any type of playoff ticket resale? So the Seahawks are sending out warnings to their season ticket holders who are not using their tickets consistently during the season and attempting to resell their playoff tickets. Because that's not to say that it would go to another fan base, but it's possible. Do you agree with that logic, with, of course, the threat being like, we could not renew your season tickets and everything like that? Do you like that line of logic to keep a home game, or are you like, the hell with that? I bought the tickets. I can do whatever I want with them.
This is a free country, Kevin.
It's true.
I'm told.
America.
I like the idea of Seattle sending their employees door to door. And asking, are you going to the game?
Man, yeah.
And if you are going to the game, how many of the family members in this house will be with you, and how many of them are fans of the Seattle Seahawks? And if everybody there is, doing like, hey, then they have a package of like extra jerseys and hats. They're like, here, can't wait to see you. And then if they say, no, I'm not, I've already sold the tickets, light the house on fire, obviously. That's the only other option there.
Oh, well.
And say next time you better know better. Kevin, no, you should be able to do whatever you want with these tickets, but I do like the idea of home field advantage and people that buy them they're in on this.
For sure.
But I get it, man. You bought these tickets. You got hit with a hardship, and now you need to sell them to somebody. I should be able to do that.
Okay, then to be fair, do you think it's within the team's rights to say we choose not to allow you to buy season tickets from us? Really?
No, you sold it to me.
No, I'm saying in future years. Because you're right. I agree with you.
So you don't ever want me back as a fan?
That seems to be
That's where I would draw the line. That's where I would draw that line with them. I'd be like, so you're telling me you don't want me back? Ever.
Would that be it? Would that be it for you?
After this crap that I just had to deal with, my toilet exploded, had to replace the whole bathroom, and now you're saying I can't sell my tickets to do that? It's the only thing of value I have.
Oh, no. What story turned out so sad.
See? These are all circumstantial, Kevin.
Wow.
That was a very niche situation.
You know what? Usually the emotional appeal doesn't work with me, but that was a sad story. I think I'm with you now. All right, let's go to the Patriots and Will Campbell. Will Campbell has had a good season. He did not have a good game against the Chargers. And so this is what he had to say because people were going after him. And he said, I don't give an F what anybody says, to be honest with you. It's easy to type behind a Twitter account that you know is fake. I hold myself to the highest expectation of anybody. I want to be perfect, and it's hard for me to get told that it's going to be hard to be perfect. Boom! I like that. I mean, it could be a real Twitter account.
Yeah, there are real people on Twitter.
And those people are still running their mouths.
So his short arms didn't keep him from having a good season, huh?
That is true.
Fascinating.
They did not.
Everybody told me that it would.
And
he was like, everybody keeps telling me my short arms are a problem.
And he was like, just look at what I did in college, and seems like it worked out. Okay. All right. Let's go to Caleb Williams. We talked about Caleb Williams yesterday in our quarterback power rankings. Do you realize this season, including the playoffs, he has 7 fourth-quarter comebacks, including the playoffs? That is the most in a season by any quarterback under 25 in NFL history.
It's cool.
Okay.
I think I didn't realize this, but I think having watched some of the Bears this year, rather more than just having dudes on my fantasy team. I noticed something about Ben Johnson, and this was a problem with I think he may have learned something, dude. You can look at it 2 different ways. The Lions against San Francisco a couple years ago, what happened to them after the first half? They just looked gassed.
Yeah.
And they had nothing left at the end of the game. They couldn't do anything at the end of the game because they were just too worn. First off, I feel like that might be very difficult to continue doing. We talked about that with the Buccaneers earlier this year, and then we saw it. But watching the way Ben Johnson calls his offense, a lot of these plays set up things for them to have success in the fourth quarter. He's doing things that are making defenses think in the fourth quarter they're going to do that again. And then he blows open this play downfield because of a look that he gave them earlier in the game. So, Kevin, this might be by design that these fourth quarter situations are happening that way, because we might not be able to win the game in the first 2. But in the fourth quarter, if we're still close, we've been setting them up the entire game, and we're going to deliver on this. That might be it.
Be on the lookout for the conditions in that game, right? So kickoff temperature for Rams-Bears set to be 19 degrees with a wind chill factor of 2.
Okay.
And it is supposed to snow potentially, yeah, it's ridiculous.
2, huh?
Potentially 1 to 3 inches tomorrow. And the thought is on Sunday, because this game will start right about when the sun is really going down, that there might be a bit of snow in the afternoon. So that could be a little bit of a sloppy game, but it will be a very cold game.
Well, I mean, DeAndre Swift was one of their best players the other day, too. Colston Loveland plays in that world, in that area as well. That running game is very effective, so they'll be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, it's just, there's a really good article on ESPN right now. We don't have an opportunity to get into all of it, but it's how NFL players prepare for the coldest games of the year, because the thought is not only are the playoff games super important, this is about the time that you're probably getting the most frigid temperatures, especially with a shift towards those night games.
Oh, yeah, and then they tell their fans to bring shovels, but only if you actually are like a fan of the team, not if you sold them to somebody else.
Yes, in your face, Seattle. And that's one of the things. They shouldn't be hiring those people for $10, $12 an hour, whatever. They should tell people, hey, we're going to have a snow shoveling tryout, and whoever does the best, we're going to hire you, and your payment is going to be playoff ticket games.
Ooh, I like this.
Yeah, don't give these people that amount.
Dude,
like, get some really motivated snow shovelers out there. All right, I promise later in the show we will power rank the remaining NFL playoff teams and go through that. Coming up next, though, it's time for a little bit of NFL overreaction or reality. Next, right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I...
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, the show where your bosses tell you something that could have been sarcastic, but you choose to believe it. It's time for some NFL overreaction or reality playoff style. And we are going to start with this. Alec, I don't know if these questions might just go to you. Corey is having difficulty with his microphone at the moment. So overreaction or reality, this is Josh Allen's best chance to win the Super Bowl. Joe Burrow is not there. Patrick Mahomes is not there. Lamar Jackson is not there. Now, it is true he beat all of those people in the regular season. But overreaction or reality, this is Josh Allen's best chance to win the Super Bowl.
Guys, I'm back on radio. Sorry, Alec, I'm here.
Oh, you hate me.
What was the question, Kevin?
Good God.
This is not his best chance to win it.
Oh.
There are other really good teams out there. Now, this might be the one where you say there's not necessarily the Goliath standing in the way. I get that. But that doesn't mean that Josh Allen and Buffalo are better than they've ever been before or better than the field right now. And quite honestly, they haven't proven to me that they're that much ahead above the rest in the field.
Do you feel like at all they're maybe not as good as they once were, but they could be as good once as they ever were?
Who's saying that?
Toby Keith?
Yes.
Hell yeah! Wasn't sure about that.
Yes. Nice work, dude. Where did Toby Keith, where's his restaurant at?
It is at WinStar.
I don't know. It's Norman, Oklahoma was where I saw one of them. But there is one, I think, up in the WinStar, too.
It was either WinStar or Choctaw, and I realized they're rivals, and that's not the right way to answer that question.
Yeah. But that's I see what you're doing there, Kevin. I'd love to really look at this defense and rank them comparatively to the last two and offensively as well. I can go do that in a minute, but I just don't think that they are a head above the competition out there. And now, slight edge in a lot of different experience factors, but there's just there's too many good teams that are kind of all in the same realm for me right now. So, yes, it might be his best chance because no Mahomes, but not necessarily because of where the rest of the group stands either.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? We started that with you. This is Josh Allen's best chance to win the Super Bowl.
It's a reality. And the reason I say that is because from his point of view, it is. I don't think it is for the team necessarily because of what Corey just said, but I feel like he has done everything he humanly can in the past, and it's because the guy lining up under center across from him is that much better, and that's Patrick Mahomes or what have you. Any kind of generational playoff run that you may see, it seems like he just runs into those high-level competitors and those high-level performances when he's done literally everything that he can. I don't think he has to do that against these other quarterbacks outside of maybe Drake May when it comes to the AFC side of the gauntlet. But I agree with Corey where yeah, the other teams are still really, really good. But when I think of, does he have to be superhuman every single play? I don't think he has to anymore. I do think his team is worse than years past, but I don't think he has to be that guy every single play. He's got James Cook. Brandon Cooks is looking like Brandon Cooks again.
Yeah.
So I think this year is his best shot.
All right, NFL playoff overreaction or reality. Injuries will prevent the 49ers from reaching the Super Bowl. We talked about Fred Warner is trying to maybe see that he can come back, but Bosa, Warner, Purdy, Pearsall, Kittle, who's now out, Williams, they all missed 6+ games. They were without their top 3 linebackers in the wild card round, and then when you add in the Kittle injury, it's just brutal, and I wonder if it's going to catch up with them. So overreaction or reality, injuries will prevent the 49ers from reaching the Super Bowl.
Hasn't so far.
That's true.
one of the general consensus agreements this morning on Shan and RJ and Bobby and that show was that somebody suggested Christian McCaffrey is the greatest overall player of this generation. And everybody dismissed it. And I think Bobby said he could count 25 players better than him from this generation.
Whoa.
And I started thinking about the idea of overall.
Yeah.
And he doesn't play defense, so obviously it's Travis Hunter. But when you think about everything Christian McCaffrey does, you're like, holy cow, man. Like, he is productive. It is positive production. Now, he said 3.9 yards per carry. What about reception? And the way that he is just so important to that team. Dude, as long as McCaffrey's healthy, they're fine. But that you said health. If McCaffrey gets hurt, I think you have more problems. But, dude, somehow, some way, they've been able to cobble it together because they have good coaching.
Okay, we're going to get to that in a second. Alec, overreaction or reality? Injuries will prevent the 49ers from reaching the Super Bowl.
I'll go overreaction. Like Corey said, it hasn't stopped them to this point. I think that they just have... Really, they have the ultimate availability of the one player that they need, which is Christian McCaffrey. As long as he continues to be healthy, I think that offense really is going to be fine, and that's what's winning them games right now. Robert Saleh is drawing up just enough stops on defense. It's not perfect because, again, injuries, personnel hasn't exactly been there for them defensively. If they get Fred Warner back, which he's already sprinting at full speed in practice again.
It's amazing.
I don't know how. He's not a real person. He looks at that power plant next to the practice facility. He says, screw that. I'm going to make my own rules. You can't hurt me. I like how they're playing right now, and I don't think that I don't know. The Kittle thing scares me. I think he's a lot more important than people realize to that offense, even at his age and his service time. But I don't think you can stop them on the roll that they're on right now.
Have you talked about Nico Collins yet, Kevin?
I don't think so.
I just saw a report that it looks like the Texans will be without their likely to be without their top wide receiver because he's still in concussion protocol. He was not at the portion of practice open to the media members. So that report from Ian Rappaport and Jonathan Alexander. That's a big factor. I mean, for the Texans, for their future too.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. To go along with the question we were just discussing, overreaction or reality, Kyle Shanahan is the best coach in the NFL.
Overreaction.
Ooh, who do you think it is?
I don't have one. But
what?
Because I have a group that are that good. And,
okay.
and I would take them like in all these different areas. Now, I would still say Andy Reid, but he couldn't get that thing together this year.
Right.
But over the last 5 years, 6 years now, I'm like, good gosh, name me somebody better. So I would still kind of have him in that place. And obviously they had a lot of different problems. I think when it comes to X's and O's, Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, you might not be able to find anybody better. But I think that pairing right there, I mean, I think your dude Seattle has a football team.
Mike McDonald.
Yeah, and Mike McDonald, dude, what a phenomenal job that guy's done. Nobody knew they were having the season they were having.
I feel like we've talked about it a lot.
Yeah, but nobody else knew. And so that's pretty impressive. So I love Ben Johnson. I'm probably too biased here, Kevin, too, because of how much I like Ben Johnson. So I think there's just too many. There's too many good head coaches in the NFL right now. There's no Bill Belichick, nobody that just stands out and says, y'all come get me.
This is your opportunity, Alec. Bonus overreaction or reality. Kyle Shanahan is the best coach in the NFL.
Overreaction. I think it's very close.
Because you think it's Mike McDonald?
No, I think it's Sean McVay still. I really do.
Okay.
I think he's so far ahead of the game when it comes to certain offensive concepts. And I do like this idea that people are just now realizing that you can use 3 tight ends on the field at the same time. Yeah. And they're acting like Sean McVay is the godfather of that. He's not the godfather of it at all. He's actually very late to that concept, but he makes it work better than anybody else in the league. Like, Colby Parkinson should not be the highlights we're playing coming back from break. It should be Puka. but it's the tight ends doing all the work. That offense, the way it works sometimes just amazes me. And then it seems like his staff is always like, oh, they've got the next defensive mastermind on their staff that's going to go be the head coach of the Miami Dolphins or something. Like, he always has all the right pieces in place.
Sorry. I like Mike Vrabel. I really do like Mike Vrabel a lot. What exactly did they do in Tennessee?
Oh, so you're like factoring that in?
Yeah, like
I gotcha.
Over his time, he hasn't been to the Super Bowl. Like, there's still some things missing from his credentials. I think he's awesome. Dude took a face mask to the nose.
Yeah,
and was like living my best life right now. But Mike Vrabel just. I need to see more of that next level stuff from him, and maybe we'll get that with him and Drake May and the Patriots.
Okay, I gotcha. NFL overreaction or reality? Going for it on fourth down has gone too far.
No.
Oh!
We haven't gone too far enough.
I like
Kevin.
that. So Albert Breer, he believes it's gone too far, and teams lean on analytics that are devoid of human elements like momentum, in your face, Reggie, and the regular up and down player experiences in the game. He was talking about kind of Sean McDermott as the springboard for this, but not the only person who violates it. So Corey says definitely overreaction. Alec, overreaction or reality? Going for it on fourth down has gone too far.
Overreaction. I had to think about it for a second because I feel like it's one of those things we only call it out and we only discuss it when people are bad at it.
That's probably true.
Which, again, Sean McDermott and the Bills staff, like, I just generally think that Sean McDermott's not a great head coach in general. So he has people underneath him that are making decisions that aren't great in general. But, you know, I remember asking Jerry this season about Schottenheimer going 6 of 6 on fourth down in a game, and he was like, it's just weird that we're even in the place where you're going for it that many times on fourth down at all. But I think that's just following the trends and adapting with the game of football. We were just joking about the 3 tight end personnel package that you're seeing, and it's just like in the NBA. They're going backwards in time right now to the 2 big setup. A lot of teams are, and a lot of the successful teams are running that look. Like, you adapt. You change. You're always looking for new ways to be more successful than the other team in front of you, so I think it's fine.
All right, I want to throw some numbers out at you real quick.
Okay.
In the early to mid 2000s, success rate was about 48%. Mid to 2010s, 46%, so it dipped.
Oh.
Early 2020s, 50% conversion rate.
Okay.
This year, New England and Indianapolis, from what this says, converted 81 and 80.95%.
Wow.
And the overall league is about 57% conversion rate.
Okay.
So if you're converting,
we've gotten better.
If you're converting it more because more people are thinking of plays to draw up for fourth down specifically. Obviously, the Eagles have their thing.
Sure.
But there's just more going into let's use the down for our advantage,
right,
rather than just giving the ball back to the opponent.
All right, let me toss at least one more out for you. Overreaction or reality? Bo Nix is not consistent enough for the Broncos to win the Super Bowl this year. So Bo Nix was 25th in off-target rate, so 8th worst, and 28th in yards per attempt. He threw 11 interceptions, and then this is a fun stat. He had 7 more interceptions dropped, which is tied for second most in the NFL.
There's people are keeping track of that.
Yes,
now, huh?
they are.
But they're not keeping track of whose fault it was on an interception.
Yeah, that's a good point. I still think you should get a half an interception instead of a full one.
So, and this kind of goes to Dak, right? Everybody was like, Troy Aikman was like, you can't teach accuracy.
Sure.
You do work on mechanics for accuracy. And, man, there are some throws from Drake May that when I watch him, that back foot slides with it, I'm like, damn, that's a baseball throw right there. Anyway, I agree with it right now. What he works on every offseason, very much like Dirk, what are you going to do in the offseason to make yourself better?
Yeah.
He needs to work on that thing specifically, his consistency and his accuracy.
Alec, overreaction reality. Bo Nix is not consistent enough for the Broncos to win the Super Bowl.
Overreaction because the same thing we were talking about with the 49ers injuries, it hasn't stopped them. You know, even with this playoff field that I think is incredible this year, I think that defense is that good to where you could see, without as many touchdowns, obviously, but a Fernando Mendoza line where it's 150 passing yards in a game, but they could win that playoff game by 3 points because their defense held them to 10.
Well, let's see if you guys keep that same energy going for my final question of the day. Overreaction or reality? Seattle turns the ball over too much to win the Super Bowl. Sam Darnold has 20 turnovers, 14 interceptions, and 6 fumbles lost. But as y'all said, it hasn't stopped them yet. Overreaction or reality? Seattle turns the ball over too much to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, Sam Darnold's going to end up screwing everything up for them.
What?
No, yeah, Sam Darnold's going to be the thing that limits that team from being great.
God, I hope they win. Y'all have pushed me to this point that I hope Sam Darnold wins.
How'd that work out with the Panthers?
It worked out great. I told you they always cover, and 2 of the 3 times.
But you were rooting for them to win.
Yeah, but I was also rooting for them to lose by less than 10.5 points. Thank you very much,
we
underdog.
Pushed you to the point where even off air you said, I'm rooting so hard for the Panthers now.
I was.
And they lost.
I was sad that they lost, but you know what? They put better fight than y'all thought they would, and Sean. All right.
I told you that I was like, I love how stout their defense is. I think they're a tough, gritty team.
Lies!
I didn't say they'd lose by 50.
Overreaction or reality, Alec? Sam Darnold turns the ball over too much to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, it's a reality. 100%.
Sons of bitches.
I mean, all you got to do is watch the man play in the playoffs. It's never pretty. It's just not. And Corey has a line of thinking that I agree with, really only when it comes to Sam Darnold. He will go back to what he really is at some point, which is the pumpkin. And it unfortunately happens in the playoffs. So he's got to prove me wrong.
This is my origin story for
Sam
becoming
Darnold
a
wins the
Seahawks
Super Bowl. Kevin will buy me a Sam Darnold jersey, and I'll wear it every day for a month without washing it.
Oh, my gosh. So deal. But I even like in that scenario, you made sure that I paid for the jersey.
Absolutely. I'm
like
not paying for that thing.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We came up with this idea yesterday. Coming up next, is there a player you still dislike to this day because you made an early decision they weren't good and you refuse to budge off of that? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Shan and RJ, the K&C Masterpiece.
105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Prescott, three-step drop, standing, looking deep ball, end zone, Pickens caught it over the shoulder, touchdown Cowboys. There's a good throw by Prescott.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and that cut is one of the many players that I think have inspired this segment. Is there a player that you still dislike to this day because you made an early decision they weren't good? And either A, you still feel justified and it's been, or maybe you were proven correct, or B, maybe people have bailed on your side and you're like, no, I'm still right about it.
I have a top 3 list here, Kevin.
Ooh, okay.
And I know, like, you're like, hey, you a player, but all of these are different and unique for me. Baker Mayfield, I softened on.
Okay.
I'm an OU fan. Go Mean Green also. But as I grew up an OU fan, and then watching Baker Mayfield, was it Kansas? It's Kansas. One of the worst teams ever. And he's having to psych himself up by grabbing his junk and flipping him off. I'm like, dude, have a little bit of class, bro.
Right.
Like, okay, they didn't shake your hand. They know that they're not going to be able to compete against OU today. I didn't like that. So I didn't like the attitude. I was right about him for the first part of his career because he landed in Cleveland. And unfortunately, landing in Cleveland's a bad thing for everybody.
It does appear, though, that's the case.
Then he found Sean McVay, and he awoke. And so that right there, like, that changed. Like, watching him play, I'm seeing a dude that's playing on a different level. He's playing more like he played with Lincoln Riley, and that was a positive thing. So I softened on him, and Kevin, for the first time ever, used him in fantasy football this year.
See? Then he doesn't count. He doesn't count then.
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
I have been against since day one. Since he ran through the room going, you like that? And everybody wanted to make that. Oh, my gosh, can you believe he said you like that? Nobody cares that he said you like that, except for him. And then he made a whole commercial series off of it. But I never thought, but then I kind of turned for half a year because I watched quarterback. And I watched Kirk Cousins dealing with mental health.
Right.
And like how much he needed that mental health coach to be there for him. He's a pretty positive guy. He just doesn't believe in himself. And I always thought from there on, I was like, well, that's my problem with him. But I always thought that he was such a like, oh my gosh, I'm panicking. Just give it to that guy so he can get hit, not me. And I didn't think he was a good leader. And I'm probably still right about that. You're looking at my list, though. And you see who number one is on that list. He is the quarterback for the unknown team of the NFL.
Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold.
Freaking known.
I told people coming out of the draft, Sam Darnold I wouldn't take with the number 1 pick. People were like, take him over Barkley. Nope. I wouldn't take him over Barkley. Sure, he landed with the Jets. Miserable place to be. And then he drifted around. And then he has found some good coaches that have been able to manage and work with him. But I still think to this day, Sam Darnold will do things that will cost your team late in the game.
Okay, so I'm really excited to see if this segment steers like almost exclusively into the realm of quarterbacks because I'm already seeing it. For the 817, Carson Beck. From the 682, Sean Sharif, couldn't think of one earlier. He has and always will think that Daniel Jones is garbage. From the 972, Lamar Jackson for sure. Although I will admit now I don't really want to play him anymore. And from the 214, Brock Purdy. He's just a bus driver. Now, Brock Purdy is a great test case for this, right? Because Brock Purdy this year has a QBR of 72.6, which is great. That is the third best in the NFL. And his team is part of the final 8, despite an immense amount of injuries. But look a little closer, and I think people will be like, oh, yeah, he has 20 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. Neat. Last year, he had 20 touchdowns to 12 interceptions. Neat. And so those are the kind of things that, like,
serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
Those are the kind of things that I think people, like, take their stand, and they're like, you're going to have to do more to convince me. And see, this is kind of the question, but not totally. This person, I hate Dwayne Wade, Not because he's not good, because he's a douche to Dirk and given the NBA title. And I'm not here to argue that, but that's not exactly the question. The question is more like this from the 214, or the answer is more like this. Matt Ryan and Phillip Rivers, both of them, I cannot stand anyone that thinks they were good. I know the stats, but look me in the eye and tell me you seriously thought they were good. I dare you. And that's for example, Choppy, when he said what I thought was the most preposterous thing that's maybe been said on this station in years, is that Matt Ryan was a top 10 quarterback of all time. I was driving in, I almost swerved my car off the road because I thought that was a terrible take, because I think watching Matt Ryan, you're like, man, he was good that year, but he's fine.
Lost the Super Bowl.
He did, because of the worst play calls in NFL history. And so him and Phillip Rivers, that's right, Tom Brady got a Super Bowl because of the worst single play call in playoff history. Thank you very much, Pete Carroll. And then another Super Bowl because of the worst consistent series of play calls in the history of football. Run the ball and you win the game.
Got two thoughts here.
Both times.
On both those. One, you just asked a minute ago if the best head coach in the NFL was the dude that made the worst calls in the Atlanta series when Dan Quinn was like, y'all, go ahead, dude.
Yeah.
That, and also, don't forget.
And he learned from that. That was his origin story.
Bill Belichick, yeah, and it's worked out for him since with all those Super Bowls.
Shut up! That's not a good argument.
Have you watched the breakdown? And I think it was Edelman and somebody else. No. Who was the defensive coordinator, Alec, for the Patriots for a little bit? Beard. Patricia. Have you seen him talking about that play?
I don't think so.
He said that Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick was standing there looking at Pete Carroll, watching him, and that he's standing there going, hey, what do we call? What do we do? Who am I sending in? Who am I sending in? And he was waiting and waiting and waiting, and he was watching because Pete Carroll was on the other side trying to figure the same thing out. And then they knew a specific package that they sent in. Once they sent it in, they were going to send in certain other guys. I think they ended up making them call a timeout. And then he watched him again and waited and waited and waited. And then he saw one thing. I can't remember exactly what it was, but he saw one thing and he said, send this in. And he knew specifically to send in that player too.
Okay. Wow.
Dude, it's fascinating to hear how Belichick just
commit pass interference.
He knew exactly what he was doing on that specific play to get that pass interference not called.
From the 972, I got good news. I think this one was proven out and you were victorious. Johnny Manziel. I mean, at least at the pro level, you were proven correct. From the 214, Caleb Williams isn't good. Jalen Hurts is a bag of suck, and Eli Manning is trash. Man! And see, those are the types of sports passions that, they drive you crazy, but I don't know if anyone oddly respects people for staying consistent and be like, oh, yeah, no, I thought that person sucked forever. And so, this person who just texted that in, he's not moving off of that opinion. From the 806, Trevor Lawrence isn't good, and certainly not the prodigy that everybody thought. From the 817, I don't think he's a bad player, but it's DeMarvion Overshown. He's the most overrated Cowboys player of the last decade. It drives me nuts to hear people talking about him as an all-pro automatically when he's healthy. And those
Can you be overrated if you're not on the field?
Yes, he was ranked as the number 8 off-the-ball linebacker in all of football.
I don't think there's anything to go behind the rating.
Exactly.
So I don't think you can be overrated because there's not enough to prove it.
I know, but wouldn't that drive you all the more insane if all the people in the NFL is he's the 8th best?
Yeah.
And see, and these are the things that, man, I just freaking love this conversation because you're I made a choice and I'm going to stick with it. And from the 806, I bet a lot of people have already drawn their line in the sand on this player. Arch Manning. So Arch Manning can put together a great half of football in a game where he also had a terrible half of football. And he's coming back to Texas, and I will admit, I think he looks vastly overrated thus far, and that's been proven out in their games. But they are loading up. We talked about this yesterday. Top wide receiver in the transfer market. He might have actually been the best player in all the transfer market. Now the number 1 running back. If you see consistency from Arch Manning, how many people are going to be like, you know what? He proved me wrong versus, nope, I made the decision when the kid was 19, and I'm going to stick with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wins the national championship. Okay,
you might be stuck. You might be like,
he'll never make it in the NFL.
Yeah, that's
all right. Then he goes to the NFL, and you get to prove you get to be proven right until he finally does it or doesn't.
Right.
The whole time, because you're just like, I was right the whole time. I said he'd never do it in the NFL. Look at me. It's a great start with him early. You're right, Kevin. Find them in college. Hate them then, so that you can. No matter what they do in college. Hate them in college, so no matter what they do in college, you can be like, yeah, but they'll never do that in the pros. Kind of like people with Vince Young. People would say that about Vince Young, and then he was like, dude. People called him the Michael Jordan of college football.
Right.
And then he couldn't do it at the next level.
And that's the thing where I think some of the nuance gets lost here, because both of those things can be right? Like, you can be like, Vince Young was amazing in college. Johnny Manziel, amazing. They're two of the best college players I've ever seen. Didn't work out for them in the pros. But for a lot of people, don't those college achievements become irrelevant if you fail at the highest level? Like for Trevor Lawrence, they'd be like, oh, you beat Alabama, good job. Couldn't beat the Bills. Like, I know a lot of people.
I mean, think about Mac Jones.
Oh, for sure.
Think about
who I feel like is one
A.J.
of those.
McCarron.
Yeah.
No matter how attractive his wife is.
Oh, I remember.
So Brent Musburger.
Yeah, man, he loved that.
Like that, all those things that they did in college, you're just like, now you got the system quarterback. You weren't really that good. You had the greatest blue chip team you could possibly have. All those things.
I love these next two because they fit the heart of this conversation. Then, Alec, I'm going to go to you from the 940. Aaron Rodgers is just an offside and PI merchant. Man, future Hall. I love that level of commitment
Aiden
there.
Is furious right now.
Hey, Aiden, that wasn't me. I just love their commitment.
I will give
Aiden
Aaron Rodgers the text that's a good text. He knew how to cheat the system or use the system, if you will.
And it fits the level of, you're like, I'm never going to change my mind. From the 806, Brock Purdy, he's better than what I thought. But then when I saw what Mac Jones did while he was out, it convinced me that it's Shanahan and not Purdy that's any good at this. All right, Alec. Who is the player for you that you made the call early and damn it, you're not changing it, and maybe that's why you dislike this player?
There's a lot, man. I've got a lot of sports hatred in my heart. Like, once a dude shows that he's a bum at one point in time, he's a bum forever in my mind. So Jalen Hurts is the first one that pops up in my mind. But I do have one, and it's more so because I know he's good. I just don't want to admit it. Framber Valdez for the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
I cannot stand him because especially now that he kind of realizes he's good, he walks different, he moves different, he starts barking at guys when he strikes them out. So I just hate him even more because it's like, dude, you're already good. You don't have to be unlikable on top of that. And then you play for the team that I hate more than anything on the face of planet Earth.
Dude. I didn't consider baseball enough. Alex Bregman is that dude for baseball for me.
Yeah.
So when you saw that money, you're like, dumb.
Yeah. What are you doing, you dummies, doing that? But he constantly gets up to the plate and does something that you're like, dang it. I guess I'm that guy that just got to be like, all right, tip of the cap, I guess, on that one. I still hate you.
All right. My version of that, before we segue into some of these answers,
I guess we'll never know.
Was, and probably always will be Ronda Rousey, because I was like, oh, wow, she beat the one other woman fighter that they had in the division. Good for her. And then she started beating everyone they put in front of her in 15 seconds. And then my argument pivoted. I was guilty of this, and I was like, yeah, well, she was a jerk to Nate Wood. And so I think she sucks. Even when or I would be like, yeah, that's why she's the co-main, because she can't sell a pay-per-view. Because you need things to try to make you right in a way, when in reality you just need to be like, well, good job.
Holly
Holm kicked her in the head.
She did hit her hottest peak for
sure.
She did for a while, and obviously it came to culmination when she was in the Entourage movie, because that was definitely, a huge hit.
Guess what? That movie bombed just like most of her movies.
Most movies do bomb, Kevin. All right,
that's not true.
Go rewatch it though.
Okay,
relive it. It was really actually a lot of fun.
I will.
Okay. Dude, I love that show so much.
Will.
That show was so much fun.
From the 972, Eli Manning. He's a career 500 quarterback and had 27 interceptions in a season. I used to be that way about Joe Namath, but I realized how much the game has changed, and I was like, yeah, good thing that Joe Namath won Super Bowl III, or he'd just be another guy who's a drunk hitting on reporters on the sideline. I want to kiss you right now. But he also made the Super Bowl a big deal.
Really?
Yeah, because they won.
Interesting.
The first two games before it really, everybody accepted the terminology Super Bowl, was the AFL NFL championship game. In both of those first 2 years, the NFL beat the crap out of the AFL. And the Colts were favored by 16 and a half points. And you got to the point where you're like, this game is stupid. And then Joe Namath was like, I guarantee we're going to win. And everyone's like, you're a fool. And then they did.
First off, I'm not sure, Kevin, you might want to dump all the things he said. I don't think you can say that name.
You could say Super Bowl. It's not a commercial.
Be careful is what I'm saying.
But hey, get ready. In a couple of weeks when I do an underdog spot, you're going to hear me have to say
the big game.
The big game.
It is weird, though, how we just accept that that's the name. It doesn't make sense. There are no bowl games in the NFL.
Right.
Not a single bowl game in the NFL.
Because college football is still so popular then.
Yeah. It was competing with college football, so they said, we're going to call it the best of them all, the Super Bowl. And now the NFL, you just stick with it. We should change the name. What would you change the name to the NFL championship game?
Yes.
If you had a chance to change it from Super Bowl, what would you call it now?
That is a good question.
Hey, look, we can discuss.
Okay.
We can discuss this on Radio Row in a couple weeks.
Okay.
How about we ask other people that question? I bet we're from the old heads. We're going to get, you know what? Keep it that way. But from these younger players, we're probably going to get you know what? This sounds like fun. I've thought about this. I actually, in Madden, I renamed it already. I like this idea.
From the 214, any A&M player not named Dat win. Wow, in your face, Myles Garrett. That's a fair take. From the 940.
And Reggie McNeil.
Yeah. Okay, look. Reggie McNeil, this is a segment for another day. Who is the player that will always hold a special place in your heart, even if they never did jack ass?
Who was
Reggie McNeil beat Nebraska. Or maybe it was Oklahoma. It was Nebraska. He beat Nebraska, and I will always love him for that.
I'll add this, Kevin. I always hated on Ryan Tannehill. Always. Didn't know how he failed up in the draft, but he did.
Oh yeah.
And then he just kept getting jobs, and I was like, what is happening? This is proof that the NFL doesn't know how to scout quarterbacks.
Yeah, when I heard he might be a first rounder, I was like, oh, really? That's And then he went 8. I was like, whoa, what?
And then there was that year where he was doing pretty good. People were like, see, you've been bashing him all this time. And I was like, don't care. Not going to work out. Guess what? I'm still right.
See, and that is another conversation for another day. Do you get irritated when somebody who you said isn't that good for 5 years hasn't been that good, and then they have a good 6 weeks, and they're like, I told you all along. And you're like, what about those other 5 years? Those don't count. We're the K&C Masterpiece. Thank you. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 5? Because we got another baseball issue to address.
3-1, lifted high into the air, pretty deep, out into left center field. Arozarena going back, and this one is gone! Opposite field, 2-run home run for Corey Seager. He ties it up. 3-3.
We're going to get more of those in Kansas City here soon, probably. The fence is coming in.
Oh, you love to hear it. Good news for Bobby Witt. Might want to make those plays on MVP right now. So, Rob Manfred, who we've established hates baseball, he's got some thoughts. And so he has brought up that radical changes to the season have been discussed. One of the radical changes that, believe it or not, I actually am in support of is the split regular season. So we used to see this forever at the minor league level. And essentially, so you've got the first half winner of your division and then the second half winner of your division, and both of those teams make it to the playoffs. Now, I realize the downfall of that team that won in the first half might be completely decimated by the time you get to the second half or whatever. But one of the things that I liked about it is it does really feel like you can reboot the season in July when you're like, we've had the worst season ever. Oh, good news. Second half of the season starts, July 20th or whatever.
Yeah, you have a bad start.
It's not.
You start the season with an injury.
Yes.
Yeah, it stinks.
And you might not be out in May. You're like, all right, I'll be back in a minute. And so that happened in 1892 and 1981, and it happened in the minor leagues.
I was born that year.
Forever. 1981, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
no, not 1892.
Just making sure, because you look great.
Thank
the
you.
other one. So Rob Manfred was talking about this, and he goes, look, we've talked about split seasons. We've talked about in-season tournaments. We do understand that 162 games is a long pull. And so that the split season, I think, is the easiest way to not have to make the season any shorter, right? Because you're like, well, now it's only 81 games you have to really worry about, as opposed to...
Think about the packages you can sell, too, as a team.
For sure.
I only have to sell a half-season package now. You can sell the full season if you want.
Yes.
But I can double up. Hey, you know what? We're making a push. We just made a bunch of trades. Second half of the season package. Let's roll. I like this a lot. There's a lot of things. Because, Kevin, honestly, as an owner, as a GM, as a manager, as a player, as a fan... You go in, you're out of it by May.
Yeah.
You go into that stadium and you look around and you're like, I have to do this for another 4 more months. Yeah, no, absolutely.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Whereas instead, you might just count down to July. Or let's say you had the most unbelievable start ever, and all of a sudden the White Sox are about to clinch a playoff spot at the end of June.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would be wild. Now, we'll go back to Manfred, and he said, I think the difficulty of some sort of in-season event like the NBA is doing is you're almost inevitably talking about fewer games. And that's one of the reasons I think the split season idea would work better, because you wouldn't have to cut any games. Because whenever people talk about even cutting it to 154, baseball kind of feels more locked into the season-long stats than any other sport, right? Mm-hmm. Any of the other major sports?
Yes.
And so another thing that could be at play, and keep an eye out on this because it might kind of change the baseball schedule going forward. And then I want to kind of see if you think any of these are real viable
Hurricane
options.
Season?
Not that yet.
Okay, all right.
Manfred wants to add 2 more expansion teams, right? We've talked about that. And when you do that, then you can split Major League Baseball into 8 4-team divisions. And those divisions are going to be way different because Manfred wants to realign the sport geographically. And one of the reasons he talked about that is he said 162 games in 186 days. That's a lot. And one of the things he said they lose is they lose so much time on travel. So now, if instead of Texas was continually going to Seattle and vice versa, what if now the longest trip you had to make was like Arizona on a consistent basis? You would still like play the Mariners, but maybe now you're playing teams that are significantly closer to you. And he thinks that that could help with player health and safety.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man.
Now that
makes a lot of sense.
That feels viable, right?
Yeah, absolutely it does. I don't think that the season change doesn't feel viable either. I think both of those things feel real.
Okay. And so the very first text, I saw this right now, was from the 254. Hell no.
Hater.
Leave the season alone. And
You're a
that's
hater.
the other part of the question, not the hater part.
Okay.
Or do you think the season is just fine the way it is?
Yeah, and you know what? I love the NFL. I love the NFL season the way that it was. I really am kind of bummed by the extra game now because it's a little... Feels like we get to the last 2 games, they don't matter a lot. Right. I understand if you are a baseball fan and you are like, I look forward to these 162 every year. I get that. I totally do. I think this could be advantageous to a lot of franchises, a lot of them. The Pirates, maybe they're not ready to start this season, but that second half of the season, Connor Griffin might be ready.
Right.
And so they can go on a bit of a run. So I think it's interesting, but I understand people who are resistant to change.
Yeah, and it just, but I just think a couple of years ago, right? I know it wasn't as dramatic of a change, but yeah, it was the end of the world that there was going to be a pitch clock. But now,
every
now
pitcher was like, "This is the dumbest."
Yeah, and now it's like, oh, well, never mind, it's fine. By the way, one more quick baseball note for you. This feels like the definition of insanity to me. So I told you, this might have been off air, that the last 7 teams that were affiliated with the regional sports networks, they're done, right? And they're going to being under the MLB umbrella. FanDuel Sports Network has made a new offer to those teams. Tell me if you think this sounds like a good idea.
All right.
So, Main Street, and that was going to be the grouping. They just lost their last 7. They were supposed to have 9 for the season. And what they're telling everybody is, don't go because we're about to sell our company and then we're going to have all of the money. Now, here are the other addendums. The baseball season's about to start, right? Spring training gets going in 6 weeks? And so, all right, you need to make the sale by then. And one of the reasons all these teams left is because they didn't get their first quarterly payment. And so the company is like, hey, and if you could not expect that quarterly payment and also let us make it in the second or third quarter.
No, thank you.
After we sell our business to the new company, that'd be great.
Now, I'm saying no right now. That might be a beneficial thing to somebody down the road.
Sure, but that's a lot of trust, right?
And that's just the thing is I don't trust.
And they just defaulted.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's going to work out for them, but keep an eye out in case that comes to fruition. But already now, Major League Baseball is getting closer and closer to almost half of the teams being under their umbrella for media rights.
Interesting.
Which Manfred said the goal was, let's get them all in 3 more years, something like that. We're the K&C Masterpiece.
3 more years.
Okay, that is less offensive to everybody in the world. Well, anybody. People get offended at everything. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here. Shut up.
You just offended me.
I'm so sorry.
By saying that I get offended by things.
Oh, man. That does very much feel like a let's agree to disagree. I don't agree to that.
See the 2 ducks situation we're in right now?
What?
The pair of ducks. It's a pair of ducks. Coming up next, do we need more hate in NFL rivalries?
I got plenty of hate right
next
now.
on The Fan.
Tolo. E&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Don't forget, this Monday, big stuff going on with the Rangers, the Fan, and Hurtado. Dallas, by the way. That's the Dallas location, 7 to 8. Jared's going to be hosting the Hot Stove. Josh Young will be there.
I love it.
So be ready for that. First 100 in. Enjoy.
First hundo.
Hundo. I've never said hundo.
Does anybody still say hundo P?
What does that mean?
Alec, 100%.
No, not really.
People said that?
Yeah, I guess.
I've said hondo before, but that's from a movie.
Uh-huh.
I've never said hundo.
Honda?
No, not Honda. Hondo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Honda P is a different thing.
By the way, you brought up a word yesterday.
Oh, what was the word?
PETA. And PITA.
Yes.
Not the organization that deals with animals.
Yeah.
And I took that home. My kid didn't know it.
Yeah.
And I felt superior to my child.
Hell yeah.
I was like, oh, look, I pay the mortgage on this house. That's my pool out there.
Mm-hmm.
Your bedroom, everything in it's mine. But it took this.
Oh my gosh.
It took this for me to feel superior.
Wow.
Because these kids, they run around, they say words that you're like.
And the damn music, right?
What
Are you
is-
going to start getting cornucopia out of your ear
Actually,
so you can hear better?
Well, they said SIBO, and I had to learn what that meant.
Oh.
Shut your BA up. And
oh, no!
yeah, that was what I learned. But now they're like, no, Dad, don't even say that. That was for 2 weeks. Now they don't. They're like, don't even say that.
Trends
Actually
move
say
fast.
it. Actually say what the acronym is.
Oh, my goodness.
Dadgum. But no, Kevin, here's the deal about when it comes to music. They like my music.
Oh.
Like they love the music I love. And
Okay.
my kid has a pretty good, I mean, he's going to UNT for music. I hope that he's got a pretty good vibe, but he likes the bands that we like.
Okay.
Yesterday he was like, Dad, Foo Fighters are pretty good for working out. And I was like, yeah, you're right about that. That's a really good workout band right
You
there.
don't have to worry about switching songs.
Shut up, dude. 877-881-1053. Kevin has said this for a long time without saying it. He thinks that the Foo Fighters have one song.
Yeah.
While Evanescence has one song that could be three.
Yeah.
The
Foo Fighters try to pretend like they have like 8 albums, or I have no idea.
I will say when they hit, it was like, oh, this is cool. Their next album was pretty good. Like the color of the shape was great. Their next album was pretty good. As things have gone along, Dave Grohl has gotten into this is how a song should sound. And
See, it's much like our segment a couple segments ago. The Foo Fighters were my band. That it just took a while for people to be like, oh yeah, their songs all sound the same.
the first couple albums, all right? Sometimes you just kind of get stuck in a rut. And then you got to zig when other people think you're going to zag. Kevin, do we need more hate in football rivalries?
Oh, yeah.
I would like to play Cut 12 here. This is Jaron Reed talking about the 49ers. Jaron Reed plays for the Seattle Seahawks.
You know who they are.
We'll admit it, though. And
apparently not.
And he was on the podium asked about the 49ers.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them. But, just get a chance to, go at them again. We don't do too much talking. We let our past talk. But we know what's at stake. They know what's at stake. It's about getting out there between them lines and, hitting the head on. Man on man, mano a mano.
And then he was also asked, what's unique about playing the same team back to back? And he said, I just know it's a team I don't like. I don't like anything about them.
Yeah, man.
I love that answer so much.
See, people say that one of the things I don't like about obviously more modern sports is people and players switching teams because maybe that was their player. And I'm not discounting that, but I think another reason is you didn't like it when the players switched teams because you liked when like these players had a beef last year and they're about to play again. You're like, oh my God, you just wait.
Yes.
And it's going to be on. Like eventually when you started to see the Cavs and the Warriors play year after year and LeBron was still there and you're like, okay, good. They still don't like each other from last year. Like you love that sort of carryover from a storyline.
You just kind of wish there were more people with LeBron that they could also like.
Yeah.
You were like, dude, he got rid of his entire team.
That's true.
Except for J.R. Smith, who's like, huh? I like J.R. Smith. My kid was like, his friend was at the mall and J.R. Smith was in there and he was like, oh my God, that's where my kid was working.
Oh.
And he was like, J.R. Smith's in our place right now. And they got pictures, and he was really nice to him, so that's cool. I mean, think about this.
He didn't do like he did with that guy from Train, and he's like, "Hey, do you want a picture?" And you're like, "Nah, I'm good."
That's cool, man. My kid
broke that guy's heart.
I love Pat Monahan. I think he's a great singer. I am conditioned to not ask for autographs for me.
Right.
To this day, Kevin,
it's against the rules.
It's not. You're not supposed to be in a press conference complimenting the coach on their season. That can be a conflict.
Yeah.
I can tell him off air. I can go talk to him or whatever, or send him a note, all those things. I can do that. But I'm just not supposed to be, like that. So that was what happened there. Even to this day, though, Kevin, whenever we ask for autographs, we're asking for Peace-a-thon.
Yeah.
It's like I've collected for that, and that's what I use it for.
For sure.
If it's there.
I get that.
You remember Crabtree and Richard Sherman?
Yes.
I mean, that set him ablaze, dude. And then it put Richard Sherman at the forefront of, is he the best cornerback in the league?
Yeah.
In addition, was it him or Patrick Peterson that went through the streets of New Orleans asking people who the best cornerback in the league was? And they were like, oh, I think Richard Sherman, Patrick, and he was like, I am Richard Sherman.
It's a good bit. It's a good bit.
And then just recently, this is another thing I love about Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson goes into the room, hears F the Packers, and then he starts hollering, F the Packers.
Right.
And then he does the handshake with Matt LaFleur. Dude, when he got hired, he was like, I can't wait to beat Matt LaFleur twice a year. Which he did, by the way. He did beat him twice this year.
Yeah.
And Matt LaFleur was like, where the hell did this come from?
See, now don't you hope he ups the level of petty and he's like, if they're good enough, I can't wait to be him 3 times a year.
Yeah.
Like, that would be awesome.
Yes. And that's the kind of thing that I do think. And I think that some of the sports hate has bled into other parts of life that don't need to be and don't need to exist. Sports should be that fun place where you can have this. Wrestling is a great place for that.
Sure.
Wrestling is built on feuds. It's built on rivalries, but amongst people who grab microphones and say, let me talk this person down.
Or talk him into the seat.
I will undress you right now in front of everybody.
Brother.
And that's what sports should be. But a lot of coaches, a lot of people are afraid of poster board material.
Yeah. Bulletin board material.
Sure. If your team's good enough, talk it, dude.
Okay.
Make them believe they're better. Wolchuk yesterday. I gotta go in with the confidence. I can't walk in there and act like, otherwise I've already lost.
True.
So I'm totally about that. I hope Jaron Reed and his Seattle.
It's the Seahawks. You know it's the Seahawks, you asshat.
Football team that allegedly plays in the NFL. I hope they do their thing.
They're going to be so flummoxed when they win the Super Bowl.
Nobody knows what that word means. A North Carolina high school is taking a year off of football.
Oh.
The administration of High Point Central High has decided to suspend its varsity football program, according to Fox 8 WGHP. High Point finished their season 0-10.
Oh.
The Bison were shut out in every single game, resulting in a 523-0 disadvantage.
Oh, no.
Kevin, after the first 2 games, if you're in that high school, and the scores are 59-0 and 50-0, you go, it's going to be a tough year.
Yeah. It's like that Peyton Manning SNL sketch where they're down like 35-0 at the halftime, and he goes in and he goes like, "We suck." Like that's what I think of right
But don't
there.
worry, Kevin. September 26th, they lost 69-0.
Oh, hot.
Nice. And then to end the season,
no,
they fought. They fought hard.
This is going to be sarcastic.
In a 72-0 loss, in which now they have said, guys, we don't even think we deserve a program. You know what, Kevin? Quite honestly, not everybody does deserve a program.
Question.
But I think there does need to be a team out there that everybody beats up on.
Do you want to be on the team where both sides are so terrible? Like this year, Dak even was like, hey, this feels like the first year maybe where my play is not reflective of what our record is because their defense was so bad. Do you at least like for that team, everyone equally shares the blame? And you're like, hey, don't give up 69 points. And you're like, hey, Nimrod, why don't you score a point in any of these games? Like, I feel like they're equally bad.
Yeah, no, that was tough. That's a tough season right there for them, and I don't wish that for the future for them. Also, this is debatable. Actually, I don't have to. Maybe this is for tomorrow.
Okay.
This one, though, needs to go today. Kevin, what TV show home would you love to buy?
Simpsons.
Ooh, I like that. Alec?
That 70s show?
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Oh, yeah.
From the basement?
Yeah. I kind of always
All
loved
right.
the Full house.
Oh, yeah, that house is humongous, too.
Yeah, for something that didn't look that gigantic, they had all sorts of rooms everywhere.
Yeah.
You're like, how do you have that many rooms above your living room?
Yeah, and also it looked like it was really narrow.
Yeah.
And yet it felt like that was the biggest living room in the world.
Did we only see Danny Tanner's room once?
Oh.
When they broke that hole in the wall and then like somebody...
I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. And then they never went back to it. Well, guess what? For the first time in 48 years, you can buy the Fresh Prince house.
Oh, yeah, that house was nice.
And it's only going to cost about $30 million. The iconic home made famous by Will Smith and the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is about to hit the market. And $30 million is what it's set at. It's the first time, 48 years. Very extremely recognizable facade, right?
Yeah,
you need to have a taxi cab parked in front of it at all times.
Well, sure. I mean, that didn't happen, of course, because none of that happened. That entire show was...
So you saying that this property doesn't exist?
No, that property exists because that's where they filmed. I'm just saying the Fresh Prince himself, unfortunately, was killed on the basketball court that day, and that was his journey to the afterlife with the taxi driver and everything like that, and that is sad. But that house is real.
Let me ask you a question. Where was the Cosby Show based out of? Philadelphia? Was that Philadelphia?
Or was it New York? Oh, man.
Because somebody texted in the Cosby Show house. I loved the Cosby Show house, too.
Yeah, the walk-up?
Yeah.
The walk-up is the coolest.
Oh, yeah, that was too cool. But, man, that's an interesting... wow.
That's a good question.
So was he in West Philadelphia when all that happened? And the Cosby family was kind of doing their thing, and he was out there playing basketball, and Theo could have helped him.
Yeah.
We don't know the answer to those questions.
Okay. Man, you know what I think of almost every time? I know that people's thoughts on the Cosby Show have changed, but what I continue to think about is just that shirt. Like, it's almost impossible for the Cosby Show to be brought up without me thinking of Theo coming out of the bathroom after he changed or be like, what is this?
Would you wear it, though?
A little bit.
I'd wear it, too.
I think I would.
Long extra sleeve and all. And that's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We didn't get an opportunity to do this earlier, so it will come up right now. Power ranking the remaining NFL playoff teams next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together.
K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Go with a traditional fullback, running back look, and Darnold's going to throw it. Hits his open man. It's Barner cutting it for the touchdown. The Seattle offense has come alive.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now as we power rank the NFL playoff power rankings. Let's start at the end and finish at the beginning. So,
what?
Yeah, it's film noir style. Go ahead. There's 8 teams remaining in the NFL playoffs. Will you tell me as we rank who is your number 8 and who is your number 7?
This feels like Memento at this point. The way is that what that film noir means?
Kind of.
Okay, I'm not really sure there. I still feel like 8 is going to be based on quarterback. It's Sam Darnold.
You do not. They're touchdown favorites.
Really?
Yeah.
In this day and age, huh?
I don't know what that means.
They've watched Sam Darnold play before, right? I feel like the Texans might be my number 18.
Okay.
I think their defense might be the best defense out there.
Sure.
Their defense keeps them in games. My trust level when it comes to Stroud and that offense is 0.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, 1%.
I gotcha.
Very similar to that with Jerry Jones and the retiring situation as the greatest of all. But, I just can't trust the offense. But I know that it's going to be a close game with the Patriots because of their defense. So that's where I stand on that. That's my number 8 team.
And number 7?
I got to go with the Bills.
Wow, spicy.
I just have this. I don't trust the Bills. They've gotten banged up. They had moments this season where you're like, what? And so even though they beat what I think is a good quality team, I think the Jacksonville Jaguars are a quality team. I just have them. I have them ranked a little lower than expected right now.
All right. Alec, man, I'm curious to see how much these diverge. Who is your 8 and who is your 7?
The Texans are my 8.
Oh.
Because especially with the news that we got earlier that Nico Collins is likely out with that concussion, I don't trust that offense as far as I can throw them, and they are way bigger than me, so I cannot throw them at all. So that means I don't trust that offense. I don't know if Corey got that, so I had to kind of sound it out. I would say 7. It kind of gets tough. Like the bottom end, I have questions about a few different teams. I would say 49ers at 7.
Okay.
Mainly because of the injury blow with George Kittle. I do think he's very important to what they try to do. But yeah, I'm gonna go with the 49ers there.
Okay. Corey, 6 and 5 for you.
I'm gonna go Niners 6.
Okay.
Seahawks 5.
Oh, spicy.
Are they really even in the playoffs, though, is the question.
Can I just give you, I'm going to just tell you one thing. So on NFL.com, they've got an article up right now, and they have the other 3 NFC teams 8, 7, and 6. So they have the 49ers, Bears, and Rams 8, 7, and 6, and they have the Seattle Seahawks number 1.
Good for them.
Okay, just saying. All right, Alec.
The NFL.com knows everything, huh? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, that is not what I'm trying to say. Alec, your 6th and 5th power ranking teams.
Ooh. At 6, I will go with the Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears because I don't know what I'm going to get with them any given game. If Caleb Williams is going to be him, then they could be as high as number 4 on my list, but I don't know what to expect yet because it's the first go-around for him. Number 5... This is more difficult. I have a list, but I'm like questioning it as
you
think
go along.
Yes.
Okay, there'll be an opportunity for you at the end because we're going to do the same thing we did with the quarterbacks. Which team do you think has the most upward or downward mobility?
Okay, I'm going to go with the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
At number 5.
All right, and then we get to the top 4. Corey, could you please tell me your 4th and 3rd place teams?
Number 4. A team that played no good teams this year. The New England Patriots. The team that still does not have a good win this year.
You know what's funny about that is you even have Buffalo down at 7. So, like, the one good win they have, you're like,
consistent.
Isn't that good?
Yeah, and also I do give a credence to the idea that because they beat and lost to Buffalo, that just cancels that out altogether.
Okay.
So,
man, I hate how much people are picking up on that. From the 214, do you mean the Sea Chickens? And from another 214, does Seattle even have a team?
Thank you.
Come on.
Number 3, they're hosting the Super Bowl next year.
Oh, the Rams.
The Los Angeles Rams. Or maybe the Chargers.
Yeah, I guess.
The Los Angeles Rams.
Okay.
This is fascinating, isn't it?
Man, it is. Because there's a lot more. What I like is there's a lot more discrepancy between you two than yesterday with the quarterbacks. All right, Alec, 4 and 3.
Number 4. We're going to the Mile High City.
Wow.
The Denver Broncos. Because what did we just talk about with Bo Nix?
Yeah. Interception laden and throws poor passes.
Exactly. But that defense is somehow going to keep them alive longer than they probably should be. Number 3, the Seattle Seahawks. Again, prove me wrong, Sammy. Prove me wrong. Because I don't know what to think about you other than you're not good in the playoffs.
Okay. And then, man, y'all's lists are way different.
Than each other's or than yours?
No, than each other's. Isn't Seattle that team Russell Wilson plays for? Come on. That's been several years.
The 817, the Kraken are cool. Not sure about the baseball or football teams. From the 817, I thought the team in Seattle moved to New Orleans a few years back.
Oh, my God.
It went to Oklahoma City.
That was all right, Corey.
The Seattle Totem Pole Birds? I don't know. I think it's hilarious.
From the 682, my power rankings are spot on with Alex thus far.
Kevin, have you looked at the Super Bowl logo this year?
I don't think so.
Here's the Super Bowl logo. All right,
because it's a clean one, right? With 6, is it 60? Yeah, 59.
All right. What do you notice? What color do you notice is missing from there? Orange.
Oh,
orange. The Bears are number 2, and the Broncos are number 1.
Oh.
Even though I don't think that their quarterback is consistent enough to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I should flip those and put the Bears 1. But I'm just waiting for Ben Johnson to prove it.
Alex got the Bears at 6 and the Broncos at 4. I love it. Alec, who is your 2 and 1?
Doesn't Pete Carroll live in Seattle?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
He's going to be going back there for sure because he's unemployed.
Damn.
I mean, he did an awful job. I'm sorry, I love Pete, but terrible job, man. This is tough, but I got to put the Patriots at number 2. I'll put the Patriots at number 2 because I will give a tiny bit of credence to the idea that they haven't played many good people. But again, I still think that if I had to put money on this, they would win the Super Bowl today. But that means my number 1 is the Los Angeles Rams. I have talked myself into it that I think Sean McVay is the best coach left in the hunt.
The team that just struggled against the Panthers?
Yes, because they just manufacture ways to win. It's never pretty. It never makes sense. Again, they're running 3 tight ends most of the game. Damn it. In 2026. It makes no sense. but it's fun to watch and it wins games. And Matt Stafford has proven that he's the most clutch in these scenarios, at least left in this playoff field. So give me the Rams.
Kevin, my buddy who's a Texans fan, texted our Call of Duty group and said, I'm never reviving Corey again because I put the Texans so low. And I'm sorry, man.
You both had them dead last.
I think he's going to be happy about this next part of the conversation.
All right. So the next question, and we asked this with the quarterbacks yesterday, which team has the most mobility, you think, whether it's going up or going down?
I think my top 2 teams could be my bottom 2 teams, and my bottom 2 teams could be my top 2.
Interesting.
I think the Texans and Bills absolutely could be in the top 2 of this conversation. And I think that the Broncos, I'm giving them a lot of extra love right now because I feel like Sean Payton's a good coach. He's won a Super Bowl. He knows what he's doing. They have a good defense.
But a Bills-Texans AFC Championship game would not shock you.
No.
Okay.
But them being out of it by this weekend wouldn't shock me either.
Okay.
But the Bears are the team that I'm just like, nobody's believed in them all year. Every step of the way, it's been like, yeah, but Caleb isn't that good. Yeah, but they don't have a star receiver, and they don't. They have DJ Moore, who made a fantastic play. First time he had 6 catches all year. Colson Loveland playing phenomenally. Their defense is just good enough, but they don't start games well. They really do not start games well. But I can see that being the thing that kills them. But they believe in themselves enough to think in the fourth quarter they can win. And that's just enough for me to think that it can be exciting when it comes down to the end of this one against the Rams.
All right, Alec, which team, for better or worse, do you see having the most mobility in your list?
It's got to be the Chicago Bears. I mean, I would listen to Denver because...
You got them at 6.
Yeah, I could also listen to Denver because Bo Nix, if you want to go pass for 350 yards and 3 touchdowns, then yes, you are probably one of the top 2 teams on my list. But I think the Bears just have the most upside because they have the talent, but I've seen the progress enough week after week after week. And I think the wild card game, I know the first half was abysmal. It made me more confident in them just because first-year head coach, second-year quarterback, can they handle this situation that they dug themselves into? The answer is usually no. But the resilience of that team, and I fully disagree with the Packers defender that was like, they didn't do anything special. No, they did. They scored a bazillion points in the fourth quarter because they were that well coached and that well rounded.
Yeah.
I think Caleb has that potential. I think he can replicate that in less dire situations and just be that good more times than not in that system. So I think that they have to be the team that could shoot up into the top 3 if they have a really well-played offensive game.
So for whatever it's worth, NFL.com has the 49ers at 8, Bears at 7, Rams at 6, Texans at 5, Bills at 4, Broncos at 3, the Patriots at 2, and the Seattle Seahawks at number 1.
The 901 Broncos are winning it all. The Bills are banged up. And from the 214, y'all know if Joey Galloway is going to play this weekend against us. He's
Come on.
against the Niners this weekend. From the 817, are you sure you're not talking about the Seattle Redhawks from the WAC conference?
Somebody asked, isn't that Steve Largent's team? Come on. That was like 40 years ago.
The Seattle Warren Moons.
All right. So as it stands right now, your theoretical Super Bowl would be Denver-Chicago, and Alec, yours would be New England and the Rams. Okay.
I like it.
All right. And look.
You want to fight about it or not?
No.
Oh.
Sorry.
I listened to Sean and Bobby's fight this morning, and it just kind of got me in this, like, I kind of want to punch somebody.
Look, and the point spreads, with the exception of Seattle, are really close. And, man, that Seattle spread got up to as high as 7.5. It's 7 right now over the 49ers, but the Rams road favorites at 3.5. The Patriots only 3-point favorites over the Texans. And Denver is now 1.5-point favorites, even though we've talked about it. That spread has changed wildly as the week's gone along, because it started Buffalo at -1.5. By the time Monday morning rolled around, it was even, and then, Tuesday morning, and then it moved to Denver -1.5, where it's kind of been more steady since then. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with the fellas from the GBAG Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Shan and RJ, who do you want to win?
barbecue in North Texas and meet some Rangers Monday evening, January 19th with The Fan and the Rangers at Hurtado's Dallas.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the GBAG Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty good, Hagee. How are you doing?
Man, I am also doing well. I wanted to see if y'all have seen any of the numbers for the World Cup ticket requests thus far.
No, I haven't seen that.
500 million?
500 million.
It's a lot.
So I decided to math it up just a little bit. There are 104 matches in this World Cup. That means there are 4.8 million requests per match.
Wow.
As of now.
So I'm probably not going to get it.
Well, I mean, considering let's say each stadium will hold about 70,000. I realize AT&T can facilitate more than that with the party passes and whatnot. That would give you 7.3 million seats available for the entirety of the World Cup, and they're already up to 500 million different people requesting tickets.
It's a lot.
Seems like that's going to be an expensive ticket to get, Hagee. The old laws of supply and demand.
Exactly. So I'm glad that you brought that up. Do you have an internal number, or can you guys share like what you would be willing to go up to pay for a ticket? And I'm assuming it would kind of vary on some different factors, but just to go see a World Cup match, do you have like a number in mind?
$500 to see a World Cup match. Okay. $1,000 to watch like a really good team in group play.
Like watch England.
Once you're talking Team USA, then I think around $1,250 per Team USA ticket group stage. Elimination rounds, maybe $2,500. Just swipe the credit card. We'll deal with it down the road type of deal. But I'm not going into crazy big expenditure. Like we could have a European 2-week vacation or 2 hours watching a soccer match.
Yeah.
That's negligent dadding. If you
have to bring Abby? Is that required?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So maybe
I'm
5K.
buying two. I'm buying two. But she would not let me live it down if I didn't take her to at least one of these games. So I'm probably at this point trying to play what it looks like going into the tournament and see like the less in demand games. Maybe a little bit of travel could be involved to fly.
Yeah.
But we got to go to at least some.
And that's one thing I love about we got the most games. Like I realized that Arlington got the semifinal instead of the championship, but at least you did get the most number of games. And so maybe you take a look at one of those group stage matches with like one of the qualifiers that still hasn't been announced and be like, that one feels like that could be in low demand. What about the rest of y'all?
Slash everything Dawson said by about 60%.
Okay.
That's probably where I'd be at.
It's a little more where my budget is, but
okay.
Yeah, 500 though is probably like the range that I was thinking.
Yeah.
Because I got to get to. Maybe 3 tickets is what my oldest wants to go. My middle son wants to go. My oldest is like, can I take my girlfriend? Nope.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so you
buddy.
start taking the family.
Yeah.
That's where this thing starts to get haywire. I got me and my buddy. We both went in on trying to win this drawing, and so we kind of agreed like $500. We'd be okay with $500. A once in a lifetime type of thing. We don't have to travel to it. Games in our backyard. It'd be an incredible experience. But once we start talking about thousands of dollars, it's like I can't afford this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is there a chance that we could get tickets if other teams get bounced?
Yes.
Good question.
So would your philosophy then be
I'm waiting for the next round.
Okay, scouting out the secondary market.
When all of a sudden when some of these teams, it might be the United States, gets bounced. But I'm just saying I would wait and see and go into the round 2, and that's where I would put. I wouldn't waste my money in round 1. I would spend my money in round 2 and hopeful that some teams got bounced and their guys and gals aren't staying around for the
They're
match.
trying to flush their tickets.
They're trying
whatever they can.
They're trying to recoup their trip, and I'm gonna give them the opportunity to recoup their trip. But I'm wait till the second round when the games maybe mean a little more.
I wonder how many of these 5 million people are actually attending the games and how much this is just like gaming the system from ticket brokers.
Like
we're going to enter this with tens of thousands of email accounts. I have a staff of people just signing up for these lotteries because we're trying to hit and sell them. So, I don't know. It's a risky game to play. As I think a lot of Rangers fans found out during the World Series, like game 1, the prices were huge, and you're like, well, I'll go to game 2. It's not going to be as much, and then you have the exciting finish, and game 2 is more expensive and more sold out.
Yeah.
So, I can't risk it. I got to at least have something going in.
Yeah. No, I definitely understand that. I understand the strategy, though, of people getting bounced out. That's a huge Final Four or regional tournament strategy.
I've seen it done during the Final Four. I watched, if you want to go to a championship game, you can get in because people don't want to sit around. Like Kansas, Kentucky, the Blue Bloods, when they get bounced, they're out. Those people dip.
The thing that I wonder if it's going to make it any more difficult in this cycle is because so many teams advance. Like of the 48, 32 move on to the knockout stage. So I wonder if not as many fans will be as heartbroken as usual. But I think that's a good strategy.
I can see greedy fans. I've seen this with Super Bowl tickets before when I used to sell those. Is that every once in a while what happens is you usually go in with the idea of the price, what you want to say, and take that price, because the closer it gets to the game, the more that people have become greedy and they can't get that price. So they all of a sudden they're trying to dump their tickets, and the ticket brokers are all going, well, no, we're going to give you a quarter what So instead of making $10,000, you only make $3,000.
Do you like the idea of I'm going to the stadium? All right, let's go ahead and drive up there.
Absolutely,
so,
I think now we're talking June, right? And we in a June, say a little warm out there, maybe.
Hot,
maybe a little hot, But if you tailgate, you could tailgate it right. I think you could have some fun.
Yeah, and they've done so much work around that stadium too to kind of give you other options. You go hang out at Texas Live for a while.
That's true.
Plant your butt and then be like, I'm going to head over there, see if I can't find somebody. There's lots of options.
I don't want to be the stadium though that runs out of beer.
Oh,
I don't want to be that. I don't, because
you think AT&T is going to run out of beer?
Not at all.
I am just, what? We've had this in the past where all of a sudden the venues run out of beer, and I don't want to be that venue.
I think it happened the Indiana and Oregon game. I think by halftime, Indiana had drank up all the beer.
Just throwing,
it was so cheap there.
Yeah, just throwing money away that you could be bringing in because of that. What do you guys think about Harbaugh with the Giants? I know maybe it was trending that way yesterday already, but now that it's just about done, what do you think?
Look, I think Harbaugh's a really good coach. It's going to add stability there. We'll see what happens with Jackson Dart and his future. I don't know if he's a guy that's ever going to be able to be super healthy, and I still don't know just how good of a quarterback he really is. I mean, him and Cam Scattaboo had something fun going on there, and he'll be back next year. But Harbaugh should put them at least to where, the floor is at least 500, you would think. I mean, they should be a team that's much, much better now. And he's come from an awesome organization in Baltimore. So how do things work with that general manager there? He is not drafted very, very well for them. But you got Malik Neighbors on offense, and we'll see who he hires at the coordinator positions.
I kind of admire Joe Shane for go ahead and just rolling over and keeping his job. Hey, whatever you want, coach, I'm here for you.
Don't fire me.
Yeah, really, seriously. You go from being like a guy that all of a sudden has all the power and say and all that to having one foot in the parking lot. I've seen it happen. I know Les Snead, when he was with the Rams, he was calling me about Gruden. He's like, man, I'm hearing Gruden's coming here. He's going to blow us all out. I said, Les, I don't think he's going there, man. I don't think. And then who they get? They got Sean McVay. Now he's one of the most. The same thing happened to my guy down there in Tampa. He was Light. He didn't have a quarterback. Jason Light didn't have a quarterback. And we're going to get blown out of here. I'm like, bro, hang in there. It'll be okay. Tom Brady shows up now. He's got a 5-year extension. Sometimes you just have to survive in advance.
By the way, what do you think about the disrespect my co-host here keeps throwing towards Seattle?
For what reason?
They're just a team.
Yeah,
nobody talks about.
Nobody was thinking about them. Like this was a nobody really. I forgot they were on the list at one point. I was like, oh yeah, Seattle. I got 10 teams in.
That's because you hate
Darnold.
Like,
I don't like Darnold. I've never liked
hate his
Sam
face.
Darnold. Yeah,
I
think the team's stacked. I think they have a really good, actually a great defense.
Yeah.
I think Jackson Smith and Jigba's great. They can run the hell out of the ball, and at some point you're going to have to lean on Sam Darnold to do something special.
Does
and I don't
Darnold
think he
get
will.
no credit for elevating JSN?
No.
Hell no.
No,
the guy was going to be elevated by himself.
Always that player.
He don't need a quarterback.
I'll say this: that you'd love to party with their GM, John Snyder's
I'm in on
blast.
that.
Yeah, you can put like $100 bill for the dollar Leinenkugels there in Green Bay, and Snyder will drink $100 worth of beer with you.
Talking about, dude.
He's a fun guy to hang out with.
I might change my mind.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that would be my dream.
My man's put on some body armor since his day of working with me.
He's always
Holy
his
jeez.
armpits are always sweating in the box when he's high fiving.
He's a sweaty guy.
Yeah.
He's a
He's your Schwitzer.
He's
Get
right
that beer
there
out
from
somehow.
He's
Yeah.
right there from De Pere. I don't know why he's so sweaty. De Pere, Wisconsin. He seems like he should be so sweaty.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today? I hope more of that.
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. Yeah, me too. We will have Danny Cannell join us at 4 o'clock to talk college football national championship.
Love it.
Off season.
Roll home with the GBAG Nation. We have been the K&C Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, or you can come see us in Allen at the Dallas Card Show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., or listen right here on the Fan.
Say little dumpers, Kevin.
No. What about more Sneed?
Take us with you way.
Come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to $579-3500.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
The Dallas Card Show is back January 15th through...
B&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 1 of the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're off and running here for the next 5 hours talking sports with you on a thirsty Thursday. Danny Cannell coming up at 4 o'clock talking about the national championship and, the outlook for 2026 in the world of college football. Danny joins us coming up at 4 o'clock. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. I could probably use an espresso right now. I'm dragging a little bit, boys.
You need me to get you one?
I usually,
Bro, we'll get you a triple pop over there.
Let's go. Yes,
I'll get
please.
you a triple.
And I got a cold banana. It's a great combo. Cold banana, hot espresso.
Man, I'm in.
Brought us dunks on it. Brought us says beer and powdered donuts are a better breakfast. It was a whole thing during the holidays.
Like powdered donuts.
But cold banana, hot espresso coffee. Dominant.
That
dominant
sounds so
duo.
good.
It is, man.
Sounds wonderful.
We need to re-up bananas in our house. Eliza's been on a banana kick, has one every morning for breakfast.
It's the Chico, dude. It's like 10 cents a banana.
Super cheap, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to get one. I'm going to put it in the freezer. On the way home, I got to re-up on the bananas for the house, and that sounds like something I'll be trying out tomorrow morning.
If you're freezing it, peel it first. You cannot peel a frozen banana. I've learned that the hard way.
Okay, great tip. Pro tip right there.
There is Broadus stepping into the studio here, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion.
We got to teach people around here how to use the new ice machine.
Oh, no, they already messed it up.
Yeah, we've already learned up. Where it's very choppy like. RJ Choppy kind of like use it all up and then don't do anything about it.
Okay.
So we've got to kind of get people accustomed to like, hey, if you see it's empty there, they just fill up with some water and it works good, Nice to have ice machine, that kind of thing. So sorry about that, a little late, was kind of making
sure. Doing ice machine tutorials.
Yeah, I was just trying to kind of making sure that,
just kind of freaking be on time or whatever. You know what I mean?
I did.
Like you act like you didn't work for Tom Coughlin.
Yeah, what would Tom say to you?
Tom Coughlin hated me.
He'd have fired you.
Gary Patterson hated me.
Plant your damn butt.
Everybody hated me. I'm sorry. You got locked out of the door?
I was locked out.
So card stopped working.
I had to get a new card. It stopped working at the elevator. So the security guards at the front desk hooked me up. I got a new card. The problem is now I need to wait to get it activated to use the doors up here on floor 16. So I'm waiting for Rick Lou, who's on meds too, to help me out with this card. And please, Lord, I hope by the next break so we can get some espresso up in here. It's working.
I could have got you some.
No, you were busy. You were busy with the ice machine.
I figured Dawson was going to introduce everybody, and then we'd have our show. I think we're.
Speaking of that, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. The man has it stuck on automatic. You got Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk as well, and most of the time you can watch us on Twitch, YouTube. You could listen with the Odyssey app. That might be a good opportunity right now. Just go ahead and download that and get you ready to rock and roll. Odyssey app kicks butt. It breaks up all the segments like it's a podcast. You jump around, listen to whatever you want throughout the day with the Odyssey app, or you can just keep it locked right here on terrestrial radio, 105.3 The Fan, 100,000 watt. Blowtorch of a signal, which I think still matters, especially if you're out there on the road. Still matters having a great radio signal. So thanks for making this part of your day. But yeah, these school sports. Last night, about 10 o'clock, Abby's like, oh, yeah, Dad, I have 2 games tomorrow, one at 8 a.m. and one at 11 a.m. for the school soccer team. I'm like, right smack dab in the middle of a school day? Like I could see for like playoffs or state championship or something. We're getting out of school. It's just a preseason tournament. We're going to cruise on over to Terrell. Always do like going to Terrell and their beautiful athletic campus that they've invested so thoroughly in. It's cool to get down there.
I drive through that place. Never stopped.
It's great, man. The practice fields. It's like they're like, well, we might be out of here a ways. It's probably an hour drive away or so from here, Terrell.
How
maybe
close
50
is
minutes.
it to the facility?
It's right there. You got like the high school, and then you have like acres of practice fields and tracks, and it's like one of the best places to be an amateur young athlete. I think.
drive by like the jail over there, right?
I didn't see the jail.
Oh, we got like on the highway there. We've got a system where I think we have a.
Huh.
I think there's a jail over there that I passed
big old
by.
jail.
Yeah, I passed by. I
didn't notice that.
Yeah.
I did stroll into
penitentiary kind of a thing.
I did stroll into a country cafe or something. Had a nice little breakfast. It's always
delicious.
Always, nice. But yeah, we got the show ready to rock and roll here, man. I usually get about 7.5 hours minimum. Right now, I'm working with about 5, and I don't know how you guys do it. I really don't know how you low sleep total guys do it. Jerry Jones is one of those dudes, about 4 hours a night.
Built different.
Vampire. And I don't know, maybe you just get used to it, but I've never been able to do that. Okay, top story in the NFL relevant to the Cowboys. Late last night, the story broke. It's not official yet, right? Or is it official? John Harbaugh going to the New York Giants.
It's like officially unofficial official.
New York 7-27 the last 2 seasons. The topic among Cowboys fans, did the division just get better? To what extent is John Harbaugh going to upgrade the Giants? It's really going to come down to how they draft, if you ask me. They have failed time and time again for like the last decade to bring in quality players, whether it was receivers or a lot of busted offensive linemen.
They can't draft an offensive lineman to save their lives.
So bad.
Can't get corners or linebackers usually. So I would say so much of that Ravens gold, it was really a great organization, and it's difficult to project how somebody is going to do when they switch spots. Now, his brother Jim is the GOAT at switching spots.
Yeah.
Stanford, Niners, Michigan, Chargers, like wherever he goes, he gets it figured out. I don't know how many other coaches that are out there that are like that, so I think this could go Belichick. This could be a situation where he goes there, and if you can't get him better players, he's just not going to be able to win. I don't know that he's got a scheme. I don't think he's going to help you draft. I don't know what John Harbaugh does. I think John Harbaugh is one of these dinosaurs out here that has a reputation because of what you've done in the past, but over the last 10 years, the NFL has evolved significantly. Apparently Mike Tomlin had to take himself out of the game. He told his players the other day at the meeting, you deserve better. I can't do it for you guys anymore, and I want better for you, so I'm out of here. I mean, that was the ultimate leadership move. I think John Harbaugh, Mike McCarthy are these guys that really don't know what time it is in the NFL, and while the smart teams are interviewing candidates like Chris Shula and is it Nate Scheelhaus?
Yes.
You have some old coaches who have managed to stay up, right? And they have used their experience to their advantage. But I think there's other coaches where I just don't think there's evidence that they're going to be able to transplant their success.
See, but this is why, though, and I disagree with you on this, because I feel like the Giants have tried with the guy the Nate Scheelhaus and people like that. When you're talking about the Joe Judges and, people like that.
McAdoo.
Yeah, they've tried. They've tried to kind of get a guy that might be a little bit of a different space. Where the Giants have had success is with, like, the older coach. They had Parcells forever, but what did they do? They went out and got Coughlin on the rebound. And then Coughlin brought him to a couple of Super Bowls and stuff like that.
I can see having success. I think he's a good leader. I think he's a good culture setter and tone setter. So, but who are his coordinators? I guess that's a big topic of conversation. That's going to be massive.
That's the
and
thing
who's drafting for him? These guys can't draft up there.
Yeah, but okay, we're talking about the drafting part is. I totally agree with you. The coordinator part, it seems like he loses coordinators every year.
He loses a lot.
And the fact that Dallas is interviewing one of their former coordinators.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that in a way of, I think the guy kind of has an understanding of the type of coach he wants. Is the dinosaur stuff? Yeah, I do dinosaur stuff all the time. But I kind of feel like, though, the Giants, in their case, they've tried to be a little bit different than everybody else when it came to hiring these coaches, and it hasn't worked. And now they're looking for something more stable. They're look at Harbaugh. He survived, 18 years? How many years? 16 years?
18.
16 years. Imagine being an NFL coach for 16 years.
18.
Tom Landry, 18 years. Tom Landry was 29 years. Don Shula, 30-something. I mean, to be that long in this profession, it says something about him as a coach. I think he's probably going to get a good staff together. The drafting part is something they've got to figure out. If they figure that part out, then this is a team you're going to have to deal with, because I think that guy can coach. I think he knows how to get coaches. I think that's why the Giants hired him.
Maybe he can help with the drafting. He obviously
knows what a good player looks like.
One of the best organizations, with Ozzie Newsome and Eric DeCosta. And I don't know. I wonder the role that he had there in Baltimore, because his brother clearly is a good talent evaluator. Maybe he is as well. So I hope that it fails, and you're right. Gavin. I mean, I hope this goes miserably and they don't have a winning season and continues to be bad. I do have a little bit of nervousness as a Cowboy fan with him in the division that he's going to be able to turn that thing around because his track record and resume is fantastic. I mean, they had 3 losing seasons over the course of 18, and I do think it says something. It wasn't just, Tomlin had Roethlisberger. Once Roethlisberger was gone, did Tomlin have winning seasons? Yes, but they never won in the postseason. This guy had to rebuild everything with Lamar Jackson taking over from Joe Flacco, and they got back to the conference championship game. Now, did they come up short from not getting the Super Bowl? Yes, but you have seen him have a lot of success with with 2 different quarterbacks at a high level.
Gavin is hating hard, says the 214. I mean, I can't hate. I can't be critical. I think I point out the negative about as good as anybody. I just thought I'd turn it in division. Thought you guys would appreciate that.
I hope you're right. I really do. I do think highly about Harbaugh. But
I'm just saying
maybe the age is finally going to catch up to him.
The only reason I went after you that way is because I've seen the Giants fail the other way.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah,
that's why. Yeah. I'm trying to think of why. And Mr. Mara, he's dealing with medical issues, so he doesn't have very much longer. But him and the Tisch family and all that, they're very, very loyal. But man, they have had a bad run of trying to hire coaches up there since Tom Coughlin was let go.
I think it's a good point, and all teams have to be aware of this. And at this time, is while going young and innovation, it sounds great. There's a lot of misses. For every Liam Cohen, there's a Shane Waldron. Yeah. So yeah. But I'm willing to risk it.
That's why the reason I don't know if Jerry will hire a first-time coordinator, defensive coordinator. I don't know if he will. I don't know. This is why to me that you might get the Arizona coach or something like that.
I mean, he hired a first-time head coach.
Oh no, but maybe the coordinator part of it. They haven't done it. The youngest coach they've ever hired, there was a defense. Was Dave Wanstead in 1989.
I know
that was Jimmy's first staff. I mean, that's Jimmy telling Jerry, "Hey, I'm bringing this Dave Wanstead guy on. I had him at Miami. That kind of thing." I don't know. I have my doubts, and that's why I kind of feel like that all these interviews and stuff that Shotty's doing, I think are super cool. But I also wonder at the end of the day, are we going to end up with the guy at Arizona? That's what I'm thinking.
And I hope that, hey, if it happens, I'm so wrong. He's of all the people that they're interviewing right now, I think Gannon gets me the least pumped.
Agreed.
He's probably at the lowest excitement level that he's been as a coach right now. You never had good defenses in Arizona. I know Bobby wants to use they were constantly hurt. I mean, that is somewhat of a track record of a good coach, right? I think especially as a head coach, if you're able to get the most out of your players. Like I've totally been a guy that's been really hard on Kyle Shanahan because whenever those players were hurt, whenever his teams weren't healthy, they were 6-10. This year, what's he done? He's got him now in the divisional round of the playoffs. He's done everything that I've questioned him. I think he's done an incredible job. I'm giving him praise. He deserves it. I don't know about Jonathan Gannon, and I think that Philadelphia was ready to run him the hell out of town.
And if they do, go big or Shanahan wins Coach of the Year, he should probably, leave a sizable tip for Robert Saleh, who kind of bailed out the defense.
That's pretty fair.
I think that's one of the advantages, and maybe what Jerry's trying to tap into is you get some of these experienced guys who have had head coaches a tremendous amount of success, and they can mitigate things when they go off the rails a little bit on you. Cooper Flagg injured his ankle.
What?
I'm going to eyeball that at 4 weeks. The way he was limping.
He's doubtful for tonight. Yeah. They didn't officially rule him out.
A healthy limp.
Yeah, it didn't.
That was a worse limp than CeeDee Lamb. I think the Cowboys would probably keep Cooper Flagg out for about 10 weeks right now, based on how they did things this year. But the Mavs maybe 3.5, 4 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I would slow play it. Like you're in tank mode.
Yeah,
and so just allow this thing. Like this is your future. This is your cornerstone. There's no reason to rush this back, and he's got to make a phone call, doesn't he? To Steph Curry.
Oh, and just how do you handle
this? Because that's all of his injuries, even dating back to last year at Duke. It's the ankle.
Yeah,
get on the phone with Steph and say, what the heck did you do? Because Steph's first few years in the league, that was really what he was most synonymous for. It wasn't the greatest 3-point shooter of all time. It was this dude's ankles are not going to hold up.
Gummy ankles.
Yeah. So we got to get that figured out. Call Steph.
Yeah, and I read about that a long time ago, but it seemed like it was a lot of balance and plyometrics and like powerlifting to get the glutes and the quads and the hammies, dialed.
Everything else surrounding it to be as strong as possible.
The core, so you could take all of the pressure off the ankles. You're collapsing into that lower leg, and if things are just a little bit off or thrown off kilter, that ankle can turn on you, and it's definitely not a path you want to go down. Steph Curry may be the greatest success story in the history of the NBA when it came to being injury prone and then come out on the other side of it and be one of the greatest players in the game. Maybe Grant Hill. I mean, Grant Hill was done for. Like decade in, like guy can't even stay healthy, it's over. And then he comes back, and I guess he didn't reach the heights that he did pre-injury, but he still had a hell of a career as well. But it's rare, and I think you make a great point that at age 18, you got to get this handled before you wake up and you're 24 years old, still young. But every time you sprain your ankle, it harms the ligament in a significant way. And then after a number of extreme ones, it becomes frayed, and then it's breaking down, and you can get all sorts of problems in there. So we will hope for the best there for Cooper Flagg. And those are 2 good points, Chief. I got to give you credit for that tanking point.
Thank you.
I hadn't thought about that one.
Yeah, I mean lean in.
This could be a 15-game losing streak while we wait for Flagg to get back. All righty. GBAG Nation, what do we have coming up? We got the champ on the other side, and then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Tremendous day. It's National Bagel Day. It is a great day for myself and the rest of the tribe. What are the most popular flavors of bagels? What's your go-to? That's next in the nation.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRIP to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRIP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRIP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
At Berkey's, we're celebrating 50 years of service for the Metroplex. Looking for a great deal on a new air conditioning system? Call Berkey's to get up to $4,000 off select Lennox HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. That's up to $4,000 off per system and 0% financing for 12 months. Just call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
Guys, 85% of men deal with hair loss, but Next Level Med Solutions has a great offer for fan listeners. Folix is the first FDA-cleared, non-invasive, revolutionary treatment to restore hair. No needles, no surgery. It's affordable and only takes 30 minutes per month. Call Next Level now, 469-991-9292. Book 6 treatments and get 3 more absolutely free when you mention the Fan. Featured on ABC, Fox, and Good Day, now Next Level Med Solutions is bringing it to fan listeners with this awesome deal. 469-991-9292. Next Level Med KRL-solutions.com.
The Dallas Metro's newest resort community, Bynum Springs Club, is now open. Huge clubhouse, pools, sports courts, walking trails, fitness centers, and more. Home sites average nearly 2 acres. BynumSprings.com. That's BynumSprings.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM Tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM Tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
I'm worth more.
Am I worth more? Yeah.
I'm worth a whole lot more.
You know what? You're right. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, you are worth more. And your car's worth more. And we want to pay more at GiveMeTheVIN because good cars are worth more. And so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Yeah, welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And the segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. I mean, the good news is Broadus coming after me for my Harbaugh take woke me up. You know, I think it gave me a shot of energy. So I'm feeling pretty good about that, and the espresso might be kicking in as well. Plus, Wolchuk's top 10 here in just a second, and right now we go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with your
Get it ready, get it ready, get it ready, ready. Day 2 right here for Mickey Spagnola and his podcast, Mix Shots. He went back and forth with Heckma Harrison. Guys, can you give us a quick description of Heckma Harrison?
He is Mean Joe Green's nephew.
That was a great description. Appreciate you, Walt.
That's really it right there.
That really is good. Can you give me a description of Mickey Spagnola?
He is
Joe Pesci's nephew.
Yeah, that is a fantastic description as well.
One of the Munchkins from Wizard of Oz.
So he has no business talking to Mean Joe Green's nephew this way, but he did. Point of contention, you can't be a fan of a team when you're working in a professional capacity.
So here's the deal, because I'm definitely going to celebrate that the Eagles lost. And there's nothing that you're going to say. There is no, because I hate them.
See?
Because I hate them. I hate them.
All right.
I hate them.
Like most Dallas Cowboy fans.
Yeah.
Say, I hate them.
Fanboy.
All the stuff.
Fanboy. Again.
You can't analyze.
Again, what you're not going to do is point over here and call me a fanboy anything. Mickey, what you're going to do is you're going to come in here and you're going to correct yourself and you're going to make sure you get it right today. All right? So when I tell you that your other boys are the Chicago Bears and you just pretty much make my case for me because you're happy that Chicago won. I'm just saying, just own it. Just own it. Just fan man. Whichever you want to be. Whatever you want to be.
Fanboy.
Well, either way, it's a good day. It's a good day today in Dallas Cowboy land because the Philadelphia Eagles lost.
You can't shout me down, all right?
I'm not shouting you down.
I at least have some integrity.
Is that what you're calling this today?
Yes, I am.
You're going to call it integrity because the Chicago Bears beat the Green Bay Packers. Now, didn't you walk in here and say you're a Green Bay Packers fan?
How did I know you? I was.
Wait a minute. So just because you became a writer means that you can no longer be a Green Bay Packers fan?
Exactly.
Are you serious, Mickey?
I am.
So when there's nobody in your living room,
shut up.
You don't pull for the Green Bay Packers.
Shut up.
Who you telling to shut up?
Shut up.
You telling to shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Do we know for sure that he didn't club Mickey over the head after that?
I don't think that he did. He was pretty amused by it. After I talked with him after it won the other day, and he was laughing.
Yeah, it's like a little chihuahua biting at your heels. You're like, I would be nervous because this is a strange dog, but come on.
We've all been there.
Dog 40.
We've all been there with Mickey. We've all been
The only person that should be mad is Mickey at himself.
Yeah.
For getting owned.
Shut up.
But thank you for the amazing content, Mick.
Okay, Heckman will face so-called challengers coming up tonight at 5:30. Every night, the GBAG of the day, the champ faces the challengers. Then we get to LA Live. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here's Zach with an H.
Let's do it. We're going to get into bagel talk. Top 10 most popular flavors of bagels on National Bagel Day. I hope you had a nice breakfast bagel this morning. If you didn't, I don't think there's ever a bad time to have a bagel.
Some French toast, a little bit of chicken fried steak. Remy wanted it. I was like, this is way too much food for you, so I'll just order this for you and get me a side of French toast.
Nice.
It's perfect.
And then you got to kind of have whatever she did.
ordered chicken fried steak?
She did. With eggs and hash browns. And
the lumberjack breakfast.
Dad of the year over here. The advice you gave us yesterday, now that your daughter's order, you're doing something right over there, Pops.
I'm having fun, that's for
Job
sure.
well done. Absolutely. Yep. We did get news on who the coaches are going to be for the Shrine Bowl.
Yes.
So the East team is going to be Marquise Williams, the special teams coordinator of the Atlanta Falcons. And the West team head coach is going to be none other than Lunda Wells, Cowboys tight ends coach. So the Cowboys with a massive advantage here. Not only do they get to host at the Star the Shrine Bowl, which Brian will be doing color commentary for on Sirius XM Satellite Radio.
Oh, we got to get a little TD Tuesday, Brian Broaddus edition.
Boom shakalak.
Do you think I should work one in like a boom shakalak when somebody scores?
Yes. Yeah, we should actually probably give you a list of things to work in.
Okay, 877-881-1053. What are some words we should give Brian to work in during the broadcast?
Do due diligence.
Do due diligence.
And I have a tiny ball sack. Okay, get vulnerable.
Can you?
We'll see you in Oxnard.
We'll see you in
Oxnard.
Oh, there's Mickey Spagnola on the field.
Working to shut up.
Shut up, Mickey.
At least I have integrity.
You can't be a fan. Fanboy and fan man. Sneaking a fan man.
had a big time quarterback call him a fan man.
Man, that fan man over there is really excited that quarterback just scored. All right, let's go around the horn. Best bagel flavor. Eric Chiafalo.
Everything, bro.
Everything.
The everything bagel.
Hold on, let's redo this. Pretend that never happened. On 3. Best bagel flavor. 3.
Chocolate chip.
Everything. Bagel. Brian, why do you do that?
Chocolate chip.
Is chocolate chip really your favorite?
You're a freaking
really
6-year-old.
It's my favorite.
It's a good bagel flavor.
It is my favorite one because I don't eat it with any smear.
No smear.
No smear.
No cream cheese, huh?
Nope, no cream cheese.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, Google AI says the everything is the GOAT.
The everything is delicious. Yeah. It's divine.
They got that one right.
Dawson, you don't eat bagels, do you, Dawson?
I would get them plain and add like butter and jelly. I'd eat that thing like an English muffin. Yeah. Pretty much.
Okay. Lucius?
It might have to be the everything bagel, but there's definitely have to be some bacon, some cheese, and some sloppy eggs on that damn thing.
So, you're going full on bagel breakfast sando.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's the way to go. That is the way.
I like the cream cheese too as well on there too. Make it extra creamy.
Yeah, now, cream cheese that thing up.
Do we go just original cream cheese? Do you like a little strawberry cream cheese?
Original.
Well, if you're going everything bagel, it kind of calls for the regular cream cheese or the chive.
Yeah, I want a little tart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I love cream cheese.
A plain bagel with strawberry cream cheese. Home run.
Amazing.
I mean, cream cheese is just...
Now, I'm seeing there's a French toast bagel. Are we making French toast out of it? Or is it
it's
French toast
it's an actual
bagel.
flavor. I'll tell you what they do. They do a pretzel bagel that's pretty damn good, too.
Pretzel bagel?
I'm talking about Einstein. Like that. I used to hit that on the way to the Star, like between shows and stuff.
It's a good spot.
Yeah.
I used to get...
The French toast one's good, Dawson.
I used to get a French dip bagel as well. Yeah. That's an amazing way to have a French dip. Because the bagel holds the au jus better.
Yeah.
It doesn't sog.
It doesn't disintegrate.
Yeah.
The rainbow bagel is an honorable mention, and this has become a favorite because of just how it looks. But I think it's just kind of a plain bagel that just looks...
Because of the community.
Well, that could be.
Blake Elliott's.
That could be. In June, I think it's very popular with the Blake Elliott's after what he told us yesterday.
Rainbow
bagel.
By the way,
I had to explain that last night to Michelle, and she goes, "Are you what?
The helicoptering?
Yeah, the helicoptering.
Helicopter.
She looks at me and goes, "Really?" I'm like, "No, it's Blake. It's Blake. It's not anybody else. It's Blake.
It's Blake.
What happened to just some good old-fashioned towel snapping?
Yeah. That was a thing.
Pantsing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the little pants action.
Little pants and push.
But you were doing the over the shoulder, the over the shoulder,
turn around.
The show and flow. No, people were. I jumped into the car and was listening to the Fan After Dark defend me. They thought that there was a hot mic incident,
right?
But it was really just the. Now that's why you're a fatty. The drop that Lucius likes to play,
right?
But I guess because we were talking over the drop, it sounded like maybe something was said that should have been said. Nope, not a hot mic incident. I would own it if there was, because I've definitely done that. I think twice.
There's this document you need to sign.
Yeah, I dropped the F-bomb during the nights. It was not good.
Yeah, you did.
I got way too comfortable.
And the T word.
I didn't know it couldn't say the T word. Bobby got me on that one. Yeah, the French toast bagel
you need
comes
to ask Blake what words you could say. He knows them all.
I do need to ask Blake. He's the encyclopedia. The poppy seed bagel. Now, is it true, the poppy seed bagel, if you eat enough of those, then they'll show up on a drug test?
Yes, that's true. It's happened to athletes before.
I will say this, though. The poppy seed bagel I think it's quality for when you have like you put like cold cuts on it and stuff like that.
Yeah, sandwich.
Yeah, like you make a corned beef sandwich out of it.
A little salmon and lox.
Yeah, I like it. I like the poppy seed like in a muffin.
Yes,
like
poppy seed muffin, very good.
See, they do that with
That
the lemon. They
Costco
make
pack.
it with the lemon poppy seed, and they're doing
fire.
too much.
Really?
Too much.
469 green chili bagel and hash brown bagel.
Ooh, now the hash brown bagel there at Einstein's. Once again, I
have not had it.
You just don't even look at the number on it. What it's
the calories
on it.
Just eat it.
Just go for it. Yeah, just say I've got to try one. And say I had it, and you're thinking about it the next time you go in there.
817 Einstein bagels with that strawberry schmear. That's some good stuff. Make a cheeseburger with that hoe and it's over, said the 817.
Okay.
Everything bagel with onion, cream cheese, and lox from the 972.
That's one of the tribe members speaking there.
That's my guy. 214 cinnamon crunch bagel from Panera. That sounds pretty good. The cinnamon crunch. Ooh. Steak, egg, and cheese bagel Sando from the 817. The green chili cheese bagel from Smith's in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Anything with green chili in it, I'm on board.
Probably in.
Yeah.
Cinnamon swirl from the 214. Did hear Sean get mad from the 682 this morning. Him and Bobby went at it over Justin Herbert. Team Sean over here.
That was so funny.
469 Abby's bagels on Lower Greenville.
Oh,
breakfast bagel sandwich, eggs, cheese, and pastrami.
There you go.
Sounds pretty good.
Yep.
The 469 I want you to work in. I got companies coming out of my ass, Brian.
I will do that.
You can get that done. Number 8 on the list is the garlic, another savory favorite, often paired with onion.
Got to be careful of that one, though, because you can't get some laser breath on that.
Yeah, you need to have a mint or some gum ready to rock. Maybe just brush your teeth afterwards. The onion bagel at 7. The Asiago cheese, which is delightful.
Asiago cheese, yeah. It's kind of that crusted cheese on top of it.
They'll put the jalapeno in there, too, sometimes, like the jalapeno, Asiago, Party Rocco.
The blueberry. Now, Eric, I was a little surprised. I wasn't because I know you and you've got great taste. Of course, it's the everything.
Whoa,
No,
what?
No,
It's okay for him to be surprised by this. I love blueberry.
But you love the blueberry.
Dude, it's ground beef just out of the bowl.
The blueberry cake is my guy's favorite donut.
That we had those today. You didn't notice that at Crown.
I did not notice that.
You should have gotten.
I did sneak a kolache. Yeah. I did not. I didn't look at. I couldn't say no to the kolache.
Did you do the index finger twirl? Ooh, I'll have one of those.
I opened one of those bags.
He pulled a Heggy. He went,
the Andouille went into the kolache bag and said, "Give me one, please, sir."
Heggy was circling around like it was like a wounded calf in the water. Like, I'm gonna kill him.
You can't pass up the blueberry donut. Though. And the blueberry bagel's great.
It is good.
It
is good.
And I think
chip's better.
It calls for the strawberry cream cheese. You go blueberry bagel, strawberry cream cheese, like you've done something. You've done something.
What we've done something? Yeah, you've confused your senses. Oh, I'll have this fruit and this fruit.
I'll have blueberry and strawberries, please,
Why
sir.
Just go to Smoothie King and get you one?
You blend it up for me.
It's a berry mix.
I'd like a blueberry bagel with strawberry cream cheese soup.
By the way, which was the drink you hated making the most as a worker there at Smoothie King?
Oh, I don't think there was one that was super strenuous, and you print off the receipt and then that's the receipt is like the ingredients, so it was pretty easy.
Okay.
My whole thing was just like always making a little bit more of the ones that I liked so that, I was drinking smoothies at a rapid rate. Like I pour yours, every once in a while you get that person, it's like, hey, if there's any extra, can you pour the extra in there? I'm like, damn it, that was mine.
That was my tip.
That was mine, bro.
What the hell? The sesame sesame bagel at 3, which is, I mean,
sesame's good.
Might be my number 2. It's just classic, tried and true.
Yeah,
Sesame's good. The plain comes in at 2, though. That's got to be the kiddos that are voting.
Plain.
And then the everything bagel, mix of sesame seeds, poppy seed, dried garlic, dried onion, and salt, coming in at number 1 is America's favorite.
I could put steak
bagel.
on that.
Yeah, it's the best of all worlds. Like
It
if you
is.
like the poppy seed or you like the garlic or whatever, it's like why would you not get the
Give me
everything?
just a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Ugh, divine, delicious. How about them apples?
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
All righty, it's time now for college football darty, Chief. Let's football it up. What do you got?
What the college coaches are saying anonymously, of course, about this year's Natty Next to the Nation.
Coming up Friday morning on Shan and RJ, who do you want to win and who will win during this NFL divisional playoff weekend? Plus, the Drunk Drawer at 7:40 and Red Zone at 9:20. It's a Football Friday on the Fan.
Listen up, guys. Are you size conscious?
menstclinic.com. The Fan, Rangers, and Hurtado Barbecue Dallas? Oh, heck yeah. On Monday evening, January 19th, we'll all team up for Rangers Winter Warm-Up. The first 100 people through the doors will meet and get autographs from Rangers Josh Young and Tyler Alexander. The guys will then join Jared Sandler from 7 to 8 for our Rangers Hot Stove Show. Get in line early, enjoy the best barbecue in North Texas, and meet some Rangers. Monday evening, January 19th, with The Fan and the Rangers at Hurtado's Dallas.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. GBAG Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. We got a college football darty right here. Danny Cannell is going to join you in about an hour and 15 minutes there at the top of the 4. We'll get his thoughts on Miami, Indiana, and everything from there. Here's Chief with your darty.
Yes, sir. Crack him if you got him. Let's preview this natty.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. They bring the head cold.
Good news for the Hurricanes. They'll be wearing, once again, their all-white stormtroopers.
There they go.
For the unis. I guess that means you're getting the Indiana red tops and the white pants, which is what they've pretty much been rocking throughout it. So everybody's kind of feeling good about the uniform clash.
Miami has to feel good about wearing all white. They've been playing well in all white.
Yeah. Yeah, they have. And they are the road team in this game, so different sideline. But I do think they, like the home locker room is the Miami Dolphins locker room because they share a stadium there. Right. But I don't think the Hurricanes use that Dolphins locker room. I don't think they do. They usually use the road locker room anyways for whatever reason. That's kind of their locker room. So they still get to have their normal locker room. They're just, I think the big difference is pregame warm-ups. You're warming up on the other side of the field than what you're used to. And then the sideline, you're on the other side. But it's not a day game, so you're not having the sun come down. It's like the big home field advantage there in Miami. The sun is striking down on the road sideline during those.
The field will be
kicks.
pristine. They'll resod the whole field, and it'll be great.
Yeah, hopefully you don't have a bunch of slipping around. That's probably the one seed of most annoying things in all the marbles games where they're having these field issues. And it's like, bro, this is supposed to be freaking
Super Bowl
locked in, dialed in. We can't have guys slipping around and causing either team to flub when it should be a flub-free environment. So both teams are going to be wearing the uniforms that brought them here. Now, the other thing too, I mean, 8.5-point dog are the Canes right now, and it looks like all the money is still pouring in on Indiana to cover.
It's all that Indiana money.
And for the most part, in the Natties, you're like the favorites are like they win. Favorites win.
Google them.
Google them, exactly. Just like Signetti, the favorites are pretty consistently winning when it comes to the Natty. So it'll be a tall order here for the Hurricanes. Now, Bruce Feldman of The Athletic, he's got an article where he is basically taking anonymous quotes from coaches around college football, many of which have played either one of these two teams, and it's just given some insights here. So we'll start and we'll see how much into it we can get. They first note that, of course, Mendoza, I mean, he's the best quarterback on the field, him versus Carson Beck. Mendoza wins the Heisman, and he's actually cranked his level of play up even more. Like the Mendoza that won the Heisman was Heisman caliber. Since then, it's actually gotten even better throughout this playoff. And he's had some games where they didn't really need him all that much. Like that Alabama game, I think he only threw the ball like 16 times. But every single one of them, it was just banger play after another. So he's been locked in. He's been dialed. Mendoza has 5 games this season with more touchdowns than incompletions. Wow. 5 games with more touchdowns than incompletions.
That's amazing.
No other college quarterback in the past 25 years has done it more than twice. He's done it 5 times this year. Power 4 defensive coordinator says Mendoza's the best I've faced in the last couple of years. And he says that, like most quarterbacks, Mendoza can be affected by pressure, but what makes him special is that it doesn't rattle him. So he says, like the quote, on a given play, you can affect him with pressure and he will make mistakes. The teams that have caused him problems are when they've pressured him. Typically, they played man and he overthrew the ball or got antsy in the pocket and took a sack, but it doesn't matter what you did the play before. He's just going to go right back to work. There's no sense that you can rattle him. He's one of the few who actually reads through
play
coverage.
To play?
Yeah, play to play. So like you sack him or you force an errant pass, next play, it's not like, oh crap, now I'm starting to see go Sam Darnold style. So he'll get right back up and keep rocking.
He doesn't see the ghost.
I mean,
stop and linger.
That is such a healthy number at 8.5, though, and I get it. Like, I think I learned my lesson last year with how thoroughly dominant Ohio State was, and they were building momentum, and I was in denial about that after the Big Ten title game. But by the time you arrived, they were just steamrolling. But 8.5 is huge, and Miami has a path to victory with their ability to rush the passer. Are their corners healthy?
Yeah. See, this is where, I need to know about these Miami corners because I know the pass rush, I know the linebackers. They've got a nickel that can play in this game and can cause problems as an extra rusher. I watched the Iowa game. Mm-hmm. Iowa's got a damn good defense.
Oh, versus Indiana. They gave them fits.
Iowa got really physical with Indiana. And I'll tell you what, the wide receiver, Miami needs to take, if they can, Surratt out of the game. That's what they need to try and do. Whatever you can to take him. Now, they'll run the ball. They'll try and be physical. But the thing that Iowa did, Iowa got after their ass. And I mean up front.
At the line of scrimmage.
And I think Miami can do that too.
For sure.
I think, because the quarterback didn't look as comfortable in the Iowa game. Iowa just can't do anything on offense.
Sure.
Indiana had to come back in the fourth quarter to win that football game.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the Penn State game.
Yeah.
Penn State, I think, played them well.
They did play them well.
But I was curious because
I thought they had them beat.
It was an all-time comeback.
Iowa is that kind of team that when you watch them play defense, they're going to get out. And they play sound in the secondary and all that. But the thing is get after Indiana's offensive line and then find a way to take Elijah Surratt, the wide receiver, out of the game. However you have to do it. Double coverage, bang him at the line. This guy's Keenan Allen to this quarterback. He's a run route, catch ball guy downfield kind of a thing.
Even with the beard and the chin strap, the way it lays on his face, he is Keenan Allen.
Yeah, he is. He's a good receiver, can't run out of sight, but he can make a ton of plays. But Miami's got some things, like I say, our nickel corner.
Keontae
Scott. I talked about him yesterday. This guy can X-factor you because the way that he blitzes, you don't always account for him. And so this is going to be the chess game, is when do you bring him on pressure? There's some twist game stuff they do with him. I just watching Iowa get after him, I'm saying, I think Miami is much more physical up front than what Iowa was.
Well, it's going to be fascinating because the Miami defensive coordinator and the familiarity there, like Corey Heatherman or Heatherman.
He worked with the guy.
He worked 3 years as the defensive coordinator for Cignetti.
Yeah.
And then Brian Haynes took over that job. So they run basically, and who was it that we had on that said they run the same defense? So it's like this is a defense that Francisco Mendoza sees every day in practice.
It was our coach guy.
Cody Alexander.
Yes, Cody Alexander said that. Yeah, absolutely. He's like, so that's going to be something where I don't know that you're going to fool Mendoza. You really are going, and maybe Corey Heatherman's got something up his sleeve to counter this because he's done a phenomenal job the entire year. I think there's some people that would love him to get a shot at the Cowboys job, potentially, but that's not going to happen right now. That's going to be a fascinating chess match because there is a ton of familiarity there.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, is Surratt got injured a little bit during the season and missed time, and then all of a sudden that dude, Charlie Becker really started to come alive.
Becker's made some tough catches.
And then Omar Cooper Jr. is the one that made the catch of the year in the Penn
Surratt's
State
the
comeback.
guy, man. Surratt is
the bread and butter guy, back shoulder, hitting all that kind of stuff.
During this playoff run,
but
too.
Becker's had a big play in basically every game. He's the one where it's third and the game's on the line versus Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you about to give the ball back to Ohio State with like a minute to go? Yeah. No, we're going to go down the sideline and we're going to throw it to Becker and we're going to win this game right now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they got weapons and Mendoza.
Physicality is going to be big in this one.
There's no question. That's where Miami has to take advantage
Miami is
here.
not going to take a backseat to anybody playing that way. And they're going to there's some, like, you watch the Indiana linemen, there's some heavy-footed dudes over there. And all of a sudden, if Miami, listen, if it turns into where there's 70,000 Indiana fans there and no Miami fans, crowd noise could be a problem for these guys getting off the ball. For Indiana,
how weird would that be?
If it's all of a sudden,
if it's an Indiana takeover at Miami Stadium, that's
nuts.
the thing to consider too here, though. And I don't know how much that's factored into the line. Like, if this was more of a true neutral site game, would this line be even closer to 10? Would this be 10.5?
Right.
Like, how much are they?
I like Miami.
Miami being like having some level of a home field advantage, like theoretically. I don't know if the crowd will indicate that, but at least in terms of not having to travel, you're practicing, sleeping in your own bed, doing all the things you're used to doing. I don't know how much that's factored into the line here.
I hope this is 50-50. I do
too.
I hope this is 50
ideal.
because I think Miami's crowd can affect this game. The way they get going,
but it seemed like Indiana fans were having issues getting tickets. Like I saw Mark
Damn
Cuban
right they
playing
were.
online because of the price of them. So this might be one, and they've shown up big time for the Rose Bowl, and then of course for the Sugar Bowl.
They've had to do some traveling.
They have.
I think it's a monster number, and I do think a lot of it is the public getting carried away with the quality of that win and that blowout and how impressive they looked right from the jump and how
two
much
in a row. I mean, Bama and Oregon, they just slapped the lips off them.
Yeah, and I just don't know if that's sustainable considering there were 3 or 4 games throughout the regular season where their offense wasn't very good, and Miami's going to bring the heat, you know. So I maybe I should have learned my lesson with Ohio State last year, but if I was going to bet this game, I'm going Miami.
Yeah, to at least just cover that 8.5.
Yeah.
Which I think is fair. I mean, Miami's not a team that's been run in any game this year.
No, even their losses, and they were trying to come back against SMU and win that one, when SMU won. But I do wonder if this ends up being more it's the Indiana defense versus the Miami offense.
Yeah.
Because as much as we want to talk about Francisco Mendoza, that Hoosier defense, you talk about allowing 10 points to Ohio State, 3 points to Alabama, 22 to Oregon, but let's be real with you, that was a one score that they allowed, and then at the fourth quarter, Oregon, like Indiana's defense has been unbelievable during this.
But how are we forgetting how thorough Miami whooped Ohio State at both lines of scrimmage?
They did.
You know, they did more against Ohio State than Indiana was doing.
They did.
Yeah. I mean, that's the one common opponent that you can kind of take from, and Miami kind of bullied them a little bit more than Indiana did. So, I mean, it's going to be a heck of a matchup. Plenty more time to break it down, but there's a little piece.
Thank you, sir. It's a college football darty most afternoons, 2:40 here in the GBAG Nation. Got the C-Note coming up at 3:20. Is there buyer's remorse going down for Jerry Jones? We'll talk about that. But a football fix coming up next. We'll Chuck.
All right, let's do it. Let's get the fix. The latest mock draft from our buddy Dane Brugler. We got $15 billion offered, and Will Campbell clapping back. That's next.
But first, Souls, I want to tell you about my number one most favorite local family-owned roofing company here in the Metroplex. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction. Brand new year, but it's the same story with Greystone being number one and the roofing business here in the DFW being a bit like the Wild Wild West. It can be very unpredictable, chaotic, super risky at times thanks to the storm chasers, and that's why you need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you use Greystone. You can visit greystone-roofing.com. That's Gray with an E, stone-roofing.com, and you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining. Fantastic people, high school sweethearts, been in business together for almost 30 years right here in the DFW, and they're certified in every possible way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is super unique, and they always bring you honesty, integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle. No cutting corners, just pure dedication when you use Greystone. You'll always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak, or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. Head to greystone-roofing.com today. Schedule that no-cost inspection. And remember, with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's greystone-roofing.com.
Shan and RJ, the K&C Masterpiece, GBAG Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. You have to give credit to the New York Giants during this coaching cycle. John Harbaugh is one of the top names on the market, and they moved quickly to get their guy. To me, this is the perfect match for a franchise looking to get back to championship contention. John Harbaugh is a New York football Giant. I'm Chris Fleck.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do I do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
The Dallas Card Show is back January 15th through January 18th at the Marriott Waters Creek in Allen. Over 700 vendor booths and something for everybody. And that includes us. Me and Corey are going to be hanging out there this Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Come see us. Show off the cards you get while you're here. Get your tickets now at DallasCardShow.com or at the door. Don't miss the Dallas Card Show January 15th through the 18th at 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got C-Note coming up here at 3:20. We'll talk about the Cowboys news and all that. Here's Wolchuk with your Deli football fix.
Let's do it right after this.
You think football is still fun? Yes. Sir. Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we
we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Former Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon interviewing today for the Washington Commanders defensive coordinator job. So not the only team in the NFC least right now that's wanting to get the services potentially of Jonathan Gannon. We got a lot of news going on with these coaches. Of course, the Harbaugh stuff, probably going to be the Giants head coach. In fact, I think he is the Giants head coach. They just haven't officially announced all the details on that yet. Dolphins conducting interviews today with a couple of top head coaching candidates per Ian Rappaport. Jesse Minter of the Chargers. I think he also was interviewed by Atlanta today. And then 49ers defensive coordinator Bob Saleh getting interviewed by Miami. We now check in with our South Beach correspondent, Eric Chiafalo. Hi. Hey, what's going on with that search there in Miami? And are you pissed that the owner, Stephen Ross, did not sell the team for $15 billion?
I mean, Stephen Ross has not been, his results have not been good. He's at least an owner that you know is willing to take big swings and throw money around. He's just had the wrong people in place, making decisions, throwing money at players that have not been all that great, investing into Tua and all that kind of stuff. But he's like the type of owner that in theory you want. It's just like, please God, identify the right GM and coach and let them go handle business for you, because he won't be penny pinching, right? Yeah. So I like him. It's just he's been there for quite a while now, couple decades, right? I mean, coming up on 2 decades, I think.
Did he take over from
Wayne Huizenga?
Huizenga, the
blockbuster
what a great
guy. Name that was.
Yeah.
Wayne Huizenga.
Yeah, so
Wayne.
We'll see. I don't know what they hired the GM that came from Green Bay.
Yep.
So
John Eric Sullivan.
Yeah, everybody's waiting. Like, is it going to be Halfley? Are they waiting for Matt LaFleur to maybe just not get a deal done with the Packers and go after him? I don't really know what the plan is going to be, but it doesn't seem like Harbaugh really had much interest at all.
Could appreciate that about Mr. Ross. You know, it's an owner that understands the losing seasons are coming for you. You can't fight it. You can't avoid it. So when you feel like we got a shot here, let's push all in.
Push it in, baby. Let's push it all in. Cowboys are scheduled to talk with Eagles passing game coordinator Christian Parker, Giants interim DC Charlie Bullen today, Packers run game coordinator D-line coach DeMarcus Covington tomorrow for the DC vacancy. And I wonder if Halfley gets one of these gigs and LaFleur stays in Green Bay, does he look to make Covington their new defensive coordinator? Does Covington say, here's the Heisman. I don't want to coach you guys anymore. I want to go to Dallas. There's so many different moving parts and dominoes to fall. If the Cowboys decide, hey, we want one of these guys, you might just need to jump on this thing and make it happen, or risk possibly losing said candidate. Mike McCarthy, Big Mike, he's interviewing with Tennessee on Saturday for that head coach vacancy.
Spent the last year in the backyard looking at tape. I know your team well.
Yeah. Well, the Titans are pissed because they had the plan ready for today. Their general manager, Mike Borgonzi, their president of football ops, Chad Brinker, owner, Amy Adams Strunk, they're all set to go to Baltimore. They were going to hang out at John Harbaugh's house, and then he called and canceled and said, I'm just going to take the Giants job, so I appreciate your time, but no need to fly. So now they're left with their pants down, but I guess Mike McCarthy's going to be coming in for the interview, and hopefully that goes well for him. Steelers have requested to interview Packers DC as well, Jeff Halfley, for their vacant head coaching interview. That's one of their many requests. Any new buzz we're hearing with Pittsburgh and maybe what they're trying to do?
No, a lot of the talk today is just about how Aaron Rodgers was crying and saying, I'm sorry to Mike Tomlin, and TJ Watt was saying, no. Like, it was a great report, I think, from DeFabo in The Athletic going inside that meeting.
I'm sorry. No.
But nobody liked Arthur Smith or Terrell Austin in that building. They were like, just get the coordinators out of here, Mike. Please stay. I mean, you can impact people positively like that. Yeah. I've never seen a resignation like this where so many of the players were like just for the guy. They believe in him because he believed in them. And it really makes me rethink, like, should Art Rooney have come back and said, we want to keep you. Do not resign. We just need to get you different coordinators, bro. Like, his real biggest mistake was not getting more innovative coordinators and empowering them. Mm-hmm. Because I said it even in the lead up to it. The ultimate leader of men. Everybody is aspiring 100%. To be on Mike Tomlin's level when it comes to that part of coaching.
Yeah. That's big shoes to fill right there. But he had big ones to fill from Cowher. Cowher had big ones to fill from Noel. That's the way it goes there in Pittsburgh. Now let's go to Brandon Aubrey. Our buddy Joseph Hoyt reporting that an extension between Aubrey and the Cowboys from his discussions with league sources could be around the $7.5 million average annual value range, which I think would make him the highest paid kicker in football. I'm sure that's what he wants. I think his agent is Dak's same agent. They're both, am I right about that?
I thought you're talking about Todd France?
Yeah, I think he's a Todd France guy.
I thought it was.
He's Todd France.
I was thinking for some reason it might have been.
You thought it was Mulugeta?
I thought it was Mulugeta.
No, that's Pickens. Pickens is Mulugeta for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Todd France is the agent there for Brandon Aubrey. So we'll have to monitor. Maybe that thing gets done here sooner than later. Howie Roseman asked today about whether he'd be open to trading A.J. Brown. You tell me if you think he's in or he's out. Quote, "It's hard to find great players in the NFL, and A.J.'s a great player.
But
that's what we're going out and looking for when we go out in free agency in the draft, is trying to find great players who love football. He's that guy. So that would be my answer." I didn't hear a no, but I didn't hear a yes, but I didn't hear a no.
But he's a great player that likes football. Those are guys we're looking for. So he's telling you that he's happy with his guy.
He likes football, but he hates his quarterback and his coach.
And
so
everybody else should like him too, because he's a great player and he loves football. So call me with an offer. I don't know. There's a lot, and I know we've got big-time Tolos that have hit me up saying, like, yeah, have you looked at the contract? If it's a poached June 1 trade, financially, maybe they could make it happen. There's a lot of salary cap ramifications.
It's over $48-something million for some stuff, and there's some $70 million involved if you do it another day.
There's all the void year stuff, so maybe that's a contract that's going to be tough to move, but we'll monitor that situation. All right, let's get to the mock draft, shall we? It's a Thirsty Thursday. Who doesn't love a Thirsty Thursday mock? Dane Brugler, how does he see the first round going? Number 1, Francis Mendoza to the Raiders. Arvell Reese now goes number 2 to the Jets because Dante Moore's not in the draft anymore. Spencer Fano, offensive tackle, Utah, 3rd overall pick to the Cards. Wow. Giants take Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver out of Arizona State. That's after Tennessee took Carnell Tate, the wide receiver from Ohio State. So back-to-back receivers. We go down to the Washington pick. David Bailey, edge, Texas Tech, going to the Commanders. Caleb Downs off the board, goes to the Chiefs at 9. Reuben Maiden Jr. off the board, edge, goes to the Bengals at 10. Jeremiah Love, by the way, went to the Saints at 8. So you've got another top 10 running back. Earmuffs, Eric. Don't throw up on me yet. How about Jermon McCoy, first corner off the board at 11, right ahead of the Cowboys.
So Brian's saying this guy's going to go prove he's healthy at the combine, and people are going to look at his 24 tape and say, dude.
Yeah, because the tape, he is the best corner in the draft. I mean, I Mansour Lane, trust me, not a bad consolation prize. They're right there together. But I don't think any of us could have watched McCoy and not been like, yeah, this is the dude, especially his tape against Ryan Williams, who was incredible his freshman year at Alabama. He shut him down. Nobody else could even touch Ryan Williams his freshman year. Cowboys then take Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State at 12, passing on Mansour Lane.
See, this is where I would kind of have a problem. I appreciate what Dane, and Dane didn't ask me my opinion on this one, but I would have a problem. I like Styles, and I think linebacker is super important, but I think Delane is a better player. I think Delane, when you start to talk about guys that could go out there and lock people down, play at a high level, don't have to worry about him, toughness, great turnovers. I mean, Delane is a better player than Styles.
Yeah, I'd probably go with Delane there, too.
For what the Dallas Cowboys are trying to do.
Yeah, and I don't know that there's another team that's really going to be chasing linebacker. Like, I wonder if maybe you can get lucky and could Styles find a way to slide T at 20. Could be so wrong on that because I do think he's really, really good, and teams are going to have him high on their board. But Cowboys circle back. They get their corner. It's Avion Terrell, the corner from Clemson, younger brother of A.J. Terrell. Doesn't have elite size. We've talked about that, but he's combined for 25
He's not tiny, though, isn't he? I think he's like 190 pounds.
He's short.
5'10".
He's just short. That's the thing.
Yeah, I think I had him at 180 is what I had him at, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what he weighs in at. But, I mean, he's high point to the football. Like, he is a guy that gives up size for sure. But he does, and Dane writes it has that Honey Badger aura to him. That's where you get the guy that 25 passes defense, 8 forced fumbles. He's got a knack for just going and attacking the ball.
I personally, if it was me, I would be very happy. And I know that Howell went later, and then Mesidor went later,
Yeah, he had Cisse, the corner from South Carolina, go to the Chargers. You had Cassius Howell go 26 to Buffalo, the Texas A&M edge, and then Akeem Mesidor, the edge from Miami, went to New England.
I'll tell you 31. What, man, I'd hang in there, and I think I would take in this draft, I would take Delane and I would take Mesidor is what I would do.
I would love that.
At 12 and 20 is what I would do.
I'd take Mesidor at 12. I was on with Foots the King last night on his YouTube channel. Yeah. I was campaigning for Mesidor at 20. It's just a name. And Zion Young, the edge from Mizzou. Zion Young's a guy that I think is going to rise.
Man, I've seen Zion Young, and I don't see it, and you and I are going to have a discussion about this one.
Let's have a discussion, because, 6'5", he's everything you want in a defensive end. I love the quickness that he plays with.
I got you, man.
We can talk about that. All right, let's get to NFL coaching turnover since 2002. Which teams do you think have had the most turnover at head coach?
Raiders,
12. They're number one by a lot.
Browns
at 9.
Browns at number 9?
Like 2?
They're in 2, but they have 9. Yeah, 9 head coach changes.
Giants?
No,
the Giants at 6. They actually have just as many as the Cowboys do when it comes to head coaching changes. We've got a tie, 4-way tie
Dolphins.
for 3. Dolphins, Jags, 49ers, and the Broncos with 8 head coaches. Then you get the Jets, the Bears, the Bucks, the Bills, the Falcons, the Commandos, the Lions, and the Cardinals, all with 7. So that's the teams with the highest turnover. Congratulations to DJ Williams, new quarterbacks coach of the Washington Commanders. This is a pretty cool story. He served as the Atlanta Falcons quarterbacks coach this past season. Doug Williams, who we know, first black quarterback to win the Super Bowl in '87 with the Commanders. Now he goes back to coach as the quarterback's coach for the team his dad won the Super Bowl with. So full circle there for the Williams family. We go to New England. Let's get ready for some playoff football, shall we? Christian Gonzalez looks like he's going to be good to go against the Houston Texans, clearing that concussion protocol. On the other side, Nico Collins dealing with the concussion. Adam Schefter saying doesn't think he's playing. Ian Rappaport as well doesn't think he's playing.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one. Here was Will Campbell, your fellow LSU Tiger. Go Tigers. Rookie left tackle who's been brilliant this year but has received...
He was bad the other day.
Yep, a lot of criticism for not playing too well. Here's what he has to say about your criticism.
I don't give a what anyone says, to be honest with you. It's easy to, type behind a Twitter account that, is fake. As I hold myself to the highest expectation of anybody, I want to be perfect. And it's hard for me to, get told that it's going to be hard to be perfect. But, the Chargers, obviously I didn't pitch a shutout. I had 2 or 3 plays that I wish I could have back. But that's $300 million in defensive ends.
And it is. You got Khalil Mack.
Yeah.
They're really, really good there. The other edge, of course, it's not. Is it Bosa? Bosa's gone. He's with Buffalo. Who's their other edge? Mack, but who else do they have? Oh, they traded for Owe.
Yeah,
that's who they did.
From the Ravens.
Yeah. So, hey, Will Campbell, I just love listening to him talk, but we'll see. He's going to have his work cut out for him because it's going to get harder against Houston.
Will Campbell sounds like a guy who enjoys a bowl of gumbo.
Very much so. Yeah. Absolutely. Now, Khalil Mack is pondering his NFL future. He's going to be a free agent again. Last year, he's going to turn 35. Is he going to give his 13th year to the league? He said, I'm not trying to make a decision right now like I've almost done before. Just going to try and stay as president as possible. If Mack decides he doesn't want to go back to the Chargers and he does want to keep playing, is he a name that you would be interested in for the Cowboys as a veteran kind of bridge defensive end for the year?
It's either him or Clowney, right? You're getting kind of similar deal with a veteran guy who's not going to destroy the game plan. He's not going to fix your edge rushing needs, but he can be a solid football player. So I think considering the needs this team has there, Sam Williams free agency included, Dante Fowler free agency included, I wouldn't be disappointed if they brought in Khalil Mack for the right price. But at some point, whether it's free agency or before the draft, you got to go find a guy that could get you 12 to 15.
Yeah. And the last thing here in the football fix, Texas is expected to land Jordan Seaton, that big offensive tackle from Colorado you brought to the table earlier this week, Eric. That's according to On3. So you're going to have Jordan Seaton and Trevor Gooseby. And Gooseby could have been a first-round pick this year if he decided to come out. He does have flex at left and right tackle. Maybe Gooseby goes to right, Seaton goes to left, or maybe vice versa. But Texas certainly going all in, trying to put the best offensive roster around Arch Manning for the upcoming season.
Man, I think it's the best move in college football right now to have the chance to go pro and then to look at the alumni and say, but I sure would play another 16 games or so for you if you roll me out a couple of more mil. I'd much rather stay in Austin than go to an NFL town, hang out with a bunch of grumpy old dudes.
Lombardi told me his NIL deal was between $3 and $4 million.
That's a lineman, bro.
Cha-ching.
That was quarterback money 2 years ago.
Yep.
Okay, do we have a dream trade target emerging for the Cowboys? And do we have buyer's remorse for Jerry Jones? That's coming up next year on The Fan.
Well, let's chat Trajan Wells, shall we? That's Trajan, and make sure you have a game plan for your retirement. Find out how easy it can be by calling our friends at Trajan Wealth today for your free consultation. I've done it. Eric's done it. Number to call, because you should do it too. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. You can also check him out online, trajanwealth.com. I love the Frisco location. Say what's up to my guy Steve, but they got a variety of other spots in the Metroplex in Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney, and Southlake, Eric.
That's right. Shout out to the Southlake location, and shout out to Trajan Wealth for getting me taken care of at the highest level. And now I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement's actually a possibility for me. And I would encourage you to go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
More of you. A you working on customer.
next head coach and the GM decides we need to turn this thing over and go younger, then Aaron Rodgers might not be the only Hall of Famer who is going to make his way out of that Steelers organization this year. I mean, it's what would you guys think about TJ Watt? He did not produce the same this year. He had some splash plays, some forced fumbles, some interceptions, stuff like that, but maybe around 10 sacks and, good play overall, but not the disruptor that he's been.
If you listen to what Bobby and Sean and them were talking about this morning, Bobby's done a really good job of breaking down, talking about these edge rushers and the kind of guys that you want to grab, like 30, 31 years old, and then maybe they've had a down year and the next year will be an up year. He kind of walked you through the guy that the edges.
Teams are ready to move on because you're kind of old and maybe your play is declining, but they still got a lot in the tank like a Robert Quinn did.
Right. And so all of a sudden you sign them and then they're on the uptick.
Yeah.
Bobby kind of walked everybody through the kind of guys that you would absolutely consider for doing this.
Well, that sounds fun. Obviously it'd be a huge upgrade and it would increase your defensive ceiling.
I don't think he had Watt on there. Yeah, I don't think he had Watt as one of his guys.
I think I'd rather
$36 million. I'd want the Steelers to eat some of that salary.
A lot of it.
That's quite a bit of risk. 2 years left on it. But still, overall, a really good player, and he would absolutely be your best pass rusher and your best defensive player. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you're talking on a down year where he played 14 games, he still had 7 sacks.
Quinnen Williams wouldn't be that guy right now?
Quinnen or TJ?
Quinnen's your best player right now. Quinnen might be better than TJ is, but that'd be a good conversation. I'd still rather have Max. I think Crosby's better than TJ Watt is right now at their stages of their career, which I don't know if everyone would agree with that.
Todd Archer reporting the Cowboys are going to put the second-round tender on Brandon Aubrey, which is a little more than $6 million, and keep working on an extension. But he also noted that when they were negotiating this in the last offseason, the sides never really got close. So if they're willing to go 6 and that's not close, maybe Aubrey is asking for $9-10 million, something like that. He's got a good agent, and he's kind of got him by the short and curlies. But I'd say, fine. You grew up here. You want to be part of this. If you want to hold our feet to the fire, go ahead. See what else is out there. Mm-hmm. You can get a second round pick back if somebody signs him.
Yeah,
is that what that is?
I think they're giving it as he's restricted, right? So I don't have second and
the tenders.
You have the chance to match.
Yeah, you got a chance to match.
Yeah, so you have the chance to match if he agrees on a deal. You have a chance to match. If you don't, you get that team's second round pick.
I mean, for as many thumpers that are out there in Jacksonville and Pittsburgh and obviously the Cowboys, and there's a few other that are stretching it over 60 and sort of redefining it. There's still plenty of guys who are wildly inaccurate, and I wouldn't want to risk it. I don't know what the drop dead point is for me, though. I don't know at what point Aubrey's coming back with, hey, I got an offer for $12 million. You doing that, Wolchuk? You going 12 for Aubrey if that's what the market says?
I can't go $12 million for Brandon Aubrey. That'd be absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, but he is worth, what would you say, an extra 25 points at the end of halves?
He's probably worth 2 wins a year.
Yeah.
I want him on the team, and I'm happy to go to $8 million for him. But your highest paid kicker right now is Butker at 6.4. So even if you gave him 7.5, that's $1 million more.
If I told you could get a 1 and a 2 moving Pickens and the kicker, would you do it?
I want more than that. I want a 1 and a 2 just for Pickens.
All right, let's just be realistic.
That's not realistic?
No.
Would you take a 1 or a 2 for? Would you take a 1 or a 2 for what my question was?
I mean, I would take a top 10 pick for Brandon Aubrey. I guess I'm not interested in trading George Pickens for anything less than a 1 and a 2. So I don't think I would.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody wanted to offer me a first for George Pickens, I'm doing it. And then if you say a second rounder for Brandon Aubrey,
sounds like the Cowboys would.
I'd probably be
Cowboys price tag.
In that.
We got Krusty's Corner coming up next, though, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, more intriguing questions like that. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Shan and RJ, who do you want to win and who will win during this NFL divisional playoff weekend? Plus, the Junk Drawer at 7:40 and Red Zone at 9:20. It's a Football Friday on The Fan.
Hey, Texas, this is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, limited warranty, and owner assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Think
Things are stacking up. Your tax bill's coming due shortly. Your credit card bills are higher. You have the holidays coming. Time to get ahead of the game and get things consolidated to a lower rate with a home equity loan or second lien home equity loan with TexasLending.com. Rates have fallen. Get a great deal today. Find out what you can get with TexasLending.com. We got it.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Prize Picks, baby. That's right. If you're not playing Prize Picks, what the heck are you doing? It is the easiest way to play daily fantasy. All you're going to do on Prize Picks, you're simply picking 2 to 6 players. You're going to choose more or less and watch your lineups light up for the playoffs. So how about for tonight? Do you want to go more on 21.5 points for Steph Curry against the New York Knicks? How about more on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 24.5 points against the Houston Rockets? You do have the Mavs coming off a back-to-back. If you're interested in any of those, plus they've got college football, you can look ahead more on Fernando Mendoza, 1.5 passing touchdowns. How about more or less on Mark Fletcher, running back for Miami, 69.5 rushing yards? They've got pro football, they got soccer, they got tennis, NHL, college hoops as well, you name it. They got it for you on Prize Picks. And Tolos, you know I got a deal for you. Use our promo code TOLO, that's Tolo, and get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's promo code Tolo on Prize Picks and get $50 instantly when you play $5. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, and all year we've been asking customers what the it means, and Huffines has it. And right now, it is the most attractive deals of the year on all of the special vehicles you've had your eye on. And at Genesis of Plano, we've got a great selection of new 2025 GV70s and GV80 SUVs with low APR financing and low payments with no hidden fees. Happy holidays from Huffines.
Are you experiencing hair loss? Here's a fantastic offer from Next Level Med Solutions for fan listeners. Next Level Med Solutions has the first FDA-cleared, non-invasive, revolutionary treatment to promote hair regrowth. No needles, no chemicals, no surgery. It's affordable and only takes 30 minutes each month. And right now, when you schedule 6 treatments, Next Level will give you 3 additional treatments absolutely free. Just mention the fan when you call 469-991-9292 to book your consultation. Don't wait. 469-991-9292. Next Level Med Solutions.com.
Shan and RJ here with the greatness of Own Well. If you have not protested your property taxes, you're not alone. But come to our side, baby. In 2025, both Shan and I protested our property taxes. I got the tax assessed value dropped by $70,000 on my home. That saved me $977 of actual cash that I didn't have to pay. That's a Christmas worth of savings just by protesting your property taxes with Own Well, and you let them do all the work. I saved $800 myself last year. Most DFW homeowners are choosing Own Well over any other property tax company. More than 60,000 property owners in the Metroplex switched to using Own Well this past year. So stop overpaying on property taxes. Get your free savings estimate right now at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com to see how much you can save. OWNWELL.com. It's ownwell.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
For all the planned. Okay, it's on my calendar. See you then. And the unplanned. For your healthiest days.
Nice catch!
And the days when you need us most.
Oh, let's get you back in bed.
It's time to enroll in or switch healthcare coverage. and Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas is here to support you throughout all of life's ups and downs with member benefits like preventive care, plus access to leading doctors, hospitals, and specialists, all within a reliable network that gives you confidence for every part of your wellness journey. So no matter where life takes you, go with a trusted plan that'll help take care of what matters. Open enrollment ends January 15th. Visit needcoveragetx.com or call 800-435-1900 to sign up for health coverage today.
The Fan, Rangers, and Hurtado Barbecue Dallas? Oh, heck yeah. On Monday evening, January 19th, we'll all team up for Rangers Winter Warm-Up. The first 100 people through the doors will meet and get autographs from Rangers Josh Young and Tyler Alexander. The guys will then join Jared Sandler from 7 to 8 for our Rangers Hot Stove Show. Get in line early, enjoy the best barbecue in North Texas, and meet some Rangers. Monday evening, January 19th, with The Fan and the Rangers at Hurtado's Dallas.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Shoot, yeah. We'll get Danny Cannell for free coming up at 4 o'clock. Brought to you by Bet Online, actually. He's getting paid. Danny Cannell's coming up at 4. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's Broadus the King.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Thank you very much, Lucis. Appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone as well for being a part of it as always. Got a couple things I want to talk to you about. We got a Love of the Star. Eric and I put one out today. Love of the Star went through some of these coaches' names and some draft questions and stuff like that. So after our show today, if you don't mind giving Love of the Star a listen, we'd sure appreciate that. And then Wolchuk and I with Aisha Morrison did another episode of The Stack. So kind of get you. We talked about body types today. And when specific players have body types, when scouts let like measurables and numbers get in the way of really good players. So we went through some players in this particular draft. So if you can't give that a listen to.
An all-time objectification of the young men.
Yes, we tried. We did our best. We did our best. All right, I got a question for you guys, by the way. Dawson, I'm going to start with you. I feel like I'm beating you up today. So
beat it.
Man, you popped my balloon there telling me George Pickens is only worth a single one.
I was just, you know what, I mean,
Micah Parsons went for 2 ones.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you.
Both all-pro players.
I don't disagree with you. But
with
Dawson,
1 year of production?
Positional value.
Oh.
You traded a 3 for him. I mean,
if that's how the league looks at him, I'll just keep George Pickens. Go ahead and keep undervaluing George. Maybe we will get him for $28 million a year. This is working out great.
Let's make it happen.
I like what you're saying. I have a question because of the last segment we did. We were talking about Shoddy, and you guys were the coaching searches and stuff. The question I want to ask you guys, I'll start with you, though, Dawson.
Here we go.
And Eric, you and I talked about this morning, but I want to bring it up to other guys. Do you think Shoddy's taken this interviewing process up to a new level as far as going through all these candidates? Because he got blamed for the you think
he'd be here if Shoddy didn't sign off on it?
That's what I'm saying. Do you think that Shoddy's like, listen here, you MFers, you can stand up here and you guys wanted this Matt Eberflus, even talked about him before I was even hired.
Yeah.
And you MFers and you just stand up here and say, well, Shoddy signed off on this one. Shoddy signed up. Do you think Shoddy sat there at that point in time in his life and said, all right, I'm about to show you. I'm about to spend some of your money flying some of these dudes in potential. I know some of them are Zooms, and we'll get the next round will be flying guys. That's when Jerry and Steven will probably meet these guys.
Yeah.
When it turns into, what candidates you want to go. But do you feel like that Shoddy has this exhaustive search because he got blamed for the Eberflus stuff?
I think that's a brilliant point. I don't know why you're asking me a question. You should have just said it with your chest and dropped yourself a knowledge bomb there, Brian. I think that's dead balls on right because he wasn't this thorough last year with OC and the other position coaches. I think he has taken it up a notch, and I guess my take on it would be it's another piece of evidence that Shoddy is coaching with something to prove, and I think it's the most powerful thing in whatever industry you got. If you got guys that feel like I've been doubted, right? Wait till you see what I do next kind of guys, and it's difficult to stay on that emotional burn level once you get to the top. But I think most of the guys that get to the top, share this characteristic of feeling doubted, feeling overlooked, and then when you sting him right there when everybody's watching while he's sitting next to you, making up lies. I think there's some of this hold my beer and watch what I do next, or hold my shoddy, watch what I do next.
How about that, Wooly? Did Eric and I come up with something today that's worthwhile?
Yeah, I think
he's taking these interviews to another level because he sat there and got blamed for Matt Eberflus getting hired.
I think he would have done this regardless. I think this is just kind of how he is. And if he had the opportunity to do this last year, we would have seen it be conducted in a different manner. But I think that this is kind of how Brian Schottenheimer works. I think that when he said we're going to cast a wide net, we're going to do a thorough search, he meant it. And maybe there is a little bit more of like, I didn't really want Matt Eberflus, and I kind of went with it because it's my first time here, and I didn't want to push back too much. But I really kind of think that this is him doing his due diligence, and this is probably one of his best attributes as a coach.
Chieftain, we talked about it a little bit.
His due diligence.
Yeah. I think it's definitely added more fuel. I do think there is some level of shoddy, and he showed it with the offensive staff last year that he's willing to really get creative with some of the names and scour the football landscape to bring guys in. But I think that was definitely some added fuel there. Like, I would love to know off the record, Shoddy, what were you saying to yourself inside whenever
F these guys.
Exactly. Like, I can't imagine that Shoddy took too kindly to Jerry basically pinning Eberflus on him.
From a business perspective, you know this, Brian, Jerry looks at being associated with the Cowboys as tremendous value.
Oh, yeah.
So he's probably like, well, what? You're the Cowboys coach. You get all this positive attention and all this fame from being here. You can help me absorb this.
I think Jerry was listening to everybody talk about this and completely start to say, well, Jerry and Steven hired Eberflus.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think this was Jerry's way of saying, okay, I'm about to set the record straight, even though it might not be true.
Yeah.
But,
put this on me.
Yeah, but he put it on Shoddy pretty good.
Yeah, Jerry also said it was one of the saddest things he ever had to do was letting go of Eberflus. So, I mean, you tell me, like, it just doesn't add up. I think Shoddy was willing to sign off on Eberflus as a condition for getting the job.
Yeah, I do too. I absolutely think you're right about that. All right, I want to ask you guys we had the Dane Brugler mock draft today, and we did that a couple segments ago, or talked about a couple segments ago. I want to know the guys, like you say, Dawson, you and Wooly working on the draft. Eric, you could chime in if you want. If you
I'm a chimer.
No, go to Eric's first.
No, I'm gonna chime in on this
first.
But no, I want you to chime in on this.
Chime.
I'm going to ask you some names of some players. I'm going to ask you if you're willing, if you do not want to trade away from these players.
So if this guy's there when you're picking, you want to stand strong.
Yeah, do you want to stand strong, or are you willing to back out of there?
Okay,
is what I'm going to ask.
Just make it up, Eric.
I will.
Okay, and I'm going to. I've got a few at 12, and I got a few at 20. But I think the 20. I think everybody is more willing to move back. But we'll see.
I'm out on both picks.
Okay. I know this one. All right, Dawson, how about you on this first one? How about Downs, the safety from Ohio State?
What the hell kind of question? This is crap. No, we're not trading away from Caleb Downs. I will fight somebody if they trade away from Caleb. I will quit being a fan.
What's the offer? I mean, I guess, and I'm going to ask the old question.
Are you willing? Are you willing?
I would be very willing to take Caleb Downs.
You're very willing to take there.
He's a smart person.
Yeah.
You're right. How about Reese, the linebacker edge from Ohio State?
Yeah, I mean, if he's somehow magically there at 12, I think that would be a gift from the draft gods. I don't know if he is an edge. I think he might be more of a linebacker, but I would love him at either spot, coming in like a Micah Parsons prospect.
What you know about him, Chief?
What you know about me?
What I know about him is he's seemingly like a top 5 player on everybody's board. So, and it's on the side of the ball that you want. So
I'm making a prediction here. He's going to be the most scrutinized player in this draft coming up. When it starts to be...
Is he an edge? Is he a linebacker?
Exactly.
What is he?
It's the same thing that happened to that guy. And Voch Lombardi made a great point today. It's the same thing with our guy at Colorado, Travis Hunter.
Oh, was he corner? Is he a wide receiver?
Well, they started slamming the kid. And where would you play him? He went from being the number 1 overall player to... They went back in the draft on him, right?
Yeah.
I think he went 2.
Yeah. Did he go 2?
Yeah.
Well, if
he went...
They traded back.
They traded back, yeah. But the thing about it, he wasn't the number 1 pick.
No.
Everybody talked about him as being the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
And he wasn't.
I could see teams saying all he does is be quick and run around the tackle, and there isn't enough defensive line hand playing and counter moves, and he's not really playing the position as much as he's an athlete exploding off the line and beating tackles. I mean, that's good enough for Micah Parsons. But if the right team is sitting there going, we don't want to risk that he's really a linebacker, so we're going to pass on him, and that happens a couple of times, maybe it's realistic.
So you're going to stand there and pick him, right?
I'm going to stand there and pick him, absolutely.
All right. How about Bain from Miami?
I'm staying and picking.
Yeah.
Staying and picking.
Bailey from Texas Tech.
Staying and picking.
I'm staying and picking.
McCoy from Tennessee.
Staying and picking.
This is the guy with the injury?
I'd flirt with a trade here.
Yeah, the injury is enough to
I'd flirt with a trade. I still wouldn't mind staying and picking him, but I think there's enough depth at corner that I'd listen to a call.
Okay. So, Chief, you're into moving?
Yeah, I'm into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dawson?
Yeah, I think Jermon McCoy is one of my favorite players.
Yeah.
I get it. After Reese, he might be my next favorite.
Yeah.
So you're staying?
Yeah.
I respect it. I'd listen to a call. Yeah, I'd listen to it. And I think McCoy's awesome. I think he's the best corner. I agree with you. That's going to be a tough one to stay away, but I'd listen just because I think that there's some other guys that, like Delane and him are right there for me.
Malin, let's go with Delane. Delane next.
I'd listen to a call. If I did it for McCoy, I got to listen for Delane.
I think I got to watch more on Delane. There's just so few times he's targeted.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's takeaway guy. I think he might be kind of Byron Jonesy, where at least where Byron evolved to eventually, where the coverage is great, but I don't know if I'm getting takeaways there.
That's the Patrick Surtain problem.
Is it?
That's what people were saying because nobody threw at him, right? So it's like, well, we see J.C. Horn and he's getting the picks, but like Surtain was such a technician. Don't let that. I mean, I don't think that should be a knock on some of these corners. If people aren't throwing at you, that's a good thing. They respect you, and nobody's open.
Okay, my last one of the 12s, Malinois.
I love him, but I'd have to listen to a call. I don't know if they're going to be able to take a tackle. Can you get a first-round pick for next year? Because right now, and things can change. Next year's draft is looking sexy.
Okay.
Yeah, this is by all accounts the best tackle in the draft.
Yeah.
Some team is going to want him. I can get a haul for him.
So in this situation, the corners are gone and the edges are gone?
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to say, if that player was there, are you going to trade away from him?
I don't think I could trade away from Malinois. You know, I think you got to look at this situation like there's plenty of opportunities to improve your roster. Sure. You can't do it all in one, and a right tackle for the future. I don't think I could move away from him.
What you guys just told me is that you think the corners are the deepest point of this draft in the first round, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, edge is up there really nice too. I'm not sure, but I think there's great value at 12 if you want a corner.
Yeah,
because there's going to be at least two, maybe all three of them there.
And they've slid. It's weird. The last couple drafts, the corners have slid.
I just got the thought that if Bain or Bailey were there, you guys aren't interested in trading back.
I'm really thinking about trading back at 20. Because that's when the interesting conversation starts, and you're like, could we get a similar player at 40?
Well, that's what I'm thinking about with like Cisse, the corner from South Carolina, Terrell,
C.J. Allen.
At 20? Would you trade away from Love, the running back from Notre Dame?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would. And I think Jeremiah Love could be Jahmyr Gibbs but I would.
You just said Jahmyr Gibbs, Dawson.
Wow. I don't see it.
And he's going to trade away.
He's that explosive?
I think he is, absolutely, yeah.
On the second level, I don't think he's explosive in the box. I think once he gets out there, he can house call.
I
saw doesn't have much juice in the box at all. Dak Wolchuk does not know what he's talking about with these players, Chief.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Okay, we got 2 hours down. We got 3 to go, and Danny Cannell's going to jump in here and talk college football here with you. It's the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
But tell us, I want to tell you about my number one most favorite local family-owned roofing company here in in the Metroplex, of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction. Now, keep in mind the roofing business here in the DFW is a bit like the Wild Wild West. Very unpredictable, chaotic, super risky at times thanks to the storm chasers, and that's why you need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you use Greystone. You can visit Greystone Roofing and Construction, and that's greystone-roofing.com, gray with an E, stone-roofing.com, and you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining. Fantastic people, high school sweethearts, been in business together for almost 30 years right here in the DFW, and they're certified in every possible way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is super unique, and they always bring you honesty, integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle. No cutting corners, just pure dedication when you use Greystone. You'll always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. Head to greystone-roofing.com today. Schedule that no-cost inspection. And remember, with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's greystone-roofing.com.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. John Harbaugh is now in charge of changing the culture of the New York Giants. But first, he has to change his quarterback. The Giants aren't going anywhere if Jackson Dart doesn't change the way he plays the game. Being in concussion protocol for half of your games is no way to sustain a career. I'm Adam Abdallah.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who'd heard their ads for over 25 years. He always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. We showed him leasing isn't about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. So, are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Is pain holding you back? Corey Majors here. If you've slowed down or stopped living an active life due to pain and are seeking clear solutions for lasting healing, do what I did. See the team for Total Male Optimization. Men's T Clinic. Men's T Clinic's natural regenerative therapy offerings are customized, built for men, and expertly guided and delivered. Kick surgery, downtime, and quick fixes to the curb. Enhance your performance, recovery, and quality of life by healing from within with Men's T Clinic. 5 DFW locations, open Saturday. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T or visit mensteclinic.com.
1-800-246-LOT.
mensteclinic.com.
Something big just rolled into 7-Eleven. Meet our 4 new Johnsonville sausages. Hot and ready on the roller grill. Smoky cheddar. Loaded with Wisconsin creamy cheddar smoked with real hardwood chips. Jalapeno cheddar. Bold and melty cheddar with a spicy jalapeno kick. Smoked Polish. Seasoned with black pepper and garlic, slow smoked for serious flavor. And ultimate Italian. Bursting with basil, oregano, rosemary, and thyme. Right now at 7-Eleven, get any 2 roller grill items for just $3.50. That's any 2 roller grill items for $3.50 at 7-Eleven. Valid through 3/3/26. Participating stores only. While supplies last. Visit store for full terms.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now, online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 here on your home of the Cowboys, home of your Texas Rangers. We're under a month, by the way, from pitchers and catchers reporting, and we're now 3 days away from the national championship game in Miami. Danny Cannell joining us, brought to you by BetOnline. Check out betonline.ag for updated college football playoff championship game lines and props. Very robust poker room as well. I enjoy BetOnline for many things. As Danny Cannell joins us now here on The Fan. How we doing, buddy? You ready for this thing?
What's up, Gavin? I'm fantastic. Yeah, I am fired up because I think we got a great game on our hands on Monday night, and I think this college football season has once again proven that an expanded playoff has been great for the sport.
Yeah.
We've had some incredible thrillers. I think we're in for another one on Monday night.
I'm right there with you, man. There's so much complaining about the coach movement and the player movement and the money and the portal and everything, but these playoffs just have made everything really good. Like, it's a net massive win, I think, all things considered, that have evolved over the last 10 years or so with this sport.
Yeah, and I think, and I get why people complain about the portal, and, you see quarterbacks play at 4 different schools in 4 years. But if you've noticed a trend of the 4 teams that made the Final Four, they all had transfer quarterbacks. And, all of them, I thought you saw really elite level play throughout the playoffs, in a large part because a lot of those quarterbacks were experienced. And I think that's the trend of what, if I was looking for, you go look for a quarterback where you've seen him already play and you know exactly what you're going to get from him. And there's a floor that kind of, you're not going to just bottom out because you go with a 5-star true freshman who might have been just overhyped coming out of high school. You know exactly what you're going to get. So I think it makes sense. And I think it's actually really improved the quality of play on the field, because we've gotten quarterbacks on the move that have actually, seen a lot of playing time.
So how are you feeling about this monster line, 8.5, that just seems so big for a team that's going to bring the pressure, and they held Ohio State to 14 points. I mean, Indiana has been very dominant. Are they going to continue that against Miami on Monday night?
I don't think so. I actually like Miami in this game. I think that's where the value is, and it is nerve-wracking, right? The favorites of a touchdown or more, 6-0 and 6-0 against the spread in the college football playoff era. So you're kind of bucking that trend. But I don't know about you, but it feels like there's just this opinion, and it's hey, why does Miami even show up? They're just going to get boat raced because this Indiana team is so good. And while they are good, I think we're forgetting that Ohio State game, which you mentioned, was only a month ago. And it was, Ohio State did miss a chip shot field goal, or else that game then goes into overtime. And how do we know how that outcome, changes potentially? But all of a sudden, because they blew out a very overhyped Alabama team. Let's not forget, Alabama should not even have been in the playoffs. Like, they were not a good team. And Indiana embarrassed them, as good teams would. Oregon was playing, they pulled a linebacker and a safety over to play running back because they were so banged up at that position. And Oregon handed them 14 points. Now, if Miami, if Carson Beck starts the game with a pick six, and they gift them, a turnover inside the 5-yard line, then it will be another rout. But I think Miami has been playing very, very sound football. They've got a very clear identity, and they've got a defensive front, specifically their two edge rushers, and Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor, who can make Fernando Mendoza look human. Like, I don't care how good you are. If you're Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, whatever your history is as a quarterback, if you get harassed the way I think Miami can harass them, you can look human. And I think the Miami Hurricanes are going to make them look human on Monday night. So I like Miami from a money line standpoint, and I love them getting the 8.5.
Danny, what did some of these teams like Iowa and Penn State and even Ohio State do to kind of really make Indiana work? And can Miami duplicate it?
I think there's a lot of similarities in those teams, primarily the defensive front seven. Like, Iowa is probably one of the most underrated teams consistently in college football. Like, they just don't get the respect, but they've got a great defensive coordinator in Phil Parker. Of their losses, all of their losses came by one possession or less this season. So they were a really good football team, and their defense made it really hard on Fernando Mendoza and Indiana to run the football. Same thing what you saw with Ohio State. Like, they kind of took away that run game. Penn State as well. Now, Penn State, I know they're not a very good football team on offense, but they still did have a really, really good aggressive defense that was able to get after Fernando Mendoza. Like, they sacked him and harassed him throughout the game. But the one thing that Penn State did not do, and what Miami needs to do, is finish. Because, Penn State, even on the last drive, and now if you guys remember that Indiana-Penn State game, that was Fernando Mendoza's drive. It probably won him the Heisman Trophy when he had that incredible throw to Omar Cooper. The first play of that drive, it was 1st and 10, and they had to go 80 yards. They took a sack, and it was 2nd and 22, but they didn't close. And you saw Fernando Mendoza make a great throw. He ripped the ball right up the middle, like right after that, got a first down. I think there were 5 throws in a row, just marched right down the field because they didn't finish. That's what Miami's going to have to do. They're going to have to finish. But I do think you have to take away the run game. You've got to sort of make it into a fist fight, turn it into, a fist fight in the phone booth, which Miami, that is exactly what their identity is. So I do think it's a really good matchup to try to eliminate what Indiana does really well, and that's be one of the most balanced teams in the country. Like, they run the football well, they pass the football well, but I don't care what level you play. If you can make them one-dimensional and put them in longer yardage situations, that could make it for a long night for Mendoza.
When it comes to Indiana's defense, is that a unit that's being a little bit underrated here, or do you think this might be a product of who they've played in the playoff?
I think they're definitely underrated. I mean, D'Angelo Pons, who did have the pick six against Dante Moore, he's going to be a draft pick. He's probably going to be a late first or a second-round pick. He is talented. Aiden Fisher, their linebacker, is one of the best linebackers in the country. He is and both, by the way, D'Angelo Pons came with Cignetti from James Madison, as did Aiden Fisher, their linebacker. Like, they are, and I think that's been the one thing that's been under-discussed as well, and it's gotten a lot of attention this week. They are a veteran team. Like, they do have a lot of 22 and 23-year-olds on that roster, so they run a lot of schemes. And when you watch them play on film, and especially on defense, like, a lot of times when I break down the coach's tape and look at the all-22, you'll find a weakness. Like, there's a linebacker who's not getting to the correct depth, or there's a corner who's not playing the correct leverage. He might be inside and he's supposed to be outside, and it's a mistake, and they get burned by it. Almost every time I watch Indiana, their defenders are so perfectly aligned. They're like robots. And I think that's a testament to the coaching they've received. And they just do a great job of recognizing route concepts like the quick out that Dante Moore tried to throw. They just have a knack for knowing exactly where to be, and they're always in a great position. So this will be a game to watch out for Carson Beck because he's been really good this playoff, but he has, been known to turn the ball over. He's going to have to be even, more protective of the football and really pick his spot for when to take a shot.
Danny, you mentioned watching the All-22, and Zach and I, we do that for the draft stuff. We're already into that. I'm interested in your thoughts on Keontae Scott and where you think, because he does everything for Miami, and I'm thinking like, well, wait, he's kind of a nickel corner. Wait a minute. Is he a strong safety? How do you think he plays in this game? And is he one of those guys where you say, oh, the X factor? Is he really that type of player that could give Indiana problems?
Yes, absolutely. And that's the type of player that Corey Heatherman, as a defensive coordinator for Miami, can have a field day. I mean, I think Caleb Downs is a similar player with Ohio State that they utilized a lot. And those are the types of players where, you don't, as a quarterback, you kind of have to be alert to where they are on the field.
Yeah.
But it can be hard finding them sometimes. It can be hard recognizing what they're doing out there. But he is absolutely the type of player. The thing I love about him the most is he is not afraid from the second or third level to come up and just wreck dudes. I mean, whether it's a wide receiver, whether it's a running backs, that Indiana has two great backs. He is just sort of that game breaker, that game wrecker, and he's got such a good instinct for where the football is going to be. Just his recognition of seeing where the ball is going to be and meeting it at that point is pretty off the charts. He is a really, really special player for the Canes.
It's Danny Cannell here with you, brought to you by Bet Online. There was another wagering opportunity I want to ask you about, Danny. Mendoza MVP is 1-3. That's minus 300. You got to bet 300 to win a hundo on that. I don't want to do that. That doesn't sound like fun to me.
No, I don't either. I like value.
Okay, so Beck at 3-1, Fletcher at 11-1, Malachi Toney 12-1, Surratt 25-1. Where are we going here?
If I like the Hurricanes, and I like them to slow the game down, it's Mark Fletcher. And I do think if Miami does pull this off, even if he doesn't have a game where, let's say, he goes for 150, I don't know if Carson Beck's going to light him up. And granted, the quarterback gets a ton of credit, and they usually get over credit for the job they do. If you look at Mark Fletcher and the job he's done in this college football playoff run, that's where all of a sudden, let's just say he goes for 98 yards and 2 touchdowns, or even 98 yards and 1 touchdown. But then you start thinking of what he's meant to this team over this run. Then I think you sort of get the compilation of what he's done over this playoff. So I like Mark Fletcher. I know it's not the longest long shot, but I do like that value from him. I wouldn't touch Mendoza. I think it's just way too risky. There's no value there. And he might end up being the MVP if Indiana wins, because there's probably not another player that you would give it to for them. But I think the best value play is on Mark Fletcher, who also, I like his rushing total over from a player prop on that one. I think it's around 69 and a half, somewhere in there. I like his over on that one.
So being the prisoners of the moment that we are in this sports society that we live in, Danny, if Indiana does what you don't think they will, and let's say they handle Miami like they've handled Oregon and Alabama, where do we look at this Indiana team historically among the all-time greats?
So I think it's different because I don't know if we ever see again a team like we saw at 2019 LSU or 2001 Miami, those teams that are just so stacked with NFL talent because the talent has spread throughout college football, right? I mean, that's been the big story, is the parity that's here. So I think from the run that they would have gone on in the playoffs and going through Ohio State once in the Big Ten championship, and then the run going through Alabama, who I don't think Alabama's good, but the brand, and embarrassing Oregon the way they did. I do think, and even if they win by a field goal against Miami, just being undefeated in the 12-team era when we've only seen 2 teams, have to go win 3 extra games, I think that puts them in the conversation. But I still don't know if I would take them over 2019 LSU in the college football playoff era, and then even that 2001 Miami Hurricane team, which was one of the greatest teams of all time. And maybe it's not fair. And I know some people say, well, you shouldn't count what the players have done in the NFL. I still think the fact there was so much NFL talent, especially on that LSU offense, that it's hard to look past that and say that this Indiana team, if they were playing on the same field, they would be able to beat that team. They'd be definitely in the conversation, but I still don't know if I would go ahead that far. Plus, that 2019 LSU team, their path I mean, out of conference, Texas was not in the SEC. Texas was a top 10 team, non-conference opponent they beat on the road. They beat Florida, was a top 25 team. They beat Bama, was a top 25 team. They boat raced Clemson in the playoffs. Like, they just were so impressive with what they did, and I do think they played a lot more top 25 opponents on the way there. So I still would give the edge to that 2019 LSU.
Hey, Danny, if I could circle back real quick, you were talking about quarterbacks and the portals and stuff like that. What's going to happen to the 4 and 5 star quarterbacks coming out of high school? I mean, is it going to be, if everybody's playing portal football with these quarterbacks, are those guys still going to have opportunities, and it's going to be, okay, they start somewhere and move along somewhere else? How do you see the 4 and 5 star high school quarterback being looked at these years?
I mean, it shows what we were talking about earlier when we said teams are looking for veteran quarterbacks, right, to bring in the portal.
Right.
I think it depends on the makeup of the player. Is the player willing to go somewhere and wait for a year?
Yeah.
Does he want to look for an opportunity, to play right away? Well, he might not be able to go to a top 10 program because they're going to want to compete for a national championship, and they're not going to trust a true freshman 5-star. But I still think there will be some player. I mean, Bryce Underwood was only a year ago where he was getting reported, between 10 and 12 million to be the starter at Michigan.
Right.
But also, that didn't go great.
Right.
He was kind of exposed as somebody who hadn't played a lot of football, and he still might be great. But I do think you will see that trend where the 4 and 5 stars, unless they're just otherworldly, like generational talents, like Bryce Underwood was supposed to be, that they might just have to go wait a year. And then it's weird because if they wait a year and they're there, do they stick around there for 2 years?
Exactly.
Or do they leave after a year to go somewhere that starts? It's just this whole new landscape. It is so hard to keep track of the player movement. I don't know how the coaches keep track of even their own roster and try to plan for 4 to 5 years. It's impossible. They're basically on a 1-year plan every single season. And I think that's the way 4 or 5 star coming out of high school would approach it. Yeah, I really like Texas, or I really like SMU, or I really like Florida State. I'm going to go there, and they're going to pay me a good amount of money, but I don't know if I'm going to be there in a year. Like, that's just kind of the mindset of these players.
Right.
Danny, looking ahead a little bit, like just based on what's gone down in this portal and in this early college football off season, who do you like going into next year?
Oh, I already booked my tickets for Vegas. I really like Texas to play against Oregon. And I said this on my podcast, on the Cover 3 podcast, about in mid-November, because I was very critical of Texas. I did not think Texas should have been in the college football playoff. And in the preseason, I was very against Arch Manning and the hype that he was getting from the perspective of I did not think Texas was a national champion, and I didn't think Arch was going to be a Heisman Trophy winner. But with what I saw his development and how far he came along, and especially now, I think Texas even realizes it, going to get the players that they're getting, like Logan Smothers, like Cam Coleman, and they're putting a lot of talent around him. I feel very good about Texas. And Oregon, one of the stipulations I had for Oregon being their opponent was Dante Moore coming back. With his surprise announcement that he's coming back to Oregon, Oregon is doing the same thing now. Like, they're not going to pay a quarterback $5 million and just look at his developmental year. Teams are looking at that and saying, we're going to try to make a run for a national champion. And I feel best about knowing what I'm going to get out of Arch Manning and knowing what I'm going to get out of Dante Moore. They're in the same systems, same programs. There's continuity on the roster. They're going to put great talent around them. So, and granted, it's way too early. It's a bold prediction for a reason. Nobody's right this far out. But I do think that is an outstanding chance. You could see Texas and Oregon match up for a national championship next year in Las Vegas.
Thanks for making time for us again this year, Danny Cannell. We loved it. Enjoyed the game, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Appreciate you guys as always. Have a great time watching the game.
Salute. There he goes. Danny Cannell, brought to you by Bet Online. Go to betonline.ag for updated college football playoff championship game lines and props. A lot of good props in there if you want to get down like that. Okay, where are we going next, Chief?
All right, let's crank open the first ever GBAG Nation featuring pizza, cell service, and a hammered Lionel Messi next in the nation.
All right, let's chat East Dallas Diesel, though, shall we? You've heard me talk about East Dallas Diesel for a while now. I love love them. They're family-owned and operated. They're great people. My buddy Tony Alberti over there, he's been in the truck and car game for nearly 30 years, and he's personally handpicking every truck you see on that lot. I've seen him do it. I mean, this guy's got the eye for talent. I kind of wish he was the GM of your favorite sports team, because he is probably the best in the car business when it comes to finding you and getting you exactly what you want. And that's the beauty when it comes to East Dallas Diesel. It's all about custom. So if you're browsing on eastdallasdiesel.com like I tend to do just for fun, because they're getting new inventory in daily, if you're not seeing your perfect vehicle online, don't settle. Call East Dallas Diesel. Ask for Tony. He and the team are going to help you source, build, or customize exactly what you want. They're truly unmatched when it comes to delivering one-of-a-kind vehicles. And don't stress. When it comes to financing, they're going to work with you to find the best possible deal no matter what your budget is. So if you want the best trucks in the game, if you want the best motor cars, they got every brand you can think of. All right, we're talking Range Rovers, Bentleys, BMWs, Corvettes, Escalades, Tahoes. For the trucks, they got Ford, Chevy, GMC, Ram, Toyota, you name it. So go check them out today at eastdallasdiesel.com. Follow them on Facebook, follow them on Instagram, or stop by the showroom. Tell them Wooly Bully sent you. Go ahead, East Dallas Diesel, where custom is the standard.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Imagine there was more of you. A you to handle schedules and time cards. A you to make sure all the right new hire forms are completed. When you partner with Paychex, we become an extension of your team. From easy online payroll and benefits to expert HR advice, we give you more of you. New customers book a meeting with Paychex and get a $50 gift card. Visit paychex.com/you.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the K&C Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Hey Dallas, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
Make this your year. Looking for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT and cybersecurity? Attend classes live, online, or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars.
Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Tired of sweating through summer and getting slapped with crazy electric bills? Window Nation's got you. January is the perfect time to upgrade because right now it's buy 4, get 4 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, 0 interest for 2 years. These aren't builder grade replacements. We're talking custom built, measured 3 times, installed in a day or less, and backed by a lifetime warranty. You're going to love Window Nation just like I do. Don't wait. Sale ends soon. Protect and beautify your home. Schedule a fast free estimate today at windownation.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey guys, it's Raquel with a question. Is it okay to go wild during the day? I say it's more than okay. I say you need to go wild at DFW's #1 BYOB establishment, Bucks Wild. Bucks Wild is BYOB, so bring your favorite beer or spirit and relax while enjoying mouth-watering food specials. Open every day at 11 a.m., the Bucks Wild staff will provide the daily escape you deserve. Bucks Wild Dallas, 35 at Royal Lane, and Bucks Wild Fort Worth, North 820 at 35. Check us out at bucksclubs.com. And remember, everybody loves Bucks.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
Looking for security you can actually count on? DFW Security is local, top rated, and always there when you need them. Get security with smart cameras and control it all with one easy app. Call DFW Security today.
DFWsecurity.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It's time now for a new segment with the Chief. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Eric.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, your first piece of news here in the News Bag Nation. I have reached out. I have pinged the announcer man who voices all our stuff.
Very nice.
Try to get a little intro for this thing. All right, so that's in the works. First piece of bad news: I did get denied to be credentialed at the Natty.
Wow, I'm pretty stunned. They must have looked through your track record.
Yeah, they saw a couple of speed bumps there, and they decided, you know what, denied. And I think it's because I haven't covered any college football games, and this is a hot ticket. This is the press box is going to be jumping. It's going to be full. So I'll keep it parked right here, and we will watch the game together as a family. And I will watch my dad ride the roller coaster of stress throughout the game.
It's going to be one-on-one.
It's pretty amazing. Okay, you guys like pizza, right? For the most part, I feel like we're a bunch of pizza guys
doesn't
in here.
like pizza?
Yeah. Well, it's National Pizza Week. I follow the freebie guy on Instagram, and so he's just always got the best deals you can find. And for National Pizza Week, which goes through Saturday. Okay, so
Lovely.
through the 17th, you can get, say, at Domino's, choose any two for $6.99 each. So you get a pizza and a dessert, whatever it may be. That's at Domino's, okay?
Couldn't get deals like that in the 90s.
Yeah, that's a great deal.
Yeah.
Pizza Hut, no one out pizzas the Hut. 16-inch Big New Yorker, which is the classic pepperoni.
I like that pizza.
For $10.
I'll take it. Yeah.
That's a 16-inch for $10.
We do a lot of Pizza Hut at the house. It's right down the street.
It's solid. At the Little Caesars, 2 large 1-topping pizzas for $4.99 each.
Okay.
That's
back
bang
to
for your
$5
buck.
pizza at Little Caesars. That is the 90s.
And
welcome. Pizza.
You can also get the Papa John's mix and match for $6.99 each. So that's pizza, that's wings, that's all sorts of fun things that they have there. And then there's a litany of others, but I feel like those are the main ones.
Yeah, I think it's going to be problematic with all the games and stuff going on, right?
A lot of pizza.
A lot of pizza. Make sure if you're going to order it, you might have to go pick it up yourself. I think Michelle and I tried to do that for one of the games the other night, and
it's a back order.
And it was like, and she's like, I'm just going to get the thing. It's not going to work. I mean, I can't wait 90 minutes to get this thing. So yeah, you got to be careful with that. Pick up yourself.
469 says they got denied the credential as well. They've covered a ton of college football games this year.
It's so difficult. Like, and the Cowboys training camp is at capacity now. What's happened is there's so many independent podcasts that it's not like, okay, your 3 local TV stations and ESPN and CBS, here's your credentials and you choose who's coming. It's literally like thousands and thousands of applications. It's become a very intensive job, labor intensive.
Okay, how about Lionel Messi talking about how he
I didn't
likes?
know he drank.
Yeah, he likes to booze on the wine. Okay,
yeah,
he's a red wine guy, but what he says he prefers wine, and I guess I can't tell if he's pouring Sprite into his wine or if he's sort of double fisting a red wine and a Sprite, because he says together the tipsiness hits faster. Okay, so that's like his secret
Very
to
efficient.
I did not know he drank.
Getting hammered the quickest possible way. If you want to do it like Lionel Messi, you will mix your vino with your Sprite. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, here's what happened when he said that. The Sprite brand parent company is Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola.
They skyrocket by 4.5%.
No way.
Yeah.
So that's an estimated $12.9 billion increase in market value just with Messi saying that he's a Sprite with vino guy. I mean, and the bottle of...
It might not be true. Did he pour and he drink? Did he pour and drink?
He's making his own wine coolers, basically.
Well, there are photos of him where he's got like a...
See, he might be doing this as a, like, if as a social post.
As a promo?
Yeah, but he's really not doing it. He's not drinking it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I see still shots of him like pouring his red wine, and he's got the Sprite right next to him in the bottle.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to.
So maybe he's ball sacking us on this, and he's just he's a Sprite and Coca-Cola influencer.
Yeah,
but I mean, it paid off for him if that's what they did.
Got stock.
Great marketing tactic.
Yeah. Ronaldo pushed away that Coca-Cola cans at the table, and then he's like, drink water, and then the Coke sales plummeted. Like, they lost like billions of dollars in stock. Like, that's the pull that these guys have. Yeah. It's insane.
Yeah, that's incredible. The markets react to that. I think
some basketball player tried to bring his own last year during the playoffs. Tried to bring his own drinks up there, and the PR people.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. That's billboard space up there.
People on the platform goes, no, we can't do this. He goes, come on, man. He goes, no, we can't do this. Stop. But Messi's another one of those guys too. By the way, when he takes pictures, like with females, he won't put his arm around them or touch them anywhere.
Oh yeah, he'll do
he's very much he'll
hover the arm over like it's around the shoulder, but it's not.
He's like he's not even like a touch. He's not even near. Like, he does it out of respect for his wife. Like, people come up and want to take pictures with him. He's very like, give me space. I'm
not
not
story behind that one.
Yeah.
He's a gentleman. Yeah,
I promise, honey, I'll never touch anybody again.
He learned the hard way. If I told you guys the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air house was for sale, okay, this is the house that Uncle Phil was throwing Jazzy Jeff out of. How much do you think that would be listed for?
Is it actually in Beverly Hills or something? Let me say $18 million.
This is in Brentwood.
Okay, Brentwood. That's even more exclusive.
That's prestigious.
Do I need to go higher? I don't know. 15?
I think you do.
Wow. How many square feet are we talking here? Do we know?
That's a good question.
Jazzy Jeff's home is going up for sale.
Well, this is Uncle Phil's house.
Uncle Phil's house.
Yeah.
In Brentwood, I'm going to say this bad boy's going for
25 mil.
27.
30 mil.
Oh, okay.
30 mil. You guys were pretty dang close. I'm trying to decide. I mean, you have like the iconic TV or movie houses this, I mean, the
Full House
Full House
That one seems pretty sick.
Home Alone house,
Home Alone house.
or the Fresh Prince house.
Oof.
I mean, that's Chicago,
I think
that's
I'd take
San
the Fresh Prince
Francisco,
house.
or that's Los Angeles.
I think you definitely want to go Fresh Prince. I mean, there's things you have to mitigate living in Los Angeles with the traffic and everything, but the weather, the manicured lawns.
Yeah, it looks really good. I mean, just the outside shot of it. I mean, it's a legit like White House mansion kind of house. And then just knowing all the fun things that took place in there from a filming standpoint.
Oh, just on the house itself, I was thinking about the whole living experience.
But yeah, the whole living experience, include the city. I mean, I think I'd probably go with the Fresh Prince house as well.
Yeah, San Francisco it's in California, but the weather, it's basically like Southern Oregon. You know, it's windy, it's chilly, it's 50 degrees, it's 60 degrees.
I could live in California.
I could definitely live in Southern California year round, but I think Northern California.
Ventura's nice, huh?
No
You kind of liked it up there, right?
Oh, Ventura's fantastic.
Like 71 degrees every day and hoodies at night.
Yeah, I think you want to go south of LA about 45 minutes to an hour though, and get that stretch from north of Oceanside and south of like Orange County, and what are some of the super exclusive areas? They're like super rich beach communities. It's far enough away from LA that it's away from the hustle and bustle, but you're living in good beach towns.
Hellman liked living in LA. He was talking about that. David Hellman.
Did he?
When he liked living out there. I was surprised, man, but he's like Chicago now.
A lot of love for the Cosby House.
Yeah, in Manhattan, right?
Yeah, it was a New York townhouse. $7 million is what that was.
Yeah,
that'd be a fun lifestyle as well.
Everybody wants the Cosby House here on the text, but there it is. There's your first installment of the GBAG Nation.
Thank you so much, Chief. It is the GBAG Nation here on 105 through the Fan, and coming up next. From one bag to another, Wolchuk.
All right, is this high school football player doing that? Yes, he did. What is the worst type of parent to deal with for recruiters? And more. That's next in the nation.
But Tolos, how about a simple New Year's resolution? One where you're guaranteed to succeed. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. And your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. Simply put, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 469-599-HAIR. That's 469-599-HAIR. Or become inspired with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Coming up on the next K&C Masterpiece, we will be live from the Dallas Card Show at the Marriott in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard. Come on by, break some packs and some boxes with us, plus prop bets and predictions for the NFL divisional round. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costa is here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Pro football playoffs coming up on Saturday. Denver about a 1-point home favorite against Buffalo. Total in the game is 46. Such a fascinating game. Denver is the better team, but Buffalo has the best player and the best quarterback, and I'll take the best quarterback. Give me Buffalo to win coming up on Saturday in Denver. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Did you know you can get free electricity every night and help the planet? Call Green Mountain Energy at 1-866-GREEN-TX to get free nights of 100% wind energy for your home. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
To
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey Tolos, it's Corey Majors here, and let's talk retirement. If you're like most folks, you're worried about paying too much in taxes in your golden years. My good friend David Dustin, founder of the MoneyWorks Group, can help you keep more of what you've earned with guarantees. David's helped tons of folks right here in North Texas create efficient, safety-first retirement strategies, and he's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you do the same. Visit MoneyWorksGroup.com for your copy. David Dustin with MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with retirement guarantees for life.
Ready to slim, smooth, and tighten all at once? At Souza Clinic, discover our new all-in-one transformation package combining skin tightening, cellulite reduction, our all-natural weight loss program, and laser that targets stubborn visceral fat, that deep belly fat around your organs. No surgery, just real visible results. Normally valued at $1,900 a month. Now get the complete transformation for just $350 per month. Call Souza Clinic at 972-479-5187 for your free consultation today. Souza Clinic, weightlossfortexas.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money trading on sports, politics, culture, and more legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to Bitcoin and even the Oscars. If it matters, you can trade on it. Trade the game, player props, and more. Use code FAN for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The Fan, Rangers, and Hurtado Barbecue Dallas? Oh, heck yeah. On Monday evening, January 19th, we'll all team up for Rangers Winter Warm-Up. The first 100 people through the doors will meet and get autographs from Rangers Josh Young and Tyler Alexander. The guys will then join Jared Sandler from 7 to 8 for our Rangers Hot Stove Show. Get in line early, enjoy the best barbecue in North Texas, and meet some Rangers. Monday evening, January 19th, with The Fan and the Rangers at Hurtado's Dallas.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much. It's the GBAG Nation. You're on 105 through the Fan. Football's finest is coming up at 5 o'clock. Here's Wolchuk with your daily mixed bag.
Let's do it. Don't forget, tomorrow you can go say hello to the K&C Masterpiece live from the Dallas Card Show, the Marriott in Allen, 777 Waters Creek Boulevard. And yes, if you were tolling, apparently it is not the Marriott. It is the Marriott. The Marriott. So go check them out tomorrow.
Don't just date it. Marriott.
Marriott, baby. All right, let's get to our mixed bag. Here's some things that I am seeing. People were losing their minds because you had Ricky Scoops put out, I'm hearing that there's a Badger sighting in the Meadowlands. So they're like, what? Jim Leonhard, former Badger? Is that who John Harbaugh is looking at to be his defensive coordinator in New York? Not so fast, my friends, as Lee Corso would say.
Devin Harris was in town. Sorry.
Wasn't Devin Harris? Shout out to the Badgers, yes. But it is.
Was Monty Ball in town?
Not Monty. It might be Melvin Gordon, but Anthony Weaver is who John Harbaugh is targeting to be his defensive coordinator, according to Connor J. Hughes. He worked for Harbaugh with the Ravens, so I don't think you have to worry about Jim Leonhard going to the Giants. Maybe some other teams, maybe staying in Denver, but Anthony Weaver is who Harbaugh is looking at. Also saw the stat. Bills are one of 4 teams, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills, man.
In NFL history to win a playoff game in 6 or more consecutive years. The other teams, your Dallas Cowboys, the New England Patriots.
Oh, yeah.
And the Kansas City Chiefs.
No doubt.
What do they have that the Bills do not?
Super Bowls?
They all won 3 Super Bowls in that span. Woo! This is the year, right? Let's go, Buffalo! See if they can get it done. Miami and Texas, only schools to win all 6 of the New Year's 6 bowl games. Both the Canes and the Horns have won each of the Rose Bowl, the Orange Bowl, the Cotton Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, and the Peach Bowl at least once. So pretty awesome right there for both Miami and Texas. Shout out to both those schools, just powerhouses. Man, can you imagine a Texas and Oregon Natty next year if Danny Cannell gets that right?
That'd be pretty sexy.
I think the ratings would just go bonanza. Speaking of the national title game, Darren Rovell has shared the best food item at the college football Natty.
Just 1 or 2?
There are 2 listed here. You've got the Tropical Keys Beef Hammer.
This thing is passing the eye test.
It does look good, doesn't it? It's the Angus beef shank glazed with pineapple bourbon barbecue sauce over garlic mashed potatoes. Oh
my God.
Yes, please.
Sexual.
Bro, seriously, that is like big time.
Sounds way too gourmet to enjoy in your seat. I need some sort of a luxury suite here to go.
Table or
you
something.
got the big bone that comes out of that. Now, if I pull on that bone, is the meat just going to fall off, or could I use that as sort of a handheld
shank?
Yeah.
I think you could.
Possibly.
Things get crazy.
I'm guessing.
Thank God the Niners fans aren't going to be in the building.
Oh, you could say that
They'll
again.
use that as a weapon.
Dawson, you thinking that that's not going to be that tender and it's probably going to stay on the bone more than fall off the bone?
I don't really want it to fall completely off. I want to be able to hold that thing and take chomps on it.
If it's really tender, it's going to fall off. How? Like I say, I don't know how well that's going to be prepared.
You're doubting these guys?
I'm doubting it a little bit.
Always crap.
Have you seen the picture of it though? I mean, look at the bark on that thing.
Well, if that's the case, but if it's
look at the glaze.
That's got a Rottweiler kind of bark to it.
What do you think?
That is beautiful. It's beautiful, but I'm worried about like if you're how you're talking about eating it there, Chief.
Yeah.
I think I don't know, man. It might
be fork and knife territory.
I think it might be fork and knife.
We don't know the cost of this thing yet, do we?
I would say that
I didn't see a price.
That's $75 minimum.
We've seen significant upgrades in the world of like really good food preparation in stadium, and it's evolved strongly over the last 15 years, but it's also picked up momentum over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised because the same like concession companies manage this stuff, right? So if what's happening out at the ballpark, for example, with the delicious barbecue that's being made out there, maybe maybe that same umbrella parent company is like, you know what we're doing here, you should try that there, and the next thing you know, it's gone global on you, and the expectations can rise significantly in a situation like that. So
yeah,
but it's what are they going to hit you for? $90 for this beef shank?
I don't see the price here, and that might not be a good thing. The other item is a Cuban croqueta sandwich, or a pizza, excuse me. It's got croquettes, bacon, cilantro, and lime wedges. This one looks a little weird.
Okay, croquette. I usually think of salmon croquette.
I think that's what this is, right? Are those little salmons?
You're in Miami. I think you're getting.
That's it. Yeah, it's a salmon croquette.
The fish.
The fish on top of that's a pizza.
Yeah, it's a pizza. I'm out on this one, guys.
Are you really?
I'm not into this. This looks like.
Are you kidding me?
No,
salmon croquettes aren't bad if done the right way.
Tropical pizza with some fried fish kind of stuff on there.
I don't know. I'm not like.
I'm housing that thing, dude.
I'm not surprised.
You're lucky I'm not going to be in that press box.
I would go with that.
I would tear that thing up.
Give me the beef hammer all day. I don't think that
Thor's hammer, huh?
Pizza
if
would
me
be
and
for
you
me.
went to the game, Walchuk, together,
I'd try a slice.
You'd get the shank, I'd get the pizza, and we'd just go bite for bite. I'm feeding you
Throw
pizza,
in the
you're
middle
feeding
of the
me
table.
shank.
Yeah,
just lady and tramp it.
Surf and turf.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
I love
probably break a little shank off and sprinkle it onto the pizza. Add a topping to it.
Let's top it off.
I'm in on this, man. This is natty. This is national championship worthy crap right here.
No, I'm not in on this, you rude mother.
How many things do you think they sell of these?
I think they probably have a select. The pizza, maybe a lot.
Pizza's gonna, yes.
But the shank, they probably have just a few.
When you say croquette pizza,
I don't know what the hell that is.
The Cubans are gonna freaking just. They're gonna be so hyped, bro.
It's like a patty. It's almost.
Do you want to put it off? Okay.
It's like it would be like a crab cake. Very much like a crab cake.
Well, you know what?
Come on now.
I do love crab cakes.
This is like a salmon cake, crab cake pizza.
I'm a little iffy when it comes to salmon.
I think Dawson would hate a crab cake because
that
of
might
the
be an
mayonnaise.
upset.
Salmon cakes.
I don't know what there is in there, but I didn't like it. I actually was swung through Long John Silver's, tried out their shrimp basket on your recommendation. It was pretty good,
but not.
But the crab cakes they threw in a crab cake.
Yeah.
I was like, God, brutal.
That's not good.
No.
Sometimes you get wayward stuff in that fry mix.
Wayward.
You do. Just some drippings.
Yeah, there's a fried clam down there.
Dude's Taco Bell fell in there. What's this?
Just a Crunchwrap Supreme? What the hell's going on?
What's this with my shrimp?
The 972 says the beef shank is going to be like the McRib, nice on the eyes, but very disappointing. I mean, is the McRib even nice on the eyes?
I wonder about that.
The commercials are nice, but I've never actually been up close with one of them.
It looks like
boys.
I've tried one and I got sick. I'll never have one again.
I think it went viral.
They're getting
one of the
sued.
McRibs.
They're getting there's like lawsuits because they claim that it's supposed to be real pork or whatever, and obviously it's not. Like anybody with common sense, like an ounce of IQ in their brain knows it's not.
Yeah,
but people got ball sacked by it, and now they're suing. They're suing.
We know
some
you've got a little sack. Okay, you don't have to tell us
sacked, huh?
Yeah, this is a big one though.
This Arizona high school basketball player Adrian Stubbs. Did you guys see this story?
No.
Scored 100 points in 3 quarters.
What?
100 points in 3 quarters.
Brian
He had
Broaddus
70 points
at high school.
70 points at half. Sat the 4th quarter of this game.
How much of those points were from the charity stripe?
I don't think a lot, man. I don't think a lot.
Quick whistle that night?
Kids scored 100 and you're calling out how many free throws
I think he was
took.
draining a lot of threes. I mean, he's a guard from Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah.
Became the first player in Arizona
What's
high
his name?
school basketball history, Adrian Stubbs, to score 100 points in a game.
Yeah.
They win 109-25. He had 100 of their 109 points. Scored 70 in the first half, added 30 more in the third before he sat the 4th quarter.
Inbounds pass to Stubbs, shots up.
He went.
What's the field goal percentage?
16 for 23 from the free throw line. Hit 6 3-pointers.
Okay.
Only 6 3-pointers.
Yeah. The
I'm
majority of his
expecting
conversions
double
came on
digits.
mid-range jumpers.
Who are we playing?
Wow, he's just playing like
He's basically
Brian Broaddus' YMCA team.
This is no dunks. Kid's
DeMar DeRozan.
5'10", 170. So he's just a normal kid with a super wet jumper.
He's just killing it from the mid-range, dude.
Yeah, probably bad defense, too.
Unbelievable what this kid's doing. And then finally, just to pay off the tease, Tremaine Jackson is...
Tito Jackson?
Yeah, that's basically him. But no, he's 42-year-old. He's a former defensive tackle at Texas Southern and Louisiana Monroe. He began his coaching career at the D-line of Texas A&M Kingsville. Since, he's worked his way up the ladder, all right? But he's a guy that now does a lot of recruiting. and he was asked the question, who is the person in the family that is the worst to deal with when it comes to recruiting?
Dad.
He said it's the uncle to the single mom.
Oh, okay.
That's who it is.
Okay.
That person basically thinks they're the dad, and they get involved with everything. So that might be, if you're looking to get into recruiting, and Brian,
I always felt like
the biggest know-it-all in the family.
There.
I felt like if you could get the mom sold, you were going to have a chance to get the player. I always felt like that. We worked hard on getting the mom sold. Dad, we always had to deal with dad, and that was kind of like one coach would hold him off on the side, and then everybody would kind of talk to the mom, well, hey, this is what we're going to do. And, it made sure that the mom felt like that her baby was going to get taken care of.
Go get dad a case of beer, $500.
We just talked about general things. We all rotated talking to dad, but then we had our closers
trying to close mom.
With mom, yeah. Only got beat one time on that with mom. Had a player that we had at A&M. Mom really wanted him to go to A&M, and he ended up going to Notre Dame. If you're going to lose a player to Notre Dame, you're going to lose a player to Notre Dame. It's just the way it is.
I think that was Sharon Moore's strategy as well. Just close mom.
Close mom?
Yeah. Or opener.
All right. It's the GBAG Nation. 3 down, 2 to go. Let's slide on out of here.
Say hello.
Football's finest. Truth. I can't believe this, Chief. What we're dealing with. Where are we going next?
We're gonna.
I apologize.
We're gonna.
I can't believe I work with these guys. Embarrassing.
We're gonna.
Was accurate.
Continue to get ready for the divisional round.
As he's blowing his nose.
I'm sorry.
Said
he's got the drip going. He's got the drip.
He's got like the.
He had like a shiny thing on his mustache earlier. It was snot.
I've been getting a little sickly. It's going around my house.
Paper towel with the rough nose look.
I'm going to give it the spray off.
I mean, whatever.
Okay, pal.
Just give me the beef hammer.
We got playoff football.
You are a beef hammer.
We check in with the overlappers.
Where's my espresso?
With the overtalkers next in the nation.
Holy cow. Okay, you dealing with overtalkers where you are, can't get a word in edgewise? Maybe you need to get supercharged from my friends at Men's T Clinic. That'll have you barging into whatever situation needs to be barged into. All jokes aside, 1 in 5 men suffer from low T, and at Men's T Clinic, they can remedy that for you in a great way. Make this the year you listen to your body. Are you feeling like you're running on empty? You're stuck in low gear? Well, I know it's hard to take that first step when you're not feeling like yourself. You're not energized, but you need the energy. What comes first, the smoke or the fire? All I know is what comes first for me is Men's T Clinic, and I don't have to deal with that, okay? Optimize your total wellness and get your hormones optimized, just like I did with my friends at Men's T Clinic. The mood, the weight, the muscle mass. What do you want to improve on here in 2026? Men's T Clinic is going to put you at the front of the line and put you ahead of the game. You're sitting there scrolling through social media while the brain fog is just nonstop. Do what I did. Check out our friends at one of the 5 DFW Men's T Clinic locations. They're going to get that fixed. Visceral fat slowing you down. You don't have to power through symptoms of what could be low testosterone. You can check into Men's T Clinic, 972-GO Men's T, mensteclinic.com. They can help you with all that. Bedroom wellness, hair replacement therapies. Men's T Clinic has everything that you need to feel your best, all under one roof. So stop the cycle of treating symptoms without getting to the root cause, and check into the Men's T Clinic location nearest you. Got a 6th one opening up soon, Fort Worth Alliance. And once those hormone levels are optimized, you're going to feel amazing. And they have other therapies to elevate your results, your performance, everything from the boardroom to the bedroom. Men's T Clinic can help you with. Again, 5 DFW locations: Addison, North Frisco, the Colony, Frisco, and North Frisco, and the McKinney Corridor at mensteclinic.com. Salute.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Giants fans should be ecstatic. John Harbaugh brings stability to an organization that won just 13 games in the last 3 years. Now, can the front office give him the tools he needs to turn this ship around? I'm Adam Abdallah.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
North Texas, those summer storms were brutal. Don't head into winter with a damaged roof.
I'm Caden Vining with Greystone Roofing. Our licensed inspectors will inspect your roof free of charge. And for a limited time, we'll upgrade you to a Class 3 impact-resistant shingle, free.
That upgrade can save you 15 to 20% every year on insurance premiums. Real savings that help offset those big deductibles when a storm hits.
Call Greystone Roofing today. Trusted, licensed, family-owned, and local.
Schedule now at greystone-roofing.com.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
The Dallas Card Show is back January 15th through January 18th at the Marriott Waters Creek in Allen. Over 700 vendor booths and something for everybody. And that includes us. Me and Corey are going to be hanging out there this Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Come see us. Show off the cards you get while you're here. Get your tickets now at DallasCardShow.com or at the door. Don't miss the Dallas Card Show January 15th through the 18th at 777 Waters Creek Boulevard in Allen.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation. It's hour 4 of the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day, as it's time now for an edition of football's finest. Here's the Chief.
A lot of horse hockey going on in here. You wild animals.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't wish that on the worst enemy right there. Go ahead.
That burns.
Am I good? Is it kidney stones?
Yeah,
the floor mine?
Take it away.
Oh,
yours.
Yeah, here's the Chief with your football's finest.
All right, let's do it right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
On this day 59 years ago, Time Magazine's photographer Billy Ray captured an all-time football photo. Of course, it's Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Len Dawson ripping a heater and drinking a Fresca at halftime of Super Bowl I against the Green Bay Packers of Green Bay. That's pretty outstanding.
When men were men.
Yeah. Kidding me? I mean,
I've always admired those guys that can smoke and run.
I know.
We got that in in junior high school. There'd be people smoking cigarettes. It was crazy.
Like in the
At
40s.
halftime? Like in between classes?
Yeah.
And then they'd be at PE saying stuff like, well, yeah, if I could smoke before I ran this 800, I'd probably run it faster.
Yeah.
That was Fred Davis.
We had our guys at war out there, just ripping heaters.
Yeah, just constantly. Yeah.
Like, hey, pass one over.
I mean, I smoke like half a cigarette. I feel like I got a half pound of sand in my lungs. I don't know what it is. Some of these people just built different. Different generation.
Been too long. When's the last time you guys had a heater?
I've never had one.
I know.
Impressive. I don't know, maybe 10, 12 years ago.
Yeah, I think I'm in that. I think I go back to college. So that's 40-something years, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No, it's been a minute for me. It's been, I would say...
Couple days?
Last weekend?
No, I mean, it's been a long time.
At the break?
My wife is very anti me smoking cigarettes. So it's been a long time. I would venture to say somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 or 7 years for sure.
Were you a smoker?
I wasn't like a smoker. I was just like, let me bum one kind of guy.
While boozing.
You know that.
Yeah.
You know
that.
But the little menthol situation that'll get you taken care of real good. I imagine Len Dawson was ripping just some reds. It's like a real beast.
Filterless.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No,
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if like Luke. I think the European basketball players, maybe soccer players, are still keeping it alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. There's a handful, but I would love to know the last time a professional athlete was smoking a heater in the locker room at halftime.
So Domantas Sabonis' dad, Arvydas, smoked so much, he actually had to stop playing hoop, not because his joints and knees and back were breaking down, but because the doctor said you had done so much damage to your heart that you can't play anymore.
Ouch.
You could check out right there in the middle of a game. He was still hooping in, Lithuania or whatever at the age of 50.
What a beast, man. Okay, a couple of things to know about the divisional round. What did you just tell me about the weather? We know it's going to be cold in Chicago with the Bears.
Oh, it's going to be a cold one there in Chi-Town. Bears-Rams playoff game expected to be one of the coldest games in recent NFL history. Wind chills expected to be ranging from 0 to -10 throughout the day. And they're going to have gusts up to 20 miles per hour. So the Bears, it's going to be a frigid one there.
Just ram it. That's what they're going to have to do, man.
Can they just ram it there in the Chi-Town?
They're going to have to run that football. I mean, there's 2 rushing attacks in the last decade with a success rate over 50% for a season. Wow. It's the 2018 Rams, and it's the 2025 Rams. And they do it in a more physical manner now.
They're physical.
Like they're going 13 personnel. They have Puka who can block his tail off, and they go heavy on you, and they lean on you, and they lean on you.
They're
and
leaning.
then bang, play action. Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua,
Boing.
Colby Parkinson, touchdown.
Touchdown.
I think the Rams are going to have a chance. Now, here's the deal. With it being that cold, and we saw the interaction with McVay and trying to get the redemption versus Ben Johnson on behalf of his friend Matt LaFleur with Green Bay. Like, if you're McVay, aren't you calling up LaFleur saying, bro, like, let us use your facilities this week? Aren't you working out in the tundra of Green Bay? Like, we talk about this all the time, trying to think outside the box here.
Not
warm weather team, dome team, like trying to figure out how to acclimate to some extent in lead up to a super cold game. McVay should have had his team on a bird parking it at Larry Lambeau's house or Curly, excuse me.
Hey, Curly.
And freaking that's Larry McCarron who cheers during the game.
Eating cheese curds,
catch it, yeah.
Drinking beer, eating curds, and prepping their bodies for the cold. That's what they should be doing. They're practicing in like 75-degree temps in Los Angeles.
With this weather development, I'm actually going to pick the Bears. I didn't think there was any chance they were going to win this game, but I don't think there's any chance they lose in this situation. And to your point, yes, they should try it. You got to try to get your guys to the point that at least they're not going to complain about it. It's mental. It's going to be not only your body, but then once it's taken over your mind and you're complaining and you just want to get back inside, it's over. You got no shot.
The good thing is Devontae Adams, used to cold games. Puka Nacua, BYU, played in some cold games. Matthew Stafford's numbers in the cold, pretty solid right now that I'm looking at. But I don't know that he's ever played in this cold.
Pretty solid.
Who's right?
324, 2 touchdowns, 302, 3 touchdowns a pick, 402, 3 touchdowns a pick. He's pretty darn good. He's pretty salty still in the cold weather.
I just think your body gets used to it. And once you've been out of that element, the cells aren't used to that temperature anymore.
And the wind really is the killer.
Coldest I've ever been, and I lived in Green Bay for 5 years, was that Dallas-Chicago game. It's the coldest I've ever been in an NFL game, and that was air temperature -5.
What year was this?
Woo. What was that year that we went up to? It was when McCowan beat us. I was working for .com.
Okay, so you'd spent time in colder weather.
Oh, I'd been in Green Bay, and then, yeah.
But the time in Dallas and then going back into that, it's like whatever experience you had multiple years ago does not matter, other than the psychology of it. Maybe you're going to try to lie to yourself, but your body is freaking out. It's going into survival mode while the other team is still competing.
Yeah, it's a big time advantage, man. It totally is. I do think the play style offensively for the Rams can travel here with the way they run the football.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And with their wide receivers having played in the cold before and just being tough as nails with Puka and Devontae.
And I guess there's a challenge. There's a warm cream. Like a lot of guys are doing a Vaseline mix with this special warm cream that gets in your cells. I was reading about that last weekend with the Houston Texans going north.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's ways to mitigate it, and these training staffs have the wet suits and the cold suits and all these different things you can have on to do your best. But there's a reason warm weather teams going into that situation don't have a good record.
Is there a chance that we might see, like in the NFC Championship game, San Francisco going to play? It's like a championship game in Chicago.
Yeah.
I mean, do you guys feel that way? Especially with Seattle's news, right?
Yeah, with Sam Darnold dealing with an oblique, he's questionable.
I mean, we could see maybe an even colder game at
Soldier Field for the NFC Championship game. Yeah, you definitely could.
Yeah,
you definitely
Didn't the Niners
could.
go there in like '88 or something?
Oh, they went with a Joe Montana team.
Yeah,
and it was. I think there was a Joe Montana team that went. Well, I think there was a Joe Montana team that went and won.
Yeah,
I think there was a Joe Montana team that went to the Giants at the Meadowlands and got slapped in cold weather.
Yeah, Roger Craig fumbled.
Yeah,
Gosh, being slapped in the cold would suck, bro.
Slapped in the cold.
It's when Joe Montana almost got killed by Leonard Marshall. Yeah, he was dropping back to pass. You might remember NFL films, and he just got obliterated. Yeah,
that hurts.
Yeah.
Now, the other matchup, you have Patriots-Texans. The Texans defense faced a top 10 scoring offense 8 times this season. The Patriots offense faced a top 10 scoring defense all of 0 times in the regular season. This is going to be a very, very tall order for Drake May and company trying to move the ball versus this Texans defense. Drake May is going to have to be, now no Nico Collins, it looks like, for the Texans offensively, which is certainly good news for the Patriots, but Drake May is going to have to be a monster. I mean, the Texans defense hasn't allowed a positive drop back EPA in a game since week freaking 2.
Woo!
Since week 2. They have not.
What's it take to get a single EPA per drop back?
Oh, there's a lot involved in terms of the formula and the way all that goes. It's not as simple as success rate, so I couldn't just tell you off the top of my head. But I mean the Texans defense is they're
it's kind of like a war stat where we're going to have 30 EPA for a season or something like that.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So now another game, you have Broncos and Bills, and Broncos fans have dug up some old photos of Josh Allen's wife apparently being a diehard Broncos fan.
Yeah, this is hilarious.
So I don't know if this is a house divided at all. I mean, at some point, you probably have to punt on your fandom and just join your husband's team. And she probably hoped that this would never come down to this, where it's her husband versus her favorite team. But, like, she's at the Super Bowl where the Broncos are playing in 2016, and she's decked out in her Broncos gear. So just might be a little bit of a house divided. I wonder if she's going to have a Broncos shirt underneath her Josh Allen jersey. It's just something to consider.
So
mind games.
Tracy Wolfson did some digging on this.
I think she knows where the bills are being paid.
Tracy tweeted out.
Good call.
She asked Josh about this pic of Haley Steinfeld, and he told her that he had no idea this was floating around. He laughed and said she was probably paid to be there, and that he definitely wasn't going to bring it up at home.
Not going to bring it up at home. Well, she's pregnant right now. Hormones.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not bleep you Haley, it's bleep you hormones.
But I mean, she was saying, hell yeah, Broncos. There's videos of her. I mean, she definitely was pulling for the Broncos that day.
I mean, it could be your childhood
Somewhere Mickey
team.
Spagnola's like going, crazy B.
She has some integrity. She's married to a quarterback.
She's a fan.
I mean, I wouldn't marry a gal if she refused to leave her childhood team and root for the team I'm playing for. Oh, that's a deal breaker to me.
I'm with you 100%. Okay,
would you tell a gal that you were playing sports if you were a professional athlete? If you wanted to date somebody, would you tell them?
How serious are we dating we talking? I think
you're just meeting somebody for the first time and you're thinking, man, this gal looks like she would be like a lot of fun to go out with. Do you tell her you're a professional athlete first off the jump?
Yeah, you're a lot of fun to go out with, yes. I think I want to marry this gal, no. I'm going to test her.
Okay.
See if she's a cleat chaser.
I think
you got to love me for me.
Luther Burden did this.
At first.
Yeah, Luther Burden did that whole thing, yeah.
Yeah, when he was at Mizzou.
He didn't tell her he was...
he said he was riding the bench. He's like, I'm a third string or whatever. And then she goes to the game and she sees, oh, actually, this dude
number 3 went around touchdown. Catching like 12 balls.
Yeah, I can get you tickets. I'm not going to play.
But, whatever.
Wait a second. Holy crap, he's the best player on the team.
Well, they do the starting lineups and he comes running through the band.
The crowd goes nuts. All right, let's check in with the overlappers. We have the Kelsey bros interviewing Jameis Winston. They ask him about his welcome to the NFL moment. Hey, it's funny. It's Jameis. Cool. But are you kidding me?
Do you have a welcome to the NFL moment?
Well, yes, I have a iconic welcome to the NFL moment. I got two for you. Well, my very first pass in the NFL was a touchdown.
There we go.
And a lot of people can never say that. Yes, it was a Cody Simpson ball on a pick six on my very first pass. That was a welcome to the NFL. So look, this is the craziest thing, right?
We both threw a pick on our first. Man, that's why I knew you were my brother, man. Both of our first NFL passes were interceptions, man. Let's go.
Listen, though, bro.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Jason is just losing.
He's a scream laugher.
That is a scream laugher. That doesn't sound like a genuine laugh.
He wants to make you feel like you are
the star. You're the funniest guy ever.
You're the funniest guy in the world. And I guess it's a hospitality thing, but that goes into the all-time over-laughing conversation with those guys. They continue to set new records. Kudos.
Sounds like a Red Bull laugh to me. Just a little too. You're not in the room anymore. A little over-caffeinated. Hate when that happens.
Me too.
All righty. It is the GBAG Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to hit the expressway. We'll get you updated on everything that's been developing throughout the day, including both your winter sports teams playing this evening. We'll give you the latest on Cooper Flag. And it's a sports crime Thursday as well. We had more athletes arrested for point shaving and fixing games. We'll get you the details on that when we come back. It's the GBAG Nation here. Then GBAG of the Day in LA Live on the other side here on the Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we get there, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. That's when we just call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online, frankelfirm.com. These guys are the best. They've been defending victims of negligence in North Texas for over 3 decades now. Their name commands respect in North Texas courtrooms, but what really matters for you is they make sure that you don't settle for less. And it's easy to do. You might be on medicines that make you groggy. You're not making your best decisions. Next thing you know, you've taken a settlement after getting hit by an 18-wheeler, commercial vehicle, rideshare company, just a regular negligent driver. You're going to be dealing with the consequences of that personal injury for months, years, maybe decades, and you'll regret it. You will not regret it if you call the Frankels. You'll thank yourself for it. You might even thank me later. Hurt not your fault. Call the Frankels, Scott and Mark, the GOATs of being trial lawyers here in North Texas, and when you're hurt, not your fault, you need them. You need them on your side. They'll take the guys all the way to court and talk bad about them right in front of a judge if that's what it takes. A lot of times it's just a simple phone call from the Frankels, and they'll get you squared away. So hurt, not your fault. You can call them right there roadside, 214-817-333-3333, frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
If you're a first-time home buyer, you need to call TexasSunny.com. We have some great deals. You don't realize just how low the down payments may be, and we have down payment assistance programs at TexasSunny.com. We help people all over Texas, so call us today for your pre-approval letter, and it's a free call. Call TexasSunny.com if you're that first-time home buyer or if you're buying your second or third home. Call us today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244, NMLS number 2297, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth more.
You know what? You're right. And we want to pay
way more at Give Me the VIN, because good cars are worth more, and so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here. Every fight.
Bam! Let's go.
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go.
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Guys and ladies, get real about your health this new year with Synergen X and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies take $200 off the women's hormone test. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Looking for the best? Synergen X and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know that goes to Synergen X and Low T Center change their lives. Walk in or book an appointment at getmyhealthfix.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, Tolo, Shan and RJ here with the greatness of Underdog Fantasy, and it is playoff time, boys and girls. You want to get in on this playoff action, and why wouldn't you? It's the best time of the year for this. You're going to make plays on Underdog. Using it is super easy. You pick your favorite player. We'll go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rush yards, receptions, receiving yards, and more. You get them right, and you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. Underdog, promo code TOLO. Download it right now with the Underdog app.
So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and use promo code TOLO to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Food.
January football is here. DFW. Don't fumble the food. Dominate the spread with Wild Fork Savory, Picanha, Wings, and Burgers. Hit our 9 DFW locations now or visit wildforkfoods.com for next day delivery options. Blast frozen freshness wins every time.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Let's hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top from right here. GBAG Today coming up at 5:30. LA Live 540. The expressway is brought to you by our friends at the On Time Experts. And I want to let you know the Fans teaming up with the Rangers and Hurtado Barbecue this Monday night for a winter warm-up event. First 100 people through the doors will meet and get an autograph from Josh Young and Tyler Alexander. Guys will then join Jared Sandler 7 to 8 for our Rangers Hot Stove Show. Get there early to be one of the first 100. And enjoy some Hurtado barbecue, meet some Rangers. That's Monday night, January 19th at the Fan Hurtado Dallas. That's the Dallas location. I just swung by there this past weekend, actually. Okay, speaking of baseball, Clayton Kershaw is going to play for the World Baseball Classic team. You thought he was done when he won the World Series?
Fast. He's going to get the final out.
Well.
He's going to come in there and get the final out.
So the WBC starts March 4th. Kershaw, part of the staff. He actually was pretty good last year, just was limited. 11-2 with a 3.36. And by the end of the playoff run, he was an emergency option if the Dodgers needed somebody to absorb innings. And that is expected to be his role because the big league rotation, Skubal and Skeens and Webb and Ryan McClain and Clay Holmes have committed, but they're going to be on very strict pitch counts because the tournament takes place in the middle of spring. So Kershaw's going to be in there ready to be a horse. And how exciting would that be if he gets it done for the red, white, and blue in his final competitive baseball? But this is going to be it. This is his final goodbye, and I can think of none better. So best of luck to Clayton Kershaw. Cooper Flagg sprained ankle. He is out tonight against the Utah Jazz. What do you guys think about this story? It is a little bit disappointing. Another ankle injury there for Cooper Flagg. I thought Chief made an excellent point earlier, though, that this helps the tank. And the unfortunate reality is that in the NBA, the best thing that can happen to you right now is you win that draft lottery again. So unfortunate. Hope that it doesn't linger. That looked like a pretty bad sprain, though. He was hobbling back to that locker room, and it looked like he should have put his arm around somebody. You
Just
don't want
toughen it out.
He was.
Yeah.
He was, but that was an extreme sprained ankle, I think, for Flagg. I would not be surprised if he's out until after the All-Star break. Stars are in Utah tonight, needing to get a winning streak going. They have at least steadied the ship and won 2 of their last 4, but it's been 3 weeks since they've won back-to-back games. This is odd. Are you starting to lose any confidence, or is this just a midseason slump?
No, I mean, they didn't have Miro last night. I don't think they're going to have him tonight either. In fact, they're not having him tonight. He's out with personal reasons. They've been super banged up. What they were able to do going on that winning streak, despite the injuries, I think at some point it was probably going to come back and even out. But right now, not concerned, not pushing the panic button. If this thing were to linger and you're talking about like a month of bad hockey, then we can reassess it.
860 asks, what percentage chance does Cooper Flagg have of playing on Saturday? Price tickets? I'd sell those tickets.
Yeah.
Ain't no way. You know, that's that he could not walk. He could not walk on his own power. He was hobbling and gingerly putting a little bit of pressure on it, then trying to hop. It was a bad look. If I was his agent, I would say, don't do that again. It's not very becoming of a professional athlete to be hobbling around like that.
It's not very.
It made him look weak.
You got the ick.
Yeah.
Don't do that again, please.
As I tease, though, 20 men charged in a point-shaving scheme involving more than 39 college basketball players on more than 17 D1 teams, leading to more than 29 games being fixed. Uh-oh. I think this is the tip of the iceberg still. I think there is an untold amount of hijinks and games being thrown and points being shaved. 70-page indictment. I guess it went on starting in 2022, and players were getting bribes between $10,000 and $30,000 to compromise games for betting purposes.
Some of the wagers listed in the indictment are pretty hilarious too, because it's like such big money on such like ridiculous games. Like who's putting $458,000 on Towson to beat UNC A&T? Who's putting $424,000 on Kent State to cover the first half spread against Buffalo?
They got greedy. You lay 25 hundo on that, it might slip under the radar.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Like you're so heavy-handed on these random, no one really cares about games, and they're doing it with the Chinese league too. Like they had a $170,000 wager on the Guangdong Southern Tigers.
Guangdongs.
You know, you get into trouble with the gambling and the bookies, and I know you guys are watching the Black Rabbit show, and there's uncut gems and dramatic reenactments of what can take place. But you get people that are desperate to get a bookie off their back, and there's really no telling what they will agree to do. In some instances, maybe trying to save a family member or to not have their legs broken.
Yep.
It's not that surprising, and I would not be shocked at all if this doesn't continue on for the foreseeable future. I think the leagues need to handle this with the bans. Like if you do this, you're banned. Because right now the punishments aren't strong enough to be a strong enough, deterrence from getting involved in this kind of activity. Okay, we got Pat Mahomes saying he wants to be ready for Week 1. That would be a bit of a surprise. Fred Warner progressing, but he is out against the Seahawks. Sam Darnold, if you missed it earlier, he is not 100%, but he said after practice today he expects to play despite his new oblique injury. And with that, we go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has you back today.
Big Godzilla. Stepping down in North Dallas, man. GBAG of the day. Every day, 5:30 here on the Fan, baby. Every weekday, 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. How you doing out there on a Thirsty Thursday ladies night? Y'all be careful on these streets, man. Our winner and champ of GBAG of the day so far, Mickey Spagnola, or as I call him, Mickey Spagnolia, home of the soldiers. He has a podcast called Mick Shots right here. And boy, Mick Shots, they taking shots at each other.
They do.
Mickey goes back and forth with Heckma Harrison. Big dude, and I say that respectfully.
No, big dude.
Mickey is not the biggest of the fellas out there. No. So, Mickey's got it. He's got heart, though. He's got mad heart.
There's something, I can speak to this a little bit. When the guy is so much bigger than you feel like there's no way he's really going to kick my ass.
Yeah.
So I can talk a little bit more spicy, but still way over the line for Mickey.
Yes. Lessons I've learned in life. Watch your mouth.
Right?
Watch your mouth. Some people haven't learned those lessons. You can tell. They talk crazy to you online and whatnot. Like, wow, you haven't learned that lesson, have you? Anyway, Mickey right here, crashing on out.
So here's the deal, because I'm definitely going to celebrate that the Eagles lost, and there's nothing that you're going to say. There is no, because I hate them.
See?
Because I hate them. I hate them.
All right.
I hate them.
Look like most Dallas Cowboy fans. Yeah.
Say, I hate them.
Seeing all the stuff coming back.
Again.
You can't analyze.
Again, what you're not going to do is point over here and call me a fanboy anything, Mickey. What you're going to do is you're going to come in here and you're going to correct yourself and you're going to make sure you get it right today. All right? So when I tell you that your other boys are the Chicago Bears and you just pretty much make my case for me because you're happy that Chicago won. I'm just saying, just own it. Just own it. Just fan man. Whichever you want to be. Whatever you want to be. Well, either way, it's a good day. It's a good day today in Dallas Cowboy land because the Philadelphia Eagles lost.
You can't shout me down, all right?
I'm not shouting you down.
I at least have some integrity.
Is that what you're calling this today?
Yes, I am.
You're going to call it integrity because the Chicago Bears beat the Green Bay Packers. Now, didn't you walk in here and say you're a Green Bay Packers fan?
I know you. I was.
Wait a minute. So just because you became a writer means that you can no longer be a Green Bay Packers fan?
Exactly.
Are you serious, Mickey?
I am.
So when there's nobody in your living room,
shut up.
You don't pull for the Green Bay Packers.
Shut up.
Who you telling to shut up?
Who you telling to shut up, man? Day one. Day two right here for this piece of audio. So
wow.
It's got some challengers.
I've been there.
Shut up.
Great job.
Shut up.
This is just screaming for Mickey Fisher from Shan RJ show to step in and reset this for us.
With some shut ups in
there. Well, I will say if they play it on the morning show, Bobby's ready to defend Mickey. He has Mickey's side on this. How? I don't know. We're gonna have to hear Bobby explain it.
Bobby went after the lady in Jacksonville.
Bobby agrees that once you're a journalist, you're not a fan anymore. And I asked him if he goes back to him being labeled the fanboy. Maybe he still resents it, but
he's overcompensating.
Yeah, but I don't know. I definitely side with Heckma here, but maybe Bobby's got a good retort if they decide to play in the morning.
Yeah, it's just journalists treating themselves way too seriously, Lucius. Sorry to cut you off there.
It's a ladies' night, but these nominees kind of toxic. Feels like a toxic Tuesday. We got a man right here on Facebook Live. He goes viral for hitting high notes in the middle of an argument with his old lady. That's OLE for all you cats that like to hit me when I say old lady.
Old lady.
Why you call her old? OLE.
Old
Sign of respect right there. Yeah. Sounds like he's about to get put out. She done gave up on his dreams.
That's nice. That's good. That's nice.
What's wrong with
That's
you?
nice.
That's why your music not going nowhere.
Oh.
You're smoking weed.
Oh.
You're popping
Oh.
hanging out with your
That's how you handle it, sir. That's how you handle it. Don't take the bait and start going back and forth with it. You'll never win that debate, sir.
That was great.
Well
That was
played.
great.
She's got a good voice.
Yeah, great voice.
Well, she gave up on the dream. She want that money right now. And I did say it was toxic. Let's go to the morning show right here, the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? It's not this one. This is Bobby Bell and Sean Sharif. There's always some tension between these cats. They fall out over Justin Herbert.
They never say anything about him, so that is what I should just blindly subscribe to.
You should not blindly subscribe to it. What you should not do is just dismiss based on results of like a playoff game like that.
And stop minimizing my opinion based
I'm
off that, because
not.
I've been saying
I'm not
you've said
minimizing your opinion.
You've said it multiple times now.
What?
I've said it throughout the year.
What?
I didn't say after Sunday.
Right.
Oh
But
my
you
God, that's
said-
my
but
judgment.
you said, oh, you could stand there after you scored 3 points. Like that had anything
And
to
I've
do
been
with
saying
it.
all year
But
too,
you
you're
just
wrong.
said
And
to
you
me
are
that
wrong.
was the point. You said that. You said only you could come in here after you scored 3 points, and I said that has nothing to do with it. That's why I addressed that, because you said
And you've
only
ignored the
after
season,
that.
too.
Like that.
And you've
was
ignored the season,
that,
too.
That was the thing.
And you
No,
also
I
ignored the
haven't.
whole year.
I have not. He's played well this season.
You haven't backed off of
He's
it
played
at all.
well because he's played well. I'm not going to sit here and go, y'all are right.
Okay,
because
and
the
I'm not gonna
stats
say
don't
you're
reflect-
right because the
Great.
NFL
And guess
buddies.
what? I love it. I love that you have the opinion. You can have it. I don't care. That's
Cool,
not
and I don't
anything-
give a ass about
I know.
yours.
Why are you getting worked up about it? You
And I
get
don't
worked
care
up
about
about
yours
this.
because I know you would never. I don't care if Justin
You
Herbert.
want me to admit that you want me to admit that like he's bad.
That
you
he's
will
not
not
great.
be happy until
That he's not great.
But he's great.
He's not great.
And I think he's great. And you don't think he's great, and that's fine. It doesn't work me up. What works you up, you get worked up about it. I don't get worked up about it until you start getting worked up like this.
I get worked up knowing coming into an argument that if he went scoreless next year, you still wouldn't back off of it and change your mind off
I said he
of
played
it.
bad against New England. He played bad.
Okay,
when
that's
he
not
plays,
enough.
When he plays bad.
So what, you acknowledge because they scored 3 points, you have to say it.
I love it.
Oh, Sean. I'm Team Sean on this one.
I love it.
You're like two couples in that apartment next door.
It's
You got the
amazing.
red walls. You're like, man, I need to get my money up and move. It's a couple. Then you're like, damn, should I call the police? Is everybody okay in that?
Why can't I stop listening here?
It was,
Leaning
it's
in.
fantastic radio.
All right, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes out there. I got your back, sir, riding with you. This pastor right here is coming for all gamers. All gamers. Be on the lookout. This dude's coming for you. He has an Xbox sitting on the pulpit, and he's beating it down. I think he has a hammer or a bat or something like that with that. Anyway, here we go.
And you know what? Video games produce some of the most emotional brats that I've ever met in my life. When I start talking about this, does it rub you the wrong way? Does it bother you? Do you not like it when I hit it like that? When I'm just beating it? Huh?
What?
Does that bother you just a little bit? When I say you need to grow up? Does it bother you a little bit when I say put away the video games from among you? You know what you young people need to do? You need to take your Xbox. And trash that idol. Because you know what? That thing's taking the place of you reading the Bible. That thing's taking the place of your prayer life. That thing's taking the place of you living the righteous. It's taking the place of you improving your marriage.
Yeah.
It's an idol.
It's an idol. That marriage part right there, ladies agreed. Yep. Mm-hmm. Always down there. COD. People in the comments saying he was probably bullied on COD too. That's why he's going against it.
for sure.
Yeah.
By like some young kid.
Yeah, some young kid cussed him out in some room.
His KD ratio is terrible.
Yeah.
And somewhere Jesus walks in and puts it back together again.
It's blowing the back of it.
It's rock. Takes a rock, makes an Xbox.
Yeah.
All righty, we got our champ, Heckma Harrison. We got man on Facebook Live going viral for hitting high notes while his wife crashed out.
That's pretty good.
You got Bob and Sean crashing out on each other over Justin Herbert, or the pastor going after the gamers. My vote's with Heckma once again. Chief, how about you?
Give me Sean and Bobby.
Lucius?
Oh, man. Yeah, Heckma. Let's go, bro.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
I'm going to go Sean and Bobby.
It's 2-2, Bryant.
I'm going to do this because I really like the great voice. So I'm going to vote for that. I'm going to let the folks decide who they like the best.
Okay, so you're going man on Facebook. We got a tie score, 2-2. You're going to want to jump on to @GBAG Nation. I'm going to create an Insta poll here during LA Live. You can vote on it. We'll announce the winner towards the end of the segment. Is it Heckma and Mickey, or is it Bob and Sean? It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius in LA Live.
This man said that guy's just mad God never gifted him a new console from his parents. That's a lot of replace anger right there, man. All right, let's get into a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James, baby.
Well, all right, you swears. It's time you smoke.
Polo rocks.
Fire up this funk and let's have a show. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
I don't think that professional bowlers deserve respect. Like most people, I go bowling about once a year with some friends, mostly as a joke. But without fail, at least once during the game, I will get a strike, mostly on accident. If I can do the best move in your sport with no effort, you are not talented. I can't do the best move in any other sport. I've never gone ice skating with my buddies on a Friday night and accidentally landed a triple axel and been like, whoa, that was really lucky.
Yeah, and you can do it drunk too. Is it really a sport? Shout out to Don Carter out there.
Yeah.
Hey, this is LA Live for Thursday, January 15th, 2026. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Man. Wow. You're busting out. Shout out to the Lady Tolos that listen to this here station. You are appreciated. You 100% are appreciated. Love the hell out of you. LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Before I get into the proceedings this evening, it's shine time for some local ladies in the DFW. It's shine time. Yes, it is. Let's go to North Texas University women's basketball. Ooh, let's shine over there. We got a 6'4" forward named Megan Nestor, a.k.a. Double Machine. That's what they call her, the Double Machine. Nestor has been recording double-doubles almost every night. Almost every night she gets on the court, it's almost a double-double every time. She's a Russell Westbrook out in this place.
Crushing.
Yeah, crushing. Leading the conference in double-doubles and ranks nationally in that category. So I just want to give a little shine, Miss Megan Nestor, right here in our own backyard.
Luke. Wow.
Putting up those double-doubles. Yeah.
Am I seeing a game where she had 34 points and 31 rebounds?
In December versus Texas Southern. What up, Texas Southern? Oh, I got a PV hat on right now, but I love Southern. Yeah, Megan Nestor had a historic 34 points, 31 rebounds. 31 rebounds. That's some Dennis Rodman stuff, bro. That's some Wilt Chamberlain stuff.
Seriously.
Somebody else get a board. Good Lord.
Megan Chamberlain.
Can't wait to see her at LSU next year.
Oh, put that money up, man. Put that money up. Go get them challenges out.
South Carolina. She'll be really good at South Carolina next year.
You know that's real. We're going to drape her up in some Louis Vuitton hoodies and stuff and get her in there. 34 points, 31 rebounds. Shine time. Shout out to you, Miss Megan Nestor. 6'4" forward. Huh? Girl, tall as hell. You want to put them heels on? I'll climb the tree, though. Hey, SMU volleyball player right here. Shout out to SMU. Shine time for you. This girl right here has gone crazy viral because she has some bunnies. She has some bunnies.
Oh.
Yeah, she's going
vertical leap, spike master.
Vertical leap right there. She got some hops. She's got some ups. Junior middle blocker from Arlington Martin. Oh, Arlington, stand up.
Okay.
Natalia Newsom. She has gone crazy viral. She has a 41-inch vertical leap, bro.
What?
That's what I said, bro.
Oh my gosh.
41. Okay, and she's like 5'11".
Whoa,
jeez. Yeah, she's got some bounce, bro.
So she can dunk, obviously?
She can dunk, not a basketball, but she can dunk everything else. Let's go to this guy right here. This is how I found out about her. It's Dexton on Instagram. Break it down for us, sir.
Her name is Natalia Newsom, and she plays volleyball at SMU College. Standing at only 5 feet and 10 inches tall, she can jump higher than most of the highest jumping men. Her vertical leap would have been the third highest at the NBA draft combine last year. And it's even higher than Aaron Gordon's vertical leap of 39 inches. She jumped a mind-blowing 41 inches high by touching 11 feet high, which is an entire foot above an NBA basketball rim. And I know you're going to ask, can she dunk? The answer is yes, she can. She did it with a tennis ball, but not a basketball. But she could if she wanted to. Because to be able to dunk, you only have to be able to touch 6 inches above a regulation basketball rim, which is 10 feet high. And she did by touching 11 feet, which is 12 inches above. And she's only 19, so imagine how high she would be jumping in her prime.
Thank you, Mr. Dexton, right there for that little recap of all of her qualities. This girl's got some bunnies. She's got bounce, bro.
Holy cow, her head's getting above the net.
You see it.
Yeah, her feet are above the bottom side of the net in some of these highlights.
Bro, she's got some bounce to her.
They're trying to get you to buy season tickets for volleyball here. I don't know what
I think that is maybe the biggest difference between male and female athletes is the explosive vertical leaping. You know,
she's got it.
That is incredible, dude.
Yeah, she's
definitely
got it.
A woman too.
Yeah, she's got it. Now I like how she went at dunking, because that's how I did it too when I first learned how to dunk. Tennis ball. First it was just me trying to grab the rim. I'm talking about every day, hours just coming at that thing. Then finally, tennis ball. Coming at it. Finally dunked that. Then it was the women's volleyball. Finally got that. And then finally to the basketball. Took a year.
Jeez. I believe it, man.
Took a year, bro.
A lot of training.
That's tough.
Took a year.
The alternate leg swing up, the core, the abdomen, it's all got to come together.
That rhythm, you got to
right
get everything right, man. Then you start feeling it. Then you can't stop once you get it, brother.
Dude, she's unreal.
Yeah, she's got some bounce.
I mean, she's way over the net.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Shine time for her. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on the ladies' night.
Ever notice how all women's problems begin with men? Mental illness. Menstrual cramps, mental breakdown, menopause, gynecologist.
Yeah.
And when we have real trouble, it's a hysterectomy.
Well, yeah,
man.
brilliant.
Shout out to that man David Park out there in Fort Worth, just dropping some knowledge on us. I got a woman in Houston, H-Town, stand up. She pulled a